Chapter 1 The Player Who Can't Level Up 1. Squeak! The Green Goblin shrieked as it went down. Nice work, everyone. Thank you for your work, guide. Good job. Killing goblins is pretty easy now. The players chatted as they put away their weapons. The man addressed as guide was the last player to put his sword away. Did everyone level up? The guide asked. Yes, answered one of the players. We didn't even kill that many, but we've already leveled up, added another one from the group. It's because you level up quicker in the beginner levels. The guide turned around and continued. Then, we will climb the second floor tomorrow. Okay. I'll see you at the entrance in the morning. The guide said his goodbyes and left first. The remaining players were still packing their stuff. When he was out of earshot, they began talking in hushed tones. So, is that guy really that famous? Totally. Oh, I've heard of him too. The goblin corpse had disappeared by now, leaving a murky crystal in its place. One of the players backed it up and continued. I'm not completely sure about it, but rumor has it that he can't level up. What? Asked the curious one in the group. He's the player who can't level up. I know there isn't a numerical ranking system. If there were, he would be dead last, no doubt. Really? He can't level up? Yes. Another rumor is that he possesses a unique ability. However, if that were true, what's he doing helping newbies like us? Said the crystal-carrying player to no one in particular. That's true. Lost in thought, the group of newbie players nodded and looked in the direction in which the guide left. Jijiu, the guide who left the hunting ground alone, was busy checking his schedule. His guiding appointments were done for the day, which meant it was time for him to hunt. Jijiu watched the forest as he walked by. Like clockwork, he had been following the exact same routine for the last 5 years. Every day, he would spend a chunk of his time guiding people around the tower, then, he would use what's left of his day for hunting. This had been his everyday routine ever since he entered the tower as a player. Jijiu headed toward his regular hunting ground to avoid the other players. After wandering around the tower for 5 years, he found a secluded corner where he could hunt in peace. For now, no one seemed to be aware of this spot. It was his secret spot. This secret spot had a unique feature of sorts. A goblin would spawn here every day. Today's goblin was looking around, waiting for its prey. Krrrk? Krrrk. Swing. Jijiu unsheathed his sword from his waist and trod quietly toward it. Every step he took was filled with caution. A well-placed strike to the goblin's vulnerable spot when it's unaware should be enough to kill it. This should be an easy hunt. Squeak. However, the goblin spotted Jijiu and screeched. Tusk. Today's hunt turned out to be another problematic one. His surprise attack succeeded at odd times, but times like those were sporadic. Consequently, most of his hunts turned out to be problematic. Squeak. Dodging the spear, Jijiu jumped toward the goblin. After a long 1-hour hunt, Jijiu was drained. He had been hunting goblins in the same place for 5 years, so he should have been getting faster at it. But even now, it still took him over an hour to kill a single goblin. Jijiu exercised diligently in the hope of improving his stamina. However, he failed to build even a single muscle, let alone gain a stamina point. When the tower and the gate appeared in this world, a handful of people awakened as players. Those who obtained unlimited potential ascended the tower and closed the gate, creating their own powerful group. Now, the world was so dependent on the players that it could not survive without them. A player was an admired hero and a symbol of wealth since the beings called players literally controlled the world economy. So, when Jijiu awakened as a player, he was ecstatic. Status screen. Lying on the ground, Jijiu called up his status screen. Level 1. Unique ability? He was still at level 1, and his unique ability was still something unknown. Looking at the screen, Jijiu frowned bitterly. A unique ability was something that only a select few called the Chosen Ones could acquire. Usually, this unique ability awakened into a special skill. Jijiu was one of those chosen ones, but the problem was, he didn't know what his ability was. His unique ability remained a bunch of question marks despite his best efforts. After Jijiu became a player with a unique ability, he believed he had an easy life ahead of him. But of course, the reality wasn't what he had expected. Who knew there could be a player like me? Jijiu grumbled to himself. He was a player with a unique ability, one of the chosen ones. However, his unique ability was the great unknown. He couldn't level up, and he was as strong as an average human at best. All these factors resulted in Jijiu being an unprecedented player. The gate that led to the tower was located in the sole branch of the player association. This is your pay for the day. Thank you. Ji Jiu received 350,001 bills. For Ji Jiu, this was a lot of money. Ji Jiu worked as a tutorial guide for the novice players in the tower. His job was to appraise the newly awakened players about the tower, the other players, and the battles. He accompanied them from the first to the fourth floors, called the tutorial floors. Ji Jiu complained, each day I'm getting fewer customers than the last. Recently, the number of novice players requesting a tutorial guide has decreased. This was because the guilds offered their own guides in hopes of seducing novice players into their guilds. The new players, in turn, preferred the guides from the guilds they planned on joining rather than the association's guides. Such preference guaranteed that they could hunt with the same guides even after the tutorial levels. Unfortunately, this meant less work for Ji Jiu. He missed the days when he made a lucrative living as an association guide. Ji Jiu sighed deeply. His income was progressively decreasing, and his level refused to go up. He had to make much more than what he was making if he wanted to continue paying for his mother's hospital bills, the rent, and his family's living expenses. At this rate, I might have to get a part-time job, Ji Jiu lamented. Perhaps he needed to give up his hunting time and find a part-time job. He knew he wouldn't be able to live as a player anymore if it came to hear that. Ji Jiu headed toward the payment office nearby. Whenever a monster was killed in the tower or at the gate, a crystal appeared in its place. A player's primary income came from exchanging these crystals for money at the payment office. That'll be 20,001. Since all Ji Jiu brought was a single small crystal he got from killing the goblin, his pay was meager. Putting away the money in his pocket, Ji Jiu turned around. It was time to go home. Ji Jiu's home was located atop a shabby apartment complex. It was an even shabbier rooftop attic. He opened the door and entered with a big smile. I'm home, Ji Jiu greeted. Welcome back, Ji Jiu, his mother returned the greeting. How are you feeling today, mother? He asked. Welcome home, chirped in his younger sister, Yu Young. In this tiny place's corner was a hospital bed where Ji Jiu's mother rested. A particularly nasty accident torpedoed her lower body, leaving her immobile. Appa, you haven't had dinner yet, right? I'll make you something, Yu Young offered. Okay, Ji Jiu answered as he walked up to his mother and began massaging her. And this was his everyday routine after getting out of work and returning home. His mother was paralyzed from a spinal injury, and she needed frequent massages to prevent further muscle stiffening. I'm sorry, Ji Jiu, his mother apologized suddenly. You've got nothing to be sorry about, mother, Ji Jiu consoled her. Ji Jiu's father passed away from an accident when he was young. That same accident was also responsible for his mother's spinal injury. After his father's death, Ji Jiu had to mature overnight to care for his mother and younger sister. When Ji Jiu was still at an innocent young age, he was suddenly burdened with the responsibility of being the only breadwinner in his family. He learned early on the cruelty of capitalism. He lived in a world where medical treatments were only for those with money, so Ji Jiu quit school and began working. He spent a better part of his early years working odd jobs, taking on any and all jobs he could find. Just when he made peace with the fact that he would spend the rest of his life delivering food and working part-time jobs full-time, he awakened as a player. What an unfair world. Ji Jiu frowned as he remembered his past. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to keep his hands busy. Using the wet towel Yu Young had brought him earlier, he washed his mother's back. Appa, dinner's ready, Yu Young called out. Go ahead and eat, son. You must be so tired, his mother urged. Okay, Ji Jiu responded. Yu Young set the metal table with rice, kimchi, and a fried egg. Where did you get the egg from? The chicken we're raising at school laid some, so I brought them home. Yu Young answered with a bright laugh, making Ji Jiu's fatigue melt away. Thanks. It looks delicious, said Ji Jiu, showing his appreciation. Hurry up and eat. Beep. He sat down at the table and turned on the old TV. After all these years, this had become a ritual of sorts. Every night, he would watch the player channel while eating dinner since it was the only time he could update himself on the daily trivia regarding the other players and the world. Angela Guild announced its plan to advance to the 75th floor recently. Indeed. They claimed they'd conquer the 75th floor, which hasn't been cleared so far. Angela Guild was a multinational guild that ranked amongst the top 3 in the world. It was led by a Korean guildmaster, Lee Sun-ho. He was a high ranker and a chosen one, someone with a unique ability. Surprisingly, he was Ji Jiu's age but was already deemed the strongest by the global population. They have announced that they'll hold a departing ceremony at the gate in Seoul tomorrow morning. Wow, what an event! Indeed. Our hero is a subject of great pride for Koreans worldwide. I wish him success in conquering the 75th floor. What's our next story? Our next story is relating to the gate and might shock you all. There have been sightings of an S-class gate in the US. Pardon. One of the announcers shouted in shock. In the entire history of mankind, there hadn't been a single gate that could triumph over the difficulty that an S-class gate posed. Even closing one S-class gate required at least 10 high rankers. Currently, the U.S. government plans on making an official request for help to the Korean Player Association. It has promised a hefty reward for every participating player. Along with Angela Guild's announcement, such news must be causing incredible excitement among the players. Yes, I agree. Beep. Ji Jiu turned off the TV. These were important news, but they didn't concern him. I sent the fee for your class trip, so have fun, Yu Young, Ji Jiu said. What? It came as a surprise to Yu Young. When Yu Young looked at him in confusion, Ji Jiu added, Mother's sleeping, so let's talk quietly. You have a class trip tomorrow, right? Why didn't you tell me about it? Well, Yu Young hesitated. Is it because I'm not making enough money? Ji Jiu asked. Why would you say that? Yu Young yelled angrily. When Ji Jiu saw his mother rustle in her bed, he said to his sister, let's talk outside. Oh okay, Yu Young agreed. Ji Jiu took her out to the roof, and they both sat down on small chairs. I know why you didn't tell me, but you still should have. It's an important class trip, after all, Ji Jiu continued the interrupted conversation. But I don't have to go. It's just, Yu Young tried to explain. Ji Jiu shook his head and added, I never got to do those things when I was young. Yu Young, I want you to have a better life. I want to give you a chance to try everything. It's hard right now, but I will eventually pay back our family debt. I've also already begun saving for your university tuition. But the university. I'm not saying you have to go. If you want to try something else, just know that you have my complete support and I'll help you to the best of my ability. That's my duty as your older brother. Yu Young lowered her face quietly. Do you understand, Yu Young? Yeah. I called for an in-house nurse for the next 3 days, so you can enjoy your trip. Don't worry about mother. Then, Ji Jiu handed her all the money he earned from the crystal and the day's guiding work. And no. I don't need the money, Yu Young tried to turn it down. Just take it. Go have fun with your friends. Now, you should pack and go to bed. Appa. Hurry. Okay. Yu Young went inside, and Ji Jiu sat alone outside for a long time with a grim face. 1. A term used to address an older brother or an older male by a younger sister or a younger girl. Chapter 2 The player who can't level up. 2. Entering the association building was a hassle during the morning rush hour. That was even more apparent today since many were here to witness the Angela Guild's departure ceremony. We, the Angela Guild, will conquer the tower, a guild member shouted as the audience below watched with bated breath. The entire building was filled with so many Agog hunters that Ji Jiu had to spend an eternity just to get in. I'm here, Ji Jiu announced. There you are, Ji Jiu, the guide department's head, Tae-shik greeted him. Ji Jiu greeted him as well and sat down. After settling down, he exchanged pleasantries with the other hunters present in the room. Hi, Ji Jiu. Kim Ji Jiu, long time no see. Hyun-shik, a short guy, and Tae-oh, a sharp-looking man, were seated near Tae-shik. Oh, hey, Ji Jiu gave them a half-assed greeting. Usually, the position of being an association guide was temporary. Players often took this as a part-time gig until they reached a certain level. It was certainly not a long-term career for most. This was why all the other guides quit not long after starting the job. Of course, this was the case for everyone except Ji Jiu. Tae-oh and Hyun-shik were newbie guides. And since newbie guides never tarried in this place, Ji Jiu never took the time to befriend them. Are you leaving right now? Tae-shik asked Ji Jiu. Yes, I'm taking my group from yesterday to the second floor, replied Ji Jiu. Oh, haven't you heard? Those customers asked for a new guide. This will be your last trip with them. Someone new will accompany them from tomorrow, informed Tae-shik. Why? Ji Jiu asked curiously. Everyone was enjoying themselves yesterday. Ji Jiu didn't make any mistakes, and the players followed his instructions very well, so why indeed? They said they couldn't trust you. I think they must have heard the rumor, Taeshik explained. Oh, Ji Jiu smiled bitterly. That rumor had cost Ji Jiu many customers recently. He didn't know who began such a rumor, but there was nothing much he could do about it, even if he knew. After all, the rumor was true. Teo will be taking over after today. Still ? Break a leg today, Taeshik encouraged Ji Jiu. On the other hand, Teo apologized to Ji Jiu with a blank face. I'm sorry. Nah. There's nothing you need to be sorry about. But I still feel like I'm stealing your customers, so I feel bad, Teo answered emotionlessly. If a stranger saw this interaction, they would have thought that Teo was being sarcastic. But Ji Jiu knew better. He just has a quiet personality. Teo was one of those ever stoic and honest types. Ji Jiu knew he genuinely felt sorry for what had happened. Well, I'll take my leave now. See you guys later. It was time to meet the client players, so Ji Jiu stood up. Don't worry about it too much. You already have new customers scheduled, so think of it as a blessing, Taeshik consoled Ji Jiu. Thank you. The other guides also said their farewells. Take care, Ji Jiu. Have a safe hunt, Ji Jiu. Everyone felt sorry for Ji Jiu. They knew about his family situation, how hard he worked ? And what an upright man he was. They wanted to help him, but no amount of help could make him start leveling up. Unfortunately, there was no place in this world for a player who couldn't level up. Tisk, Taeshik clicked his tongue in pity as he watched Ji Jiu walk out the door. I see everyone came early, Ji Jiu said to the players, who were waiting for him at the designated spot. Ji Jiu was 20 minutes early, but it seemed he was still the last one to arrive. Yeah ? I was so excited about climbing the second floor that I couldn't sleep last night, one player exclaimed. Me too, another player chimed in. I bought plenty of potions just for today, the third player announced enthusiastically. Ji Jiu couldn't help but smile bitterly at the players. This wasn't the first time his customers had cancelled his services. Still, Ji Jiu announced with a gentle smile akin to a kind teacher, the second floor is dangerous, so don't let your guard down. Everyone needs to focus, and began leading the group. Okay, the players answered with vigor. This is the door. It looks just like how it was described to me, the players chatted as they stood in front of the giant clunky door ? The 5 stories tall steel door seemed like a haphazard build. Ji Jiu even pushed it open with little effort. Creak. When it opened with a squeaking sound, the players admired the scene out loud. Wow. It's so pretty. The sight withheld by those doors was indeed awe-inspiring. The starry sky inside seemed even more brilliant and lively than the one outside. It was a stark contrast to the all-blue gate. Now, stop staring, and please get inside quickly. Ji Jiu walked in first, followed by the other players. This is the second floor, one of the players asked. As soon as they were inside, the scenery changed suddenly ? They found themselves amid an endless forest with mammoth trees. The tower is so magical, one player commented. It's not just the tower ? Just think about how the gate, the players, and all those other magical things appeared out of the blue. No one knows the answer to the why or the how. We are still as clueless about the tower as we were 23 years ago when it first appeared, Ji Jiu explained. Why did the tower suddenly appear? What about the gates? And why did some people awaken as players? It seemed no one found the answers to these questions in the last 23 years. A rumor suggested that the truth would all be revealed when the players ascended to the higher floors, but nothing had been confirmed so far. I heard that Angela Guild will try to climb higher, so I hope they find something, ? Said a player filled with hope for the unknown. I'm more worried about that S-class gate that appeared in the US, another player added. Why should we worry about that? If it goes down, it will be the US that goes down with it, not our country. Hey, but people will still end up dying. The players discussed the recent events loudly ? Ji Jiu wasn't much interested since they were talking about the things he already knew ? Guessing this conversation was never going to end, he began walking ahead as he explained, okay. I'm about to repeat the basic info regarding the second floor, so listen carefully. This floor houses monsters known as orcs. They look different from the goblins, but they have similar abilities ? Their combat power and speed? Combat power and speed, one of the players asked. Yes, the orcs have greater combat skills than the goblins, but they're slower. So, A single hit from an orc can cause fatal damage, but it will be easy to dodge, when Ji explained. The players from the client group nodded as they followed him. The orcs on the second floor use clubs instead of glaives. This will hold true until you reach the fourth floor, so get yourself acquainted with the orcs' fighting style here. When Ji gave this instruction, his students answered, "Yes, sir." Thud. A player's sword hit an orc's club, making it dart out of the orc's hand. Another player took this opening to stab the orc. Shink. Chweek, the orc screamed. Orcs are pretty resilient, so you mustn't let your guard down until it's completely beheaded or you're certain it's dead. An orc without its weapon can still be deadly, Ji explained. The players swung their swords one at a time at the retreating orc ? After sustaining numerous wounds, the orc collapsed, and its green blood soaked the ground underneath. Yay! I leveled up, a player exclaimed. You leveled up faster than I did, when another player commented with curiosity, Ji explained. Congratulations! Every player requires a different amount of experience points to level up. But this doesn't mean the players with lower experience requirements are better. Really, the player who thought otherwise asked. Indeed. The tower's rules are pretty fair. If a player's experience requirement is lower, he'll tend to have lower skills or a slower growth rate. There would always be something else that creates a proper balance. Most of the famous rankers usually have incredibly high experience requirements. When Ji explained, the player who asked the question nodded in understanding. Oh. So don't be so happy when your growth at the beginner's stage is fast. In fact, you should try to make an even greater effort. But of course some powerful players don't have to follow these rules. Do you know what I'm talking about? Ji asked. Oh, a player who seemed to know the answer exclaimed. He replied, the unique ability holders. That's right. I knew that too, another player added. They aren't considered your average players. Unique ability owners are special and powerful existences, which means their strength can't be measured by numerical levels or stats, Ji explained, but he didn't add that he was the weakest player despite being a unique ability holder. Gosh, it would have been great if we had unique abilities too, one player lamented. Totally. Most unique ability holders are either rankers or high rankers, right? Another player concurred. Did they know how Ji felt? Were they doing this on purpose to torment him? The players continued to chat about the unique ability holders, but Ji looked around without paying attention to them. Part of a guide's job was to be a lookout when the players took breaks. Everything seems okay here. He inspected his surroundings carefully, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary ? Sometimes, a sudden horde of beasts or revived monsters could spread panic among the newbie players. At times like those, the guide's duty was to lead them to safety. It should be okay as long as a guardian doesn't show up. Every floor had a guardian, also called a boss monster, ? Only a guild or a large group of players could hunt these creatures, because they tend to be much more powerful than their respective floors. But they were rarely seen, which was why there weren't many hunting parties that specifically targeted them. Ji continued to study the area as he announced to the other players, let's head out now. Thank you for your hard work again today, Ji thanked the other players. You too, guide. The player who got hurt should visit the hospital. I know we treated him with a potion, but he might have injured his bones or nerves, Ji advised them. Got it. After the day's work, Ji checked his old wristwatch. It's late. Today's work took longer than he expected because one of the players got seriously injured. Thankfully, Ji performed a successful first aid. His appointment took much longer than he had planned. I don't think I can hunt today. It was a little too late for him to do his daily solo hunt, but this wasn't all that bad. Ji knew Taeshik would make sure he got paid overtime. Ji said his goodbye to the players and left the tower. It was a long day, huh? Taeshik asked when Ji returned to the office. Yeah, someone got hurt in the middle of the session, Ji explained. Did you treat him properly? Yes. Ji checked the time and realized that he had taken an additional 3 hours to finish his job today ? Then, Taeshik handed him 20,000 won for his troubles. This is too much, but I'll still accept it. Thank you, Ji answered as he smiled playfully. Ever since Ji became a hunter at 18, Taeshik was the one person Ji could always count on. In the beginning, Ji felt frustrated when he couldn't level up. and the daily brushes with death he suffered were of no help to that frustration and annoyance. Then one day, he was returning home with a minor injury. Since he didn't have the money for potions, Ji-Jai's wound was left untreated. It was on that fateful day that he met Taeshik. It was Taeshik who offered Ji-Jai the guide position at the association. Whenever he could, Taeshik tried to pay him extra. Taeshik also took care of the hospital bill when Ji-Jai's mother needed emergency treatment. I know it's hard now, but be patient. I'm sure things will get better, Taeshik encouraged Ji-Jai. Thank you, ? Ji-Jai thanked him, and Taeshik replied with a warm smile ? He was one of the few people other than his family whom Ji-Jai could depend on. Oh, I almost forgot, Ji-Jai ? We have a new customer who specifically requested you by name. Chapter 3 The Player Who Can't Level Up. 3. Someone requested me by name. Ji-Jai was surprised because requesting a specific guide cost extra. Taeshik replied, that's right, so don't be late tomorrow. I'll have all the equipment ready. All right. On his way home, Ji-Jai was lost in thought. Usually, a client requested a specific guide because of recommendations from their acquaintances. Someone had recommended Ji-Jai. He was curious to know who it was. Well, I'm sure I'll find out tomorrow. Ji-Jai decided not to think too much about it and headed home. The next day, Ji-Jai arrived at the association office on time. He announced, I'm here. All right. Take a seat, Taeshik replied. He was alone in his office, and when Ji-Jai sat down, he began, the client wants to do a 5-day course with you starting today. His goal is to complete all the tutorial floors as quickly as possible. Ji-Jai's eyes widened as he asked in surprise, who would spend that much money? The full 5-day course included staying in the tower the entire time to climb the tutorial floors as quickly as possible. The client had to pay for the guide's food, potions, and equipment rental on top of the night shift premium and overtime. All in all, this was the most expensive course the association offered. Ji-Jai couldn't believe he was requested by name for something like this. The pay from this job could finance his living expenses for an entire month. That was if he could complete it successfully. Beats me. But from what I gather, he's neither filthy rich nor a prized member of some guild. I guess you can ask him in person soon, Taeshik replied as he handed Ji-Jai a cup of instant coffee. Why are you giving me coffee all of a sudden? Ji-Jai asked suspiciously. After spending years under Taeshik's wing, Ji-Jai learned a thing or two about his personality and habits. Whenever Taeshik had something important to discuss, he would make Ji-Jai a cup of instant coffee. Consequently, he looked down at the paper cup and frowned. Would you be interested in working for the association? Taeshik asked. For the association. That's right. With a serious expression, Taeshik explained, you know you can't work as a guide forever. We're losing customers to the guilds even as we speak. And the upper management is also thinking about cutting the guide department's funding. I've heard the US offers a more lucrative business, but that isn't the case in Korea. Since this department isn't making any money, they're planning to get rid of it. Just like that, Ji-Jai asked in surprise. The fact that Taeshik was telling him about this meant it wasn't just an unfounded rumor. Ji-Jai had been expecting this, but the abruptness of it all wasn't within his expectations. Yes, so why don't you try working for the association? You won't be able to work as a player, but I can offer you a desk job or even make you my secretary, Taeshik offered. Why would I want to work as your secretary, Hyung? Ji-Jai answered as he burst into laughter. But despite his playful tone, his heart began to pound with frustration. Give it some serious thought, Ji-Jai. Once this department is gone, I plan on climbing the corporate ladder myself. All right. I'll think about it, Ji-Jai gave him a casual answer before leaving the office. When he was outside, Ji-Jai murmured, working for the association. Are you player Kim Sun-pil? Ji-Jai smiled and greeted the man who approached him at the designated meeting place. Oh, yes, I am, Sun-pil answered. Ji-Jai had been waiting for his clients. After the first man arrived, 3 more people followed. The man asked, you're Kim Ji-Jai, right? Suk-woo told me so much about you. Oh, Ji-Jai exclaimed in surprise. He had been wondering who recommended him, and it turned out to be Yu Suk-woo. Thanks, Suk-woo. Yu Suk-woo was a customer, about the same age as Ji-Jai? Suk-woo was a kind man, and they had gotten along very well. They even became friends. Unlike Ji-Jai, Suk-woo was a player who could level up. He was Suk-woo's guide back then, After completing the job, he met Sukwu a few times in Seoul. Sadly, the current Sukwu wasn't someone Ji Jiu could ever meet in the tower. Ji Jiu heard that Sukwu became a ranker and now led his own guild. So how do you know Sukwu? Ji Jiu asked Sun Pil. He's my cousin. Oh. Nice to meet you. Ji Jiu smiled and offered his hand for a handshake. Afterward, the rest of the clients introduced themselves? The group was led by Sun Pil and had 3 men and 1 woman. The other 2 men were named Jae-won and Sung-woo, while the female player was called Hong-woo. After the introductions, Ji Jiu gave a brief explanation about the tower. I'm sure you already know what I'm about to say, but I'll go over it nonetheless. When the group nodded, Ji Jiu continued, 23 years ago, the tower and the gates came out of nowhere. Soon after, people began awakening as players? And the world was thrown into a turmoil. The tower posed no threat to humans, but the gates did. The gate, also called a dungeon, has to be closed within a certain amount of time. Else, it explodes and releases all of its monsters into the world. Everyone nodded since this story was actually a well-known fact now. Satisfied, Ji Jiu continued, that's why the players were given the duty and the responsibility to protect this world along with their powers? Well, then again, not every player values their responsibility. Haha, ? Sun Pil laughed as if he found Ji Jiu's words funny. Most people from the association liked to emphasize the importance of a player's duty and responsibility, but Ji Jiu seemed different. But please remember that with great power comes great responsibility. Now, shall we continue this conversation as we get going? Ji Jiu asked the players. Yes. With that, Ji Jiu and Sun Pil's group entered the tower. Ji Jiu explained, this is the tower first floor and also where the tutorial floors begin. Sun Pil and the rest studied their surroundings as Ji Jiu continued. The tutorial floors include the first 5 floors. When a player enters the 5th floor, he must pass a test to become a true player. This is why the first 5 floors are called the tutorial floors. Okay, the group answered. As he explained, a bitter expression appeared on Ji Jiu's face. He had actually never tried to test himself on the fateful 5th floor. Most players who took this test were at least level 4 or higher, but even they found it difficult. So, it was practically a death sentence for a player like him who was stuck at level 1. There was a moment years ago in which Ji Jiu decided to risk it all and try the 5th floor test. However, when he finally stood in front of the entrance, the memories of his mother and sister held him back. After all, he knew taking the test would result in him dying a horrible death. Once you pass the 5th floor test, you'll cross a landmark and become a genuine player. However, even after this, you'll face more tests on the 10th floor and every 10 floors after that, Ji Jiu explained to the group. Is the reward for passing the test different for every player? One player asked. Yes. The reward will be different for every player. There have been incidents where even the tests were different for various players on the higher floor. Oh, I've heard about that too, one of the customers interrupted Ji Jiu. Hush. The guide is talking, another customer scolded the interrupter, making Ji Jiu smile. Because the players in this group seemed determined to learn, and they were referred to him by an acquaintance, Ji Jiu enjoyed teaching them immensely. The rewards usually include stats or skills, Ji Jiu added. We understand. Then, let's go hunting. Sun Pil's group tensed at Ji Jiu's announcement. Today, we'll stay on the 1st floor to hunt the goblins. I'll teach you the process of hunting, the cleanup, and the necessary first aid procedure in case of an emergency, Ji Jiu said to the group. All right. Now, do you see those 2 goblins over there? Ji Jiu asked as he pointed at the goblins roaming the nearby area. He then continued, it's rare to find a goblin alone since they move in groups. Oh. You don't have to fear the goblins too much. They are just things you kill so that you can get more comfortable with the idea of killing something alive, Ji Jiu told the group and threw a rock at the goblins. Kirk. Kirk. 2 goblins turned toward the players and sprinted toward them. Guide, help, one of the players screamed. Just do your best. It may take a long time, but killing a goblin is easy for even a first-timer, Ji Jiu said to the group encouragingly and took a step back. One of the characteristics of a good guide was that he only joined the fray in an emergency. Try blocking the goblin's wooden spear first. You'll get used to it in no time, Ji Jiu urged the players. While they looked around in confusion, one of the goblins suddenly closed the distance between them. Its wooden spear plunged toward a player, who swung his sword in fear. You are, the player screamed. Kirk. That casual strike sent the goblin's spear flying, bringing a smile of relief to the players' faces. The player who blocked the goblin exclaimed, "It's so weak." No words of encouragement could have motivated the players as much as that sight did. Fearless, they ran after the goblins with a roar. You are. Considering it was their first battle, the 4 players did well, but they were covered in wounds. They huffed with exhaustion. HAA. HAA. The metal tips of a goblin's wooden spears are usually rusted, so the wounds need to be treated quickly. If they aren't, they'll cause progressive poisoning. He approached the players who were panting on the ground with a glass jar filled with a red liquid potion. Ugh, groaned a player when Ji-Jiu poured the potion onto his wound. It tickles, doesn't it? Ji-Jiu asked. Yes. Interesting fact, how much it tickles will depend on the size of the wound, Ji-Jiu said as he watched the potion work its magic. Ji-Jiu then walked around to pour the potion onto the other players' wounds as well. After finishing a battle, it's always a good idea to treat your wounds immediately, Ji-Jiu advised them collectively. Okay. The players touched their bodies in surprise since all their wounds had disappeared. Ji-Jiu continued, but a potion isn't a cure-all. A serious injury like a severed arm or nerve damage can't be treated with it. And you all know that potions don't work on normal people, right? Yes. I heard potions are like energy drinks to them, one player answered. That's right. Now, does anyone know how injuries that can't be treated with potions are healed? Ji-Jiu asked. J1, who said he wanted to become a tanker, answered, you'll need a high-ranking healer or an elixir. Elixir, Ji-Jiu murmured. An elixir was a rare magical item. Unlike potions, elixirs also worked on normal people or non-players. It was supposed to be a panacea that also brought youth to the user. There was a time when this was Ji-Jiu's goal in life. Mother. Ji-Jiu shook his head to dispel his worries as he stood up. Since the players were resting after their first battle it was time for their guide to stand guard. Later on, the players hunted a few more goblins. Sunpill's group was a talented bunch. They quickly learned the hunting pattern, and considering this was their first time in the tower, they performed brilliantly. Shall we call it a day? Ji-Jiu asked. Yes. Then please get ready to set up the camp, Ji-Jiu announced to the group. Should we put up the tents here, guide? They arrived at a safe zone near the second floor's entrance. Ji-Jiu answered, yes. Please set up the tents while I prepare our dinner. Thank you. Can I help you cook? Hanul offered, but Ji-Jiu refused. No, thank you. Hanul, looking embarrassed, returned to her group. Ji-Jiu ignored the minor disturbance and began cooking. Wow. Guide, it smells so good. I know. Are you a chef, guide? After setting up the tents, the player walked up to Ji-Jiu and exclaimed. The aroma wafting from the boiling pot indeed smelled delicious. Ji-Jiu offered, please have some. Thank you. Soon, the entire group was wolfing down the food. Ji-Jiu also served himself a small portion. Suddenly, Yun-Jae-won asked Ji-Jiu, by the way, guide, I heard you can't level up. Is it true? Hey. Yun-Jae-won, the other players rebuked free, E-N-V-L ? Oh, I'm sorry. I can be an idiot sometimes, Jae-won apologized. When the atmosphere darkened, Ji-Jiu put on a nonchalant face and replied, it's okay. It's the truth. I'm sorry, Jae-won apologized again. No worries. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Your situation is truly interesting. A player who can't level up, Sunpill said to Ji-Jiu with pity. Ji-Jiu laughed quietly and murmured, I agree. 1. A term used to address an older brother or an older male by a younger brother or a younger man. Chapter 4 The player who can't level up. 4. Don't be so nervous, Ji-Jiu told the players. After their early morning goblin hunt, the group now stood in front of the second floor entrance. The players were rigid due to the fear of the unknown. The second floor isn't going to be much different. You'll see orcs, but they will be wielding wooden clubs this time, not glaives. So as long as you can block their attacks, you'll be able to kill them easily, Ji-Jiu said calmly. Please take care of us on the second floor as well, guide. We trust you, guide. It seemed Sunpill's group had complete faith in Ji-Jiu. Feeling grateful, Ji-Jiu opened the door and announced, let's go inside. Please don't get scared when you are inside. All right, the group replied. Ji-Jiu led the way, followed by the players, who exclaimed, "Wow! So amazing!" And just like that, the group arrived at the second floor of the tower. Block the club. Jijiu kept his eyes on the battle and gave instructions from time to time. Thud. Aim for its neck. Orcs are resilient, so they won't die unless you hit their vital spots. Slash. Period. Success was guaranteed as long as the players followed Jijiu's instructions. Chweek, question mark, screeched an orc as it collapsed. Wow. We killed an orc, one of the players yelled excitedly. You're all learning so fast, Jijiu complimented the group. It's all thanks to you, guide question mark. Your instructions have a way of increasing my focus and decreasing my nervousness. Jijiu couldn't help but smile after listening to Sungwoo's flattery. He was finding this job gratifying, in many ways. I really think we're making effortless progress thanks to you, guide. This course was a bit pricey, but it was well worth it. I'm thankful that you feel that way, Jijiu replied, and the group nodded in agreement. Jijiu continued, remember, from now on, you can't let your guard down on this floor question mark. There are some orcs with higher intelligence on this floor, so look out for any surprise attacks. Got it, the players replied and immediately began surveying the perimeter. This made Jijiu burst into laughter. For now, I'll stand guard, so please don't worry and rest question mark. Also, I think we can ascend to the third floor today. Wow, that's so fast, the players exclaimed. Well, we're in the tutorial phase after all, Jijiu explained. Please take good care of us, guide. The group reached the third floor. As Jijiu expected, the players advanced at a surprising speed question mark. Their minds were like sponges. They instantly absorbed every piece of trivia and knowledge Jijiu gave them. Also, they grew accustomed to the battles at a frightening pace. They camped out for the day on the third floor before resuming their journey the following day. This was where they needed to be more alert, so Jijiu warned them, the goblins and the orcs will roam around in groups from this floor on. Then, Jijiu added, but as long as you're well informed, it'll actually be easier to hunt here as compared to the second floor. Pardon. The orcs and the goblins pairing together can be helpful to a player. After all, they are only monsters. They are always looking for an opportunity to fight among themselves, Jijiu explained. I see. So you can get them to fight among themselves by throwing a rock at them or secretly killing a member of any camp. Once their mutual destruction ends, you can easily pick up the loot after killing the injured and exhausted survivors. The group nodded in understanding after hearing Jijiu's explanation. Now, the group had blind trust in Jijiu and began following him without question. Sungwoo, Hyung was right. Sunpil felt that he made the right choice by following Sungwoo's recommendation. He was hesitant at first due to the high price, but now there was no doubt that Jijiu was a talented guide. It was impressive how Jijiu only guided them toward the easy-to-kill monsters. Before long, it became apparent Jijiu was leading them into situations they could just barely handle, neither too safe nor too dangerous question mark. This allowed the group to get used to the battles and gain experiences quickly. Let's wait here for now, Jijiu announced. Is something wrong? One of the players asked. The third floor's guardian was caught a few days ago, and it respawns today, Jijiu replied. A guardian? I'm referring to the boss monster of this floor question mark. Some guilds only hunt the guardians because they reward better items and higher experience points compared to the regular monsters, Jijiu explained. The players nodded and replied, we've heard about that before. When the guardian hunters kill their target, there will be a completion firework. We'll resume then, so please rest for now, Jijiu announced to the group. Are the guardians very strong? J1 asked curiously. J1 was the most aggressive player in the group. Jijiu had met many players like J1 in his career as a tutorial floor guide. After speedy level ups and facing only the easy monsters, these players tend to feel overly confident about their skills. Teaching these players modesty is also part of being a guide. With this thought, Jijiu turned toward J1 and answered, you can't underestimate the guardians. Even the guardians of the tutorial floors are overwhelmingly strong. Besides, we don't have enough players in our group to face it. So it's that strong? J1 asked again. Most guardians require a guild or a group of at least 15 players to hunt. They're extreme and persistent. They say that you should try fighting a guardian if you want to see the full extent of the tower's horror, Jijiu answered. So is a guardian like a gatekeeper? Yes. A gatekeeper was a monster that needed to be killed. To close a gate, There wasn't much difference between a gatekeeper and a guardian in terms of strength. If they lived on the same tower floor, the guardian would be just a bit stronger. The group finally began to tense up after Ji-Jiu's severe warning. Ji-Jiu added, "Please don't underestimate the guardians. Even a ranker won't attempt to hunt a guardian alone except on the lower floors." "That sounds scary," the player shivered. It seemed they finally understood the danger. Ji-Jiu smiled quietly. That ranker warning always works. Boom. Suddenly, they heard firecrackers from far away. Ji-Jiu looked at the sky, stood up and announced, "It looks like they took care of the guardian." Already, the players' eyes widened as they asked in surprise. Ji-Jiu had just explained how strong the guardians were, so they didn't expect that the hunt would end so soon. Most guilds that specialize in guardian hunting have high-level players. They tour the tower at specific times when the guardians are known to appear. Usually, their goal is to get the items as soon as possible, Ji-Jiu explained. Or they either sell these items or expend them to level up their newbie members, Ji-Jiu added. Suddenly feeling curious, Ji-Jiu asked Sukpil, "By the way, why didn't you choose the guide from Sukwoo's Cane Guild?" Although not as powerful as the Angela Guild, Cane Guild, led by Sukwoo, was still a recognizable name in Korea. If Sukwoo was his cousin, it would have benefited Sukpil financially and in many other ways to use the guide from the Cane Guild. Ji-Jiu couldn't understand Sukpil's choice in picking him. With a smile, Sukpil replied, "Because I didn't want to be too dependent on my cousin." Oh, and don't count getting your name from him as being dependent. Getting advice and getting help are two very different things. Ji-Jiu quickly understood Sunpil's intention. He plans on forming his own guild. It was clear Sukpil was developing his career, with hopes of creating a new guild. Ji-Jiu nodded in understanding and didn't prod further. Asking more questions at this point would have been considered rude. After the brief conversation, the group resumed their hunt. All the players had to reach similar levels before ascending to the 4th floor. After several more hours of battles, Ji-Jiu led the group to a safe zone. "We're leveling up so fast. Maybe we'll become rankers too," J1 chatted excitedly. Ji-Jiu was listening to the players' conversation without a word when suddenly, Sunpil asked, "Guide, do you think we'll be able to become rankers? I've heard some of the players you guided, including Sukwoo, became rankers. I think you're a pretty good judge of these things." Ji-Jiu hesitated. "Oh, I'm sorry if it was an inappropriate question," Sunpil apologized hurriedly. "No, that's not it. I was just lost in my thoughts." "So, a ranker, huh?" All the players now looked at Ji-Jiu expectantly. Ji-Jiu continued, "Based on your skills and the growth speed, I think it's very possible. But there is something else more important." "You mean the player's job?" Sunpil asked. "Yes," Ji-Jiu nodded and explained, "as you must already know, once a player passes the 5th floor test, their job gets decided. Some say the decision is random, while others claim it's based on the player's talent. I've even heard that it's fate, but no one knows the truth yet." "I see. But most rankers have jobs that suit them, or they have a hidden or a specialized job," Ji-Jiu added. One by one, the players began stating what they wished for. "I want a hidden job. I would love a unique ability." Ji-Jiu told them encouragingly, "Any player can become a ranker if they work hard enough." "Thank you, guide. But of course, some would require more work than others." Suddenly, Ji-Jiu wondered what job he would receive if he passed the 5th floor test. In the past, he used to contemplate this question often. But once he decided against taking the test, he stopped fantasizing about the future. A job. If he passed the test and received a good job, would he be able to level up? This thought made Ji-Jiu smile. The group entered the 4th floor. Ji-Jiu continued to give the player instructions. Same logic applies to the 4th floor. The orcs and the goblins here are a little faster and stronger, but just remember the same basic pattern and strategy. "Yes, sir," the players answered enthusiastically. Ji-Jiu smiled and announced, "Then we'll get right to the hunt." Okay. It had been a long time since Ji-Jiu met a bunch like this. Drunk on their newfound power, the players nowadays were more selfish and sneakier. It was easy for the players to become domineering. Of course, there was no telling when this group of players might change. But for now, they were the most innocent players Ji-Jiu had seen in a long time. Chweek. Squeak. While Ji-Jiu was deep in his thoughts, The orcs and the goblins fell like dominoes nearby. They have great coordination. Ji-Jiu told the players, in this group were long-time friends. Perhaps this was why their coordination improved so quickly. The players returned to Ji-Jiu after another successful hunt. They exclaimed, "Guide, it was so easy." "Excellent. I think you should all be able to pass the test now. Let's level up a bit more today, and you can take the 5th floor test tomorrow," Ji-Jiu announced. But that test still sounds so scary. I hate all tests. Listening to the players' sighs and complaints, Ji-Jiu encouraged them, "You don't have to worry so much. The test on the 5th floor isn't that hard. Any level 3 or above player can clear it easily. As long as you remember my instructions and remain vigilant, you'll be fine." "Do you really think so?" "Just do what you've been doing so far. Now, you all know that the 5th floor test is done individually, right?" Ji-Jiu asked. "Yes. So from now on, we'll do some individual hunts to prepare for the test. When we meet a group of monsters ? Please don't count on your coordination too much. Instead, I want each of you to pick a monster and fight on your own," Ji-Jiu explained, and the players followed his instruction. Next, they didn't all attack a monster. Instead, they each picked one and went to town on it. The group battles were over. It was time for solo fights. Good. Ji-Jiu watched with satisfaction. Everyone was doing very well so far. They seemed to have a good understanding of the battle patterns, and their ability to block the clubs was improving rapidly. Just then, Ji-Jiu spotted a dust storm far away. This was not a good sign. Ji-Jiu checked his watch. This isn't the right date for the 4th floor guardian to appear. What is that dust storm? The storm's size was far too big to be just a monster horde. However, now wasn't the time to play detective. Ji-Jiu yelled hurriedly, "We need to run. Hurry and finish up." That distraction was enough for an orc to strike J1's leg. It broke. Ack! Sunpill ran toward J1 to help. 2 of the 4 members were distracted, and nothing could be said about the other 2. Their group was in chaos. Ji-Jiu muttered, "Damn it. The dust storm was getting closer ? It was obvious they couldn't escape it at this rate ? Ignoring the screaming players, Ji-Jiu began to quickly consider his options. There had to be a way for all of them to survive this situation. Even as he contemplated, the dust storm kept on approaching. The ground began to shake as well. The guardian. This had to be a guardian. Ji-Jiu still hasn't come up with a solution when suddenly, Hanul became wounded and fell to the ground. Kai. Chapter 5 Lu 1. Ji-Jiu swore, "Damn it." Hanul, one of the players screamed. A spear was sticking out of Hanul's waist. A goblin had just stabbed her. 2 members of their 4-member team were injured, and there was no way to treat them amid the battle. The dust storm was getting closer, and overwhelming anxiety was paralyzing Ji-Jiu. All in all, the situation was worsening by the minute. "I got it. The smoke shell." Suddenly, he remembered that he had a smoke shell in his bag. A smoke shell could provide them much-needed time for treating their injured and escape. Ji-Jiu quickly took out the smoke shell and yelled, "I'm going to use a smoke shell. When the smoke spreads, you all need to step back. That's the only way we can survive this." "Okay, guide." "Got it." Thankfully, the players were still alert enough to understand Ji-Jiu's instruction. Ji-Jiu opened the cap and threw the shell at the dust storm. PSSSH. The smoke shell on the ground began to give up black fumes. Ji-Jiu screamed, "Now! Run!" The players followed the shout in a heartbeat and began retreating swiftly. Sunpill helped J1 walk while Sungwoo supported Hanul. Ji-Jiu took out the potion hurriedly and ordered, "Show me your wounds right now." The urgency in Ji-Jiu's order helped J1 and Hanul move their wounds closer to the potion bottle quickly. Then, Ji-Jiu dumped the expensive liquid on their injuries and bodies. This wasn't a time to worry about money. After all, their lives were paramount. J1 and Hanul moaned as they felt the tingling sensation of the potion working on their bodies. Meanwhile, Ji-Jiu had bigger worries. The dust storm was hot on their tails. J1 yelled, "Guide, I think I can move now." "Hanul, are you okay?" "I'll carry her," Sunpill offered. "We need to move now." "Prop up the wounded," Ji-Jiu ordered. Hanul was unconscious, so Sunpill lifted her and began running. Chweek. Squeak. Various monstrous shrieks stemming from the dark smoke followed them as they ran for their lives. HAA. Left double quotation mark. Whoo. Phew. Right now, the entire group was panting like dogs as they rested in a cave. Ji-Jiu found this cave a while back and decided to make it an emergency hideout. After catching their breath, the players couldn't help but ask, what the hell was that just now? It was apparent that everyone here had heard those screams from the orcs and goblins. The dust storm didn't spare anyone, it engulfed the giant orcs and the goblin hordes alike. Ji-Jiu answered tensely, it was probably the fourth floor guardian. He never expected to see the fourth floor guardian giant orc here. What were the hunting guilds doing? Ji-Jiu couldn't understand how the guardian could have suddenly appeared in front of them. We'll set off the firecrackers after leaving the cave at the right time, Ji-Jiu said to the players as he handed them some firecrackers. The sound of the firecrackers could alert the guardian hunting guild or the other players to come and help them. However, it would also alert the monsters, so their escape window would be very small. Thankfully, they had enough food and equipment to hide out for a long time since they had prepared for a 5-day course. Ji-Jiu asked, how's everyone? I'm fine now, J1 answered. I think something's wrong with Hanul. She isn't waking up. Ji-Jiu walked up to her after hearing Sungwoo's worry-laden voice. She has been poisoned with goblin venom. The skin on Hanul's waist was turning black. Ji-Jiu reached for his bag and began searching for an antidote. Damn it, Ji-Jiu swore quietly. What's wrong? I need the antidote to cure Hanul's goblin poisoning, but the bottle broke while we were running, Ji-Jiu muttered. Oh. Hanul's torpor worried the players to no end. At this rate, she could be in grave danger. The best case scenario was some mild side effects, but the worst case scenario was death. She would have been fine if she were simply poisoned by goblin blood or a poisonous spear tip. Lamentably, she currently showed symptoms of being poisoned by a mix of several different toxins. Ji-Jiu announced, I'm going out to patrol the area. Are you sure you'll be safe? One of the players asked. I know this area very well ? Also, I've to find a good place to set off the firecrackers, Ji-Jiu replied. He had passed through this region countless times in the last 5 years. He knew exactly where the monsters liked to appear and which paths were safe to walk. This wasn't the safest option, but he felt confident in his ability. You must all remain here until I return, Ji-Jiu warned. Sunpil and Sungwoo replied with worried faces, please be careful. Make sure you stay safe. Ji-Jiu slowly walked out of and reassured them, please don't worry about me. After he left the cave, Ji-Jiu trudged along. Their current location was an isolated lowland, which meant the other players in the area were unlikely to see the firecrackers. Besides, making so much noise at the cave entrance could attract monsters. Ji-Jiu looked around the area, but he couldn't see any signs of the monsters. Deciding that he could continue, Ji-Jiu began to amble. He knew there was a hill 20 minutes from this cave ? The other players must have spotted the unusual dust storm by now, so Ji-Jiu believed they would also notice the firecrackers on the hill. Arg, Ji-Jiu groaned and paused. It seemed he sprained his ankle earlier, and the pain was worsening. Unfortunately, he didn't have many potions left ? Ji-Jiu knew he had to save them in case of fatal injuries. He decided to ignore his wound and continue. Chweek? Ji-Jiu lowered his body further and hid behind a rock after hearing a sharp orc cry. It's an orc. A single orc was wandering around nearby. Why would an orc be here? Ji-Jiu had never seen an orc on this path before. Perhaps the orcs were herded to this area because of the guardian's abrupt appearance. I should have expected this. It seemed his 5-year experience as a guide was falling short in this unexpected situation. Ji-Jiu turned around to find another path. Chweek. Unfortunately, he could hear an orc crying in the opposite direction too. There too? He still had his last smoke shell in the bag. To Ji-Jiu, even one orc could be a huge threat. He was clearly stuck with only one recourse now. He couldn't retreat, which meant he had to advance forward. Setting off the firework here was not an option unless he wanted to attract the orcs to him. I have only one smoke shell left. He remembered the last smoke shell in his bag. If he threw it at the orc ahead of him, it could give him a chance to run around it. Ji-Jiu walked forward and saw the orc still roaming the path. Chweek. PSSSH. The orc screamed at the fumes from the shell. Ji-Jiu used this opportunity to run with his sprained ankle. Chweek. Suddenly, a strange-looking orc appeared in front of him. The orc was over 3 meters tall, and it boasted frighteningly thick canines. It seemed incredibly intimidating, stifling all of Ji-Jiu's senses. Fourth floor guardian. Ji crouched on the ground and held his breath. It seemed the guardian hadn't noticed him yet. If he remained on the ground and crawled, perhaps he could escape. Chui. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Shiver. The guardians could smell fear from their prey. Ji quickly took out the potion and poured it on his sprained ankle. Tweak, tweak. Soon, the orc began moving in the opposite direction? Thankfully, the guardian orc was walking away from Ji's destination. Huh. Crash. When Ji was trying to put the potion bottle back in his bag, the bottle slipped out of his hand. The sharp smashing sound was quite deafening that day. Tweak. Damn it. The guardian orc was staring dead at the rock behind which Ji was hiding. Suffice to say, that damn bottle was quite loud. Crack. Ji didn't hesitate to turn around and run back to where he came from? Milliseconds later, the guardian's giant glaive hit the exact spot where Ji was crouching. The sound of the explosions and the rock fragments clouded his path, but Ji continued to sprint nonetheless. Huff. Huff. Tweak. The tree slowed down the giant guardian orc a little, but Ji knew he would be caught in no time at this rate. Tweak. Boom. Boom. Ji could hear unfamiliar explosions behind, but he didn't have time to look back. The only chance I have is reaching that place. As his mind went into overdrive, it soon came with the location of a place that might offer him safety. It was a risky move, but it would be better than dying a horrible death here. Chewie-eek. The guardian orc was now right behind Ji. Cautiously, he turned around. PSSSHHH. Kaboom. With the last bit of strength he had, Ji set off the firecracker. He expected the other players in the area to arrive soon, after realizing the guardian's location. Chewie-eek. Suddenly, a giant glaive flew above Ji's head. He quickly turned to dodge it and ran towards the door nearby. It was the entrance to the 5th floor. Plop. Plop. Hum. Ji jolted and opened his eyes when he felt water droplets slapping his face. Where am I? His memories returned as his eyes adjusted to the darkness. Ji remembered entering the 5th floor to escape the guardian orc. So I guess I'm here. Fear of death drove him to the one place he had been avoiding for 5 years. Ji found himself in a cold wet cave. He rummaged through his bag. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything helpful left. The only functional item he had was the steel dagger on his waist. After checking out his perimeter, Ji hesitantly took a step. Going forward was now the only option he had left. You have entered the first test chamber. Checking the player's information. Unknown ability has been detected. You have satisfied all requirements. Test difficulty level has been significantly reduced accordingly. What? An unfamiliar system voice rang continuously in his head. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him changed. First test. Hunt a goat. Dazed, Ji found himself standing amid green pasture. Blink, blink. All he could do now was blink because he couldn't understand this situation. Satisfied all requirements? Reduced difficulty? He remembered the system's last words clearly. In addition, there was a blue screen in front of him stating the test description. And lastly, a goat. A goat was standing in front of him, a snow-white goat lazily eating grass while staring at the obvious weirdo here. Ji's head began to throb. What's going on here? He tried to understand what the system stated earlier. He had never heard any player mention hearing the system talking about meeting the requirements and reducing the test difficulty level. Ji suspected it was because his level was too low, but he couldn't know this for certain. In the end, Ji took out his dagger. There was only one answer to this test. Still keeping his guard up, he slowly approached the goat. Bada, the goat cried out in its trembling voice. His hand shaking, Ji stabbed the goat. Shink. Bada, the goat screamed as Ji's steel dagger pierced its neck. Soon, the goat fell to the ground. He has been worried the goat might be stronger than it looks, but when he realized he was wrong, Ji slumped on the ground. That's it. When nothing happened afterward, Ji became confused. But soon after, the system voice rang inside his head. You have passed the test. Your job will be decided. Your unknown ability will appear. You will be given a reward. Perfect score. The quality of your reward has been increased. Suddenly, the space around him began to crumple. When Ji woke up, he was sitting in the dark. The total darkness made it hard for him to know if his eyes were even opened. Then, Ji heard a boy's voice. Who are you? What? Ji Jiu asked in confusion. Are you my master? Your master. Ji Jiu couldn't understand what the boy was talking about. And wasn't he supposed to get a reward in a box inside the reward chamber? I ask you if you're my master. When Ji Jiu didn't answer, the boy asked again in a frustrated voice. Ji Jiu inquired, what do you mean? Damn it, so this idiot is my master. Ji Jiu also began to feel frustrated when the young boy refused to give him a proper answer. He asked in annoyance, just what are you yapping about? This is so unfair. I've been waiting for so long, yet I end up with this stupid human. I sorry. Ji Jiu was about to ask the boy again when he was interrupted. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Whether you want me or not, you're now my master. You're telling me you've been waiting for me. The boy remained quiet for a while before continuing. That's right. You're my master, so give me a name. A name. I'm telling you to sync with me. Ji Jiu was about to ask again when the system voice rang inside his head. The ego requested, sync. Would you like to sync with ego? Please decide ego's name. Chapter 6 Lu, 2. Name? Decide his name? I ask you to give me a name. One name suddenly popped in Ji Jiu's head after hearing the boy's frustrated screams. Ji Jiu said, Lu. What? You asked me to name you, so you are Lu from now on. As if in a trance, the boy said nothing, and a short silence fell in the area. All right. I like it. From now on, my name is Lu, call me Lu. You have synced with ego. You have successfully synced with ego named Lu. Lu shall belong to you from now on. You can now access Lu's information. The system voice continued to make announcements. It announced so many things that Ji Jiu found his mind drowning in automated notifications. I'm disappointed I have an idiot for a master, but I guess I have no other choice. The sheer rudeness of the brat, boy, made Ji Jiu wanna faint. Doctor. The patient is conscious, a nurse yelled. Call his family and check his vitals, the doctor ordered. Yes, doctor, the nurse replied. Ji Jiu's head pounded as if his heart was inside his skull. What's that sound? A cocktail of various noises and sounds tickled his ears as he regained consciousness. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear very well because his ears were waterlogged. His eyes refused to open, he felt unreasonably cold, he was shivering feverishly, and his brain was begging for more time in slumberland. Should I just go back to sleep? The throbbing, the cold, the pain and all seemed to be inviting him into a comfortable eternal slumber. The fatigue made him crave sleep like a deranged junkie. Appa, Yu Yung whispered. Yu Yung, when Ji Jiu heard his sister's voice, his eyes flew open, and his previously stiff jaw magically moved. Appa. Can you hear me? Yu Yung exclaimed. What the? Where am I? Ji Jiu asked in confusion. His eyes were blurry, so he couldn't see much, but he quickly realized where he was. It smells like medicine. He was in a hospital. His sight and hearing slowly returned. Soon, he could see Yu Yung staring at him worriedly. Appa. Are you okay? Yu Yung asked. Ji Jiu, Taeshik yelled in panic. You can't yell in here, a nurse warned them. The door burst open, and a man hurried inside. The newcomer who interrupted Yu Yung was none other than Taeshik. Noticing Taeshik's rapid approach, Ji Jiu asked, why am I in the hospital? His memory was too fuzzy for him to recall anything. Don't you remember? Taeshik asked. No, Why can't I remember? Hug. Thank God, Ji Jiu, Taeshik murmured as he hugged Ji Jiu. We need to do some tests on the patient. The heartwarming scene was abruptly interrupted by the doctor. Oh, okay. I'll talk to you later. Taeshik left when the doctor entered the room. Ji Jiu suspected that Taeshik left his work in the middle of the day to see him. Meanwhile, Yu Yung also left with Taeshik to let the doctor conduct his examination. The doctor asked him a few simple questions and then examined his body. After the checkup, the doctor said, everything looks fine. Since you have regained your consciousness, we'll proceed with some tests. All right, Ji Jiu answered, still a bit confused. When the doctor left the room, Yu Yung returned and murmured, thank goodness. I'm so relieved. So why am I in the hospital? Ji Jiu asked. You were found near the 5th floor landmark. The people from the association found you unconscious and brought you to this hospital. I was found near the 5th floor landmark. There was another question Ji Jiu wanted to ask, but he knew Yu Yung wouldn't know the answer. Yu Yung replied, yeah. I don't know the details. Mr. Taeshik told me that you got hurt while trying to save other people. What? Ji Jiu asked in surprise. I'm still trying to process everything that happened, Appa. Gosh. But I'm so thankful that you're finally awake. I need to go check on Mom, so I'll come back later. You need to rest, Yu Young said to him. Okay. Please tell Mom I'm fine. Yu Young left the room and closed the door behind her. Left alone, Ji Jiu wondered ? What happened? He vaguely remembered the rude boy's voice, not much else. I don't know what happened. No matter how hard he tried, Ji Jiu couldn't figure out what had happened to him. After finishing the day's work, Taeshik revisited Ji Jiu in the evening. Ji Jiu asked, so what happened to me? You still can't remember? Ji Jiu shook his head and replied, I'm starting to remember bits and pieces of it, the whole picture is still unclear. I remember our party meeting a guardian and hiding in a cave. Then, I went outside to set off firecrackers, right? That's right. Outside, I met the guardian again, so I ran away and set off the firecrackers. Oh. How's Hanul? Ji Jiu asked suddenly. Taeshik laughed and teased, don't you think you should be more worried about your own health right now? But I'm fine, Ji Jiu protested. Hanul is fine. The players hunting near the area saw your firecrackers and rushed to help. Thankfully, there was a guild near where you were. The guardian escaped, but they were able to track your moves and found the group hiding in the cave, Taeshik explained patiently. I'm glad to hear that, Ji Jiu answered with relief. Just then, Taeshik's face became a little serious. He asked, so what happened? What do you mean? You weren't found in front of the 5th floor entrance. You were found collapsed near the portal landmark at the end of the 5th floor. That must mean. When Taeshik looked at Ji Jiu expectantly, Ji Jiu asked rhetorically, it must mean I passed the test, right? Indeed. The calm on Ji Jiu's face seemed comical to Taeshik, so he laughed and said, Ji Jiu. Congratulations. I still don't know what happened exactly. My memories are still really spotty. Just rest for now. Player Kim Sunpil will be visiting you soon. When you were unconscious, he visited you every day, Taeshik reassured Ji Jiu. I was unconscious for days, Ji Jiu asked with surprise. He couldn't precisely gauge how long he was out for, but even his best guess wasn't close to reality. About 2 weeks, Taeshik answered. 2 weeks. Yeah, but don't worry. Your hospital bill was covered by the insurance. Thank goodness, Ji Jiu said. I recall you saying that you haven't rested properly since you were seriously injured by a goblin. Take this opportunity to rest and relax. I'll talk to you later, Taeshik said as farewell. Okay. Ji Jiu. Guide. Jaewon and Hanul rushed toward Ji Jiu and grabbed his hands. Ji Jiu gave them a warm smile and squeezed their hands. He was happy to see that all the players looked perfectly healthy. Jaewon said to Ji Jiu, thank you so much. I heard you left the cave because of me, guide, Hanul murmured. That's not true. I'm just glad you're okay now, Ji Jiu replied. Then, Sunpil, his group members, and Ji Jiu walked to the break room together. Ji Jiu said, I'm so relieved you're all okay. We're also glad you're okay, guide, Jaewon replied. Have you recovered fully now? Hanul asked. They chatted for a long time in the break room. There, Jaewon and Hanul explained that soon after Ji Jiu left the cave, the players hunting nearby arrived to help them. Apparently, Hanul's condition was severe. Thankfully, a healer was there to help. They also told Ji Jiu that even as they were being rescued, Jaewon and Sunpil insisted on searching for him. The group talked for hours as if they were long-lost friends. Sunpil explained, Jaewon and I really wanted to go back to find you when we heard the firecrackers' epicenter was a mass. Ji Jiu remembered what happened at the entrance to the 5th floor. The players told him the guardian orc was rampaging in the area, but it had escaped by the time the guild arrived. Everyone thought you were dead, Ji Jiu. But Jaewon and I believed you were still alive, which was why we tried to go back for you, Sunpil murmured apologetically. We're sorry, Jaewon added. Since the guardian had escaped, sending 2 players seeking the unknown made no sense. So, they were advised to request help from the association, which is precisely what they did. When Sunpil and the rest slumped with guilt, Ji Jiu said, it's alright, it was my choice. A player must be responsible for his own life after all. That's true, the players nodded. While staring at Ji Jiu with obvious curiosity, Hanul asked, by the way, guide, I heard that you were found at the 5th floor landmark. Is that true? Yes. I don't remember it, but that's what I was told as well, Ji Jiu answered calmly. Hanul inquired further, so does that mean you passed the test? Ji Jiu shook his head and replied, I don't remember. Oh. I'm so sorry I asked, Hanul apologized. That's all right. After Hanul's questions, Ji Jiu and the players continued their conversation. Sunpil relayed a message to Ji Jiu, Sukwu couldn't make it because he's too busy. He asked me to tell you he's sorry. Thank you, Ji Jiu replied, and the other players offered, if you ever need any help, please call us. We'll do everything we can. Ji Jiu laughed and replied, same goes for me. Please let me know if you need anything. Ji Jiu was dismissed from the hospital a few days later. As soon as his presiding doctor gave him a clean sheet, he signed the discharge paper. Yu Young asked, so you saved those players, Appa? Yeah, Ji Jiu replied. I don't want you to give up your life for other people. You've already sacrificed yourself for this family, that's more than enough, Yu Young grumbled. That's not true. I don't consider what I do for my family a sacrifice, Ji Jiu clarified patiently. The brother-sister duo was on their way home. Ji Jiu patted Yu Young's head and added, my family and my life are the two most important things in my life. That day in the tower, I only did what I did because I was certain I would be safe. I would never leave you and Mom, so you should never worry. Okay, Yu Young replied brightly. Let's hurry home, Yu Young. When Ji Jiu reached the shabby rooftop attic, he felt like it had been months since he was home. He walked in and greeted his mother, I'm home. Ji Jiu, his mother burst into tears when she saw him. Why are you crying, Mom? His mother sobbed, I'm so sorry. Mom's so sorry. You were in a coma, yet I couldn't even visit you in the hospital. I couldn't take care of you. I'm so sorry. It's all right, Mother. Please don't cry, Ji Jiu consoled her. His mother cried for a long time. All Ji Jiu and Yu Young could do was wipe her eyes for her. When she finally stopped crying, their mother explained her new fears. It seemed she was now worried about Ji Jiu being a player. After a long conversation, his mother finally fell asleep holding Ji Jiu's hand. Ji Jiu said to Yu Young, let's eat dinner now. Okay, I'll make something, Yu Young volunteered. No, I can do it. It has been a while since I cooked, Ji Jiu offered. Are you sure? Yu Young looked at him worriedly, but Ji Jiu laughed and opened the fridge door. What are you making? To Yu Young's question, Ji Jiu answered, let's eat bibimbap. Ji Jiu grabbed several containers from the refrigerator and began to mix everything. He added gochujang to white rice, kimchi, and vegetables. With a drop of sesame seed oil, the final result looked delicious. After the meal, Ji Jiu did the dishes and changed. Yu Young asked, what are you doing? Are you going out? I have to go to the tower, Ji Jiu answered. What? Yu Young's face turned bright red. Ji Jiu was discharged just hours ago, so she couldn't believe he would want to return to the tower so soon. She yelled, have you lost your mind? You just left the hospital, yet you're going back to the tower in the middle of the night. Yeah, I need to confirm something. Confirm what? Yu Young asked angrily. I'll be back soon, Yu Young, leaving his worried sister behind. Ji Jiu walked outside. All this while, his heart had been pounding wildly, and that confused him to no end. There was something he had to check. Status screen, Ji Jiu murmured. A blue screen appeared before him. The screen showed the player individual information. Level 1. Job, Ego's partner, free, O.L?M. Unique ability, link, can link up with Ego. Skill, assimilation, can assimilate to become one with linked Ego and use Ego's ability. Ego's partner, Ji Jiu exclaimed. This strange-sounding title was the job he received after passing the test. He had been secretly praying for a level up ever since he woke up. Sadly, he was still at level 1. Link. The question marks that followed his unique ability were now finally replaced. Link. As the name suggested, a unique ability was something that only a single player could own. In other words, only Ji Jiu had this ability in the entire world. The prospects this held made his heart pound like a drum. It had been 5 years since the last change occurred on his status screen, so this was enough to excite him to death. I need to get to the tower first. He knew he would find out more about this change inside the tower, so Ji Jiu was willing to be patient. Expectantly, he heading toward the tower. 1. A Korean rice dish topped with sautéed vegetables, or kimchi. 2. Spicy red pepper paste. Chapter 7 Lu, 3. How am I supposed to use this? Ji-Jiu muttered in frustration. After entering the tower, he tried everything he could think of, but he still couldn't make his ability work. There was no information on using his so-called link ability or the assimilation skill that awakened due to his new job. Like a malfunctioning robot, Ji-Jiu kept trying to summon the skill. Pity, nothing happened. Feeling defeated, Ji-Jiu sat down on the ground and muttered, "What am I supposed to do? Was that boy I named Lu, not the ego?" As if just waiting for that statement, a blue marble suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ego Lu is being summoned. Non-physical form of Ego Lu has been summoned. Lu failed to create his physical form. Lu's physical form will be chosen randomly due to the player's lack of ability. Lu's physical form will be formed by absorbing random materials. It's working. Finally, Ji-Jiu realized the summoning only worked when he called out the ego's name. However, the rush didn't last long as the system's announcement began ringing bells in his mind. Absorb random materials? Fwoosh. While he was still reeling from the announcement, a vortex suddenly surrounded the blue marble and began absorbing everything in its surroundings. No, Ji-Jiu screamed. Before he knew it, the vortex had sucked in his sword, his dagger, and the bag hanging around his waist. Ji-Jiu tried his best to grab onto his bag, but all that was left in his hands were the bag's straps. Ji-Jiu yelled in panic, "Arg! That bag is worth 5 million won, on top of being extortionately priced." The bag also held potions, expensive disposable items, and some very pricey pieces of equipment. Wait. Also, the bigger problem right now was that the vortex was also sucking in his clothes. At this rate, he would become the weakest exhibitionist. Before long, Ji-Jiu was just in his underwear, and this realization stressed him to no end. Even though the vortex, thankfully, didn't suck him in, he could only watch in despair as it slowly sucked in the only article protecting his dignity. Lu has absorbed enough materials. Lu's physical form will be decided. Suddenly, the space around him began to shake. The blue marble changed its shape randomly before both the vortex and the marble came to a sudden halt. Hey! It was then that Ji-Jiu heard the bratty boy's voice. "So you're Lu?" Ji-Jiu asked. "Of course. Forget you gave me that name or something? Anyway, how often do I have to repeat myself before you finally get it?" The imp of a kid was now wearing a blanket he got from God knows where. As Ji-Jiu tried to hold a civil conversation with Lu, he had to use every bone in his body not to get angry at the boy's impertinent tone. "I have a question." "Now what?" "If it's anything dumb, I won't dignify it with an answer." Ji-Jiu was currently holding a sword that he had never seen in his entire life. It was an entirely crimson sword. Lu's current physical form was this red sword. Ji-Jiu asked, "What exactly is an ego? Is it like a soul?" Not dumb. Okay. It's not a soul. Then what is it? Like I would know. Ji-Jiu could only sigh deeply in response to that answer. The information Lu possessed seemed limited. Ji-Jiu asked another question, "Does an ego hold the same abilities as the player?" "I don't know what a player is. But if you're referring to levels, skills, or abilities, we certainly have them too." That was the most shocking fact Ji-Jiu learned that night. And that was after seeing a blue marble turn into a crimson sword. He couldn't understand how this physical form was decided. He was even more confused about what the blue marble deemed absorbable. Another surprising thing was that the red sword he held had its own status screen. Lu. Level 1. Power 1, Speed 1, Stamina 1, Magic 1. Accessory. One thing was for sure, this sword could level up like players. So this is like a growing item. The sword had growth potential. It was definitely a unique item because Ji-Jiu had never heard of anything like this before. "Idiot. What are you doing? Are you gonna continue fondling me like a pervert?" Crack. Ji-Jiu couldn't hide his frustration anymore. He has been patient with this sword until now, but it was time to teach it a lesson. Ji-Jiu cherished his mental health, and this act would definitely only be for his health. There was no way he would derive pleasure from it. However, he had to act nice for a bit more since he still had some questions for the mouthy, bratty, insolent sword. Ji-Jiu took a deep breath and asked, "Can you move by yourself?" Not now, but probably in the future. "Can you break a link and find a new master on your own?" Please answer the question, Ji-Jiu prodded in a friendlier voice. "An ego's master can break the link, but the ego can't do it independently." "Oh. Then my next question is this: could you harm me after becoming mobile? I can certainly attack you. But if you die, the ego linked to you will perish as well, so I suppose an ego can't kill its master. These were all handy pieces of information. More importantly, the answers were exactly what Ji Jiu hoped to hear. A slow smile appeared on Ji Jiu's face as he asked his last question: can you feel pain too? What? An ego is a great being, therefore, it can feel all emotions, including pain. Also, you can fine-tune an ego's perception of any and all emotions. Boo. Is this how it's done? Ji Jiu interrupted Lu and summoned the system. Would you like to turn on Lu's pain sensor? The system voice asked immediately. Without hesitation, Ji Jiu turned on Lu's pain sensor. What do you think you're doing? Clunk. Arg. The red sword was thrown to the ground hard. It crashed into the rocks on the ground, making Lu scream. I ask you what you're doing. Put that down. I said, put that thing down right now. I heard earlier that you can heal from most wounds. Am I right? Ji Jiu asked. To his surprise, Lu could repair itself. I guess I'll save on the repair fee. Ji Jiu picked up the biggest rack he could find and walked toward Lu. He then began disciplining the red sword without hesitation. Clunk. That hurts. I said it hurts. Stop. You, Ji Jiu emphasized each word. Clunk. Need. Clunk. To learn some manners. Clunk. 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 This is Korea, where good manners are a virtue. You jerk, Ji Jiu yelled as he continued to beat the red sword with a rack. Every time he hit the sword, a small scratch appeared on Lu. If you continue to act this rudely, it's going to be a problem. I'm sorry. Sorry. It hurts. I said it hurts. Clunk. Sorry? You're sorry? It hurts, Ji Jiu repeated Lu's words sarcastically. I apologize. When Lu saw Ji Jiu raise the rock again, it screamed in panic. I apologize. I've been alone for so long that I lost my mind. Ji Jiu finally grabbed the scratch-covered Lu and replied, good. Let's hope we get along well from now on, Lu. Why aren't you answering me? I apologize. Ji Jiu finally grinned. Lu was the very first item he received after his unique ability was revealed. In his heart of hearts, he knew he wouldn't have thrown it away even if it had remained brash. Thankfully, after a brief disciplining session, his mental stability and the unique item were secured. Ji Jiu had to admit he partly took out his lifelong frustration on Lu, but he didn't feel guilty. He said to the sword, I hope you'll answer my questions politely from now on. Do you understand? Answer me. Okay. It's never a good idea to be informal in a situation like this. Yes, sir. Ji Jiu was satisfied with Lu's military-style answer. He was reminded again how pain was always helpful in correcting bad manners. Do you know what a link is? Ji Jiu asked. A link is something that makes an ego belong to its master. It connects an ego to its master and allows its assimilated master to use the ego's abilities, skill. Do I detect a hint of impudence? No, sir. Ji Jiu began to see the big picture based on Lu's explanations. So this link will allow me to gain egos like Lu. Once I assimilate to it, I can use its abilities. Does this mean, if Lu leveled up, would he become stronger too? Could Lu level up in his place? If so, this meant. Ji Jiu's heart began to pound. After finishing his thoughts, Ji Jiu looked at Lu and asked, can you level up? Level up? Exactly. Do you need something special to grow? Or do you level up when you kill a monster? How do you become stronger? Question mark? You told me you can grow stronger. I don't know. Ji Jiu didn't like Lu's answer. It seemed the only way to find the answer was through experiences. Ji Jiu picked up the red sword and left the tower wrapped in a blanket. His legs felt cold, but Ji Jiu didn't mind it so much tonight. Ji Jiu bought the minimum number of equipment and potions he would need. He was really thankful for the insurance money since he could now spend the saved-up cash on these purchases. Lu's quiet, embarrassed giggles made Ji Jiu wonder how could this awesome red sword be possessed by an ego with the mental capacity of a toddler. Ji Jiu couldn't suppress its sarcastic laugh, but he let it go since he didn't find it annoying. Let's make the best effort, Ji Jiu murmured. This mental expenditure would pay off if things worked out the way he expected. Kirk. Ji Jiu now stood on his secret hunting ground on the first floor. As expected, he found a single goblin there. The anxiety made him sigh since it had been a long since he last hunted. But Ji-Jiu shook his head to calm down his nerves. Lowering his body, Ji-Jiu was about to attempt a surprise attack just like he had always done. However, seconds before he could take his first step, he heard a system notification in his head. Assimilation will allow you to use Lu's ability. Huh? The difference was subtle, but Ji-Jiu definitely felt a little lighter. His body seemed to move a little faster. At the same time, he felt stronger. Not bad. This was probably what other level 1 players felt while hunting. Ji-Jiu was finally feeling the changes he watched other players enjoy during the last 5 years. After all, a single-digit ability change could empower a player significantly. Rustle, rustle. Ji-Jiu's shoes made noise as he walked on the grass, but it seemed the monster couldn't hear him. Ji-Jiu swung Lu at the goblin when he got close enough. Slash. A clean cut appeared on the goblin's back, followed by its green blood seeping from the wound. Squeak! The goblin screamed and twisted in pain. Before Ji-Jiu could enjoy his successful surprise attack, he heard Lu scream. Arg! That hurts. That hurts. Sorry. I forget to turn off your pain sensor, Ji-Jiu apologized awkwardly. Lu was screaming alongside the goblin because Ji-Jiu had forgotten to turn off its pain sensor after that night. Ji-Jiu was about to turn the sensor off, but the goblin darted. Just hang on for a moment, Ji-Jiu yelled. Whoosh! The goblin's wooden spear almost grazed Ji-Jiu's arm, but he dodged it just in time. So much faster. He was referring to himself, not the goblin. Had this been the old Ji-Jiu, he would have come out of this encounter with a big gash on his arm. Today, he could see the spear's movement very clearly. I can do this. Ji-Jiu slowly focused his senses. He had been, in a way, hunting this exact same goblin for the last 5 years. If there was anyone utterly familiar with its movement pattern, it was him. Left. After stabbing from its right, a goblin always attacked from the left next. Wham! That hurts. The goblin's wooden spear hit Lu and fell. Squeak! The goblin crouched in confusion to pick up its weapon, but Ji-Jiu wasn't going to allow it. Thud. The goblin fell to the ground from Ji-Jiu's kick. It tried to get back up as it cried out, Kirk. Kirk. However, Ji-Jiu kicked the goblin's wooden spear away and held Lu with both of his hands. Pierce. Lu plunged into the goblin's heart. That hurts. Lu is absorbing the goblin's blood. Lu has gained experience points. Lu has leveled up. Lu's ability is increasing. Huh? Haha, Ji-Jiu laughed when he heard the system announcement. This must be what other players hear after leveling up. It hurts. I said it hurts, you idiot. I'm sorry, Ji-Jiu apologized and patted Lu gently. That tickles. I said it tickles. From now on, Ji-Jiu announced. What? You're my number 3 treasure. The top 2 spots were held by his mother and Yu Yang. Chapter 8 Lu, 4. The rush his first kill today brought was unlike anything he had felt before. After the first came the second, the third, the fourth. Ji-Jiu was like a maniac as he went on a killing spree. Lu's ability was something utterly beyond his wildest expectations. Lu has leveled up. Surprisingly, Ji-Jiu could feel every level Lu gained. Every time Lu leveled up, Ji-Jiu's stamina recovered as if he had the best night's sleep. He was so focused on his hunt that he couldn't even tell how much time had passed. Squeak! Ji-Jiu 5 years of experience and Lu's outstanding abilities worked in sync and maxed out his efficiency, significantly bringing down the hunting time. Now, he could kill a goblin with a single strike, 2 at most. He was growing at a speed way above what any average novice player could even dream of. During his hunt, Ji-Jiu suddenly became curious. He asked, Hey, Lu, are there other egos out there? Why you're already thinking about throwing me away? Lu asked in a shaky voice. It still addressed Ji-Jiu informally, but Ji-Jiu didn't think it was necessary to scold this godsend item for it. Besides, Lu was no longer acting as rudely as before. Ji-Jiu offered, Relax. You don't have to be so anxious while talking to me from now on. Thanks, Master. If there were other egos like Lu, perhaps Ji-Jiu could become even stronger if he obtained them. Lu alone was enough to give him hope, but Ji-Jiu couldn't help feeling greedy. He was about to ask Lu again, but it seemed there was no need to voice his question. Lu answered before Ji-Jiu could say a word. If that's the case, I can tell you all about it. I'm sure there are other egos out there. You can read my thoughts. Sort of. After all, you and I are connected. Question mark? Jijiu coughed and asked Lu again, and the same player system applies to those other egos, right? I don't think so. This piqued Jijiu's curiosity, so he asked, why not? There are many egos out there, but they can't access the system unless they are linked. Without it, they're just good items and nothing more. Are you saying there are other players who can link with egos? Linking was supposed to be Jijiu's unique ability, but it wouldn't be so unique if everyone could do that, now would it? I don't know. But I think some might force a link or use some absorption skill to create a similar result. Is there anything you know for certain? Jijiu asked in frustration. After all the uncertain data Lu provided, Jijiu was sure of one thing: Lu can grow by taking the experience points Jijiu earned. Question mark. Essentially, this was a symbiotic relationship between Jijiu, a player who can't level up, and Lu, an ego. What frustrated Jijiu was the sheer lack of knowledge Lu had of its own kind. This meant it was now Jijiu's job to figure out the answers as he went. Suddenly, he began to wonder if another player could steal Lu if they had the skill to force link. Jijiu muttered, there are so many things I need to figure out. It seemed he had to collect much information about his newfound ability, but Jijiu was actually fine with it. The sole fact that he could now grow and improve was enough to please him. Technically, Jijiu couldn't level up himself, but Lu's growth essentially belonged to him. Wasn't this exactly what he had been about ever since he became a player? Looks like I'll have to spend some time looking into this matter. For the next several days, Jijiu frequented the tower to get used to his new weapon and level up Lu. He also had to adjust to his own body since its strength was increasing rapidly. Jijiu also informed Taishik that he might no longer work as a guide. Jijiu's new ability to level up pleased Taishik immensely since he seemed genuinely happy when he congratulated Jijiu. Taishik was what you would call a good friend, and Jijiu was grateful that he had won. Lu has leveled up. Already, Jijiu looked down at the red sword in his hand with confusion. Lu was already at level 4. That laugh was all the proof one needed to understand Lu enjoyed his progress a bit too much. Ignoring the giggling child, Jijiu opened Lu's status screen. Lu. Level 4. Power. 4. Speed. 4. Stamina. 4. Magic. 4. Accessory, disabled. By the way, what his accessory? Jijiu asked. He hadn't even tried to use this ability since he was too busy hunting monsters. And, also because casting a skill required a lot of energy. I don't know. The answer had not a shred of shame or guilt. Unimpressed and unsurprised, Jijiu began to organize his thoughts based on what he knew so far and lamented, gosh, he is an idiot. Well, I guess we can try using it later. But damn, is he leveling up quick. And even his other stats are leveling up alongside his overall level. It was surprising because all players got a varied increase in stat points with each level up. A majority experienced an increase in a specific stat, a minority experienced an even stats increase. Question mark. It seemed that Lu's increase in stats was very consistent. Each level up added a single point to all his stats. I wonder why. Jijiu couldn't understand, but he knew this wasn't a bad thing. After this brief incident, he resumed walking. It was time to ascend to the 4th floor. Chwee-ee-ee-ek, Jijiu pierced an orc's heart with Lu, and its green blood stained the red sword. He had hunted countless orcs so far, but this hunt was different. What is this? He retrieved Lu and tried to wipe away the blood, but the green liquid enveloped the sword like sticky jelly. Lu is absorbing the orc's blood. The amount of orc's blood absorbed has exceeded the designated amount. Lu is leveling up. Lu is absorbing the orc's strength. I'm becoming stronger. What? The green blood shone before Lu absorbed it completely. Then, Lu abruptly began pulsating. Batum. Lu was pulsating like a beating heart. Jijiu could feel the pulse on his hands and exclaimed, what is happening? Thankfully, the perimeter was clear since he had already killed all the monsters around. Jijiu quickly opened Lu's status screen. Lu. Level 5. Power. 7. Speed. 5. Stamina. 5. Magic. 5. Accessory, disabled. Lu's status screen changed a bit when he became level 5. At level 5, its power stat shouldn't have had 5 points, but it actually had 7. Why? Was it because Lu absorbed the orc's power just like the system announced? Unfortunately, Jijiu wasn't given much of a chance to ponder. Now, something about Lu felt different. Muhahaha. Listen, master, I'm stronger now, so you shall be punished for tormenting me. Apart from getting second-hand embarrassment, Ji also felt a bit lost in his thoughts. He wondered if Luz could now unlink itself after absorbing the orc's power. Did this mean it could attack Ji without any repercussion? Ji stared at Lu tensely. For now, nothing was happening other than the pulsation. Could it be that Lu was mistaken? If it did, then... Arg. I'm sorry. Whoosh. Please. I don't know why I said that. Ji sighed. Please. Please, master. Master. Ji stopped swinging Lu above the bonfire. Phew. That was too hot. I thought I was gonna die. So why did you say something like that? Ji asked. Lu's threat scared Ji at first, but it seemed that it was just an empty threat. Ji had dropped the sword a few minutes ago and watched it from afar for any changes. However, Lu failed to do squat apart from trash talking. In the end, Ji picked up Lu and taught it some manners all over again. He threatened, "Now, I'm going to stick some meat on you and cook it." I said I'm sorry. I just felt dizzy and happy and... Were you drunk? Ji asked. The system announced that Lu had absorbed more blood than designated, so perhaps monster blood acted like alcohol to Lu. I guess that makes sense. By now, Ji had figured out that Lu gained extra points in power because it absorbed the orc's blood and gained its strength. Did this mean every time Lu absorbed some monster's blood over the designated amount, the stat relevant to that specific monster would level up significantly? Just thinking about it wasn't going to give him the answer. Ji murmured, "I'll have to test out my theory." Sorry. Ji patted Lu without a word. The amount of goblin's blood absorbed has exceeded the designated amount. Lu is leveling up. Lu has gained the goblin's speed. I knew it, Ji exclaimed confidently. It's happening again. I'm getting stronger. Without even picking up the dead goblin's crystal, Ji opened Lu's status screen. Lu. Level 6. Power. 8. Speed. 8. Stamina. 6. Magic. 6. Accessory, disabled. Yay, Ji swung Lu around wildly, unable to control his joy. I'm dizzy, you idiot master. Ignoring Lu's insult, Ji began to organize his thoughts. He felt confident about a few things based on what had just happened. Hunting monsters and feeding Lu their blood increased the sword's level. Atop that, once Lu absorbed an excess amount of blood from any type of monster, it could gain extra stat points based on the monster's ability. So more blood means more strength, Ji murmured to himself. Hey. You're my stupid slave. Ji felt certain of his findings. The goblin's blood could give Lu the goblin's speed, increasing the sword's speed stat. Ji now knew precisely what he had to do. Hey. You. Idiot. You must devote your soul to me right now. But before that, it seemed Ji had to teach Lu some good manners again. Wow, that guy is hunting goblins again, a guide from some guild exclaimed. Doesn't he get tired? Another guild asked in awe. The guides of a guild were escorting their new recruits in the tower when they spotted Ji. The novice players were also curious about this man with the red sword, so they said, "Wow. Who is that guy? He must be really strong." That goblin just melted away, another player joined in. The player with the red sword was hunting a horde of goblins at an incredible speed. Such a sight shocked the beginner players. It almost seemed like he was carrying out a massacre. He used to be a famous guide, now, he's known for massacring goblins and orcs, one guide explained. I know, right? It's as if he has a deep-rooted grudge against goblins and orcs, another guide added. Wow, the third guide exclaimed in awe. The man with the red sword was a subject of wonder even to experienced guides. Question mark? One of the novice players asked, what level do you think he is? Probably over 10, one of the guides answered. Then, what is he doing on this floor? Who knows? Maybe he really holds a grudge against this floor's monsters, a guide guessed. The head guide interrupted the conversation and announced, listen. You need to focus now. Stop staring, and let's keep working. All players can grow into fighters just like him. You need to work hard to become like him, understand? The guild guides led the players bypassing Ji, who continued to swing his red sword. Even as the beginner player walked by, they couldn't take their eyes off Ji. Ji hunted in the tower like a lunatic for a long time. Usually, he brought food in a tent to stay days at a time. He only left the tower if he ran out of food or if his bag was overflowing with crystals. Some guild guides nicknamed Jijiu the Persistent Hunter. Any player who knew even a little about Jijiu believed he had lost his mind after he finally began to level up. But Jijiu didn't care what other people said about him. There was only one reason he chose not to ascend to the higher floors even though he could. Lu. Level 7. Power. 18. Speed. 18. Stamina. 7. Magic. 7. Accessory, disabled. This is nuts, Jijiu whispered. He couldn't believe his own eyes. The amount of experience needed to level up increased along with the level. On the other hand, the monsters on the tutorial floors didn't offer much experience points. Despite this, Lu already reached level 7. Jijiu couldn't tell how many goblins and orcs he sacrificed to get this far. It felt like his whole body reeked of monster blood. Good job, Jijiu murmured and caressed Lu gently. Thanks to Jijiu's repeated manner lessons, Lu learned to retain its wits better after absorbing excessive blood. It seemed that pain really did cure all bad manners. Kekeke. I love you, master. This was how Lu reacted nowadays when he became drunk. I wonder how strong I am now, Jijiu wondered. He couldn't tell the extent of his own strength anymore. Nowadays, orcs and goblins were nothing more than easy kills to him. Only 1 or 2 swings of Lu were enough to kill them. This was a huge change considering Jijiu could barely kill a single goblin a few days ago. Let's go home now, Jijiu announced. What he had accomplished on the tutorial floors was astounding. His bag was, once again, swamped with crystals. Now, it was time to rest a little and get ready. He had to prepare himself to ascend the tower as a real player. Chapter 9 The F-Class Gate, 1. Period. After leaving the tower ? Jijiu headed toward the Player Association's sole office to get paid. A massive crimson sword would have caught the eyes of all onlookers. Strangely, no one gave Jijiu an extra glance. Master. What is it? It's so nice to be outside. Currently, Lu was in an accessory form because it was tired of the tower and its sword form. It adorned Jijiu's index finger in the shape of a snake-shaped ring. This was the first time he used Lu's accessory function, and he was happy with it. Nice design too. Thanks to this ability, it was easy for him to hide and carry Lu outside the tower. He could quickly transform it back to its red sword form whenever he needed it. Jijiu stroked the ring as Lu giggled. When he acts insolent, I want to beat the crap out of him. But when he acts like this, he's quite adorable. Master. I can hear you. They bickered until he reached the payment office. There, Jijiu dumped the bag full of crystals on the counter. Wow. Even today, your haul is as bountiful as ever, the office cashier commented in surprise. Jijiu and the cashier could be considered acquaintances since he saw her almost daily. She asked, what happened? You used to bring a single crystal, now this. Jijiu didn't answer her question. The cashier didn't mind and quickly handed him the receipt. But when he saw it, he asked her with surprise, huh? The amount here. The market quote for crystals has plummeted recently. After the Angela Guild ascended to the 75th floor, we received an overabundant number of crystals. Demand and supply, everything, in a way, depended on it. The amount Jijiu earned today wasn't small, but that didn't mean he had to be happy with the pay. Getting paid less for the same amount of work was no one's sweet spot. Now that I think about it, I haven't watched player news in a while. Every night, for 5 years, he watched the player channel, but that changed last month. Last month, his priorities changed a bit. Jijiu requested, please deposit the full amount to my account in the player's bank. Of course, the cashier replied. Holding the receipt, Jijiu turned around. Gotta find out what happened in the outside world while I was under my rock. With a purpose in mind, Jijiu heading toward Taishik's office. When Jijiu arrived, he saw that the guide department office had been turned into a storage room. The sofa he used to sit on was still there, but the rest of the place was filled with boxes. He couldn't find any traces of Taishik or the other players. Kim Jijiu, someone said his name. Teo. When Jijiu turned around, he saw Teo standing behind him. Teo asked, haven't you heard? The guide department was disbanded while you were busy leveling up. Really? Oh. I guess I've been too busy recently, Jijiu replied. For the last few days, he had been treating the tower's tutorial levels as his home, only leaving to stock up and sell crystals. He had been so busy that he didn't get to visit Taeshik. Consequently, he never got the news about the guide department. Ji Jiu muttered, so I guess it's finally gone. It happened about 2 weeks ago. You're here to see team leader Taeshik. No. I should be calling him general manager now, Teo said. General manager. After the guide department was disbanded, Taeshik was reassigned as the gate maintenance department's general manager, Teo explained. Ji Jiu always knew Taeshik was too good to be stuck in the guide department, but he didn't expect this kind of a promotion. General manager. It seemed Taeshik was more talented than Ji Jiu thought. Teo offered, I was on my way to the gate maintenance department, so I can take you there if you want. Okay, Ji Jiu answered and followed Teo. On the way, it became quite apparent that Teo had heard all the rumors regarding Ji Jiu, the guy whom no one saw recently. To Ji Jiu's surprise, Teo chatted non-stop about what he had heard. Has Teo always been this chatty? Ji Jiu always thought Teo was a quiet guy. For some reason, it seemed Teo's general mood had lightened. I guess this is a good thing. Ji Jiu decided to chalk it up as some recent headway in Teo's life. Suddenly, he heard Teo calling his name, Ji Jiu. Oh, sorry. I was thinking about something else, Ji Jiu apologized. I'm joining a guild soon, Teo announced. A guild? Ji Jiu asked. Yeah. It's not a really famous one, but it's a pretty decent guild, Teo explained. Perhaps this was why he had lightened up since the last time Ji Jiu saw him. Teo continued, it's a medium-sized guild called the Caravan Guild. They had been trying really hard to recruit me and even offered some unbelievable perks. Congrats, Teo. I think it's you who should be congratulated. Congratulations on leveling up. So what happened exactly? Teo asked with curiosity. Oh, well, Ji Jiu hesitated for a moment while he organized his thoughts. He then explained, it just happened after I passed the 5th floor test. Really? I guess you never know what might happen in the tower. I mean, the fact that you couldn't level up was bizarre, to begin with, right? Anyway, congratulations, Tutorial Slayer, Teo congratulated him teasingly. Tutorial Slayer, Ji Jiu had never heard this term before, so he asked in confusion. What? You don't even know your own nickname? After seeing the one-sided massacre you've been bringing down on the tutorial monsters, everyone just agreed to call you that. Many newbies even consider you their idol. They said you look so amazing when you round up the monsters and kill them all at once, Teo explained. Really? A slight blush appeared on Ji Jiu's face. It was such a corny nickname, but this was the first time he had gotten one. Ji Jiu had to admit that he wasn't unhappy about it. Teo added, yeah. So keep up the good work. I know your life has been tough, so I'm sure more good things will happen to you. Thanks. The duo soon arrived at the maintenance department's entrance. Teo left after a quick farewell, and Ji Jiu was greeted by someone else. Hey. There's a tutorial slayer, standing against a wall and holding a mug. Taeshik waved at Ji Jiu. Stop that, Ji Jiu shushed him in embarrassment. The nickname itself wasn't the problem, where it was being said was. The maintenance office was huge and filled with people. So, when Taeshik yelled out his greeting and waved, everyone there stared at Ji Jiu. That guy is the tutorial slayer, one office worker whispered. Yeah. He used to be the longest standing guide here, but I heard he began to climb the tower recently, another worker explained. Huh? So he didn't ascend to the higher floors before. I've heard he couldn't because he couldn't level up, someone else chimed in. Like an animal in the zoo, Ji Jiu could hear and feel everyone talking about him. So I guess people here have heard about me. Ji Jiu lowered his head to hide his burning face and walked up to Taeshik. Have you lost your mind? Ji Jiu argued. Ha ha ha, isn't it funny? You used to be the eternal level 1 guide, now, you've gotten strong enough to get a nickname. Enjoy your fame, dude, Taeshik teased Ji Jiu. Gosh, Ji Jiu sighed. It had been almost a month since they last saw each other. Taeshik seemed happy to see Ji Jiu since his wide smile never became just a smile. With a playful smile, Taeshik offered, let's go to my office for now. There is so much to talk about. Have a seat, Ji Jiu, Taeshik offered. Guess you got a promotion, Ji Jiu commented. Taeshik's private office wasn't overly big, but it looked luxurious. It certainly couldn't compare to the dingy office Taeshik used to have in the guide department. Taeshik asked, how have you been? Fine. I've been so busy hunting that I never got a chance to visit you. I'm sorry, Ji Jiu apologized. Don't worry. I understand, Taeshik replied. After a short mundane chat, Ji Jiu finally asked, so I guess the guide department is really gone, huh? Yes, the association decided to dump it, Taeshik explained. But I still feel disappointed. I worked there for so long. Maybe you'll create your own guild someday, Taeshik teased. They both chuckled before Taeshik asked with a sober face, I suppose you haven't been keeping up with the news about the players? Yes. Well, everything went bananas, Ji Jiu. What happened? Ji Jiu asked. This was why he came to visit Taeshik, so he listened intently as Taeshik explained. Angela succeeded in ascending to the 75th floor. There were some casualties, but it was definitely worth it. That's good. But the problem is, Taeshik hesitated, unable to hide how sad he was. Ji Jiu waited quietly, and Taeshik continued, it's about that gate in the US. What about it? Ji Jiu asked. He remembered it was an S-class gate, but the US surely had enough resources to close it. However, to Ji Jiu's shock, Taeshik said, over 4 high rankers have died. Pardon? Ji Jiu gasped, unable to believe what he had just heard. 4 high rankers. The death of 4 high rankers was a burdensome revelation. Taeshik continued, this wasn't your average S-class gate. In the end, the US added more rankers, and the gate was successfully closed, but even those players didn't get out without a scratch. Oh my god. How? Ji Jiu gasped in shock as Taeshik added, there is an even bigger problem now. A kind of exceptional gate has been appearing in other countries as well. An exceptional gate. That's right. For example, it would seem like an F-class, but it would turn out to be a C-class gate once a player enters it. Some even have an impossible structure inside. All in all, these new gates have exceptional and unexpected qualities, thus, the name, Taeshik explained. Meanwhile, Ji Jiu couldn't hide his confusion. Since the tower and the gates appeared 23 years ago, the world has experienced consistency. So why were all of these sudden changes occurring now? Taeshik warned, so you shouldn't enter any gates for a while, Ji Jiu. You need to be patient. I'm not saying you can't enter forever. As a player, you'll have to enter a gate at some point, but I think it would be best to avoid it during such a difficult time, Taeshik implored. That's true. When Ji Jiu agreed, Taeshik nodded in relief. Ji Jiu felt a little guilty because he had indeed been considering entering a gate. There were a few advantages to closing a gate. The crystals found inside the gates were finer, making them worth much more. In addition, the player responsible for closing a gate was given a special reward. There were even rumors that some special gates gave items that could increase a player's abilities. Lastly, one couldn't ignore the prize money that came with it. The amount varied depending on the class. Sometimes, the player could even get a bonus. These perks were why the players, who valued their lives, were willing to enter the dangerous gates. Ji Jiu replied, all right. I'll think about it. Good. Now, do you want to have lunch with me? Taeshik asked as he checked his watch. It was already lunchtime. It has been so long since he spent time with Taeshik that Ji Jiu wanted to say yes. Unfortunately, he had to shake his head. Ji Jiu explained, I need to go home. I haven't seen Yu Young and Mother for about a month now. Of course. Yu Young has been really worried about you, Taeshik replied and nodded in understanding. Then, I'll see you later. Alright, Ji Jiu. Appa. Here is your coffee, Yu Young offered. Thanks, Ji Jiu replied gratefully. He returned straight home after he met Taeshik. He was filthy after his month-long stay in the tower, but Yu Young still hugged him tightly when he arrived. After greeting his mother and eating lunch, Ji Jiu stared at his phone. Not this one, he murmured. Ji Jiu was searching the internet for a gate he could enter and hunt. It might be dangerous, but I still have to hunt inside to pay off our family's debt quickly. The interest rate on it has been killing me. According to Taeshik, the gates were becoming increasingly dangerous lately, but the chance of Ji Jiu ending up in one of those exceptional gates had to be slim. And besides, if he felt it was too dangerous to go alone, he could find a group to join. This was precisely why he was looking through the website that posted available hunting groups. This gate sounds too dangerous, Ji Jiu muttered. So far, he hadn't been able to find a group that planned on entering a gate that sounded safe. Ji Jiu couldn't level up in the past, but that didn't mean he couldn't learn. He knew a few criteria that made a gate perfect for a first-timer based on what he had learned. He was looking for a gate that satisfied these conditions, but there seemed to be none that sounded acceptable. The number of available hunting groups definitely decreased, Ji Jiu murmured. Back when he was a guide, he used to look through this site for fun. He remembered seeing so many more hunting groups needing new members back then. But now, there seemed to be only 3 pages of them on the website. I'm sure it won't be that dangerous. Then suddenly, one of the posts stood out to Ji Jiu. Planning on hunting inside the F-class gate in Guri City. Dealers are welcome. 010XXXXXXX. Ji Jiu exclaimed, found one. This gate wasn't too far from his home, and it was an F-class. This particular gate was a sustainable type, and Ji Jiu was also happy with the group members. He quickly called the number listed on the ad. Question mark? Hello? Yes, okay. See you soon. Yu Yung, I'm going out, Ji Jiu yelled. Huh? Where are you going? Yu Yung asked in surprise. Gangnam, Ji Jiu answered, put on his jacket, and left home quickly. Hello, Ji Jiu greeted the man in the cafe who seemed to be the leader of the hunting group. The man replied, nice to meet you. My name is Ha Song-soo. Oh, I see, Ji Jiu replied. They sat down and began to talk about the dungeons. Ha Song-soo asked, do you have any experience in hunting inside a gate? No, this will be my first time. But I'm familiar with attack strategies and other patterns, Ji Jiu answered. There were 2 types of gates, single shot and sustainable. A single shot gate was special because it offered many rewards, but it disappeared once cleared. On the other hand, a sustained gate didn't disappear even after being cleared. In fact, after a certain amount of time, it regenerated and allowed the same hunt to be carried out repeatedly. Since the master plan for sustained gates was often well known, hunting in these gates was much less dangerous. However, the reward was accordingly less attractive. But my share of crystals and the experience points should be worth it. The gate this hunting group was interested in was a sustained type. Song-soo asked, I've heard you only passed the first test recently. Is that true? Yes, Ji Jiu replied. Then shall we draw up a contract? Song-soo asked. Oh, of course, Ji Jiu nodded without hesitation. Only groups with a long history or those that belong to a guild skip this legality. For all the rest, a contract was necessary in case of a dispute over the rewards. It wasn't uncommon for the members to fight among themselves, especially if a reward included an equipment item. Ji Jiu read over the papers Song-soo offered. It seems pretty standard. It was definitely a simple contract. All the rewards were to be divided equally among the players, and a deposit was requested in case of absenteeism or unexpected behavior. And in the case of an equipment item, the member who draws the highest number from a dice was to take it. Ji Jiu commented, it all sounds very standard. Will you sign it then? Song-soo asked. Yes, Ji Jiu answered. When they completed the contract, Ha Song-soo stood up and explained, we'll all meet at Yuri Station the day after tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Please don't be late. Okay. A sustained gate usually belonged to a guild or the association. A reservation was necessary to hunt in these gates, which meant that the group couldn't be late. After agreeing on the particularities, Ha Song-soo left the cafe first, and Ji Jiu left soon after. It was now time for Ji Jiu to prepare for his first hunt inside a gate. Chapter 10 The F-Class Gate, 2. Ji Jiu had to prepare for tomorrow, and the remaining hours of the day were his only companions. After the meeting, he became a literal example of the word post-haste. He knew the perfect spot to maximize his growth. Now, he only wished to get there the very next second. He murmured, I have to hunt as much as I can before I have to leave for home. Ji Jiu and the 6th floors were still strangers to each other since he had been engrossed with hunting the monsters on the tutorial levels. Now, Lu had struck a wall. Regardless of how many they killed, Lu's speed and power refused to increase. So, he had to quickly ascend to the higher floors and hunt some new monsters. I'll surely repay the debt once I become stronger. Ji Jiu had been hunting for a long time on the 4th floor, but he never saw its guardian again. And it wasn't because someone else captured it. The guardian forced Ji Jiu into entering the 5th floor. After becoming strong enough, he planned on repaying the favor at first sight. After all, I only became stronger thanks to that guardian. Lu. Don't you agree? Ji Jiu asked. Ugh. You're so childish. You're the childish one here. I've never met a bigger ass than you, jerk, Ji Jiu bickered. Floors above the 5th were easier to ascend since they all had portals for convenient transportation. However, a player could only use portals to the floors they had visited previously. And Ji was currently rushing toward the 5th floor landmark. So this is the landmark. Ji had been here before. Back then, he was unconscious. This was, in a way, his first time here since he couldn't even remember if he was Asward or Fassifirst back then. There's pretty much a city here. The 5th floor landmark was essentially an entire city ? A landmark existed on each floor, starting at the 5th floor. These landmarks were created by players from all over the world as a place to rest. Landmarks could have anything from well-furnished buildings to teetering cabanas. The landmarks on the tutorial floors were more developed because there weren't any dangerous monsters around. I should just get right to the battles, Ji told himself. He had to get as many experience points as he could get before entering the gate tomorrow. So, Ji made his way toward the 6th floor without sightseeing. There would always be time for that in the future. Ji had already researched the path between the 5th and 6th floors beforehand, so he was on the 6th floor before long. The monster that appeared on the 6th floor were lizardmen. When was I this nervous before? Ji murmured. This was the first time he was hunting a monster besides orcs and goblins. The lizardmen were going to be a new beginning for him, a step up for Ji as a player. Creak. Creak, a lizardman screamed with its strange voice. Its scimitar was so rusted that even a small nick from it was enough to give tetanus. I'm so glad I already got the tetanus booster. Then again, everyone said lizardmen are pretty easy to hunt. One of Ji's past customers, who later became his good friend, used to tell him about the different floors and their monsters. He visited Ji sometimes and talked about effective ways to hunt the various creatures roaming the many floors. He was a good man who wanted to tell Ji about the things Ji himself couldn't experience at the time. That player was a talented hunter, skilled enough to take a shot at becoming a ranker. Unfortunately, he died while trying to hunt a guardian. I've to be smart about this and only hunt the guardians when I'm completely ready. His friend's death saddened him, but Ji learned a valuable lesson from it. Ji remembered what his friend told him about hunting a lizardman. He said that I should attack its waist to imbalance it. Oh. Another hunt. Be quiet. The ring on his finger was already transforming back into the red sword. Lu seemed excited at the prospect of hunting the lizardman. Ji obliged by gripped the sword with both of his hands and charging forward. Creak. Creak. Clank. The lizardman's rusted scimitar and Lu met with a sharp noise. Slash. Huh. And just like that, Lu cut through the corroded scimitar. Creak. The lizardman shrieked as Lu sliced its shoulder and left a trail of green blood. What the heck? Ji exclaimed in shock. He had witnessed Lu cut through the orcs and goblins' weapons like a hot knife through butter. Unexpectedly, even the 6th floor lizardman failed to challenge this now reformed bratty sword. Guess I don't even need to keep the proper hunting strategy for this floor in mind. With a bright smile on his face, Ji dashed toward the lizardman. Giri Station. Ha Song-soo and his group members were waiting for Ji at the station. Song-soo greeted Ji. Thank God you got here on time. Yeah, Ji replied. We'll leave immediately then, Song-soo announced. Ji was barely on time. He only had 2 minutes to spare till the set time, which must have been why Ha Song-soo didn't look too happy. But thankfully, he didn't say anything about it. I'm glad I cleaned off the blood before I came. Ji had been busy hunting until the very last minute. He only made it because Lu reminded him of the time. It was considered bad manners to hunt right before a group gate hunt. If a player spent too much energy beforehand, he could feel drained during the group hunt and put the other members in danger. Ji knew this very well, but he had been so focused on hunting that he forgot about time. Besides, thanks to Lu's improved stamina, he didn't feel tired at all. Before long, the hunting party stood in front of the gate. Ha Song-soo made the payment at the entrance. Here is the admission fee. Ha Song-soo and the group of 5, right? The admission cashier asked. Yes. I wish you good luck in clearing the gate safely, the admission cashier said to the group and stepped aside. The gate they were entering today belonged to the association, so the cashier had to be the doorkeeper sent by the association. Before you begin, I'll explain the rules once more. You must follow my orders without question. Since we must clear the gate within our reserved time, we're going to move quickly, Song-soo announced. Alright, Ji and the rest of the group answered together. It seemed the other players also found this group online. They were all acting awkward around each other, not a good sign. The blue gate began to shake. This was the first time Ji was seeing one up close. He was mesmerized by it. It looks very different from the floor doors in the tower, but it's still very beautiful. It was indeed beautiful. Inside the gate could be a living hell, at least, its entrance was lovely. Is this your first time entering a gate? One of the members with an unknown name asked Ji. Yes, the man smirked at Ji's answer. Ji narrowed his eyes as he watched his group entering the gate one by one. Soon, it was his turn, so Ji jumped into the blue gate. You have entered the gate. So this is the gate. Soggy air stabbed at Ji's nose. Check your equipment before going forward. It's going to get darker inside, so please light your torches, Song-Su announced. Crackle. Blaze. Everyone brought out their own torchlights. I guess it takes a special kind of man to become a group leader. They were about to hunt inside the easiest class gate, yet Song-Su seemed very thorough. He checked each member carefully and then designated different roles based on the members' talents. It seemed Song-Su had already studied the group members before he came here today. Now, we'll get going, Song-Su announced, and the group began to move. Thank goodness. This doesn't look like one of those exceptional gates. As he walked, Ji realized the gate's interior and the description he had heard of it matched to a T. Relief washed over him now that he thought this was an ordinary gate. Excitement and glee weren't too far behind as he paided himself for fearlessly making this attempt. His group formed a triangle with the tanker Song Byung-hoon at the front. The second row included Ji and a player who belonged to the close combat category. Behind them were the group leader Song-Su and a female player. Does Song-Su know that woman? Song-Su clearly didn't like getting close to any of the members, but he kept the female player close by for some reason. The group paused not too long after they began because they could feel a monster nearby. Get ready, at Song-Su's command, all the players stopped. He announced, a zombie has been spotted in our perimeters. Prepare for a battle. All the players, including Ji, gripped their weapons tighter. Song-Su quickly returned to his position and knocked an arrow. He requested, tanker. Please lead the aggro hard. Okay. Song-Su's arrow left its bow at an almost unreal pace. Whoosh. The arrow's shrill whistling sound struck everyone's ears and left a resounding echo. Stab. The shrill whistle was followed by the grotesque sound of an arrow piercing thick flesh. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr group. Ha! Song Byung-hoon shouted to attract the zombies. Consequently, the seemingly endless wave of zombies rushed toward his shield. Song-soo ordered, "Dealer." It was finally Ji Jaeho's turn. "Let's kill them all." With Lu's excited cheer, Ji Jae twirled the sword and ran toward the zombies that were busy attacking the shield. Slash. Huh. What the hell? Ji Jae, Song Byung-hoon, and the other close combat dealer Choi Dae-oh exclaimed in confusion. What's going on here? One player asked in surprise, but before anyone could answer, Ha Song-soo screamed, "Focus!" Every member stopped gawking. They knew they couldn't forget the fact that they were in the middle of a battle. Everyone, including Ji Jae, was confused because of what happened when Ji Jae swung his sword. He swung Lu once and ended up slaying 4 zombies like they were fragile wooden chopsticks. I better control my strength. Ji Jae couldn't understand what happened exactly, but one thing was for a certain, he didn't have to go all out in this battle. Then, Lu beheaded a zombie with each relaxed swing. Thanks to Ji Jae's quick work, it didn't take the group long to finish the hunt. Ha Song-soo announced, "We'll take a quick break." Okay, the members answered and sat down on the ground. They couldn't afford to use expensive potions for every injury, so it was important to regain strength naturally after every battle. If someone were wounded, they would have watered down the potion and applied it. This was enough to heal the wound slowly over time. Ji Jae, what the heck was that earlier? Song Byung-hoon approached Ji Jae and asked. Wow. Didn't you say you were only level 7? Choi Dae-oh also came by to ask. Choi Dae-oh was the player who smirked at Ji Jae before entering the gate. Obviously, he was older, but Ji Jae still didn't like how informally he talked. The two men continued to gush over Ji Jae. It made sense since Ji Jae's technique earlier was no doubt impressive. Ji Jae must have achieved some critical hits, Byung-hoon guessed. Oh, but that doesn't make sense. How can someone do that many critical hits consecutively? Dae-oh asked in doubt. But, oh man. When I heard this was your first time hunting inside the gate, I was so worried. But now, it looks like it's going to be a smooth sail, Byung-hoon exclaimed excitedly. Both men seemed thrilled at the prospect of an easy hunt. After all, having a powerful player in a group decreases the chances of death or dangerous situations. Ji Jae replied quietly, I just got lucky, that's all. Oh, come on. This guy is humble too, let's be honest, there's no such thing as a luck stat, Byung-hoon flattered Ji Jae. You don't look tired at all either. When Dae-oh mentioned this with surprise, Ji Jae replied awkwardly, I guess not. Song Byung-hoon and Choi Dae-oh seemed ignorant of how uncomfortable they were making Ji Jae. When they continued to chat loudly, Ha Song-soo warned them, please be quiet. You can't let your guard down. We're still inside the gate. The warning quietened the noisy duo, but not completely. Song Byung-hoon muttered, gosh. He's being so picky. Although he said this quietly, his voice rang because they were underground. Ji Jae glanced at Song-soo, but it seemed that Song-soo planned on ignoring Byung-hoo. I have to hide my abilities better. The unexpected source of power was creating a clear division between the group. It wasn't ideal for survival. Ji Jae pulled himself together since it was time for the group to continue. I think this is a mid-boss room, Ha Song-soo stated. A metal fence was blocking their path, and they knew that crossing it would bring them face to face with the mid-boss. It was common knowledge that this gate's mid-boss was a giant zombie, so the players began checking their stamina and equipment. Then, Ha Song-soo walked up to the fence, took out a small glass vial from his bag, and threw it at the metal fence. SHHHH. Corrosion solution. The metal fence began to slowly melt away. Ha Song-soo warned the members, please be careful not to touch the corrosion solution. Okay, the players answered. Cautiously, the members began crossing the fence using the small eroded hole. Ji Jae was the last one to cross. The fence repaired itself as soon as he did. The escape path has been sealed. Escaping the gate was possible, but a player couldn't escape the mid-boss or the boss room. It was a life or death situation, meaning the players could only leave after killing the boss. Ji Jae. Please take good care of us, Song Byung-hoon winked at Ji Jae, who replied awkwardly, oh, okay. He had been trying to control his strength, but the zombies kept falling like twigs in front of him. By now, everyone believed Ji Jae lied about his level. They seemed to like the idea, and they did their best to flatter him. Focus, Ha Song-soo yelled as a giant zombie appeared. Gate's mid-boss, giant zombie, has appeared. Ugh, the female player, who hadn't done much so far and remained close to Song-soo, groaned when she saw the giant zombie. The 3-meter monster was covered in squirming worms trying to escape its body. Cooloo. The players weren't given much time to feel disgusted because the giant zombie roared, causing the worms to fall on the ground. The battle was about to begin. Ha! Song Byung-hoon shouted to distract the monster. His aggro was followed by Ha Song-soo's fire arrow and the female player's magic attack. Thud. Ack! Song Byung-hoon groaned when the giant zombie slammed his shield. Byung-hoon's arms began to shake visibly as he muttered, he's too strong. You need to hang on a bit longer. Choi Dae-oh rushed toward the giant zombie with his sword held high. Slash. A bunch of the zombie's worms fell to the ground with a gnarly sound. Unfortunately, the attack failed to deliver much damage to the giant zombie. Instead, it continued to slam on Song Byung-hoon's shield. Ack! Song Byung-hoon screamed in pain. Think. The giant zombie's weaknesses are its neck and chest. Focus only on those two areas, Ha Song-soo screamed and continued shooting his fire arrows at the giant zombie's chest. Then, Ji Jae finally made his move. Chapter 11 The F-Class Gate, 3. Ji Jae planned on delivering a swift blow to the giant zombie's head, so he kicked the ground to jump. Maybe it was because his stomp wasn't strong enough or something else, but he didn't reach the giant zombie's head. Damn it, Ji Jae swore. His initial plan was a bust, but he still wanted to use the remaining momentum to deliver all the damage he could. So, Ji Jae drove Lu into the giant zombie's shoulder before falling to the ground. Crack. The gash Lu made began spreading as the monster screamed in pain. Grah. Now, Ha Song-soo yelled, and the remaining members attacked the monster together in response. Even Song Byung-hoon was now brandishing a sword and rending the giant zombie's leg. Fwoosh. Blaze. Now that the giant zombie was at its last leg, one of Ha Song-soo's fire arrows finally succeeded in setting the giant zombie on fire. The players felt encouraged by the sight and attacked with greater vigor. Once the giant zombie fell, Only the main boss remained between them and a successful clear. The group decided it was best to rest up as much as possible before going forward. Ugh, never imagined I would share my dinner table with maggots one day, Song Byung-ho murmured as he chewed on a piece of jerky. It had been quite a while since the group first entered the gate. This was a perfect time to eat and replenish their energy before hunting the boss monster. But thanks to you, Ji Jiu, we were able to finish it quickly. After we clear this gate, would you let me join your group? Song Byung-hoon begged ? Ji Jiu tried his best to look nonchalantly, but he couldn't help disliking Song Byung-hoon and Choi Dae-oh. Why would he say something like that in front of this group's leader? At this point, it wasn't even about lacking proper manners. The duo was obviously trying to disrespect Ha Song-soo. Had they been genuinely interested in working with Ji Jiu, they would have waited until they were alone with Ji Jiu. I guess he's just ignoring them. Their antics actually made Ji Jiu see Ha Song-soo in a positive light. His leadership and thoroughness were commendable, to say the least. He was also an excellent strategist and could put the right man in the right place. Ha Song-soo is still a low-level player, but if he joined one of the major guilds, or became a ranker, Ji Jiu had no doubt Song-soo would make a name for himself. I think we'll be able to clear the gate much faster thanks to you, Ji Jiu, another player complimented. Totally, agreed someone else. Not at all, Ji Jiu shook his head humbly, but he knew they were right. They were certainly making good time because he was making short work of everything that stood in their way. At this rate, I guess I can use the extra time for some extra hunting. It should be okay, right? Whenever the main goal of a gate hunt was to catch the boss monster, the hunting group always took the shortest possible route. Being late was never an option because the gate schedule was always jam-packed. However, if you were left with some free time that you've already paid for, it wasn't uncommon for players to use that for some extra monster hunting. Will the zombie blood enhance any of Lu's abilities? Perhaps. Lu hadn't absorbed enough zombie blood so far because Ji Jiu hadn't heard any announcement from the system yet. But if he continued to hunt zombies, Lu was bound to gain something. Zombies only appeared in the gates, so this was Ji Jiu's only chance to kill as many of them as possible. Had Ji Jiu belonged to a guild or a hunting group, he could have made somewhat regular trips to the different gates. Disgusting. You can taste too? The zombie blood is bitter. So bitter. PFFT. Lu's complaint made Ji Jiu laugh. The zombie blood must have tasted horrible. Now, we just have the boss monster left. Please don't let your guard down, announced Ha Song-soo. Sadly, it failed to get a response from his teammates, especially Song Byung-hoon and Choi Dae-oh. Yes, Ji Jiu made a point of answering loudly. In the end, the two rude men quietly answered as well. Wah, one player groaned. Wow, another exclaimed in awe. The group stood in front of a giant metal fence that had to be at least 5-story tall. It was also very thick, thicker than even a utility pole. This is the boss room, Ha Song-soo announced, and the group stopped in its tracks. Talon. This gate's boss was Talon, a giant ghoul, and only this fence stood between them. By the way, was this metal fence built to keep Talon inside? I wonder how these sustained gates really work, Choi Dae-oh said as he approached Ji Jiu. Ji Jiu, in turn, gave an offhanded reply and continued to stare at the fence. He had heard Talon was huge, but even then it was, at most, 3 humans stacked together big. That was certainly big, but not big enough to warrant such a fence. The tower or the gates aren't like the dungeons in games. Every little thing here has to have a reason and a purpose. This was what Ji Jiu believed. This was real life, everything, no matter how huge or tiny, served a definite purpose. He believed that figuring out that purpose was the key to understanding the tower's secrets. Choi Dae-oh asked Ji Jiu, aren't you going to check your equipment? I'm on it, Ji Jiu replied. He had been staring at the fence quietly all this while. After the reminder, he finally looked away. Then again, for Ji Jiu, checking equipment meant asking Lu a simple question. How's your condition? Excellent. Ji Jiu was having a small conversation with Lu when Ha Song-soo gathered the players around. He explained, okay, listen up. I'm about to share the hunting strategy for Talon. We already know. Did you really think we won't even check something like that before entering a sustained gate? Song Byung-hoon's interruption was straight up rude and offensive, but Ha Song-soo continued patiently, you still need to listen. A slight mistake on anyone's part can ruin our entire gate trip. And that's not even the worst case, a mistake here can cost everyone their lives. Tusk? So annoying, Song Byung-hoon grumbled. Obviously, he failed to notice how tense the atmosphere in the group was. The female player even seemed ready to jump forward, but she flinched and calmed down after Song-soo gave her a look. Ji-jae was probably the only one who noticed their strange interaction. That was really weird just now. Ha Song-soo's companion, the female player, didn't even reveal her name during their entire trip. Her reaction just now was definitely odd, but Ji-jae decided not to think too much about it. Ha Song-soo took a deep breath and continued, this gate's gatekeeper and boss monster, Talon, has only one specialty, it can change its attack pattern. Other than that, Talon is a keeper-level monster with rather basic strengths. The greatest advantages it has are its size, speed, and power. This much everyone in the group knew. What Ha Song-soo said next was their key to clinch victory. What you need to remember is what happens when Talon changes its pattern. Once we deliver enough damage, Talon would crouch and try to change its pattern. If it's successful in that, hunting it will become much harder since it will target the distant players first. One strategy was to attack while Talon was partway through this change, but its defense increased threefold during this change. Ha Song-soo added, the close combat dealer and the tanker's aggro will be the key to killing this monster. We understand, everyone except Song Byung-hoon answered. Yeah, I got it, Song Byung-hoon replied in frustration. By this time, the other players were already busy crossing the metal fence. Hush! Ahead of them, Talon was sitting with its back toward the group. The giant monster gave off an unusually intimidating aura. This is my first time seeing a boss monster. Ji-jae had seen a guardian or two before, but not a gate boss. A gatekeeper, also called a boss monster, was known to be almost as strong as the guardians. Ji-jae was feeling wonderstruck when Ha Song-soo said to him, I'm about to shoot. This was Ha Song-soo's way of asking someone to focus. Ha Song-soo pulled out a special-looking arrow and knocked it on his bow. It's an explosive arrow. Ji-jae knew what it was. When the tower and the gates appeared, various countries made great efforts to create weapons using the crystals. Unfortunately, regular people couldn't use them because the power within the crystals was too strong. After many failed experiments, humans were only left with several flops, and this explosive arrow was one of them. The idea was to refine the energy within the crystal to cause an explosion. This idea failed because the explosive power contained within the crystal wasn't significant. But it was certainly powerful enough to act as an arrowhead. Whoosh! The explosive arrow flew at a blinding speed and struck the middle of Talon's back. Kai! Talon screamed in pain and anger. Before it could do anything, a loud noise filled the area. Kaboom! The arrow had just exploded. Close combat dealer, Ha Song-soo yelled. Okay. Haya, Song Byung-hoon roared and dashed forward. Ji-jae followed close after and said, I'm going. Talon seemed to have received significant damage from the internal explosion. However, when was a single explosion ever enough to slow down a boss school? Haya, Song Byung-hoon roared again, making it turn toward him. Wham! Talon slammed its fist onto Song Byung-hoon's shield. With a loud bang, Song Byung-hoon was thrown into the air. Please do your best. I got this. They were currently facing a boss monster. It would have been foolish not to use all of his strength. This was the time to give everything he had. Suddenly, Ji-jae's speed increased, and he was near Talon the very next second. Slash! Ji-jae swung low elegantly and sliced off Talon's right hand. All this while, Ha Song-soo never once seemed impressed by Ji-jae. No, even he exclaimed, wow, slashing the boss monster's hand with a single slash was, no doubt, a praiseworthy accomplishment. But Ji-jae didn't stop there. He unleashed a barrage of slashes onto Talon, leaving Song-soo's arrows and Choi Daeo's sword strikes as mere extras. The female player's magic attacks also continued to cause damage to the monster. Song Byung-hoon was surprised by Ji-jae's movements. Ji-jae was clearly stronger than the team leader. Byung-hoon's eyes sparkled at that thought. The pattern change is starting, Ha Song-soo yelled. Talon must have suffered significant wounds because it ran to the back and crouched on the ground. Song-soo suggested, Ji-jae, how would you like to take this chance to attack it? Well, Ji-jae contemplated. It certainly wasn't a bad idea. The monster's defense went up during the pattern change, but Ji-jae was now strong enough to cause significant damage. So perhaps this was worth a try. Ji-jae replied, all right. Ji-jae held low tightly and approached the crouched Talon. Gotta aim for the neck. Injuring any other area was going to be meaningless. Beheading it with a single swing was going to be his best bet. It was a critical juncture. Ji Jiao's hands began to sweat. Lu's assimilation level is increasing. You can now use Lu's powers more efficiently. Huh? What? Suddenly, Ji Jiao felt a rush of energy inside him. Was I not tapping into Lu's full power till now? That's gotta be it. After the rush, Ji Jiao felt his chances of finishing this fight were higher than ever. Then, he swung Lu across Talon's neck with all of his strength. You have slain the gatekeeper, Talon. You have gained experience points. You have successfully killed the gatekeeper with a single attack. You have gained extra experience points. Lu is absorbing Talon's blood. Lu's ability increased slightly from Talon's blood. You have obtained a new skill, cannibalism. Cannibalism, you can prey on corpses to regain your stamina. What the hell, one of the players swore. No way, another player exclaimed. Ha Song-su remained silent. Ji Jiao had just beheaded Talon with a single swing of his sword. Let alone others, even Ji Jiao himself was surprised. So, the other members gaping in confusion and shock was actually quite natural. They had suspected Ji Jiao was no ordinary player. Still, the most they expected from him was dealing some minor damage to Talon. But straight up beheading? Ji Jiao. You need to give me your phone number, Song Byung-hoon begged. Me too, Choi Dao yelled hurriedly. Ha Song-su remained quiet. Song Byung-hoon and Choi Dao continued to act overly friendly with Ji Jiao. The two sneaky men glanced at Ha Song-su and smiled secretly. Ha Song-su announced, I think we should first decide who gets the equipment item. To everyone's surprise, the group gained an equipment item after killing Talon. Such an item was very rare to come by. Because this was separate from the rewards that came with clearing a gate, the group needed to decide who got it. Of course, the contract everyone signed already stated how to do this. All they had left to do was roll a dice. Wait. Can we do this after I go to the washroom? Song Byung-hoon suddenly asked. What? Ha Song-su frowned but still nodded. Song Byung-hoon smiled in satisfaction and asked Ji Jiao, come with me to the washroom. I'm only a tanker, so I'm scared to go alone. Only a tanker? Scared? Something's wrong with him. Ji Jiao remained quiet because he didn't know how to respond. I wanna go too, Choi Dao yelled. But Song Byung-hoon shook his head and ordered, you just stay here and protect the equipment. Song Byung-hoon must have feared Ha Song-su or the female player might steal the item and run if Choi Dao wasn't here to watch them. In the end, Ji Jiao and Song Byung-hoon moved to a quiet area. Ji Jiao. Aren't you going to pee? Ji Jiao asked. You're strong, but you're not very smart, Ji Jiao, Song Byung-hoon teased. Pardon. Song Byung-hoon claimed he needed to relieve himself, but he was now saying something completely different. I think I know what's going on here. Ji Jiao could guess what Song Byung-hoon was thinking. Although he had never left the tutorial floors, Ji Jiao had met countless players as a guide. He prided himself on being a good judge of a character. And it seemed that Ji Jiao was right about Song Byung-hoon. Ji Jiao, would you like to have that equipment item? Chapter 12 The F-Class Gate, 4. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out Song Byung-hoon's intentions ? Ji Jiao didn't want to take unnecessary risks. With a hardened face, he said, what are you talking about? Oh, come on. Why are you acting so stern? Song Byung-hoon asked as he tapped Ji Jiao's arm playfully. By now, Song Byung-hoon was acting too familiar with him. Ji Jiao's face clearly showed his displeasure, but it didn't seem like Song Byung-hoon cared much. Song Byung-hoon continued, I mean, let's be honest here. Ji Jiao, you did all the work here today, didn't you? Dao and I, being ethical men, aren't interested in that equipment item, but did you see Ha Song-su and that woman? How could they even think about rolling the dice? Ji Jiao sighed, finding Byung-hoon's suggestion ridiculous. There was no way Ji Jiao would participate in such a complicated situation, but it seemed Song Byung-hoon mistook Ji Jiao's silence as interest in his suggestion. Byung-hoon continued excitedly, what we are gonna do is pretty simple, Dao and I will simply pressure them into handing the item to you. And if we do this, I'm sure you'll help us out too in return, won't you? Unlike an average item made by players or regular humans, an equipment item like that usually fetched a sky-high price. So, this sounded like an attractive offer at a glance. Ji Jiao practically had nothing to lose and everything to gain. In return, All he had to do was go hunting with Song Byung-hoon and Choi Dae-oh in the gates a few times. But, Ji Jae asked, how would you pressure them? Don't worry about that. We'll make it happen, so all you need to do is go along with it, Ji Jae, Song Byung-hoon explained. Once again, Song Byung-hook took Ji Jae's silence for something it wasn't. While humming a merry tune, Song Byung-hook returned to the group. With a troubled look, Ji Jae also headed toward where his group was waiting. Now that I've emptied my bladder, shall we take care of the equipment item, Song Byung-hoon announced, making the female player frown a little. But he didn't seem to care as he continued, just bring it over here first, Dae-oh. It appeared Choi Dae-oh had decided to follow Song Byung-hoon's lead because he replied obediently, of course. The equipment item was placed in the middle of the group. The reward for killing Talon was a dagger, the dagger of paralysis. Something like that was definitely worth a big chunk. It must be worth a fortune since it can consistently paralyze an enemy upon a successful attack. It certainly was a desirable item. Equipment items already fetched a good price, but those with paralysis ability sold for even higher. Then I'll take out the dice, Ha Song-soo announced as he put his hand in his pocket. HAA, Song Byung-hoon suddenly yelled as he jumped to grab a dagger of paralysis. He then plunged toward Ha Song-soo with the weapon. Ha Song-soo was an archer. Right now, he didn't even have his bow close by. So, he was in a very vulnerable state. Whap! But before Song Byung-hoon could reach Ha Song-soo, Ji Jae grabbed him. As Song Byung-hoon screamed till his face went red, Dae-oh took a few steps back with a confused face. Just now. Song Byung-hoon continued to shriek loudly, but Ji Jae zoned out everything apart from Ha Song-soo and the female player. Ha Song-soo didn't flinch for a second even when the dagger was millimeters away from him. As for the female player, she's fast. Had Ji Jae not grabbed Song Byung-hoon's arm in time, there was no way of knowing what might have happened. Didn't she specialize in magic? Flash. A dagger's glare struck Ji Jae's eyes, and only then did he realize that the female player was holding a dagger. He suspected that if he hadn't stopped Song Byung-hoon, she would have amputated this idiot's arm. Ji Jae. What do you think you're doing? Weren't we on the same page? Hey. Dae-oh, Song Byung-hoon protested in confusion. Stay still, Dae-oh replied while staying as far away from Ji Jae as possible. Then, Ji Jae pushed Song Byung-hoon down with his arm, making him fall to the ground. Clank. With a rattle, the dagger of paralysis also fell to the ground. Why are you doing this, Ji Jae? I was just kidding, Song Byung-hoon tried to make excuses, but the tense atmosphere finally struck him. Whack. Song Byung-hoon fainted when Ji Jae hit the back of his neck. First time I use this move, and it works? What luck. After briefly staring at Song Byung-hoon, Ji Jae looked at Choi Dae-oh. As for you, Choi Dae-oh, Ji Jae began, but before he could finish, Choi Dae-oh knelt on the ground and begged. He told me he would sell the equipment item and share the profit with me if I did as he asked. That's the only reason I went along. I had no idea he was going to stab the group leader. It didn't seem like Choi Dae-oh was lying. Ignoring the trembling man, Ji Jae turned toward Song-soo and asked, what do you want to do? Why are you asking me? Ha Song-soo asked with a face full of interest. He was trying to attack you, so you should take care of him, Ji Jae replied. As soon as he finished his sentence, the female player took a step. Just like what Ji Jae had done, she hit the back of Dae-oh's neck. I knew it. Ji Jae's suspicion was confirmed. It was obvious that this girl was much more skilled than he was. Ji Jae asked, who are you? Don't you think I should be asking you that? Ha Song-soo answered with another question. He added, anyway, I would like to thank you for what you did just now. Harim, stay behind me. Harim, the female player, lowered her head and obeyed. Ji Jae said to Ha Song-soo, I'll take that dagger then. Why? Ha Song-soo asked, intrigued. Didn't I just save your life? I think I deserve some reward. I think it's too much. An item like this should be nothing to someone like you, right? Ji Jae asked, making Ha Song-soo stiffen. Ha Song-soo thought Ji Jae had found out his identity, but Ji Jae actually had no idea, so he explained, someone like her is following you around and acting like a bodyguard. You obviously aren't just any hunter. I'm not interested in you, so I don't plan on investigating you. I won't talk to others about you either. Ji Jae really wanted to take the dagger of paralysis. And because of what just happened with Song Byung-hoon, he now had a legitimate excuse to take the item. After soloing the boss and saving their team leader's life, he believed he deserved it. Alright, Ha Song-soo replied and nodded. Ji Jiu picked up the dagger of paralysis and declared, then I'll leave these two men to you. Do you plan on staying inside the gate longer? Ha Song-soo asked. Yes, I want to hunt a bit more till the end of our reserve time, Ji Jiu replied. You're leaving me with an annoying cleanup, Ha Song-soo grumbled, but he no longer looked upset. That's exactly why I'm dumping them on you. You're funny, Ha Song-soo replied and glanced at the female player. He gave her a look, and Harim jolted. Nervous, Ji Jiu tightened his grip on Lu. Thankfully, all Harim did was grab Song Byung-hoon and Choi Daeo's necks. See you later, Ha Song-soo said goodbye. He and Harim then turned around to touch Talon's corpse before the four of them disappeared from Ji Jiu's sight. Phew, Ji Jiu sighed deeply. His back and hands were soaked in sweat. You need to be more careful. How could you make a deal with that mad woman? Sorry, Ji Jiu apologized to Lu. Lu was screaming non-stop when he was talking with the dangerous duo. He was yelling for Ji Jiu to run because there was no way they could take on that woman named Harim. But Ji Jiu decided to stay because he felt running away in that situation would have been even more dangerous. Thankfully, it seemed he made the right call. I belong to you, which means I'm your family now. Master, don't forget that if you die, I die too. Sorry, Ji Jiu murmured and caressed Lu. Even though Lu sounded selfish, Ji Jiu knew his ego was worried for him. It seemed an apology was enough to appease the sword. Just be careful from now on. Alright. Before leaving, Ji Jiu looked at where Song-soo and Harim stood a moment ago one last time. Lu has absorbed the zombies' stamina. Ji Jiu had plenty of time to stay behind and hunt because they had cleared the gate quickly. Lu had gained a zombie's ability by the end of his onslaught on the gate's zombies. Perfect. Ji Jiu was satisfied with what he had accomplished today. By now, there were barely any zombies left inside the gate, so he decided to kill one or two more before heading toward the reward chamber. Grr, the last zombie groaned as its head rolled on the ground. Phew, Ji Jiu sighed. Starting from the lizardman hunt, he had been hunting continuously for the last 3 days, the fatigue was finally setting in. He sat down for a moment to rest and regain his strength. When he checked the time, he realized he still had plenty of time to spare. I better leave now, Ji Jiu murmured. He had probably taken everything he could from this gate, so there was no motivation to stay behind. Well, he could wait for the zombies to reappear, but how many would he have to kill this time to level up? Ji Jiu decided that he had enough for now. The smart thing would be to increase his hunting time gradually. He stood up and was about to head toward Talon's corpse when, he spotted something sparkling on one side of the wall. What is that? Different players had cleared this gate dozens of times, so all the hidden pieces inside had already been retrieved. Also, Ji Jiu had never heard of a light like this. What is that? Ji Jiu slowly approached it and touched the wall. Tap, tap. When he tapped it, he heard some hollow sounds. It's empty inside, Ji Jiu murmured. The inside of the wall seemed empty, which was even stranger. The location where the light was coming from was an easy spot to break during a battle. There was no way all of the previous players missed the hidden piece here. Either it was never found, or perhaps there was a condition Ji Jiu satisfied to trigger its appearance. Tap, tap. When he tapped it again with his fist, he realized the wall wasn't very strong. Crash. Ji Jiu swung Lu against the wall, which crumbled down with a loud noise. After the wall crumbled away, the light inside shone brighter than ever. Ego? What? Lu's murmur confused Ji Jiu. I think there's an ego inside. I can feel it. As Ji Jiu slowly cleared rubbles, the light's intensity increased even more. When he cleared a large enough area for a person to pass by, he spotted a sword. Is that an Excalibur or something? A white sword was stuck in the ground. Ji Jiu walked closer to it and saw a strange-looking sword. He couldn't tell what it was made of, but the handle at the end of the white blade looked like it was made from wood. Badum. Badum. Suddenly, Ji Jiu's heart began to pound rapidly. Does it want me to hold it? It was as if the sword was calling for him. Slowly, Ji Jiu held the wooden handle. And it was when he zoned out. Ji Jiu found himself inside a space filled with white light. I guess this is better than what happened before, he murmured. This felt similar to the space he found himself in when he first met Lu. The difference was that the previous space was filled with darkness, but he was surrounded by brilliance here. However, The luminosity wasn't blinding, instead, it felt warm. Are you my master? Are you an ego? The one inside the sword, Ji-Jiu asked. Yes. I've been waiting for my master here. Could you answer my question? Ji-Jiu chuckled since this meeting was in stark contrast to his first hello with Lu. Also, because this wasn't his first time meeting an ego, he was much more relaxed. I'm not your master, but I would like to be. Ji-Jiu wasn't its owner yet, but he would be soon. My name. L, Ji-Jiu answered. L. Is that my name? Yes, Ji-Jiu answered warmly. He could almost hear the ego, now named L, laugh. Thank you. Now please take me away. You have synced with L. L shall belong to you from now on. You can now access L's information. Thank you, master. Then, the space began to distort around him. The devil sealed by L is waking up. The seal has been broken, so the gate will now perish. As soon as Ji-Jiu entered L's space, the gate began to shake loudly. Before long, the ceiling began to crumble, and large chunks of it fell around him. Run. Run, master. Who are you? And who might you be? Shut up. Ji-Jiu hurriedly pulled out the white sword and ran toward Talon's corpse. Meanwhile, the gate didn't stop quaking. Based on how the gate was shaking and considering what the system announced a moment ago, Ji-Jiu knew something huge was about to happen. Damn it. The ground began cracking. Talon's corpse wasn't far away, but Ji-Jiu found it hard to maintain his balance. Rumble. Now, even the walls were trembling. Ji-Jiu took careful steps on any intact surfaces he could find and finally reached Talon's corpse. When he touched the dead body, he heard the system. Would you like to move to the reward chamber? Yes, Ji-Jiu answered and found his vision darken slowly. Kaboom. Before everything turned black, Ji-Jiu got a glimpse of the falling walls and a pair of blood-red eyes. Chapter 13 The Auction House 1. A reward has been prepared. You have destroyed the gate. A bonus reward has been prepared. Ji-Jiu found himself inside a gray room. Seconds later, several bronze and silver boxes appeared in front of his eyes. This was his first time inside a reward chamber. I guess the silver boxes have the bonus reward, Ji-Jiu murmured and opened the bronze box first. A bonus reward was given when a certain condition was met. Perhaps finding L was one such condition. 30 purple crystals. Not bad. A purple crystal was the lowest quality crystal found inside the gates, but earning 30 of them wasn't a bad deal. After all, this was only an F-class gate. This is the main prize, Ji-Jiu murmured expectantly as he moved on to the silver boxes. Since this was a bonus reward and encased in a silver box, there was a good chance this would be an equipment item. Protection talisman. The carrier of this item will gain protection. A non-player can also carry it and gain the ability to resist various illnesses and diseases. After reading the description, Ji-Jiu excitedly picked up the small necklace from the silver box. On his way home, Ji-Jiu felt quite heavy-hearted. He said, wow. So the gate was destroyed. Was this an exceptional gate? Or is it because I found L? Thankfully, the gate perished long after Ji-Jiu left, so no one suspected him. I better keep quiet about this. The consequences would have been dire and simply ineffable had anyone found out about it. Ji-Jiu decided to keep the incident a secret. When he thought about his first gate hunt, he realized his gains were way more than what he could have ever imagined. After all, he earned 2 equipment items, 30 purple crystals, some additional crystals from killing zombies, and L. But, Ji-Jiu felt uncertain about many aspects of this journey. I wonder who they are. Ji-Jiu pondered about the true identities of Ha-Song-Su and Harim, but he quickly shook his head. Most players who hid their identities tended to be dangerous. Even if they weren't, it was never a good idea to probe into someone who wanted to remain anonymous. His own safety had always been on top Ji-Jiu's priority list. He was getting stronger with each passing day, but that didn't mean he would kick every hornet's nest he saw. Ji-Jiu was smart enough to recognize that he was just strong among the amateurs, not the rankers and high rankers of this world. And then there's that devil. Just what is it? L explained that the creature it locked away was a devil. When he synced with L, the seal imprisoning the devil was broken. What were those blood-red eyes he saw before leaving the gate? L, do you know anything about it? A white ring with Medusa's face for its center stone adorned Ji-Jiu's middle finger. This was L. Just like Lu, L had an accessory function. He was aware of what it did this time, so he immediately activated it after leaving the gate. I can't remember much. It feels like my head is filled with fog. All I remember is that someone ordered me to protect the devil's seal. That's all, Master. And who ordered that? Lou suddenly butted in before Elle could answer. What a stupid question. She obviously doesn't know. Ji Jiu didn't like Lou's rudeness, but he agreed. He touched his head and murmured, things are getting so complicated lately. Getting stronger every day was all well and good, but Ji Jiu wasn't particularly enjoying all the messy situations he was a part of now. Unfortunately, the past couldn't be changed. Since he knew worrying about it wouldn't change anything, all he could do was prepare for the possible consequences. For a player, that line meant getting stronger. And that happened to be exactly what Ji Jiu wanted for himself, to begin with. Elle, let me have a look at your status screen. Ji Jiu was looking through Elle's stats earlier when he found the accessory function. It made him go off track, so he never got the chance to give her stats a thorough vetting. Back then, he checked Lou's stats to learn about him. It was time for Ji Jiu to learn more about Elle. Yes, Master. Elle calling him Master felt a bit awkward, so Ji Jiu just whispered, He had already told Elle that there was no need to call him that, but Elle refused to listen. Calling me Master isn't a good reason to teach Elle some manners like Lou, right? Elle's status screen appeared in front of Ji Jiu's eyes and broke his train of thought. Elle. Level 2. Power. 2. Speed. 2. Stamina. 2. Magic. 2. Accessory, enabled. This looked very similar to what he saw when he first met Lou. The levels were the only noticeable difference. Ji Jiu murmured, I thought you would be much stronger since you were responsible for protecting the Devil's Sea. Master, I have been protecting the Devil's Seal for so long that I lost all of my power. Even if you hadn't synced with me, the seal would have broken eventually, and I would have perished. Ji Jiu nodded quietly. He felt a little better after hearing Elle's explanation. Appa, Yu Yung greeted Ji Jiu when he returned home. How's mother? Ji Jiu asked. She's sleeping. I'll wash up first. Okay. I'll get your dinner ready, Yu Yung offered brightly. After patting her head, Ji Jiu heading to the washroom. After a quick shower, he changed. As soon as he walked out of the washroom, Yu Yung asked, Appa. Dinner's ready, so why aren't you eating yet? Ji Jiu rummaged through his bag as he murmured, I need to get this to mother first. He took out the talisman and walked to his mother. Yu Yung watched with curiosity. Without an explanation, Ji Jiu quietly hung the talisman around his mother's neck. When Yu Yung saw what it was, she exclaimed, Isn't that a protection talisman? SHHH. You'll wake her up, Ji Jiu hushed her. Wow. Where did you get such an expensive item from? Yu Yung asked with excitement. Protection talismans were one of the few items that even non-players could use. It increased the user's life force while protecting them from minor illnesses. This couldn't heal their mother, but it could give her some health benefits. Ji Jiu muttered to Yu Yung, I think it's time to have mother stay in a hospital. What? Ji Jiu was told that recent medical advancements provided treatment options for even patients with total body paralysis. There was no guarantee of complete recovery. He wanted to try it if there was even a slight chance of recovery. Until now, the treatment cost wasn't something Ji Jiu could afford. But since he was becoming financially stable, he felt it was finally time to take his mother to a hospital. I'll look into the hospitals, Ji Jiu offered. Are you sure this will be okay? Yu Yung asked hesitantly. Yeah, Ji Jiu replied and patted her head one more time. He appreciated the fact that his little sister was looking out for him. For now, Ji Jiu decided against advancing to the next floors inside the tower. To increase Lou's stats, which required a sword to absorb monsters' blood, he had to hunt as many of the same kind of monsters as possible. This meant that he had to spend a lot of time killing monsters with higher levels than Lou and Elle. It was a time-taking task, but the result was satisfying. Although Ji Jiu's ascension was slow, he was becoming stronger at a much faster speed in comparison. This was what really counted since a player's level mattered only because it came with corresponding abilities and skills. Elle, you've leveled up a lot too. Thank you, Master. Elle was already at level 6. One disappointing aspect was the fact that, unlike Lou, Elle couldn't absorb monsters' blood to become stronger. Although Elle's stats only had a unit change with each level up, Ji Jiu was still thankful for being its master. This is unbelievable, Ji Jiu muttered. Elle didn't have Lou's special ability, but she had a special ability of her own. Every level up in her stats reflected in Ji-Jiu's stats. In other words, Ji-Jiu's stats changed with L's stats. Owning Lu and L was akin to owning two special abilities. Egos tend to level up slowly, but it's very consistent. Unfortunately, ever since he synced with L, the level ups of his two egos had slowed down significantly. He suspected that it was either because of the increase in the experience points requirement or the experience points were being shared between the two of them. But Ji-Jiu wasn't too bothered by this. After all, he was hunting like a lunatic lately and he rarely felt tired, so this didn't seem to matter so much. I better find more egos later. After he obtained L, Ji-Jiu was once again reminded of the ego's power. If he could get another one, he knew he could get stronger at a much faster rate. But if I get more egos, I will never experience peace again, Ji-Jiu moaned. Of late, his head had been filled with the ramblings and arguments of the ego duo, so he couldn't imagine how much more noise he would have to endure if he owned more egos. But this was the price Ji-Jiu had to pay to become powerful, and he was only too happy to pay it. What? Master, I will try to be as quiet as I can. Ji-Jiu was glad L was such a respectful creature. I really think I've to hunt more inside gates, Ji-Jiu thought out loud. His quest to level up Lu had brought him to the 9th floor. The ego duo had leveled up significantly. Lu's improvement had been truly amazing. Yet, Ji-Jiu couldn't help but think about gates. The main reason behind why he couldn't hunt in gates was that he couldn't find suitable hunting groups. The last time he found a hunting party was because of the website that advertised available groups. However, he still remembered the uncomfortable position he was forced into the last time, so he wanted to avoid such an event at all cost. Unfortunately, he didn't belong to an established group or a guild. This meant that there weren't many other ways Ji-Jiu could hunt inside the gates. Why isn't a solo player allowed inside the gates? Ji-Jiu muttered in annoyance. A capable player shouldn't have any problems clearing an F-class gate, but the association didn't allow it. Players were considered an important asset, and it was the association's duty to control the player's vanity and arrogance. If a player ended up dead after a failed hunt, the loss could be too damaging. Maybe I need to make my own group, Ji-Jiu pondered. Many monsters like the zombies only appeared inside the gates, so gate hunting was necessary to strengthen Lu. But I don't want to be in a group. Sadly, being in a group had its own cons. Ji-Jiu feared the other players more than the monsters. He sighed, I better get down first. Mom is finally moving into a hospital today. Today was the day Ji-Jiu's mother was being admitted to a hospital. Taeshik helped in choosing the best place for her. It was a famous hospital in Seoul, so it was expensive, but Ji-Jiu wanted his mother to have the best care possible. You must be so busy. You didn't have to come, Ji-Jiu protested. Today is the day your mother's being admitted to the hospital, right? Taeshik replied. Thank you so much, Ji-Jiu replied earnestly. Taeshik was visiting to help Ji-Jiu with his mother. Taeshik reassured him, you can trust this doctor, Ji-Jiu. I'm sure I can. After all, you introduced him to me. If he can't be trusted, you'll have to answer to me, Ji-Jiu teased, making Taeshik smile and grumble, you're such a jerk. Taeshik asked, are you doing well? Everything's going great. Someday, I'm going to be strong enough to take you down, Hyung. Although Taeshik looked like a slightly sharp middle-aged man, he was actually a ranker. In the past, he became famous as a high ranker. One day, he retired and began working for the association. Recognizing his talent, the association was willing to help Taeshik climb up the corporate ladder faster, but all he wanted at the time was to run the guide department. It's nice to see that he's finally where he's supposed to be. In Ji-Jiu's eyes, Taeshik's new position suited Taeshik better than working at the guide department. Ji-Jiu said, there is actually one problem I have right now. What is it? Taeshik asked with surprise. I'm having difficulty finding a group. A group? Yes. I need to tour the gates, but I can't trust anyone to accompany me. And since solo hunting is illegal, I am torn, Ji-Jiu explained. Why you? I told you not to go inside the gates, so what are you talking about? Taeshik exclaimed. To be honest, I already tried hunting inside an F-class gate. Killing the monsters was easy, but dealing with the other players was so tricky, Ji-Jiu complained. You're so stubborn. But you found monster hunting easy? In an F-class gate, Taeshik asked as he contemplated. Ji-Jiu, on the other hand, waited quietly for Taeshik to answer. There was a reason Ji Jiang mentioned his problem to Taeshik. Taeshik was now a prominent figure inside the association. So, Ji Jiang was hoping Taeshik could perhaps find a solution. And thankfully, it seemed Taeshik had already forgotten about how Ji Jiang entered the gate against his wishes. Instead, Taeshik seemed more interested in the fact that Ji Jiang found hunting F-class monsters easy. Taeshik finally offered, I think there might be a way. I knew it, Ji Jiang exclaimed. Why are you so excited? You don't even know what I'm about to say, Taeshik retorted, with a playful smile. He continued, why don't you obtain the player credential? Gosh. What the heck? Do you really think I didn't think of that? Ji Jiang yelled in frustration as he felt his hopes crashing down. Player credential was a classification system similar to that of the gates. It was done in alphabetical order, and it measured the player's strength. High-ranking players were allowed to go solo hunting inside the gates, and Ji Jiang was already aware of this. However, the problem was the classification process. An item made from the gate crystals was used to measure a player's power. Of course, the trouble here was that Ji Jiang was still a level 1 player. On top of that, all his abilities stemmed from Lu and L. Based on the current method, he would never be powerful enough to get the credential. Ji Jiang had no doubt he would be labeled F grade. Them not even considering him a player wasn't out of the realm of possibility either. Ji Jiang murmured, I guess I better think about this. But perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea to just try it. If he got lucky, he could cheat with Lu and L's help. Oh, and Taeshik began as if he was about to say something important. There was an accident where a sustained gate in Guri City perished. I don't know if it suddenly turned into an exceptional gate or something, but just be careful, Ji Jiang. After becoming just a bit stronger, players tend to get into trouble because of their arrogance. Ji Jiang scratched his head to hide his guilt. Chapter 14 The Auction House, 2. Appa. Appa. What are you thinking? Yu Yung asked loudly. Nothing much, Ji Jiang answered, coming out of his daydream. Gosh, then just go home and sleep or something, Yu Yung ordered him. All right, Ji Jiang replied as he stood up. Then, turning toward his sister, he added, please take good care of mother. I got this private ward partly for you too, so try to stay here as much as possible. Okay, Yu Yung answered. Because their home was located in an isolated and unsafe neighborhood, Ji Jiang would always be worried about his little sister's safety. So, when he decided to have his mother stay in a hospital, he got a private ward. The hospital was situated in a much safer area, so he urged Yu Yung to make this her new home. I'll be back later, Ji Jiang promised his sister before leaving the hospital. Stay safe. Being a player doesn't mean you're immune to danger, Yu Yung warned her brother. There was only one thing in Ji Jiang's mind nowadays. Solo gate hunting. But realistically speaking, this was impossible. It was one thing to get a permit, but dealing with the gatekeepers, aka the boss monsters, was also a serious problem. Talon appeared in all Guri City gates, and there wasn't any clear battle strategy available for hunting it. It wasn't overly strong. As the gatekeeper, it was almost as strong as the tower floor guardians. This was why 10-15 players of the same class as the gate were normally required to fight this monster. Of course, players with grades higher than that of the gate were free to hunt alone. But I'm not quite there yet. Ji Jiang was an objective judge when it came to his own skills. He certainly had been improving at a faster rate than many other players, making him a little stronger than your average rookies, but he knew he couldn't call himself strong. Ji Jiang didn't want to act adventurous and end up losing his life. Still, there has to be something I can do. Was there a way for him to get stronger even faster? I guess there is only one thing I can do. The Player Association's sole branch was a hive of activity today. An auction where players could trade expensive and rare items was underway inside the building. The auction house was always overcrowded. Today, Ji Jiang was also part of the crowd. I can't find it anywhere. Just like Lu found L, or like the way he spotted L's light inside the gate, Ji Jiang had been wondering if he could find more egos out in the world. Sadly, what happened inside the F-class gate had yet to repeat itself. He rummaged through all the stalls that sold items and equipment relevant to players, but he couldn't find anything special. He even took a second opinion from Lu and L, but even they couldn't feel any other egos inside the building. I guess I should have known that this wasn't going to be easy. This made perfect sense since finding egos with powerful abilities couldn't be that easy. Ji Jiang had been hoping for a miracle, and the most prospective place he could think of was the auction house. Would you like to register the dagger of paralysis for today's auction? The registrar asked. Yes, Ji replied. The starting price will be 30 million won. The start time is, the registrar continued to explain the auction process. Ji listened and nodded before heading toward the auction house. Since he never got the opportunity to sell the dagger of paralysis, he had it for a while now. He could have left it to the registrar and returned later to get paid whatever amount the item sold for. However, this was the very first quality item Ji won, so he wanted to see it being sold in person. Do you think something good will be auctioned off today? A nearby player chatted with another player. I don't know. If they knew, they would have sent out a notice, his companion replied. If something like a skull set is brought out like the last time, everyone's going to go wild, the first player commented. Because the auction hadn't started yet, the place was filled with loud chatter. Ji heard people greeting each other and talking expectantly about what auction items might be available today. Finally, he found a quiet seat away from the other players and sat down. The auction will now begin, the auctioneer announced. Soon after, the offering began. Ji decided to ask Lu and El to keep an eye out for useful items. If you guys find something good, let me know. Got it? Yes, master. Usually, auctions began with the vending of the lowest quality items. The main prize appeared in the middle or at the end. However, what Ji wanted wasn't something expensive, he was searching for an item that encased an ego. The problem was, Ji had no idea where an ego might be hiding. I'm afraid it will be inside something pricey based on where I found Lu and El. Not all egos are in a sword-like form like us. We don't know what other egos might look like, master. That's a relief. His relief stemmed from the fact that there was at least a possibility he wouldn't have to buy something that looked as luxurious as Lu and El. The first auction item was a dull iron sword. But because it included an additional power stat, it sold at a decent price. Unfortunately, all the items that followed were also duds, that is, Ji and his egos couldn't feel anything on any of the items. Meanwhile, the auction continued as the auctioneer announced, now, the next object is the dagger of paralysis. Ji dagger of paralysis was next in line. As soon as it appeared, the offering price went up quickly. Not bad, huh? The paralysis function was in high demand among players, consequently, the dagger was worth a lot despite being a low-level item. After a bout of intense bidding, the dagger of paralysis was finally sold for 100 million won. It actually went for twice what Ji had expected. Ji tried his best to hide his joy and focus on the rest of the action. Ji felt tired because nothing worth buying came up the whole time he was there. He was about to leave when suddenly, the auctioneer announced with excitement, it's finally time for today's main item, the bracelet for the wounded. Oh, a player from the audience exclaimed. I've been waiting for that, another yelled excitedly. I hear its recovery power is amazing, some player in the distance explained to his companion. This item brought excitement in not only the players present but even Ji. However, the reason Ji stared at the bracelet was different from that of the other players. It's an ego. Ji could see the blue light being emitted from the bracelet. It's an ego. I think it's a really powerful one too. Ji sighed silently. What's wrong? Question mark? Master? This was exactly what Ji had been searching for, but the bracelet for the wounded was the main item of today's auction. There was no way he could afford to offer the winning bid. Shaking his head, Ji left the building. But now I know an ego can be found anywhere and not just in special places like the gates. This had been his secondary goal for visiting the auction house today. Now, Ji knew he didn't have to nearly die or smash a wall to get an ego, he could get them just about anywhere. Suddenly, something dawned on Ji and his eyes widened. Wait a second. That was 100 million won. My dagger went for 100 million won. The dagger of paralysis was sold for 100 million won, only then did he realize the wealth he had struck. In his entire life, he hadn't earned even a fraction of that, and he was just happy with having Lu and El in his possession. But now, he had 100 million won too. It was the best news he could hope for. Ji giggled. Even if he deducted the 10% auction fee, he would still walk away with 90 million won. He whispered in excitement, I'll give you a kiss later, Lu and El. Have you lost your mind, master? In the end, Ji gave up on buying or searching for other egos. Instead, he returned to hunting. For an entire month after the auction, Ji-Jiu kept himself busy inside the tower. In that time, he successfully ascended beyond the 10th floor. He was now heading toward the 13th floor. Ji-Jiu murmured, I had no idea the test on the 10th floors was going to be that easy. After a player passed the first test on the 5th floor, they had to take additional tests on the 10th floor and every 10 floors after that. Only the players who passed these tests could ascend to the next floor. Ji-Jiu's test on the 10th floors was to hunt an orc. Why did the difficulty level of the tests on the 5th floor and the 10th floor drop for me? He wondered out loud. All Ji-Jiu heard from the system was that he met a requirement, but he didn't know what that requirement was. He could come up with many possible answers, but he couldn't confirm any of his suspicions. Well, who cares? It made my life easier, so I guess that's all that matters. Great attitude. Indeed, Master. Ji-Jiu nodded in agreement. After sitting down, he asked, Lu, you leveled up earlier, didn't you? Yup. A while back, Ji-Jiu heard the system announcement about Lu leveling up, but he was so busy hunting he didn't get a chance to check. It had been a long time since Lu leveled up, so he gripped Lu tightly as a blue status screen appeared in front of him. Lu. Level 14. Power. 34. Speed. 38. Stamina. 44. Magic. 29. Available skills. Accessory. Cannibalism. You can prey on the corpses to regain your stamina. There were huge changes to Lu's status screen. Firstly, Lu had already reached level 14. But even more surprising were the changes in his abilities. After absorbing different monsters' blood, Lu's growth accelerated beyond Ji-Jiu's expectations. And consequently, Lu achieved stats beyond his level. His current stats matched a level 30 player. So, Ji-Jiu was more than satisfied with Lu's growth. By the way, about the cannibalism skill, Ji-Jiu murmured. Lu obtained this skill after killing Talon. Cannibalism allowed a player to regain their stamina by preying on a corpse. It wasn't something Ji-Jiu could use. This was the first active skill he obtained, but it was useless to him. Ji-Jiu now had the strength of players in the 30s levels, yet he was still hunting without any functional skills. Lately, Ji-Jiu had noticed how troubled Elle seemed to be, so he consoled, Don't feel bad, Elle. I apologize for not being helpful, Master. What are you talking about? You're doing very well, Ji-Jiu encouraged her. Elle's depression seemed to be growing with each hunt. Her voice was usually void of any emotions, but he could still tell that Elle was disappointed in herself. He called up Elle's status screen. Elle. Level 11. Power. 11. Speed. 11. Stamina. 11. Magic. 11. Available skills. Accessory. Elle was growing at an ordinary speed. Apparently, the disparity in Lu and Elle's growth rate depressed the latter to no end. This couldn't be helped since Elle couldn't absorb the monster's blood. I'm sure we'll soon find a way to help you grow faster, Ji-Jiu tried to console Elle, who didn't reply. Ji-Jiu smiled bitterly and stood up. It was already very late, it was time to go home now. On his way back, Ji-Jiu got a call from Yu Yung saying they were out of groceries. So, he dropped by the grocery store on his way back home. Now that he had saved some money, he could finally move to another neighborhood with his family. However, Yu Yung and their mother were staying at the hospital, so he didn't think it was necessary right now. And it wasn't like he went home much anyway. Ji-Jiu suddenly asked his egos, By the way, you guys really don't know anything about the tower. I told you I can't remember. Me neither, Master. Ji-Jiu pondered. Lu and Elle had told him they lived inside the tower for a long time, so he thought they might know some secret or special information about the mammoth structure. Unfortunately, it seemed that they didn't know much. Ji-Jiu had chatted with his swords on multiple occasions, but he never came up with anything useful. I wonder what happened to that devil in the F-class gate, Ji-Jiu contemplated. He was referring to the creature Elle kept in bounds before he synced with her. After the gate perished, was the devil released to the world? But if that were true, why didn't anyone notice it? Based on the size of those red eyes, it had to be pretty big. Yet, no one was talking about this devil. As time passed, the destruction of the Guri City Gate was slowly forgotten. Everyone just chalked it up as another inexplicable strange phenomenon like the tower, the gates, the monsters, the whole 9 yards. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help, Master. Ji-Jiu was lost in thought as he climbed the stairs to his home. Then, he came to an abrupt halt. The area above him on the stairs was becoming distorted. Is that a gate? Ji Jiao murmured in surprise. This was definitely a signal that a gate was forming. Did you say your name is Kim Ji Jiao? The people from the association asked. Yes, Ji Jiao replied. It was late at night, but his neighborhood was noisy. Countless cars were coming and going, and some men in fancy suits were standing right in front of him. They were sent by the association, and they thanked Ji Jiao. Firstly, thank you for reporting the gate occurrence. Ji Jiao was right about what he saw. The distortion was indeed a signal of a new gate forming. This was his first time seeing it up close, but Ji Jiao remembered his players' training. He immediately called the player association and the people who maintained the gates arrived soon after. Newly incepted gates weren't dangerous to non-players. But, unlike the tower, even non-players could enter the gates. Children or drunkards often ended up inside the gates by accident, so they needed to be monitored closely. Based on its energy emission, this must be an F-class gate. You'll have the priority hunting pass, player Kim Ji Jiao. What would you like to do? One of the men from the association asked. If a player reported a newly incepted gate, they would be given the priority hunting pass to it. This gave the player the chance to clear the gate first. They also had the right to transfer this pass to anyone of their choice. Rewards for clearing a gate for the first time were great even considering the danger, so the priority hunting passes were often sold for a high price. In addition, if the gate turned out to be a sustained type rather than a single shot, the founder could end up making a lot of money. But sadly, this was no longer the case nowadays. Because of the recent incidents involving the exceptional gates, the number of players wanting to enter newly formed gates has plummeted lately. Besides, Ji Jiao didn't think an F-class gate was going to bring him much money. However, the fact that he owned the priority pass meant he could enter the gate alone. After a short contemplation, Ji Jiao asked, "Can I make a quick call?" He took out his phone and walked away for a moment. Chapter 15 Blacksmith Ego 1. Ji Jiao was calling Tae-shik, who answered the call after just 2 rings. "Hello," Ji Jiao greeted. "I was just about to call you." It seemed Tae-shik wanted to talk to Ji Jiao as well. Ji Jiao asked, "Is it about the newly formed gate?" "That's right. I heard a gate appeared in front of your house. They said the institutor is." "It's me," Ji Jiao replied quickly, making Tae-shik sigh. "So you must have the priority pass then." "Yes, that's what I'm calling you about," Ji Jiao explained. "Just tell them you'll keep the pass. Then, wait for me, I'll be right there." Tae-shik hung up the phone without even waiting for Ji Jiao's answer. The conversation ended before Ji Jiao could ask anything. He sighed deeply. Ji Jiao only called because he wanted a little advice, but Tae-shik's unexpected response left him speechless. Ji Jiao tried calling Tae-shik again a few times, but there was no answer. In the end, Ji Jiao walked back to the association members and said, "I'll keep the priority pass." "All right. Remember, your pass will expire in 5 days, so use it before that. After 5 days, it'll be auctioned off to another guild, player, or group," an association member explained calmly. "All right." After their conversation ended, the men went back to controlling the traffic around the gate. Meanwhile, Ji Jiao sat down on a bench nearby that wasn't affected by the gate formation. After waiting for a while, Ji Jiao heard the association employees making a fuss. "General Manager," the men exclaimed in surprise. "Don't mind me. Just keep working," Tae-shik ordered calmly. Yes, sir," all the association employees replied in unison. After a brief conversation with the gate maintenance workers, Tae-shik waved at Ji Jiao. He asked, "Did you wait long?" "Not really. You got here really fast, did you catch a jet or something?" said Ji Jiao jokingly. However, Tae-shik replied with a solemn face, "I ran." Ji Jiao became speechless. Once upon a time, Tae-shik was a renowned high ranker. So, this man was indeed faster than most cars. Ignoring Ji Jiao's confused look, Tae-shik continued, "I heard you took the priority pass. Good job. That's what you told me to do, Hyung." "Indeed. After all, a priority pass is very valuable. I was sure you knew this too, but I just wanted to make sure. Let's go to a cafe first. I'm so thirsty from running all the way here," said Tae-shik. Ji Jiao stood up to follow Tae-shik when he suddenly heard the association employees whispering nearby. "Who's that man?" one employee asked as he glanced at Ji Jiao. "What's his relationship with the general manager?" Another worker wondered. Or maybe he's the player who was close to the general manager when he worked in the guide department. What do you think? The third man guessed. You mean the player who can't level up, free, M. Being the center of a whisper conference would be awkward for anyone, let alone Ji Jiu. So, he pretended not to have heard anything and hurriedly followed Taeshik. Their feet brought them into a cafe located near Ji Jiu's home. Passers-by were slowly crowding the area, murmuring and roaming the area. It was apparent they were nothing more than curious spectators. 1 month was the usual time limit. A gate exploded if it wasn't cleared within that or neglected for longer than that. Gate explosion meant all the monsters inside the gate would come swarming out. At that point, even if the players tried their damnedest, they wouldn't be able to stop the monsters before they had caused great mayhem. What is your plan, Ji Jiu? I assume you plan on clearing it alone, right? Taeshik asked while he gulped down the bitter Americano and looked outside. Yes, that's what I'm hoping to do, Ji Jiu replied. Taeshik sighed deeply again and continued, that's what I thought. I've known you for a long time, so why now? Why are you so interested in gate hunting? After a quick pause, Taeshik looked straight into Ji Jiu's eyes and asked bluntly, what level are you now? When Ji Jiu remained silent, Taeshik prodded, just be honest with me. Ji Jiu looked around, but no one was paying any attention to them. The cafe was pretty empty, to begin with. Ji Jiu answered quietly, I'm level 1. I knew it. Not leveling up for half a decade and then I suddenly start leveling up like crazy? I never bought it, Taeshik muttered, clearly not surprised by Ji Jiu's statement. It is what it is, Ji Jiu replied with a shrug. With another sigh, Taeshik questioned, tell me what happened. How did a level 1 player become the Slayer? How did you become so strong? Before Ji Jiu answered him, Taeshik placed a round machine on the table. A barrier item. Barrier items were used to create a soundproof and invasion-proof barricade around the user. It even allowed its user to decide the perimeter of the area they wanted to enclose. Most high-level players own such an item. Due to its rarity and expensive price, not many lower-ranking players dared to purchase one. How much should I tell him? Ji Jiu contemplated how much he should tell Taeshik. Should I tell him about Lu? L2? And what about his job and unique ability? After thinking over his options slowly, Ji Jiu opened his mouth. Ji Jiu stood inside Dongdaemun Market. He was surrounded by shopkeepers yelling loudly to attract potential customers. Cheap items here. Super cheap. I've got a bayonet that can kill an orc with each shot. It's for sale. Potions for the lowest price. Dongdaemun Market used to be famous for its cloth shops. After the tower and the gates appeared, its function slowly changed over time. Now, it was a wholesale market for player items. This was where players with a blacksmith job made and sold items. The market offered excellent varieties, from well-known brand items made by renowned craftsmen to lower-quality objects. Here, one could even find advanced items sometimes dropped by monsters. Items here could be bought at a much lower price than at the auction house, so Ji Jiu often visited this place. We got the best and the cheapest items here. Come have a look, one of the many shouting shopkeepers hollered. Ji Jiu was here to purchase new protective gears. His old gears were appropriate only for the tutorial floors, so it was time for a change. Ji Jiu bought a new set of protection equipment back when he got Lu, but its quality wasn't up to standard for him now. Ji Jiu currently had 50 million won in his bank account. After prepaying his mother's hospital bill and the interest for his family debt, this was all he had left. The day Ji Jiu found the new gate, Taeshik told him, the first thing you need to do is get prepared for the solo gate hunt. That day, Ji Jiu told Taeshik everything. There really was no reason why Ji Jiu should hide the existence of Lu and L, especially because Taeshik was someone he could trust. Ji Jiu was also aware that Taeshik would definitely be of great help in the future. Also, Ji Jiu didn't want to deceive the one person who had always been generous and kind to him. After Taeshik heard everything, he told Ji Jiu to return after getting ready. Ji Jiu first needed to obtain all the necessary items to prepare for the solo hunt. He had to buy equipment items and some disposable counterparts to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Ji Jiu murmured as he looked at the array of armors in a shop. Most looked like they were made of leather, but they looked sturdy. He picked up the strongest-looking black leather armor. Sloppy leather armor made by an unskilled blacksmith. Normal. Defense level 7. It was a useless item. Ji-Jai checked all the other items one by one, but they weren't much different from his current protection gears. Ji-Jai walked back and forth along the display boards as he muttered, "Nothing here is worth buying." Indeed, there wasn't a single useful item in the market. Yeah. Not one thing here has an ego inside. I couldn't detect any either, Master. Ji-Jai had asked Lu and El earlier to tell him if they felt any egos. Unfortunately, it seemed there weren't any around. This won't do, Ji-Jai mumbled in annoyance. He had to prepare everything and enter the gate in 5 days, but that much time wasn't even barely enough. Damn. I've to find something useful no matter what. With renewed determination, Ji-Jai began touring Duong Demon Market again. Cheer up. It's all right, Master. The two egos tried to console Ji-Jai, who was clearly upset. He failed to find anything useful regardless of how many times he searched Duong Demon Market. All the decent protection gears were marked up ridiculously, while all items with reasonable prices had the most useless functions. This defeated the very purpose he came here for, find quality items at a low cost. If he wanted to pay full price, wouldn't he have gone to the player department store or the auction house? Should I borrow some money, so I can purchase one of those expensive items? Ji-Jai contemplated out loud. There was no way any bank would give him a loan, but he knew Sukwu or Taishik would be willing to help him financially. Yet, Ji-Jai shook his head and muttered, "No. If I keep depending on others, things will never change for me. Okay, one last look, and I'm out." He swore this was really going to be his last round around Duong Demon Market today. If he failed again, he would have to go to the auction house and get custom-made armor. After the last round that also ended in failure, Ji-Jai was sitting on a bench with a defeated look. Then, an adorable boy walked up to him and asked, "Hyung, are you looking for something specific?" Confused, Ji-Jai said, "Huh. Hyung, our shop has some really awesome items. The prices are super low too. My grandpa is an amazing craftsman, but no one seems to know this. If I take you there myself, I'm sure he'll give you a discount too." The boy, about 8 years old, explained earnestly. The boy looked cute, but he was wearing a rather shabby outfit. His badly worn shirt and oversized pants looked like thrift store rejects. This conversation somehow attracted the attention of many. "That child is at it again," one of the nearby shop owners muttered. "He would make more money working at a factory. No one ever buys anything from their shop, so why does he keep dragging our customers there?" another shop owner complained. "Who knows? Shouldn't we report his grandfather for child abuse?" the first shop owner asked. He was reported many times before, but the boy cried and refused to leave every time. "I heard even the police gave up," someone replied. From the looks of it, this child was pretty famous in Duong Demon Market. The chatter seemed to have zero effect on the kid as he continued, "Hyung, I swear I'll give you a huge discount, okay? My grandpa is the best blacksmith in town." Ji-Jai looked at the child with pity. Kids like him were no treasure in this market since they were nothing more than baits for soft-hearted players. Often, blacksmiths with no skills or potential took in these poor children and made them into baits. They baited soft-hearted players into buying items, playing on the pity they felt for the children. Apparently, this was how many of the unskilled blacksmiths made a living. A nosy-looking man nearby advised Ji-Jai, "I've been to that boy's store before. It looks decent from the outside, but all the items there don't even have a status screen. It was the worst. And if you go there, you might get assaulted. His grandfather is a wacky old man. I've even seen him throw salt at his customers. My grandpa isn't a bad man." "Don't talk about him like that," the boy protested. "You bastard. Remember how he threw salt at me when I followed you there?" the man yelled angrily. "That's because you called my grandpa a fake and a condescending old man who can't even make a proper player item," the boy screamed. The boy was so bothered by the decrying that he stopped trying to solicit Ji-Jai. Instead, he walked up to the rude man and swung his fist. What?" the man stammered. Confused, he tried to push the child away when Ji-Jai announced hurriedly, "Let's go. Let's go to your grandpa's shop." "Really? You're really coming?" "What?" the boy exclaimed excitedly ? When the boy ran toward Ji-Jai ? The rude man spit on the ground and warned Ji-Jai, "You look like a novice player, so I'll give you some advice. Don't go there. You'll only make a fool of yourself and regret it later." All Ji-Jai did was glance at the man silently before following the boy. Ji-Jai asked, "Is your grandfather's store far from here?" No. It's really close. Then let's hurry. I don't have much time, Ji-Jiu explained patiently. Okay. Follow me. The people around looked at Ji-Jiu with pity, thinking the old man would mistreat him. However, Ji-Jiu's eyes sparkled with intelligence, as he walked behind the boy. Ji-Jiu followed the boy for a long time. Now, they weren't in the crowded market but in a deep alley somewhere. Ji-Jiu asked his ego silently, "Are you sure that boy's clothing is an ego?" "Well, it's not your regular ego. It's more like a fragment of an ego. Or maybe an ego's corpse. I'm not sure how to explain it. This is the first time I'm seeing something like this. Everything is the first time for you, Lu. You. Whatever. So, yeah, that boy's clothes are definitely an ego. I'm guessing it's a synthetic ego created by a human. However, rather than possessing a conscience, the clothes only have a part of the ego's power. Does this mean he can sync with the ego like me and use its power? Don't be ridiculous. He isn't synced with that ego, he's just wearing an ego. I doubt if those clothes have any functions at all." Ji-Jiu didn't follow the boy because he pitied him, he had his own plans. After all, there were plenty of other children who had worse lives than this child. On top of that, when children were used like this, they often matured quickly and became even sneakier than some adults. Normally, Ji-Jiu would have never followed a boy like this. There was only one reason behind why he decided to follow the kid. Lu and El both told him that they could feel an ego in the boy's clothes. Ji-Jiu found this hard to believe, but he had no choice but to believe his ego's words. This also piqued his curiosity about the boy. "We're here," the boy announced. They stood in front of the rundown two-story building in a neglected alleyway. The boy walked down to the basement of this building, and Ji-Jiu followed. The stairs were all cracked as if they were ready to collapse at any moment, and an unpleasant odor was wafting from the bottom of the stairs. The place looked ominous, but Ji-Jiu felt confident he could protect himself if necessary. "Grandpa. We have a customer. I brought him here," the boy yelled eagerly as he opened the broken wooden door. "Boy. I told you not to bring any customers, didn't I?" An old man's voice came from the inside. Ji-Jiu slowly walked past a wooden door as the old man continued, "My grandson shouldn't have done that. Just get out. Nothing here is for sale." Ji-Jiu could hear the old man's voice, but he couldn't focus on it at all. Oh my god. This is impossible. The old man's entire workshop was glowing with golden light. 1. Dongdaemun Market is a large commercial district in Seoul. 2. In Korea, salt is believed to ward off evil spirits. Chapter 16 Blacksmith Ego, 2. Are you hard of hearing? Didn't I say I'm not selling you squat? Get out, the old man screamed. Ji-Jiu didn't reply and just stood there, unmoving. Are these all egos? Whispered Ji-Jiu. How did a human do this? Master, thankfully, none of the egos here hold consciousness. The old man's shabby workshop was barely 35 square feet, but it looked like a gold-filled treasure chest to Ji-Jiu. The boy asked anxiously, Hyung, what's wrong? You don't like Grandpa's items either. And no, that's not it. Sir, may I please have a look at them? Ji-Jiu asked respectfully. What? Tusk? Minsu, where did you find this strange man? The old man said in annoyance, but his eyes never left Ji-Jiu. To Ji-Jiu's relief, the old man took the boy and stood against the wall as he replied, Well, I doubt you'll understand the true value of any of my items, but have a look anyway. Don't you dare complain that there aren't any status screens for them. Thank you, sir, Ji-Jiu answered gratefully. As if possessed, he began examining the items in the room, and the old man continued to monitor him. The blacksmith seemed interested in Ji-Jiu, perhaps because his grandson brought Ji-Jiu here. Or maybe it was because the old man suspected something. Ji-Jiu exclaimed in his mind, Oh my god. I've never seen items with these kinds of abilities in my life. I can't believe these egos without consciousness hold such great powers. That old man must be a great craftsman. The iron sword Ji-Jiu picked up looked clunky. In his eyes, it shone the brightest among all the items in the room. As soon as Ji-Jiu touched it, the sword's status screen, invisible to all the previous customers, appeared in front of his eyes. Unnamed sword. Level 79. Power. 187. Speed. 60. Stamina. 210. Magic. 3. This blade will become sharper with each monster it slays. Power and stamina will also increase with each monster it slays. Sealed. 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 Ego without a master. This ego has lost its consciousness, so it only holds its power now and nothing else. To you, this might just look like a blunt iron sword, but it's the best item I've ever made in my life, the old man claimed proudly. Jijiu caressed the sword without a word. This blunt iron sword was level 79 and had the abilities of a ranker. Jijiu stammered, "Ho, how much is it?" "What? How much do I need to pay to buy this sword?" Jijiu asked again. The old man grinned at his question and replied, "It's not for sale. I'm not stupid enough to sell my best work to someone who can't even use it. Stop this nonsense and put it down. If I can use it, will you sell it to me?" Jijiu stammered again, too mesmerized by the sword's might. "What?" the old man asked, baffled. "What the nonsense are you spewing? This is a level 79 unnamed sword. Its stats are..." Jijiu began to read out the sword's status screen. "Why you can see the sword's stats?" "Yes, I can. Can you see them too, sir?" Haha, the old man gave Jijiu an empty laugh, but his eyes were filled with euphoria. Jijiu remained quiet and waited for the elder to speak. The old man ordered, "Give me a minute, Minsu. Go see your father for a while." "See Dad?" "That's right. Grandpa has to talk with the customer you brought," the old man explained patiently. "Grandpa. So I did well today? Did I bring the right customer this time?" Minsu asked excitedly. "Yes, you did very well. Now, change back to your clothes before you go. Stop wearing the things Grandpa made, will you? Your dad's going to lose it." "But this smells so nice, Grandpa," Minsu grumbled and walked up to a corner where a perfectly fine set of pants and shirt lay. This situation would pique anyone's curiosity, but Jijiu couldn't care less because of the incredible objects around him. There weren't many items in the workshop, but just like the unnamed sword, the rest were also egos. Unnamed armor. Level 35. Unnamed boots. Level 64. Unnamed hood. Level 23. They were all labeled unnamed because they weren't given any names yet. When Jijiu was busy admiring the items, the old man offered, "Let's talk now." Minsu, the old man's grandson, had finally left the store. The old man's eyes sparkled as they began their conversation. "I guess I was right. Your rings were glowing so brightly that I suspected something, but there are plenty of other players with glowing items, so I wasn't completely certain." The old man only began an earnest conversation after Jijiu briefly told him about his egos. Jijiu had no other choice because the old man refused to sell him anything before learning the truth. Jijiu asked, "Did you make everything in this workshop?" "I did." "What? How can he create egos?" The old man's answer drew comical astonishment from Lu and L. Jijiu asked, "How do you make them?" "What a shameless question. Are you really asking a blacksmith to reveal his secret?" "I'm sorry, but didn't I also share my secret?" Jijiu insisted, but the old man refused again. "Whine all you want, the answer is still no." Jijiu asked another question. "Fine. Will you sell them now that you know I can use them?" "I will, but only if you can prove to me that you can truly use them," the old man promised, making Jijiu glow with excitement. Why was this shabby workshop filled with egos? Who was this old man? How did he come to make these egos? What was the true identity of these egos? He had many questions, but his current priority was to obtain the items. For something so precious, Jijiu was willing to pay any price. Fortunately, the old man's place and clothes looked nice enough to tell Jijiu that he wasn't in for the money. Actually, everything was going suspiciously well. Jijiu offered, "Okay, I'll prove that with this unnamed sword." "You okay with that?" A blacksmith always wants his work to reach someone who recognizes its value. Only a player who can use my items to their full potential is worthy of them. So, yes, please go ahead. After getting permission, Jijiu picked up the unnamed sword expectantly. Now, all he had to do was give it a name, then, he would be its owner. The excitement covered him with goosebumps as he thought about his amazing luck. Jijiu announced, "Your name is Sharpness." It was not the trendiest name, but Jijiu liked the sound of it when he read it on the sword's status screen. Now, all that was left was for Sharpness to sync with him and become his. Jijiu's heart refused to calm down, instead, it pounded louder with each passing second. "But, Jijiu gasped in confusion. "Huh?" The old man looked unimpressed with this turn of events. To Jijiu's surprise, nothing happened. The sword didn't sync with him no matter how long he waited. Jijiu tried again, thinking he wasn't clear with his command. I said your name is Sharpness. Okay. Comma. Who could have thought that yelling the same command again and again would change nothing? The old man asked curiously, what are you doing right now? Ji-Jiao replied in confusion, please excuse me for a moment. Silently, Ji-Jiao asked Lu and L, what's going on here? Period. I told you these aren't normal egos. And even if they were, you aren't even an ego master. So did you really think you could force a sync with all egos in this world? Egos are very picky when it comes to choosing their masters. Elle and I had no choice but to accept you. Had we had a choice to wait out for someone else, did you really think we would have chosen you? Huh. I would have waited an eternity if I had a choice. It seemed like the hard, depressing truth. Ji-Jiao felt sad. I'm not like Lu. I like you, master. Thanks, Elle. Ji-Jiao was happy again. Despite Elle's consolation, the fact still remained that Ji-Jiao couldn't sync with this unnamed sword. It was a tad disappointing, but he wasn't going to give up just like that. Ji-Jiao picked up the unnamed hood and yelled, your name is Brilliant Hood. His naming skills, again, failed to impress everyone. Are you serious? Again, much to Ji-Jiao's confusion, nothing happened. Disappointed, the old man said, I guess you can't use my items either. Things must have worked out for you somehow with those rings, but it doesn't seem to be the case with my works. You should just be satisfied with those 2 items and leave. This seemed like a good time to give up, but Ji-Jiao stood his ground. Filled with frustration, he decided to try one last time. He picked up the unnamed armor and yelled desperately, your name is Brunhurt. Please sync with me. Ji-Jiao closed his eyes tightly as he prayed for this to work. This was his last chance to get an amazing ego. You have synced with Ego Brunhurt. You can now access Brunhurt's information. You lack necessary skills, so you can't use all of Brunhurt's abilities. Brunhurt has lost most of its abilities. The unnamed armor, now named Brunhurt, shone brightly. Thank you. Thank you, Brunhurt, Ji-Jiao exclaimed in delight. The old man, just as ecstatic, screamed, I've finally found someone who can use my items. Ji-Jiao found the jet black leather armor on his torso after the light dissipated. With a keen look in his eyes, he asked the old man, Sir, how much is this armor? By then, the brilliance had disappeared completely, and Brunhurt's abilities had been transferred to Ji-Jiao, allowing him to feel a genuine satisfaction. That'll be 3.5 billion won, sir, the old man answered in a very business-like tone. His excitement from earlier was completely replaced by a perfect professional demeanor. Ji-Jiao stammered, but Minsu told me you'll give me a discount. That's why it's only 3.5 billion won, sir. I now owe him 3.45 billion won, but he said I can take my time paying it back. So, Ji-Jiao was no novice, so he negotiated to the best of his abilities, but the old man refused to budge. Besides, negotiating the price of an object made by such an incredible craftsman seemed disrespectful and plain wrong. In the end, Ji-Jiao explained his situation, and they signed a contract. Ji-Jiao was now burdened with an unexpected debt of 3.45 billion won, but he was actually happy about it. He murmured, I'm so lucky. I got it for just 3.5 billion won. Then, Ji-Jiao opened Brunhurt's status screen. Brunhurt. Level 7. Power. 15. Speed. 3. Stamina. 40. Magic. 6. Accessory. Defense. 12. Ji-Jiao obtained a single item, but its benefit would increase with each level up. There were some rare items high-ranking players used for a similar effect. However, their price and compatibility left a select few desiring them. Ji-Jiao murmured happily, I think I'm really lucky. Did you forget you can't sync with all the egos? Why not? Ji-Jiao asked Lu. He had been dreaming about how he could become the strongest player if he ever became rich enough to buy all the items inside that old man's shop. He could even buy those overpriced egos at the auction house with enough money. To sync with an ego, the said ego's intention matters, of course, but the master's ability is key too. Do you really think you can simultaneously control several egos' consciousnesses? Or even just their strength? Lu is right. You already have Lu and me, 2 excellent egos, master. You may not realize it, but I suspect that just controlling us should be straining you at your current level. As long as you're human, you shouldn't have unreasonable expectations. Elle and I are already top-rate egos. So, if you get to sync with an ego in the future, think very carefully before jumping the gun. After hearing the explanation, Ji-Jiu realized Lu and L were right, and he just couldn't sync with an unlimited number of egos. But from the way Lu said it, Ji-Jiu surmised the task would have been possible had he not been a human. But Ji-Jiu couldn't understand what Lu meant by it. Anyway, for now, he decided he had more than enough. Also, remember, we know as much about this new ego as you do. Since it lacks consciousness and is only a fragment, I believe its growth will be much more limited than ours. I see, Ji-Jiu replied in understanding. He could see where Lu and L were coming from, considering their situation. But for now, he couldn't help but be excited about the most effective item ever. Now, he had 4 days left before his priority pass expired. He had spent the whole day looking for items, and he had to spend another day meeting with Taeshik. This meant he only had 1 extra day to do what he wished. Ji-Jiu's plan was to spend that day hunting to maximize his offensive capabilities. He announced, "Now, let's all work really hard. Lu. L. Brunhart. You're so childish." "Don't worry, Master." Because Brunhart didn't have a consciousness, it didn't reply. Before long, Ji-Jiu stood on the 13th floor. This place was mostly inhabited by gargoyles. He murmured, "Shall I test out of Brunhart's defense prowess first?" Gargoyles were made of stones, so a single punch from them could cause much damage. Ji-Jiu had heard that the gargoyles on the higher floors could even shoot laser beams. Thankfully, the ones here could only throw punches. If I let their attacks graze me lightly, I'm sure the damage will be minimal. Ji-Jiu held stamina recovery and defense increasing potions. It was finally time to test Brunhart's ability. Quack, a gargoyle from afar spotted Ji-Jiu and screeched. Then, it immediately began running toward him. The gargoyles had wings, but the ones on the 13th floors were too heavy to fly. Tunk, tunk, tunk. The human-sized gargoyle stormed toward him as it shook the ground. It threw its balled fist at Ji-Jiu as soon as it got close enough. It's so slow. Ji-Jiu could clearly see the gargoyle's movement as if the monster was moving in slow motion. He twisted his body slightly, and the monster's fist grazed Brunhart lightly. Had there been direct contact, it would have been dangerous, but a little graze was something he could handle. Crack. Huh. To Ji-Jiu's surprise, the gargoyle's fist crumbled as soon as it touched Brunhart. Ji-Jiu took a step back in confusion and muttered, "What is going on here?" The gargoyle, obviously in pain, screamed. Brunhart's lost abilities have now been recovered. Brunhart's skills are being revealed. Reflect. A portion of an attack's damage is reflected back toward the enemy. This is incredible, Ji-Jiu murmured as he looked back and forth between the shrieking gargoyle and Brunhart. Chapter 17 A Fragment of an Ego, 1. Ji-Jiu had promised Taeshik that he would visit after completing his preparation. So, after obtaining Brunhart, repairing the disposable items, and completing a round of hunting, Ji-Jiu visited Taeshik. "I'm ready," Ji-Jiu announced. "Just follow me," Taeshik ordered. Ji-Jiu followed him without a word. When they entered Taeshik's office, he pointed at Brunhart and asked, "Is that an ego too?" "Yes, I somehow ended up with another," Ji-Jiu replied nonchalantly. "Really? From what you told me, egos didn't sound like stuff one can find easily," Taeshik mentioned in surprise. "You're right. I guess I'm pretty lucky," Ji-Jiu answered, making Taeshik grin. Taeshik replied, "I don't think you're lucky. After all the hardships you've endured in the last 5 years, I think you deserve everything you're getting right now." Taeshik had personally witnessed how hard life was for Ji-Jiu, so he should be happy for Ji-Jiu. For some reason, his brow furrowed as his lips curved upward. After their brief chat, Taeshik led Ji-Jiu to the basement of the Player Association's Seoul branch. Ji-Jiu saw many players as he followed Taeshik in the basement. They all seemed to be in a hurry, running around while using their abilities to do so quickly. From this, one could guess this was where the association agents trained. "General Manager," one player greeted Taeshik. The rest of the players bowed to Taeshik when they recognized him, but Taeshik waved his hand at them dismissively and replied, "Don't mind me, and keep training." Ji-Jiu followed Taeshik across the spacious basement, and the duo soon stood before a small metal door. Taeshik announced with a blank face, "Let's go inside." When he opened the door, Ji-Jiu asked, "Where is this place?" "This is a part of the training hall," Taeshik explained. Inside the metal doors was a huge open space. Ji-Jiu couldn't believe this building had such a ginormous room beneath it. All of the walls were white, and it was clear they weren't just ordinary concrete structures, they looked stronger than steel. Taeshik continued, most spars take place in this part of the training hall, but it hadn't been used recently. Ji Jiu seemed to be listening intently, but his head was filled with questions. This doesn't make sense ? Even if this is the Soul Branch's basement, the size of this place still doesn't make sense. Just the ceilings are way too high. And what are those walls made of? Are they being protected by some kind of a barrier? Ji Jiu's head moving like a chicken didn't go unnoticed by Taeshik. He laughed and explained, the association is a pretty capable group. I can see that, Ji Jiu agreed. So, have you thought about my suggestion? I'm talking about you working for the association. With the recent changes in your situation, you won't have to work a desk job or even become my secretary. I'm sure you'll be hired as an agent or something similar, Taeshik asked cautiously. Ji Jiu gave him a bitter smile and replied, I appreciate your offer, but I think I'll have to pass. After 5 tough years, Ji Jiu finally had the chance to become a real and possibly strong player. He wasn't going to waste it. The association wanted to be more powerful than the guilds, so it had a well-run system in its place which treated its players fairly and generously. Despite the very many perks, Ji Jiu didn't want to belong to the association, let alone any other organization. His unwillingness also stemmed from the fact that it was difficult to leave these groups once a player joined them. Being in a group always trumps being alone, it can also speed up one's progress. However, individual opinions mean nothing in a group. To Ji Jiu, the most important thing was the people around him. This included his family and people like Taeshik in his life. So, what if the group he joined became hostile toward these people? Or what if he was given an order he didn't want to obey? Ji Jiu didn't want these kinds of complications in his life. Taeshik replied quietly, I'll be happy to get you a position inside the association, so let me know if you ever change your mind. Thank you. So you probably know by now why I brought you here, right? Taeshik changed the subject. Yes, Ji Jiu replied with a nod and guessed, you want to spar with me, right? Exactly. You want to test me to see if I'm good enough. If you feel I can solo hunt inside the gate, you'll let me do it. Am I correct? I love how quick you are. This is why you're my favorite, Ji Jiu. If you aren't up to my standard, you better give up the solo hunt idea. I'll help you sell the priority pass at the highest price possible. Taeshik laid out the plan. Without a word, Ji Jiu prepared Brunhurt, Lu, L, and got battle ready. When he looked back at his opponent, he found Taeshik standing far away with his fists raised. Taeshik wasn't wearing any armor or holding a spear, his usual weapon of choice. Right now, he had no weapon, armor, or special item apart from his regular clothes. Had Ji Jiu been a prideful or arrogant player, he would have been offended. He might have even yelled, you dare fight with me unarmed? You better do your best not to die. Thankfully, Ji Jiu wasn't, and he wasn't going to shout something so stupid either. Taeshik was once a high ranker. Even now, he was so capable he got the general manager position just because he wanted to. Ji Jiu felt thankful Taeshik was just using his fists for this spar. Ji Jiu announced, I'll do my best, sir. I like your attitude, Ji Jiu. Their eyes narrowed a bit for focus, and their breaths came into a rhythm. Hup, Ji Jiu yelled as he made the first move. He kicked the floor for speed and sprinted toward Taeshik with Lu. Clang. But, Lu wobbled like a twig when it met Taeshik's palm. He's a beast in, a question mark, oh. It was no wonder Taeshik was a high ranker, his power was beyond anything a human could muster. Ji Jiu openly admired Taeshik's strength and skill in blocking Lu, but he remained focused. Without panicking, he composed himself to swing L. Ji Jiu stood his ground firmly before sprinting toward his opponent again. But just when L was about to reach Taeshik's head, it swerved slightly. It didn't take Taeshik long to realize it was Ji Jiu's hesitancy that caused this sudden change in direction. Hey, you insolent jerk. Focus. You think you can even make a small scratch on me? Don't be afraid to hurt me and aim for my vulnerable spots, Taeshik screamed in annoyance. Just as Taeshik stated, Ji Jiu's hesitancy just now was utterly useless. Ji Jiu groaned, ugh. Ji Jiu changed L's direction at the very last minute, superfluously worried that L might hurt Taeshik. That mistake cost him dearly since the strike lost most of its might after the deviation. Taeshik easily whacked L out of Ji Jiu's hand with his palm, and she flew across the basement. Now, Ji Jiu was in no position to aim Lu in the right direction. Ji Jiu was now defenseless, and Taeshik wasn't kind enough to miss such an opportunity. Boom. An explosive bang resounded in the room. It was of Taeshik's palm colliding with Bronhurt. Ack! Ji Jiu screamed as his body flew and became pinned against the wall. He was hit hard in the pit of the stomach. His body slid down helplessly to the floor, then, he threw up bright red blood. Blag! Ji Jiu gagged as he coughed up blood and sprayed it all over the floor. Lu and El were on the floor far away from him, leaving just Bronhurt on his person. Damn it, Ji Jiu swore silently. The difference in power was simply too big and utterly out of his expectations. Ji Jiu thought he could at least scratch Taeshik a few times. He even imagined himself driving Taeshik against the wall with a little luck. But, the final result was pathetic. Taeshik hadn't moved a single step from where he stood, and it was Ji Jiu who was driven to the wall while vomiting blood all over the place. Just then, a small plastic bottle was dropped in front of Ji Jiu. Taeshik said, "It's the potion for the internal damage. Drink it." "Why would you keep the potion in something like this?" Ji Jiu muttered as he wiped his mouth. He opened the bottle, took a sip, and enjoyed the warm sensation the potion brought to his stomach. Internal injuries had to be treated quickly to prevent permanent damage. Taeshik announced, "You've passed." "Pardon?" Ji Jiu asked in surprise. His question was soon answered by the small scratch on Taeshik's fist. It was a minor cut, but it was still deep enough to cause bleeding. Taeshik wiped the blood from his fist and asked with genuine curiosity, "What was that?" "Ha ha ha," Ji Jiu crowed. The bleeding on Taeshik stopped quickly. Within a few minutes, the small scratch disappeared as well. Still flopping on the floor, Ji Jiu scratched his head and replied, "I got really lucky with my item, I guess." You have a week from today. If the gate isn't cleared in a week, association agents will be sent in, an association member who managed the gates explained to Ji Jiu in a professional manner. "Okay, I understand," Ji Jiu replied. "Then I wish you best of luck in clearing the gate," the man said without much expression. Usually, association employees dealt with Ji Jiu with much care after learning about his close relationship with Taeshik. However, now that Taeshik was standing right beside them, the man couldn't help but squeeze out every ounce of professionalism he had. Taeshik warned Ji Jiu, "Forget about getting a whole week. 5 days. I'm giving you 5 days. If you aren't out by then, there will be no agents. I'll personally drag you out." "You don't have to do that," Ji Jiu protested, but Taeshik shook his head and replied, "It's actually cheaper for me to go in than paying the agents the travel fee." Turning away from Taeshik, who couldn't hide his worry, Ji Jiu rummaged through his bag to do one last check of all the necessary items before entering the gate. "So I've got my potions, smoke shells, and food." When he was satisfied, Ji Jiu tied the bag and turned toward Taeshik to say goodbye. "I'll be back. This is only an F-class gate, so I'm sure it won't be that dangerous." "Don't act too cocky," Taeshik replied as he patted Ji Jiu's shoulder affectionately. "Isn't this similar to that gate we hunted before? It's not like we're entering a haunted temple, so why is he making such a fuss? He's like a father to me. He's just worried, that's all." "Tusk?" Ji Jiu still hadn't entered the gate. Frustrated, Lu urged Ji Jiu to get going. "I already contacted Mom and Yu Yung, so all I have left to do is go inside." Ji Jiu was finally ready and began walking toward the gate. Its blue color shook beautifully as if it was welcoming him. Ji Jiu said to Taeshik, "I'll be back." "Good luck," Taeshik replied. With that, Ji Jiu entered the gate. You have entered the gate. Ji Jiu found himself in a humid cave. The place felt familiar, but it was different from the 5th floor test cave where he first met Lu. This particular spot had a subtle brilliance and looked unique. "Doesn't look like much. Why did you have to take so long yapping back there?" "Shut up, Lu. Master, please be careful. Your safety is always a priority." "Thanks." Ji Jiu transformed both Lu and El into their sword forms and began walking. Brunhurt was already on his torso in its black leather armor form. Higher level gates tend to be bigger, but that's not true in all cases. "We can't be certain of anything in here," Ji Jiu warned. As he walked slowly, he mentally organized all the information he had gathered about the gates over the years. Ji Jiu heard many things during his 5-year tenure as a guide. This wasn't his first time inside a gate, but he still couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, this was his very first solo hunt. As long as this isn't a maze-shaped gate, an F-class gate shouldn't take long to clear, Ji Jiu murmured as if to reassure himself. Gates came in many shapes, and the hardest known forms were the maze, the underground, and the tower. If this is a sustained type gate, then being the first player to clear a particular gate was the most important thing in gate hunting. One-shot gates provided many rewards when cleared and then disappeared permanently, but the sustained gates continued to exist afterward. To find out what type of gate this was, Ji-Jiu had to clear it. If it turned out to be a sustained type, he didn't have to worry about a gate break after it was cleared once. Instead, he could end up with a lot of money from renting the gate out. Huh. Russell. Ji-Jiu suddenly stopped walking when he felt a monster's presence. It was coming from a corner he couldn't see. Ji-Jiu resumed walking, but slowly this time and with taut nerves. There are 3. Period. He could feel 3 monsters nearby. Thanks to Lu, L, and Brunhurt's rising levels, Ji-Jiu's instinct had improved as well. So now, he could calculate the number of enemies and their conditions before facing them. What kind of monsters are they? He still hadn't found out what kind of monsters inhabited this gate. If a guild won the priority pass, it would have sent a team of scouts by now. But as a commoner player with no money, Ji-Jiu only had himself to do all the work. Grr, a black creature growled as it suddenly jumped toward Ji-Jiu from the corner. Hup, Ji-Jiu didn't panic as he swung Lu to slice the monster. A wolf, Ji-Jiu whispered when he finally saw his opponent. After getting injured by Lu, the wolf was glaring at Ji-Jiu while baring its fangs. Soon after, 2 more wolves appeared from the same corner. Ji-Jiu controlled his breath and announced, "They're just wolves." This wasn't going to be difficult at all. Ji-Jiu's lips were already curling up into a smile as Lu and El glowed. The 2 swords began slashing at the wolves quickly. The wolves were fast, but Ji-Jiu was faster. The monster's sharp teeth couldn't break through Brunhurt, which meant Ji-Jiu was well protected. The reflection skill even broke the wolves' teeth. Arf! Arf! Before long, 2 of the wolves moaned in pain and collapsed to the ground. Ji-Jiu yelled excitedly, "What a great start!" Then, he thrust Lu toward the 3rd wolf's mouth. Chapter 18, A Fragment of an Ego, 2. Let's take a break here. You're such a human. You're being rude to our master, Lu. Feeling tired from the continuous hunts, Ji-Jiu sat down after making sure he was safe. After killing nearly all the monsters within his parameters, he felt he deserved a quick rest. So, he brought out his bonfire kit, started a flame, and began eating a piece of jerky. "How long has it been so far?" he murmured as he looked down at his old watch. Because electric devices didn't work inside the gates, most players were used to wearing an old-fashioned analog watch. "We've been hunting for 5 hours straight." For that entire span, Ji-Jiu had a one-track mind about going forward. It was no wonder he was tired since he had been incessantly hunting for 5 hours. Ji-Jiu learned so far that this gate was inhabited by the blue wolves. These monsters were about as strong as the creatures on the tower 8th floor. The blue wolves were known to have incredible stamina and annoyingly tenacious nature, but, gosh, they are no better than the orcs, Ji-Jiu muttered. So far, no wolf could survive more than 2 swings of Lu and L, which made them about as strong as the orcs. It was a testament to Ji-Jiu's increased strength, but he still felt a bit bitter. The fact of the matter was that all this strength, power, and might wasn't his. Without the swords, he would be the same player who can't level up. Ji-Jiu asked his egos, "If I lose you guys, I'll return to being a weak, useless player, won't I?" You can continue to use our powers within a certain circumference. However, our connection will weaken if we are too far apart. And then, your ability to use our powers will become severely limited. I know. Lu already told me. Ji-Jiu had asked Lu about this topic back when he wanted to get a player's credentials. Measuring a player's power involved getting into a machine powered by crystals naked. Players not only had to remove all their accessories and items but also their clothes. Consequently, Ji-Jiu couldn't obtain a player's credentials despite being strong enough. However, he was thankful for his strength and for coming this far. Ji-Jiu said to his egos, "I know I can't use the benefits of owning a player's credentials, like the tax deductions and such. But, without you guys, I would have never even dreamt of hunting like this inside a gate alone. Don't be so pathetic. If you grow your abilities, I'm sure someday you can use our powers regardless of how far apart we are, Master." It was no big mystery that Elle was the kind one of the 2, she always consoled Ji-Jiu. "That's the problem, you see. How am I supposed to grow strong? I've gotten a job, some skills, and even a unique ability, yet I still haven't leveled up. My stats haven't moved an inch. I thought they would change after I passed the test, but even after passing the 10th floor test, nothing changed for him personally. His egos kept on leveling up and gaining experience points, but nothing made a direct change in Ji-Jiu's stats. Still, he decided to stop worrying about it. He murmured, I'm sure things will work out. He then opened Lu's status screen. Lu. Level 17. Power. 40. Speed. 54. Stamina. 50. Magic. 34. Available skills. Accessory. Cannibalism. You can prey on corpses to regain stamina. Lu had leveled up significantly, and his stats had increased a lot too. Ji-Jiu murmured, but how do I make use of this cannibalism skill? Lu had gained this new skill, but how was Lu supposed to prey on the corpses? Did the system want Lu to open his imaginary mouth and eat what they hunted? Ji-Jiu gave up after mulling over it for a while. Then, he announced, let's just get back to hunting. Your order is my command, master. You're so fake, L. Ji-Jiu decided it was better to keep moving than worry about problems he didn't have solutions to. Arf! Another blue wolf fell to the ground after being stabbed by Lu. Ji-Jiu quickly pulled out Lu and swung L to behead a wolf sneaking up on him from behind. The headless wolf collapsed to the ground as well. We must be getting closer to the boss monster's room. The monsters dying under his blades had been growing stronger. This meant they were approaching the boss room. Ji-Jiu increased his pace and hunted the wolves before they could even attack him. So far, his stamina hadn't suffered much because the blue wolves were too weak. His lower body and arms had minor scratches because these parts lacked Braunhert's protection. However, his increased stamina stat patched them right up after a quick rest. Lu, L, and Braunhert's combined stamina gave Ji-Jiu nearly 100 points in stamina. Ji-Jiu couldn't take full advantage of it because of his low level, but utilizing just 30 points wasn't hard. Remember, a stamina of 30 points was what a tanker would normally possess. So, it was no wonder the blue wolves couldn't even leave a decent scratch on him. An abrupt thought came to Ji-Jiu's mind ? Then just how strong is Tae-Shik-young? This made him believe that rankers had non-human levels of power. Ji-Jiu couldn't remember how many system announcements he heard about Lu's speed increasing from absorbing the wolf's blood. After countless hunts, he spotted a giant cave in front of him. A cave within a cave, Ji-Jiu murmured out loud as he sat down. The gates were considered wondrous things because they had these kinds of exotic features. This had to be the boss room. Even a newbie player could make this guess. Being the smart thing to do, Ji-Jiu decided to make some last-minute preparations before entering the boss room. He muttered, I haven't used a single disposable item yet. Smoke shells, potion, emergency supplies, all the items he spent much effort to obtain, untouched. The only disposable item he ended up using was the bonfire kit. Ji-Jiu felt disappointed and upset for all the time and energy he wasted in preparing for this hunt. But, his earnings so far seemed to make up for it. I got over 40 purple crystals. Should I get one of those bags with built-in expansion magic? Ji-Jiu murmured as he looked down at his bag overflowing with crystals. Already having this kind of problem inside an F-class gate meant this trouble would just stack up in the higher-level gates. Without a convenient storage option, he would have to enter and exit higher-level gates multiple times just to get his loot out. That would be like spitting on the thumb rule regarding gates, don't leave them before clearing. Gate sizes varied from country to country. There were gates in some countries that were bigger than the entire nation of Korea. Therefore, going in and out of the gates multiple times was time-consuming and dangerous. Hiring a porter to carry your loads wasn't a bad idea. Because Ji-Jiu worked alone, he wasn't confident he could protect the porter and himself. Well, I can think about this later. For now, I need to buff up, Ji-Jiu murmured and took out all potion bottles except the red and orange ones. They were for internal and external injuries, respectively. Potion bottles looked like they were made of glass, but the material used was actually elastic, like rubber. These bottles were made of new materials synthesized by utilizing the crystals. Ji-Jiu quickly gulped down the contents of the bottles. He began with the green one, followed by 3 other colored potions. You have drunk the goblin fluid. Your stamina temporarily increased by 3. You have drunk the orc's blood. Your stamina temporarily increased by 5. You have drunk the blessing potion. All of your abilities will temporarily increase by 1. The names and the tastes of these potions were awful, but their effects couldn't be denied. Players from the production category could harvest information or blood from monsters. They then processed it to make buff portions like these. Blessing potions, on the other hand, were created by players from the clergy category. Feeling the raw power coursing through his veins, Ji-Jiu exclaimed, "It's already working. It might not look like much, but the increase from the potions was equivalent to 3 levels. Don't make a fuss. I'm so glad we're at the gate right now. If we were outside, people would have thought you're crazy for talking to yourself so loudly. Don't be so disrespectful to our master, Lu." Ji-Jiu wondered if it was high time to teach Lu some manners again. However, he decided against it because of the new piece of trivia he had heard. Great animosity between the ego and its master could decrease the assimilation rate. Also, he realized that he had indeed been talking a little too much with himself ever since he obtained the egos. So, Ji-Jiu stood up and announced, "It's time to hunt the boss monster." Yes, Ji-Jiu made himself believe he wasn't talking to himself, but to his egos. After justifying his new habit, he headed inside the cave. As Ji-Jiu entered deeper into the cave, he could feel the increasing pressure overwhelming his body. This was how the boss monsters showed off their strength. The boss must be pretty strong. Talon from his first gate had lost much of its strength because it belonged to a sustained gate that had been cleared several times previously. But this was the first time a player was attempting to clear this particular gate, so the never-been-hunted boss was showing off its intimidating presence. When Ji-Jiu finally entered the cave, he witnessed surprising scenery. He murmured, "A prairie." He was expecting an even darker cave at the end. Instead, a stretch of grassland greeted him. However, the lack of wind reminded Ji-Jiu he was still inside the gate. "There's the boss monster." On a low hill was a giant blue wolf crouching down. It was so big it looked like a small hill on top of the hill it was sitting on. It was this gate's boss, also called the gatekeeper. These boss monsters were supposed to be as strong as the guardians inside the tower. Unlike the weakened Talon that had been hunted multiple times inside the sustained gate, Ji-Jiu had no information on this wolf. In addition, this wolf was at its full power because it had never been hunted before. Realizing he was about to fight such an extraordinary creature, Ji-Jiu felt a little excited. It wasn't from the prospect of the oncoming battle but from what he might gain after killing this monster. "Grr," the giant wolf growled and rose after noticing Ji-Jiu. "Wow, that's a pretty strong monster. But of course, that's in comparison to you, master. Please be careful, master." Lu was rude as usual, but Ji-Jiu could tell it was speaking out of concern for him. There isn't much time left till the effects of the potions run out. The cave turned out to be longer than his expectations, so he didn't have much time left till the effects of the potions ran out. There was always a chance a player could be attacked as soon as they entered the boss room, so drinking all available buff potions before facing the boss was a common practice. But, in this case, he ended up wasting the limited time the potions offered. Ji-Jiu raised Lu and Elle simultaneously. After spending so much time with them, his form didn't look as awkward as before. And then there were those 5 years he spent hunting goblins. Grrrrrrrr, the huge blue wolf roared. Its breath was akin to a gale inside the prairie. Krr, the monster sprinted toward Ji-Jiu with full force. Huu. Ji-Jiu calmly controlled his breathing in the face of this massive pressure. And rather than trying to avoid the monster's attack, he decided to face it straight on. Ji-Jiu gripped Lu hard, making the muscles on his right arm bulge. The blue wolf was getting close with each passing second. Then, when it thought it was close enough, the monster suddenly kicked the ground and jumped to the sky. For a moment, Ji-Jiu thought the world had darkened, but then, clunk. The giant blue wolf's long and massive canine clashed with Lu, causing a loud roaring sound. As the sparks flew, Lu broke a chunk off its fang. Just then, Ji-Jiu used his left hand to swing Elle like a whip. Haa. Ji-Jiu huffed audibly. He couldn't remember the last time he felt this tired or hurt. Every part of his body was covered in lacerations except his torso. He suffered so many cuts that one could see his fight plan printed in blood on the ground. Plop. Ji-Jiu's legs had been shaking for a while. In the end, he couldn't stop himself from squatting down on the ground. Grr. When the wolf groaned weakly, Ji-Jiu yelled in annoyance, "Shut up, you stupid mutt." He couldn't believe how tired he was feeling, all thanks to this wolf. When he checked his watch, he realized he had been fighting this blue wolf for over 3 hours. Now, the wolf lay in front of him, defeated. From time to time, it cried and moaned quietly, but it could no longer move. After all, its legs were a mess after sustaining uncountable cuts from Lu and Elle. It also suffered a large gash on its stomach from where its organs were spilling out. I got lucky, Ji Jiang muttered. Toward the end, the wolf was at an advantage for a moment. It planned on swallowing Ji Jiang whole. Blaming himself for what was happening, he was prepared to die when suddenly, the accumulated damage inside Brunhart reflected toward the wolf. The monster fell from the force, and Ji Jiang was able to gain a miraculous win. I can't believe this is how strong an F-class Gates boss really is. This couldn't even compare to what Ji Jiang experienced with Talon from the other gate. To celebrate surviving this day, he decided he would pat Lu and Elle every day to increase their assimilation level. Ji Jiang's legs still shook dangerously, so he used Lu to help himself up. I'm not a cane. Ji Jiang grinned and slowly walked toward the wolf. Since it was a boss monster, he knew it was going to recover quickly. Ji Jiang couldn't even imagine how he was going to survive if the wolf managed to get up and began fighting again. Even as he wondered that, one of the monster's legs was bubbling as it healed. Thank you, Ji Jiang murmured appreciatively. He really was grateful to the wolf for dying in his hands. Then, Ji Jiang plunged Lu into the middle of the wolf's head. You have eliminated the boss Chang Jiang. You have gained experience points. Lu is absorbing Chang Jiang's blood. Lu has absorbed Chang Jiang's blood to gain the agility stat. Lu has absorbed Chang Jiang's blood to gain a skill. Strong will. When suffering unbearable damage, it can provide a quick stamina recovery. Because he gained the experience points, Ji Jiang felt it was safe to assume he succeeded in killing the blue wolf. Cannibalism is being activated. Huh? Ji Jiang gasped as he watched the blue wolf slowly disappear. As if it was being eaten away by a set of strong jaws, portion after portion of the monster's corpse began to disappear. When the entire monster finally vanished, there was only a navy crystal left in its place. The navy crystals were higher quality than the purple ones, therefore, slightly more expensive. The crystal in front of him wasn't small either, so Ji Jiang was happy to realize that it was going to bring him a pretty penny. Ji Jiang also felt energized as his stamina recovered. Lu has absorbed Chang Jiang. The blue wolf, Chang Jiang, has been successfully ego-feed. Ji Jiang heard the system's announcement. Suddenly, he realized something new had just occurred. Chapter 19 A Fragment of an Ego, 3. What is happening? Ji Jiang asked in surprise. I don't know. I've never heard about a monster transforming into an ego. Everything was new to Lu, no surprise there. Ji Jiang asked Elle, how about you, Elle? Do you know anything about this? No, nothing. I apologize, Master. Ji Jiang sighed and sat down on the ground. His mind was still tired and drained from the long battle. Thanks to the cannibalism skill, his stamina had recovered. He murmured, ego feed. Does that mean Chang Jiang's ego now belongs to Lu? Nope, not me. Then what? If neither Elle nor Lu had anything to do with this, where did Chang Jiang go? And who did it belong to? Filled with doubts, Ji Jiang decided to check his status screen. Level 1. Job, Ego's partner. Unique ability, Sync. Skill, Assimilation. Retained ego, Chang Jiang. Huh? Ji Jiang gasped when he saw the new line at the end of his short status screen. He wondered out loud, so, how do I use this retained ego? Now that Chang Jiang was his retained ego, there had to be a way to make use of it. So, quite like the time he got Luo, Ji Jiang tried yelling ego, Sync, Chang Jiang, and more words of the same verity. Again, quite like that time, nothing happened. Maybe I can't use it yet. He tried everything he could think of. When nothing happened, he came up with two possible explanations. First, retained egos weren't meant to be functional. Or, the second one, he had to satisfy some unknown, preset condition to make this work. He murmured, I would love nothing more than to use it right now, but I guess I've to take my time learning about it. I'm just happy we figured out how the cannibalism skill works. Yeah. I had no idea cannibalism could be used to do something like that. Ego-feeding a monster. I don't know if this was possible because of you, Master, or because cannibalism is a special skill. Lu was his usual, confused self when Ji Jiang announced, let's just get out of here first. After bagging the navy crystal Chang Jiang left behind, he searched the area for anything more. Unfortunately, he came out empty-handed. I guess there isn't a bonus item here, Ji Jiang muttered in disappointment. In the Guri City gate, he obtained the Dagger of Paralysis, but this gate was a dud. There was no doubt Ji-Jiu earned a lot here, but he couldn't help being greedy. After all, Ji-Jiu was always hungry for more. Then again, gate items weren't cabbages, they were very rare. Demand for them was higher than ever, but their supply was severely lacking. Consequently, their bank breaking the price was actually reasonable. Feeling fully recovered now, Ji-Jiu stretched his arms and got ready to leave the gate. But suddenly, he gasped as he whispered, wait. He had this fleeting feeling that he was forgetting something. Soon, it struck him. He stammered, it's not here. What isn't? What is wrong, master? Chang Jiang's corpse disappeared because of cannibalism. Inside the gates, players have to touch the keeper's corpse if they want to be transferred to the reward chamber. If there was a second way, Ji-Jiu hadn't heard of it. Ji-Jiu murmured in frustration, I don't know what to do. He could return home by turning around and going back to the gate entrance. But, he wouldn't get the rewards he earned today if he did that. Also, would the gate even be considered clear if he walked out like this? Since the gate now lacked the boss monster, it didn't seem like any other groups or guilds could clear the gate either. Did that mean a gate break would still occur after a month or so? Ji-Jiu's mind went into overdrive, trying to come up with a solution. In the end, he couldn't figure it out, so he muttered, guess, I gotta look for the reward chamber, myself. Unfortunately, he came up with zilch after multiple searches. But, Ji-Jiu still suspected that if there was another way into the reward chamber, it had to be located within the boss's room. So Ji-Jiu continued to roam the vast grassland alone. By now, Ji-Jiu had spent 3 days inside the gate that formed in front of his home. Reaching and killing the boss took the first 2 days, and he wasted the 3rd day looking for the reward chamber. Hyung must be so worried, Ji-Jiu murmured in concern. Given how deeply Taeshik cared about Ji-Jiu, he had to be worried sick because Ji-Jiu still hadn't left the gate. Ji-Jiu knew the only reason Taeshik hadn't come looking for him was the 5-day promise. Ji-Jiu guessed that Taeshik was probably dying to enter the gate by now. He couldn't tell if Taeshik was being overprotective because Taeshik still thought of him as a weak level 1 player. Or perhaps Taeshik didn't care about his newfound strength at all. Either way, Ji-Jiu felt both thankful and burdened by Taeshik's fatherly behavior. Taeshik wasn't related to him by blood, and it wasn't like Ji-Jiu had known him all his life. Yet, Taeshik seemed to care about Ji-Jiu like family. Let's just eat, Ji-Jiu announced as he sat down and took out a piece of jerky. Thankfully, he still had plenty of food left. Why don't you just go outside and ask for help? It's heartbreaking to see you suffer, master. No, I can't leave like this. I need to find a way on my own no matter what. When Ji-Jiu replied, Lu asked in annoyance. Why do you refuse to ask for help? The other humans might not be able to help you, but how stupid is roaming around this prairie alone? Is this necessary? If I leave the gate like this, people will find out that the boss corpse disappeared. Remember how the Guri City gate perished after I entered even though it was a sustained type. It happened long after I left, so nobody suspects me so far, but if this gate turns out to be another special case, people are going to become suspicious of me. Suspicion had a nasty habit of turning into unwanted interest, and that kind of interest could be poisonous. Consequently, Ji-Jiu couldn't leave the gate and ask for help. Ji-Jiu suggested, let's try killing every monster inside this gate. Even inside the sustained gates, the monsters didn't regenerate until the gate was cleared. The same had to be true for this gate, so Ji-Jiu thought a solution might appear if he hunted every monster that inhabited this place. With this plan, Ji-Jiu began to move. On the 4th day, because the gate wasn't big, eliminating all the monsters inside didn't take Ji-Jiu long. During his hunt, El and Braunhart leveled up. However, after a certain point, Lu stopped gaining any more of the wolf monster's agility. Now, the gate was free of all its monsters. Ji-Jiu confirmed this by checking every nook and cranny of this gate. But despite killing every wolf here, he still couldn't find a way to the reward chamber. I only have 1 more day left, Ji-Jiu murmured worriedly. Tomorrow, Taeshik would enter the gate and find out there was no boss monster. Arg, Ji-Jiu screamed as he scratched his head in annoyance. Things were becoming too complicated. Something feels strange. What is? Lu's sudden announcement was met with Ji-Jiu's sparkling, hope-filled eyes. This space's energy is being focused on a single spot. I can feel it too. It's as if this gate's entire energy is being sucked in. What? To where? Finally, he seemingly had a clue to reaching the reward chamber. The place where the big, blue wolf was. It's where the gatekeeper was found. Lu and Del answered at the same time. Ji Jiu exclaimed, the prairie. He immediately began running toward the boss room. With his enhanced abilities and agility stat, Ji Jiu was much faster than before. When he was first trying to find the boss room, he didn't know the way. He also had to kill monsters as he went along, so it took much longer the first time. But now, the path to the boss room was pretty straight, so Ji Jiu reached it in no time. What's this? Ji Jiu asked in confusion when he entered the boss room. The spot where Chang Jiang died was now acting as a congregation point for a bunch of golden beams. Lu murmured quietly. Fragments of an ego. This can't be. Why are egos so common in this world? Without replying to his egos, Ji Jiu walked toward where Chang Jiang died. There, the lights converged to form a small marble. Soon, the light beams disappeared, leaving behind a small marble, which Ji Jiu picked it up wordlessly. You have obtained a fragment of an ego. Would you like to move to the reward chamber? The gate was finally cleared. Good job. 24 hours. Had you been any later than that, I would have charged in, Taeshik said. Ji Jiu, who had just walked out of the gate, said playfully, I'm pretty strong, you know. Except for the boss monster, I killed all the monsters with just a swing or two. Ji Jiu's tone was teasing, but Taeshik's expression became grave as he asked, did something happen? Taeshik had known Ji Jiu for a long time, so he could tell Ji Jiu was worried about something. Ji Jiu replied, can we talk after I take care of the follow-up procedure? Sure. General Manager. The association president is looking for you, a man yelled as he ran toward Taeshik. But, Taeshik replied firmly, tell that old man I'll see him later. But General Manager, the man stammered in shock at Taeshik's disrespectful tone. Ignoring the messenger, Taeshik reassured Ji Jiu, let's take care of this place first. I'll get the crystals, the gate clear rewards, and all the other stuff sorted out for you immediately. Sadly, the gate Ji Jiu cleared appeared to be a one-shot type rather than a sustained one. But the reward he earned was still pretty significant. Whenever a gate was cleared, the association sorted out the crystals and the rewards quickly. Since Ji Jiu cleared the gate, he was entitled to the prize money the association offered. Because the payment office was run by the association, Ji Jiu could also sell his crystals on the spot. Ji Jiu quickly opened his bag and took out numerous purple and navy crystals. Please wait a moment, an association employee said to Ji Jiu. Then, he quickly returned with a reward check for 10 million won and the settlement for the crystals. Ji Jiu counted it and found that combined, he received about 50 million won. When he obtained the dagger of paralysis, he ended up with over 100 million won. But something like that was a rare occurrence. Even this time, the only reason Ji Jiu earned over 50 million won was that he successfully solo cleared a gate. The association employee congratulated Ji Jiu, congratulations on completing your first solo hunt. I've noticed you don't have the player credential yet. Is there a reason for that? I'll take care of that, so don't worry about it. You did well, so you're free to leave now, Taeshik interrupted the employee. The association employee found it odd that Ji Jiu didn't have the player credential. When Taeshik took over, he had no choice but to leave without an answer. Since the gate was now closed, the association members moved around busily to take care of the aftermath. Taeshik offered Ji Jiu, let's go to my car. It seemed Taeshik brought his car here while Ji Jiu was hunting inside the gate. Ji Jiu protested weakly, but I don't want to get inside your car. Why not? My beautiful panther is every man's dream, Taeshik laughed out loud, and Ji Jiu followed meekly. Will you be going to the hospital now? Taeshik asked. Yes. I need to go see mother and Yu Yung, Ji Jiu replied. The two men were sitting inside a tiny pink taiko. Taeshik, who was over 190 centimeters tall, was squatting while holding the handle, and Ji Jiu, who was over 180 centimeters tall, sat in the passenger seat in a similarly uncomfortable position. Taeshik had a strange fetish for pink things. He asked Ji Jiu, let's talk while I drive you to the hospital. So firstly, why did it take so long to clear the gate? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I just thought that with your skills, you should have been able to clear it in 2 days tops. So I'm just curious why it took you so long. I knew it. Ji Jiu now knew for certain that Taeshik understood he wasn't the weak level 1 player anymore. It was obvious that Taeshik expected him to clear the gate easily, yet he still worried for no reason. Anyway, Taeshik guessed the timing very accurately. Maybe it was because he was a ranker. After hesitating for a while, Ji Jai replied, I got stuck in a situation where I couldn't move to the reward chamber. So I walked around to find a way to get to the reward chamber. I ended up killing every monster inside the gate, and, Ji Jai explained as the car stopped at the red light. He continued, and that was when I found an ego's fragment. I could finally enter the reward chamber after picking it up. What are you talking about? Taeshik asked, but it seemed he had already guessed what Ji Jai would say next. I think the gate was an ego, Ji Jai answered. It had been 5 years since he became a player. Although only a few months have passed since he could finally call himself a proper player, Ji Jai's intuition suggested that the gate was giving him small clues to its secret. 1? Literally means my favorite panther, which is a common expression in Korean referring to one's favorite vehicle with reference to the Pink Panther's car. 2. Taiko is a compact car produced by an automaker GM Daewoo between 1991 and 2001. Chapter 20 Mother 1. Mother, I'm back, Ji Jai greeted his mother. There you are, Ji Jai. It has been so long since I last saw you, my son, his mother replied happily. I'm sorry I haven't been coming around more often, Ji Jai apologized. Don't say that. You must be very busy with your work, so I'm just thankful you visited me, his mother reassured him. She couldn't turn her neck because of her condition, so she was looking up at the ceiling as she talked to him. Why aren't you asleep yet? Ji Jai asked. It was late at night, so he expected her to be asleep, but she was still wide awake. His mother replied, I couldn't sleep. But Yu Young is sleeping, so don't wake her up. Alright. Ji Jai could already see Yu Young sleeping on a sofa nearby, so his mother's message was more of a reminder to him. Yu Young's blanket had slipped to the ground in her sleep, so Ji Jai picked it up and covered Yu Young. Then, he began massaging his mother's legs and asked, How are you feeling? I'm fine, thanks to my son, his mother replied quickly. You always say you're fine. I'm going to talk to your doctor tomorrow morning and hear the truth from his mouth. So, are you sure you're okay? Of course. I'm living such a luxurious life, all thanks to my son, right? But Ji Jai, I'm okay with staying in a group room instead of this fancy private one. After all, it must be costly, his mother said hesitantly. Please don't say that, Ji Jai replied. It seemed his mother was a little too worried about the private room's price. So, he reassured her, I made a lot of money recently, so please don't worry, mother. All you need to do is focus on getting better. But I can't help worrying about burdening you, Ji Jai, his mother replied. Ji Jai's reply was to continue massaging her arms silently. Knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Ji Jai smiled widely and said out loud, Come in, Hyung. I'm sorry about visiting you so late at night. I came here with Ji Jai, so I thought it would be rude not to come up and see you, Taeshik said to Ji Jai's mother apologetically. Welcome, Ji Jai's mother greeted Taeshik, who was blushing and coughing awkwardly. This woke Yu Young up, who greeted Taeshik, Uncle. Welcome. Yu Young. Did I wake you? I'm sorry. You should go back to sleep, Taeshik apologized. It's alright. I have exams tomorrow, so I need to study anyway, Yu Young replied with a smile. Taeshik coughed inelegantly again and placed the fruit basket on the table. He explained, I bought some fruits for you. Please enjoy them with Yu Young. Oh, you shouldn't have. We're already very grateful for all you've done for us. You don't have to bring anything when you visit me, Ji Jai's mother replied quietly. Happy to see Taeshik and his mother chatting pleasantly, Ji Jai announced, I'll be back, so you two have a nice chat. Ji Jai wanted to have a private chat with his sister, so he took Yu Young to the break room. Ji Jai asked, How are your studies going? Are you ready for the exams? Ji Jai was a very attentive and involved brother. He kept himself well informed of Yu Young's school schedule. Yu Young tried her best not to burden her brother with these things, but Ji Jai couldn't help being concerned for his sister. It's alright, Yu Young replied weakly. You don't have to feel pressured about getting good grades. All I want is for you to live your life the way you want to. Always keep what I said back then in your mind, okay? Yeah. Okay, Yu Young nodded as she rubbed her eyes sleepily. Just then, an elderly woman appeared out of nowhere and asked Ji Jai, Are you Yu Young's older brother? Pardon? Ji Jai asked in confusion. Granny. You still haven't gone to bed, Yu Young asked in surprise, seemingly familiar with the stranger. The elderly woman explained, I couldn't sleep, so I was taking a walk when I heard your voice, Yu Young. Then, the older woman suddenly held Ji Jiu's hands tightly, but he didn't pull away. Instead, Ji Jiu gently held her hands in return. Her eyes filled with warmth. The elderly woman said, I have been wondering how Yu Young was raised to be such an upstanding young woman. Now, I can see that it's all thanks to you, young man. You have a good energy about you. Thank you, Ji Jiu thanked her as he glanced at Yu Young. When he gave his sister a curious look, Yu Young scratched her head and explained, I found her collapsed in the hospital park, so I just called the nurses for help. My goodness, that's not true. You did much more than that. Thanks to Yu Young's quick thinking, this old woman's life was extended just a bit longer, the elderly woman explained gratefully. Good job, Yu Young. I'm so proud of you, Ji Jiu told his sister with a fraternal smile. Yes, you should be proud of her, young man. Yu Young bragged about her older brother so much that I feel like I already know you, the older woman said to Ji Jiu familiarly. Ji Jiu was indeed proud of his sister for growing up to be such a kind young woman. Seeing a stranger thanking her made Ji Jiu believe that all the hardships he went through in the past were worth it. The elderly woman turned toward Ji Jiu and murmured, Young man. Yes, Granny, Ji Jiu replied respectfully. I can see many energies clashing around you. Please don't lose yourself and be careful. I hope you overcome all the hardships you're about to face in the future, the woman continued. Pardon? Granny, Ji Jiu asked in confusion, unable to understand what the elderly woman was talking about. Before he could even ask for an explanation, the elderly woman had somehow left him far behind. It would have been rude to demand an answer from the elderly lady at this hour, so Ji Jiu decided to ask later if he got a chance. Ji Jiu and Yu Young chatted for a few more minutes before returning to see their mother. Afterward, he returned to the break room to sleep. Hyung, you're still here, Ji Jiu asked Taeshik when he woke up from a loud noise. He noticed Taeshik sitting in front of him, nodding off. Taeshik also woke up and replied, How could I leave after what you told me about the gate? We'll first talk with your mother's doctor about her condition this morning. Then, you'll come to the association with me, and we'll talk about the gate there. Ji Jiu flinched and asked, You're going to report this to the association? What? Do you think I'm an idiot? I would never do something like that. We just need a quiet place to talk, that's all, Taeshik replied in annoyance. Alright, Ji Jiu nodded in understanding. Because Taeshik's office had a strong barrier, he must have thought it would be safer to talk there. Some items could neutralize such barrier items, but the barrier in Taeshik's office was created by a player of the support category. This meant the barrier around Taeshik's office was stronger than most, and therefore, safer. Ji Jiu was heading toward his mother's hospital room when someone called him from behind, You're patient Lee Soo-jin's guardian, right? Yes, Ji Jiu answered. When he turned around, he saw a doctor in a white coat standing behind him. The doctor asked, Can we talk for a moment in private? Of course, Ji Jiu replied immediately. May I join you? When Taeshik asked the doctor asked Ji Jiu for his permission. Ji Jiu nodded without hesitation. Instead of going to Ji Jiu's mother's room or his own office, the doctor led them to a park bench outside the hospital building. Ji Jiu found this odd, but he followed without a word. Taeshik, on the other hand, looked very worried for some reason. The doctor, Ji Jiu, and Taeshik sat down on the bench together. The doctor asked Ji Jiu and Taeshik, Would you like something to drink? Ji Jiu shook his head, and Taeshik asked, Is this bad news? When the doctor flinched visibly, Taeshik explained, I've been to plenty of hospitals before. My parents also passed away inside a hospital, so I know the drill. Oh, I see, the doctor replied knowingly. Hearing Taeshik's worried tone, Ji Jiu became tense as well. He asked the doctor, Is there a problem with my mother? Yes, the doctor replied hesitantly. He was planning on beginning with a mundane conversation before slowly bringing up the main topic. Because of Taeshik, it seemed he had to get right to the point. Realizing what the doctor was trying to do, Ji Jiu offered, I would prefer it if you just tell me. Taeshik Young probably knew this, and that was why he said what he said just now. Ji Jiu explained to the doctor what Taeshik was trying to do. Realizing he had no choice, the doctor nodded and replied, All right. The doctor now seemed more relaxed and less burdened as he continued, Your mother is in grave condition. She refuses to show it, but the complete body paralysis has severely damaged her muscles. Her body is also having a hard time absorbing any nutrients. All the paralysis-related complications have progressed markedly. I can see you have been trying your best to take care of her. Unfortunately, it's too late. Our hospital is doing its best, but at this rate. How long? How long will she be able to live? Ji Jiu asked bluntly. Anywhere between 3 months and a year, the doctor muttered. Suddenly, something ridiculously heavy began pressing down on Ji Jiu's chest. The doctor continued, there is more. We came across another problem while we were inspecting her spinal damage. To be frank, we still haven't been able to figure out the source of this problem. And I even believe that the main issue is something else entirely. The paralysis and this new problem are just side effects. What is that? Please, just tell me clearly, Ji Jiu yelled, but the other patients and passers-by in the park didn't pay attention to him. After all, a scene like this was very common in the hospital setting. The doctor looked at Ji Jiu awkwardly while Taeshik held Ji Jiu's shoulder to stop him. Everyone here, including Ji Jiu, knew the doctor was doing his best, but sometimes that just wasn't enough. The doctor replied, I don't know. I'm sorry. Ji Jiu sighed in despair as tears rolled down his eyes. Ji Jiu was in no shape to be asking rational questions, so Taeshik took the helm and asked, all right. Now, is there anything you can do at all? In a situation like this, there is only one solution. When the doctor replied, Taeshik murmured in understanding, elixir. The doctor agreed, yes. Only an elixir can save patient Li Sujin. Don't overdo it. Master. Ji Jiu didn't reply to Luandel's worried murmurs. Instead, he continued to swing them viciously. A large minotaur failed to dodge Luandel and fell in 3 pieces. Its corpse disappeared in a few seconds, leaving a single crystal in its place. You need to snap out of it. Lu screamed, but Ji Jiu ignored him again and walked off to find another minotaur to hunt. Nearby, he spotted another monster wandering with an axe in its hand. Normally, Ji Jiu would have approached with caution since his preferred hunting method was a surprise attack. But, things were different now. Like an untamed stallion, he dashed toward the monster and swung Lu down its head. Done. The minotaur spotted Ji Jiu and blocked Lu with its axe. Ji Jiu swung L with his other hand, but the monster took a quick step back and roared, more. Ja, 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 ja. Suddenly, the ground began shaking as thundering sounds echoed throughout the wooded forest. At this rate, we're all going to die. Can't you see a minotaur herd is coming at us? When fighting a minotaur, it was necessary to cut its neck or use silence magic to stop it from crying out loud. Its cry had the effect of attracting all nearby minotaurs toward it. It was very similar to how wolves howled to gather their kind. Normally, Ji Jiu would have followed this strategy to a T. Now, he was hunting as if the great unknown had possessed him. Done. 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 By now, the ground quakes were stronger than ever. The minotaur Ji Jiu had been fighting just now was already dead, leaving another crystal behind. But by the time Ji Jiu looked up, he was surrounded by dozens of angry minotaurs. More. 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 The minotaurs began to roar again. However, their cries didn't seem to worry Ji Jiu, who murmured, so noisy. He kicked the ground once more and swung Lu and L. The 2 swords, although plunged at an incredible speed, were blocked by the 2 minotaurs' axes. More. Slam. Ji Jiu was temporarily held in the air when another minotaur stormed toward him. The monster headbutted Ji Jiu, making him grunt, ugh. One of the minotaur's horns struck Brunhurt, saving Ji Jiu from a mangled torso. The other horn left a giant gash on his unprotected right arm. The blood from the injury poured onto his thin white shirt, slowly turning it red. Ji Jiu dropped to his knees and vomited a large amount of blood. He quickly opened his bag and drank a potion. More. Several minotaurs tried to strike their axes toward Ji Jiu, but they made the mistake of attacking simultaneously. Consequently, all the axes tangled together before they could even strike Ji Jiu. As for the select few that didn't get tangled, they struck the spot where Ji Jiu was kneeling before he escaped. Crazy bastard. You're going to die. Lu screamed again, but Ji Jiu untied his bag and took out a smoke shell without acknowledging his ego. He threw it toward the minotaur, then, a frenzied slaughter took place. From within the black smoke, only the minotaur's shrieks and the clanking noises of metals colliding with each other rang out. Also, one could see Lu and El flashing ominously from time to time. Period. HAA. Ji Jiu panted loudly. It had already been 2 weeks since he visited his mother at the hospital. Since then, Ji-jae hasn't returned to his mother. Instead, he had spent every waking and sleeping moment in the tower. He was now standing on the 19th floor. The next floor was where he had to take the third test. Ji-jae had killed countless monsters on his way to this floor. Accordingly, his ego's abilities have increased significantly. They didn't gain any new skills, or any additional changes to their status screens, but the overall level increase in their abilities was astounding. Ji-jae was becoming stronger at an incredible speed, but the pain he felt inside was even greater. It felt like he had a voracious hole in his chest, and it all began the day he had that devastating conversation with his mother's doctor. After panting like a dog for a while, Ji-jae finally calmed down his breathing and sat down on the ground quietly. "Have you finally calmed down? You crazy jerk. Master, are you okay now? I'm sorry I made you too worry," Ji-jae murmured and laid down on the ground. He whispered, "What do I do now?" An elixir wasn't something even money could buy. It certainly wasn't something Ji-jae could afford with what he had, even if it was for sale. Even the strongest player couldn't purchase an elixir. People like to say that an elixir was given only to those who were chosen by God. Ji-jae was lying on the ground somewhere on the 19th floor, surrounded by over 50 navy crystals. Chapter 21 Mother 2. After a few more days of hunting, Lu failed to absorb any more of the Minotaur's ability. Thankfully, Ji-jae's mind had also cleared by then, so he finally left the tower. "Was it around here?" Ji-jae murmured. He became reckless and indifferent after hearing his mother's diagnosis, but he never forgot to pick up the crystals during his hunt. After his frenzied hunt, not only did he obtain a truckload of crystals, but he also got 2 items. Since he couldn't carry around so many crystals in his bag, he hid them in some secret corner of the 19th floor. "Found it," Ji-jae murmured when he spotted an area that was covered with different colored sands in a strange pattern. Ji-jae purposely threw the sand there from a different floor to mark where he hid his bags. Without a word, he squatted down and began to dig the area with his hands. "Gosh, you're acting so pathetic. Are you going through your hormonal teenage years all over again? Master's mother is gravely ill. I completely understand how you must feel, Master. But does that give him the right to go mad and behave recklessly? How could he go hunting without taking any precautions? You need to act even smarter in difficult situations like this. So what if her situation seems? Don't lose yourself, focus. Focus and find a way out. If you don't, you know you'll regret it after your mother passes away." Even as Ji-jae dug the ground, Lu's words stabbed his heart like a knife. Tears began streaming down his face, but he didn't stop digging. After a little while, he finally struck gold and found the 10 sacks full of crystals. Ji-jae tied them all together, one by one, into a straight line. His power stat had increased dramatically, but the bag's collective weight still burdened him down. He murmured, "I better go see Mother now." "All right. I am always at your command, Master." Ji-jae headed toward the portal while barely managing to drag the tied-up bags. There were quite a few people near the 19th floor portal, so Ji-jae elicited a volley of murmurs from them. "Look at that man," one player whispered. "What the? Are those all filled with crystals?" another player asked in shock. "Wow. Who is he? Does he live in the tower or something?" the first player wondered with curiosity. All of Ji-jae's bags stacked together could dwarf a human 5 times the normal human size. So, it was no wonder the people stared at him in shock. They look really heavy. Can we help you?" When Ji-jae turned around, he caught several sly-looking players examining him with narrowed eyes. Some of them were even blatantly eyeing the bags he was carrying with interest. Red players, huh? Ji-jae knew instinctively who they were. They belonged to a group of criminal players that treated the tower as their home base. They were notorious for taking advantage of innocent players, stealing, and even committing murders. The bright red badges on their chest confirmed Ji-jae's suspicion. "They're from the Smurf Guild," one passerby player exclaimed. "Hey, let's go somewhere else," his companion murmured. "Oh my gosh, that poor man. He's going to lose all those crystals. It must have taken him years to collect that many," another player muttered with sympathy. "Well, it can't be helped. There is no way out if you get caught by the Smurfs. Don't they usually stay on the 30th floor? And I'm supposed to answer that how?" The players who were watching the scene with interest before were now running away. They seemed sorry for Ji-jae, but that wasn't enough for them to get involved. "We'll help you carry your bags," The man who spoke to Ji Jiu first tried to touch one of the bags. The man had a memorable scar near one of his eyes. Swing. Milliseconds later, the man found Lu, in sword form, aimed at his neck. He stammered in confusion, what the? Ji Jiu said to the man quietly, get lost. You shouldn't covet what doesn't belong to you. The man hesitantly took a few steps back. His companions unsheathed their swords and glared at Ji Jiu, but none of them was stupid enough to make the first move. They murmured in fear, his eyes. Ji Jiu's eyes were glowing crimson, and he was enveloped in a bloodthirsty aura. The aura was so intimidating that the Smurf Guild members couldn't help but take a step back. Then, an abrupt shout from afar broke the standstill. What's going on over there? He's from the association. Let's get out of here, a Smurf Guild member shouted. Let's go. I'm gonna remember your face, so you better watch yourself in the tower from now on, unless you wanna die by my hand, the sly-looking player with the scar yelped before running away with the others. The area around the 19th floor portal was under the association's supervision, so it was always crawling with association members. The association volunteered to patrol this area, so they only sent high-level agents. Even the red players seemed afraid of the association. By the time the association employee arrived at the scene, the criminal had left. They questioned Ji Jiu, what happened here? Those red players seemed interested in stealing my bags, Ji Jiu explained the situation calmly. His eyes had returned to normal, and his tone was civil. I can see why they would be interested, the association employee stammered, making Ji Jiu smile bitterly. Indeed, the crystals he was carrying were worth a small fortune. It was no wonder those red players felt greedy. The man from the association asked, by the way, are you player Kim Ji Jiu by any chance? Huh? He knows my name? When Ji Jiu looked at the agent in confusion, the association employee waved his hands and explained, oh, please don't misunderstand me. I only know because General Manager Otashik has been desperately looking for you. He put up a photo of you on all the portals. I recognized you from the picture. Pardon. That man. What had he been doing while I was busy hunting? It sounded like Otashik had turned Ji Jiu into a wanted man. The agent stated, you just need to follow me, sir. All right. Ji Jiu felt certain of this man's credentials, so he followed the agent silently. As for the crystals, he decided that he could deal with them later. As they walked, Ji Jiu asked the agent why Tashik was looking for him, but the employee seemed to be at a loss too. The moment they reached the first floor landmark, Ji Jiu was surrounded by numerous association employees, greeting him eagerly. Player Kim Ji Jiu, one employee yelled. Please come over this way, another screamed even louder. No, come this way, the third agent shouted. The first agent who found Ji Jiu on the 19th floor explained with embarrassment, the general manager promised to give a bonus this month to whoever brings you in, player Kim Ji Jiu. What is wrong with that man? Ji Jiu muttered. It seemed Tashik was hell-bent on making a wanted man out of Ji Jiu. He pushed away all the agents swarming around him and continued on with the man who found him first. When they reached Tashik's office, the agent said, you can go inside now. My name is Hye Sung-hoon. Please make sure to tell the general manager. Haha, alright, Ji Jiu answered with a laugh. Knock, knock. The door opened immediately after Ji Jiu knocked. You bastard, Tashik shouted and swung a fist toward Ji Jiu's head. But, Ji Jiu was even faster and dodged the strike with a swift turn. When Tashik's hand ended up punching nothing, he muttered, oh, how dare you. Unfortunately, when Tashik made a second attempt, his punch found its target. Ji Jiu couldn't avoid being smacked in the head this time. Ji Jiu glared at Tashik by reflex, and Tashik looked right back at him with a sparkle in his eyes. This time, you squatted in the tower for way too long. I can feel the bloodlust oozing from your body. Just get inside already. We don't have much time, Tashik explained hurriedly. I should be the one getting angry, Hyung, Ji Jiu protested. But, he still followed Tashik inside and sat down on the sofa. Ji Jiu complained, what was so important that you made me into a wanted man? By the way, it was a man named Hye Sung-hoon who brought me here. Sung-hoon? Got it. I better double his bonus this month, Tashik replied and nodded, making Ji Jiu sigh, HAA. Ji Jiu was still annoyed. After seeing Tashik's usual goofy behavior, he smiled. When Ji Jiu put down his bags on the floor, Tashik asked, are all those bags filled with crystals? There are 2 items inside as well. They are equipment items, but they are of no use to me. I think I'll just sell them, Ji-Jiu replied. Wait here, Taeshik told Ji-Jiu, made a single call, and 3 men arrived before long. As the trio carried all the bags out, Taeshik promised Ji-Jiu, they will calculate it accurately and deposit the profit into your bank account. The equipment items will be sent to the auction house, so don't worry. You have the authority for all that, Hyung. I'm the association's general manager, after all. This is normal for anyone at this level, Taeshik replied nonchalantly, but Ji-Jiu couldn't hide how impressed he was. Now that Taeshik had taken care of the bags, Ji-Jiu felt much lighter. It was finally time to discuss why Taeshik brought him here so hurriedly. What's going on? Ji-Jiu asked. It's about your mother, Taeshik replied. Ji-Jiu's eyes became serious. Taeshik continued, you know when the elixir first appeared, right? The elixir. That's right. The elixir. At the beginning, when the tower first appeared, the very first player who cleared the 50th floors was Marco Alonso. He received the elixir as a reward. The elixir had only appeared twice since, Ji-Jiu answered in detail. So you know about it very well, Taeshik seemed impressed. There was a reason why Ji-Jiu knew so much about the elixir. It was because he knew early on that this item was the only thing that could cure his mother. He researched the elixir extensively before. In the end, he could only come up with one conclusion. It was near impossible for him to get one. Taeshik said to him, by the way, there was one similarity between those two gates. That they were both maze type. That's right. Well before these exceptional gates began appearing in abundance, there had been several cases in the past where gates with similar structures appeared. One of these was a maze type, known to be the hardest gate to clear. Maze gates were in a category and grade of their own. Consequently, if a player were to chance upon a newly formed maze type, they weren't given a priority pass. Instead, any capable player could enter it out of their own volition. Suffice to say, maze gates were the most dangerous type of gates. There had been countless cases where a single maze-type gate housed numerous taxons of monsters. And that was when one didn't speak of the deadly traps and the boss keepers that were way stronger than the gate that lodged them. There was a silver lining, though. Maze-type gates' gate break occurred later than that of all the other types. A maze gate wouldn't break even after 3 months of not being cleared. But, they were such difficult gates to clear that 3 months were not always enough. Maze gates appeared twice in the past. Each time, the rewards for clearing them had been elixirs. Ji-Jiu stammered, you're telling me this now because 2 days ago, a third maze gate appeared in the US. As soon as I heard the news, I sent out your pictures. Do you get it now? Taeshik answered with a bitter smile. He added, I would love to go inside myself. As you know, anyone at or above the general manager level isn't allowed to enter a gate except for an emergency situation. Is Hyung for real? Didn't he say he would charge in if I failed to clear the F-class gate in 5 days? This is a maze type question mark. Suddenly, Ji-Jiu realized the reason Taeshik said that. It wasn't Taeshik was doubted Ji-Jiu could clear it, but because he was worried the gate might transform into an exceptional type. Taeshik continued, Ji-Jiu, I believe you have a special power. I also think you're the only player who has gotten this close to the gate's secret. But you, clearing a maze gate? I know it's impossible. Besides, 3 high rankers have already announced their intention to enter this gate. Munch, munch. Ji-Jiu bit his lips as Taeshik spoke. Ji-Jiu, I just wanted to tell you that you should live a life you won't regret. Since you now have a chance to get an elixir, I wanted to tell you that you should go, even if it means you might die inside. Taeshik looked down and continued, you now have an opportunity, so if you don't even try, then I know you'll regret it for the rest of your life. You will never be content that way. Hyung. So you must go. I've already taken care of all the preparations. Now, all you've to do is say goodbye to Young and your mother before you leave. Do your best, so you don't regret it for the rest of your life. You must avoid the high rankers and the guilds at all costs. You must survive on your own. I've never been inside a maze gate either, so I can't give you any advice. Thank you. I really mean it. Ji-Jiu smiled bitterly. Taeshik gave him a similar smile as well. Taeshik offered, go ahead, freshen up, and meet your mother. Once you're ready, I'll have someone help you to the gate. Unable to control his emotions, Ji-Jiu lowered his face and left the room. Now alone in his office, Taeshik glanced at the empty ashtray and murmured in a lonely voice, I can't believe I'm so desperate for smoke again. I think I've done all I can, Mr. Kim. Chapter 22 The Maze of Harriand 1. Thanks to Taeshik, Ji-Jae was able to get a quick shower before going to the hospital. It had been a while since Ji-Jae last visited his mother, but his mother didn't act disappointed or blame him. Instead, she just felt guilty, believing her son was overworking because of her. As it turned out, Yu-Young was the one doing all the scolding. Do you have any idea how much mother has suffered recently? Just her headaches had been so terrible that she couldn't sleep. Ji-Jae had asked the doctor to keep Yu-Young and their mother in darkness about the diagnosis. So, Yu-Young had no idea why he was acting so irrationally or why he stayed inside the tower for so long. When Ji-Jae held Yu-Young's hands gently, she stammered, "Have you lost your mind, Appa? What are you doing? Please take care of mother even if I'm not around." Ji-Jae made a quiet request. What? What are you talking about? Yu-Young asked in confusion. I think I won't be able to visit her for a while. That's all. That's all? Are you sure there isn't anything more? Appa, I'm going to graduate and start working soon, so just hold on for a bit longer. Please, don't do anything dangerous. I'll make lots of money, then you can retire. We'll open a small cafe and live off of it, Yu-Young promised. Don't worry, Yu-Young, Ji-Jae reassured his sister and stood up. Outside, someone from the association sent by Taeshik was waiting for Ji-Jae. To Ji-Jae's surprise, it was Hye Sung-hoon. General Manager Taeshik ordered me to take care of you if I want that bonus, Sung-hoon explained, making Ji-Jae laugh. It's okay for you to leave the portal? Who will protect it? Ji-Jae asked. There are plenty of other agents protecting the portal, Sung-hoon answered easily. With that, Ji-Jae packed lightly and accompanied Hye Sung-hoon. Ji-Jae was told that Taeshik had already taken care of all the necessary preparation to enter the new maze gate in the US. All Ji-Jae had to do was travel to the US. So, before boarding the plane, Ji-Jae met Taeshik one last time. Taeshik said calmly, "Why are you looking so down? No one's expecting you to clear that gate. Don't overdo it. Just do the best you can, that's all. I wish I could go with you and watch you enter the gate personally. But I haven't worked much in the last few days, so the association president is refusing to let me go. If I die, please take care of mother and Yu-Young. You should also find a nice woman and get married before it's too late, Hyung," Ji-Jae advised Taeshik, who muttered, "Nonsense. And there is an elderly gentleman in Dongdaemun Market who goes by the name of Old Man Wong. Please give this to him," Ji-Jae requested as he handed a bank book to Taeshik. The pin was on the bank book's first page. Ji-Jae explained, "That's everything I have left after paying a bit of the family debt, mother's hospital bills, and leaving some money for Yu-Young and mother's living expenses. Please tell him I can't pay him back in full. Also, tell him I'm proud. Proud that I can use such an amazing item made by the greatest craftsman I know. Ask him to be understanding. You're talking about that item, blacksmith? Yeah. Got it. And don't worry about your family. I will protect them no matter what," Taeshik promised. Thank you. Ji-Jae had finally done everything he could before entering the tower with Sung-hoon. You're already done? Sung-hoon asked in shock when he saw Ji-Jae. Yes, Ji-Jae replied. That's amazing, Sung-hoon murmured and laughed in astonishment. Before leaving for the US, Ji-Jae asked Sung-hoon to drop by the tower. There was something he had to take care of before leaving the country, the 20th floor test. Ji-Jae didn't receive any reward for clearing the 10th floor test, but he liked to believe the 20th floor test would be different. If he could gain something, anything, from this floor, it could help him in surviving the gate. Ji-Jae explained to Sung-hoon, I was strong enough to take this test a long time ago, but I chose not to take it until now. Ji-Jae had been hunting monsters to help Lu level up, which was also why he hadn't taken the test yet. Normally, it would take an entire day to pass the 20th floor test for the average player, so when Ji-Jae returned after just 20 minutes, it was no wonder Sung-hoon couldn't hide his shock. I've done everything I can possibly do to get prepared. The new maze gate in the US was the worst kind of gate. This meant that Ji-Jae had to get as strong as possible before entering it. He even considered pushing himself and taking the 30th floor test too, but he knew clearing the in-between floors would take too long. The best thing he could have done was clear the 20th floor test, and that was exactly what he did. Thankfully, there was something he gained from this test, unlike when he passed the 10th floor test. So, Ji-Jae opened his status screen to review the changes. Level 1. Job, Ego's partner. Unique ability, Sync. Skill, Assimilation, Grade E, you can now use 35% of your ego's abilities. Retained ego, Chang Jiang. Now, his assimilation skill had a grade, which was uncommon, to say the least. The 20th floor test had seemingly upgraded his assimilation skill. Before this, Ji Jiao could use his ego's stats and abilities to an extent, but he had no idea what percentage of their strength he was utilizing. Well, that wasn't completely true. He could feel that he was using a bit of their strength. No, he was using 35% of their strength, way more than what he did previously. I'm only using 35% of their abilities, but my body is already filled with so much energy. The power he had before clearing the test was nowhere even close to what was coursing through his body now. Since Lu, L, and Brunhart had all leveled up, their stats were higher than ever. And consequently, Ji Jiao felt amazing, energized, and in the best shape he had ever been in his life. I understand L keeping quiet, but I'm surprised Lu isn't saying much either. If Ji Jiao died, all the egos synced with him would also perish. Even if he did his very best, the possibility of him dying inside the gate was still over 90%. And the same applied to his egos too. Based on how Lu had been acting since the beginning, Ji Jiao expected him to throw all the tantrums in the world just to cancel this trip. Yet strangely, Lu had been quiet all this time. Do you think I'm that heartless? It's your mother we're talking about. Did Lu have a mother too? Was Lu born an ego from the beginning? Or, I will always be at your command, master. L assured Ji Jiao, who replied, thanks. Player Kim Ji Jiao, Sung-hoon asked when he heard Ji Jiao speak out loud. It's nothing. I was just reminding myself to be strong. Ji Jiao gave a quick excuse. Sung-hoon smiled bitterly and replied, I understand. After all, where you're going is considered hell on earth. Let's go now, Ji Jiao said and nodded. All right. Please follow me. Sung-hoon led the way. The dangerous journey to cure his mother was about to begin. The tower, the one place every player frequented, connected the entire world. Because there was a separate zone for each country, it was rare for the players of different nations to cross paths. But, there was no question the tower was connected to every country in the world. There existed a separate portal that allowed players to travel across different zones. This portal was, of course, controlled by the association. Players the association considered important didn't have to take planes or boats to travel to another country. Using the association's portal, a player could go anywhere in the world with ease. Factors like these culminated together to make the association the strongest organization in the world. We're here, Sung-hoon announced. They were standing at a secret spot inside the 5th floor landmark. The zone portal was deep inside the General Association branch's basement, which was one of the biggest buildings in the 5th floor landmark. Ji Jiao had heard of this place, but he had never seen it in person. After all, the zone portal's location was one of the association's most closely guarded secrets. Guessing what Ji Jiao was thinking, Sung-hoon straightened his chest proudly and explained, you seem very close to General Manager Oh Tae-shik, yet it looks like you don't know him very well. Pardon? Ji Jiao asked in confusion. General Manager Oh Tae-shik holds great sway inside the associations. There's even a rumor that he has already been designated as the next president of the association. An average general manager doesn't hold this much authority. And more importantly, general manager is basically taking responsibility for all of your actions by giving you access to this portal. If you told someone about the location of the zone portal, he would have to shoulder a greater part of the responsibility and the blame, Sung-hoon explained seriously. Oh, I see, Ji Jiao replied. Hearing about this side of Tae-shik from a total stranger felt unreal to Ji Jiao. Sung-hoon continued, many players in the world hold General Manager Oh Tae-shik in high esteem, especially those from the association. So, please, never doubt his authority. Oh, of course. I'm sorry if you felt I was being disrespectful, Ji Jiao apologized. There is no need to apologize, Sung-hoon replied with a kind smile before walking up to the employee who managed the portal. To Ji Jiao's surprise, they spoke in English. The employee then walked away, and Sung-hoon asked Ji Jiao to take a step back. Whir. Whoosh. Seconds later, the entire area was filled with loud vibrations. As the piercing noises continued, the air split to reveal a blue rip in front of Ji Jiao. It was a gate. The zone portal is structurally so similar to a sustained gate. Who could have thought that? So this gate is actually inside the tower? Ever since Ji Jiao became a true player after obtaining Lu, it was as if the entire world did a backflip without telling him. Everything he knew turned into useless crap with no value. His life seemed like a lie. And that was after ignoring the fact that every person was seemingly full of secrets. Player Kim Ji Jiao, Sung-hoon called his name. Why yes. Don't be so nervous. We have arrived. They left the tower in LA and were inside the car on the way to the new gate. Ji Jiao had been worrying about his passport and visa, but Tae-shik had already taken care of the paperwork as well. Sung-hoon must have thought Ji Jiao didn't hear him from being too anxious, so he smiled and assured Ji Jiao, I'll be with you to scout a gate, so don't worry. For now, please take this. Oh, okay, Ji Jiao answered and took the documents Sung-hoon handed him. When he looked down, he saw 5 A4 pages that included a detailed report. Sung-hoon explained, this is the summary of what the scouting team found so far about this new gate. In this maze, grade C and D monsters have been appearing frequently. They said even grade A monsters have been spotted occasionally. But the scouting team has only examined a small part of the maze so far. Please remember that this isn't a full description of the gate. It might even be better to rely solely on your instincts as a player instead of trusting this information. I'll keep that in mind, Ji Jiao answered appreciatively. If you look at the next page, you'll see the list of important players and guilds that are participating in this US Maze Gate. This new US Maze Gate has been named the Maze of Heraend, Sung-hoon continued. The names of the 3 high rankers who are participating are Iron Shield, Athena, and Lucifer, Sung-hoon added. The high rankers often used code names for themselves to hide their true identities. These code names were approved by the association based on the high rankers' unique qualities. Iron Shield was a high ranker from the US, Athena was from Europe, and Lucifer was. Ji Jiao asked in surprise, did you just say Lucifer? Yes, Lucifer will also be participating, Sung-hoon answered. Lucifer was the second most famous Korean high ranker after Lee Sung-ho. Her incredible luck and vicious personality were why she was nicknamed after the devil. She seemed more than happy with killing anyone who crossed her or attacked her first. This was why only a few high-level players knew her true identity. So, Ji Jiao couldn't believe Lucifer was entering this gate as well. Question mark? Sung-hoon continued, in addition, many other rankers and world guilds are also participating. You can read it over for more details. Ji Jiao asked cautiously, do you know Lucifer's true identity? Of course not. I'm only a lowly association employee, Sung-hoon replied. Okay, Ji Jiao nodded and closed his eyes. Now that he knew so many powerful players were entering this gate, Ji Jiao reckoned he would be no more than a bottom feeder. Since it was quite likely he would be the weakest one there, was it even possible for him to get his hands on the elixir? Why are you so worried? Lu asked and continued. Don't worry so much. Worrying won't change a thing. Ji Jiao got out of the car after hearing Lu's unmotivational motivation. Suddenly, countless people circled him and began whispering among themselves. Who is he? One onlooker asked. He was riding the association car, so maybe he's from the association, another man guessed. Does anyone know who he is? Someone yelled out a question. If he came in the association car, he couldn't be just a low-level player, a passerby commented. Ji Jiao could hear people around him murmuring, but he couldn't understand because they were all speaking in English. Feeling awkward, he walked ahead with Sung-hoon. Ji Jiao was surrounded by many people. As he walked the small path, he could see a blue gate rippling in the air. This was Ji Jiao's first time abroad. Before he could even tour a single place, he was faced with this new maze gate. Chapter 23 The Maze of Heraend, 2. Who's that? Asked a petite, black-haired woman wearing a black mask and a pair of large sunglasses. The man standing next to her, who was carrying a comically large bag, answered, I don't know. I've never seen him before. Then use your fancy detection skill and figure it out, the woman ordered. Very few players of the support category had the detection skill. It allowed a player to peek into other players' approximate levels, stats, and skills. This ability depended on the user's strength, so the information gained by various players with the same ability could be different. The man carrying the large bag wore nerdy glasses. Of course, he was the highest support level player. Huh? When the man seemed confused, the woman's expression changed as she asked, what's wrong? The mild interest on her face turned into full-on curiosity as the man explained, he's only level 1. And, he basically has no stats. From what I can see, he has a unique ability, no idea what it is, though. What? You can't see it, the woman asked in confusion. No, this has never happened before, so I'm not sure how to proceed, replied the man in glasses, seeming genuinely bewildered. The woman lamented, Gosh, your old age is finally hindering the one good thing about you? Can't even use your only skill properly, useless. Tusk? What did you just say? How dare you? Just give me a minute, the man in the glasses replied angrily. While glaring at her through his glasses to detect her, the man continued, We've been together almost every day, so when did you get the time to level up? You're already level 3. Before he could even complete his sentence, she stood on her toes, smacked her hand on his lips, and complained, I didn't put any barrier around us, jerk. Have you lost your mind? What if someone's listening in? HAA. Can't you be more ladylike? Don't complain about the way I speak. You're being sexist. When the woman warned him, the man nodded and replied, All right. The woman with long black hair took a step back and watched Ji Jiu, who was looking around as if he was lost. A few foreign players approached him with interest, but Ji Jiu just stammered with his broken English. The woman took her large sunglasses off and murmured, That player arrived in the association car to enter the maze of Haraind, but he can't speak a lick of English? He's getting more interesting by the minute. Her unique violet eyes sparkled as she continued, His face is my type too. Very interesting indeed. HAA. Please don't do anything stupid, the man with the large bag begged. Don't talk back to me, replied the woman as her eyes remained glued to Ji Jiu's back. Please stay here. I'm going to go see some association people to get the entrance permission. When Sung-hoon asked politely, Ji Jiu replied, Of course. Please take your time. All capable players could enter maze-type gates. To sieve out dangerous players like the red players, the association confirmed everyone's identity beforehand. If a ranked red player entered the maze of Haraind, this hell on earth could instantly transform into something much worse. Why is everyone staring at me? Ji Jiu murmured in confusion. Sung-hoon left him only for a moment, but all the many eyes glued on him gave him chills. Some even tried to make conversation with him, but all Ji Jiu could do was keep repeating the only English phrase he knew. I can't speak English, Ji Jiu said once more to another player who approached him. Every time this happened, they seemed confused as they tilted their heads before leaving him. HAA, sighed Ji Jiu. If he survived this journey inside the gate, he decided to make learning English a priority. Ji Jiu knew that someday, he would have to enter not only the Korean gates but also those located all over the world. Meeting foreigners would be a surety then, so learning English was an absolute necessity. Until now, he never had to speak English because he had been working as a guide for the Korean Association. But, he suspected things would be different now. After Hye Sung-hoon didn't return for quite a while, Ji Jiu's mind began to wander, and he had a silly thought. He muttered, maybe I'll get so powerful that the association will provide me with an interpreter wherever I go. That would be nice. By the time something like that happens, you might already be speaking every language in the world. Now that I think about it, how am I able to communicate with you guys? Are you speaking Korean to me? Asked Ji Jiu. What are you talking about? Our communication is conceptual. We don't know Korean. Well, we've learned a little from you now, but not much. Lu is right. I have been studying Korean very hard to not become a burden, master. To be honest, I think Lu can also speak pretty fluent Korean. Shut up. His ego's conversation made Ji Jiu smile. While busy chatting with Lu and L, he finally noticed Sung-hoon waving at him from afar. It seemed Sung-hoon wanted Ji Jiu to come closer, so he got walking. When he got closer, Sung-hoon offered, please follow me. Before long, they stood before an interim tent where Sung-hoon handed him a bag. Please take this bag. What is it? Asked Ji Jiu. This is something the general manager prepared for you in advance. This bag has a built-in expansion spell, and it's filled with potions and disposable items. There is also enough food to last at least a month, explained Sung-hoon. A month. Ji Jiu was surprised to hear this because he expected the maze of Haraind to take at least 3 months to clear. Noticing Ji Jiu's confusion, Sung-hoon continued, the general manager also asked me to tell you that if you're still alive after a month, you should return home. Oh, I see, Ji Jiu answered easily, but he had no intention of following Taeshik's order. He didn't plan on leaving the gate until he had cleared it and had the elixir in his hands. Unless, of course, something unexpected forced him to do otherwise. And this is also for you as well, said Sung-hoon as he took something out from his pocket. He explained, it's the Arachne's ball of thread. This is known to be a necessity inside all maze-type gates. This item gives you a single chance to return to the gate entrance, so please make sure you don't lose it. Ji-jae took the red ball of thread, making its status screen appear. Arachne's ball of thread. Single-use item that can be used to teleport to the gate's entrance. As he held the bag and the ball in his hands, Ji-jae ran a mental calculation. The bag with the expansion magic, all items inside, and then there was the Arachne's ball. Buying all this together would have sent any normal player into a spiral of debt, but he got it for free. He couldn't help feeling that his debt to Taeshik was growing fast. I might have to repay him for the rest of my life. Ji-jae already owed Taeshik so much. He mumbled, if he's so willing to help, I wish he could have helped me when I was having trouble with the family debt. Pardon? Asked Sung-hoon, thinking he missed an important comment from Ji-jae. Nothing, Ji-jae murmured and shook his head. Despite what he mumbled, Ji-jae would have never accepted any sort of financial help from Taeshik. In fact, Ji-jae would have distanced himself from Taeshik had he made such an offer. Although Ji-jae knew the importance of paying one's debt, what he valued, even more, was doing his best to avoid being in debt in the first place. Let's go inside now. I have 1 day to spare, so I will help you to the best of my abilities, Sung-hoon offered. NNACM. Thank you for your help. After going through different procedures and preparations, it was finally happening, it was finally time to enter the gate. Ji-jae felt his heart ache a little. I will either obtain the elixir for my mother or he was going to die trying. Dodge that web, Sung-hoon warned Ji-jae. Got it, Ji-jae yelled as he turned once to avoid the giant spider's web. Fire, shouted Sung-hoon and threw his spear. His weapon flew like the wind and hit the center of the spider's countless eyes. Seconds later, it began glowing with a crimson-orangish hue, then, it exploded. Quag, the giant spider screamed and fell. Within a few seconds, it stopped moving. As Ji-jae huffed breathlessly, Sung-hoon walked up to him and asked, are you alright? Just like Ji-jae, Sung-hoon's clothes were also in shreds, proving how intense their battle was. With a sigh, Sung-hoon stated, I didn't expect grade C monsters to appear so early on. Studying Sung-hoon with awe, Ji-jae replied, I'm more surprised by you, Sung-hoon. You killed that grade C monster so easily. Sung-hoon laughed as he responded, I'm just a bottom-level staff at the association. For the past 10 hours, they had been hunting inside the maze of Hariand without rest. They've been trying to study the routes within the gate. By now, the two players had an idea of the general directions. The maze of Hariand was vast and twisted, so they couldn't find the correct path easily. If they found the correct path, they could advance without being interrupted by the monsters or the traps. The best they could do now was mark the roads with a special die, so they could avoid crossing the same path twice. Sung-hoon, what level are you? Oh, but if you're uncomfortable with telling me, you can just tell me your grade, Ji-jae asked respectfully. In their last fight, it became apparent that Sung-hoon was, at the very least, as strong as a grade C monster. A moment ago, they had a little trouble because a swarm of monsters attacked them together. However, if Sung-hoon fought a grade C monster one-on-one, Ji-jae suspected Sung-hoon could kill it in under 5 minutes. Ji-jae had never hunted with a high-level player, so his curiosity was at an all-time high. I'm grade B, but I'll take the 5th on my exact level, replied Sung-hoon with a faint smile. This answer made Ji-jae compare Sung-hoon to himself. There was no doubt Sung-hoon was stronger, but Ji-jae felt confident he could catch up if he worked hard enough. The gap between them didn't seem as impossible as the one between Taeshik and himself. After a short rest, Ji-jae and Sung-hoon resumed hunting. By now, the duo had a solid routine. Whenever they came across a crossroad, they marked the path they took. When they found themselves at the same crossroad, they chose the other path. It was a simple plan, but this was the only way to effectively manage a maze gate. Whatever booby traps or monsters they faced on their way were their burdens to carry. Other than that, there was nothing else to be concerned about. After 15 hours had passed since they entered the maze of Hariand, Sung-hoon announced, I better turn around now, considering how long it will take to return to the entrance. Thank you for your hard work, thanked Ji-jae as he offered his hand. Sung-hoon shook it and added, based on what I saw, clearing this gate would be hard for you, but I don't think you'll die from it. I heard you used to be called the player who can't level up until very recently. So, it's obvious your growth rate is incredible. I'm flattered, but I know I still have a long way to go. With seriousness in his eyes, Sung-hoon continued, I believe you have enough skills to escape if you meet any monsters you can't handle. So your main problem will be the other players. Please be wary of them. When Ji Jae nodded, Sung-hoon emphasized, you must especially avoid all the guilds and players that were highlighted red on that list. And if you meet a ranker or a high ranker, please use the Arachne's ball of thread. With a smile, he added, please, don't try to save it in an emergency situation. You must remember that there is nothing more important than your own life. I will remember that. When you return, please tell Tae-shik-young not to worry, Ji Jae requested. Of course. Then I'll take my leave. Sung-hoon took the marked path and left without looking back once. After spending 15 hours together, they should have, at least, become acquaintances even if they were strangers before. So, Ji Jae expected Sung-hoon to turn around and say goodbye again. To Ji Jae's surprise, Sung-hoon never turned around. He quickly disappeared from Ji Jae's sight. Now, let's get started for real, Ji Jae announced quietly. The truth was, he never went all out while fighting alongside Sung-hoon. He only revealed a part of his skills that was enough to pass the 20th floor test. It wasn't that Ji Jae didn't trust Sung-hoon. It was because, I could feel someone watching us from somewhere. I do too. Me too, master. During this entire hunt, Ji Jae had this faint feeling that someone was watching him. Now that Sung-hoon was gone, it was going to be much easier to lose this unknown observer. Oh, my. Did he figure out I've been watching him? The black-haired woman murmured quietly. She was the one spying on Ji Jae all this time from close by. The woman was no longer wearing sunglasses. She was only wearing her mask. Based on the shape of her face and eyes, it was clear she was a great beauty. Even with the armor, her silhouette suggested she was an attractive woman. Her companion murmured, he must have good instincts. Good instincts? He figured out the fact that I've been observing him. He also found out where we were hiding. You think that's just good instincts? Replied the woman with a smirk. Suddenly, the surrounding air turned cold as she added, that's not just instinct. The man in glasses frowned in confusion. Ignoring him, the woman continued, there is something more to that man. This confirms it. I'm finding him so much more interesting now. Aren't you going to clear this gate? Asked the man in frustration. With an annoyed frown, the woman grumbled, who cares about this maze? I finally found a man who can pique my interest. HAA. This isn't enough. Let's try to get closer, the woman proposed. Pardon? WWH what? The man in glasses yelled, but the woman had already disappeared. Sigh. The man in glasses sighed even more deeply. Chapter 24 The Maze of Hera 3. Out of sheer instinct, Ji Jae jumped up and narrowly dodged a giant spider's front leg. Then, he propelled himself with the help of an adjacent wall and swung low. Slice. With a gruesome slashing noise, he amputated the giant spider's front leg. Quag, the giant spider screamed as its body twisted in pain. Focus. It's not dead yet. But, there was no need for Lu to shout because Ji Jae was already prepared. I know that, Ji Jae yelled as he turned toward the monster again. Using the torque from that turn as fuel, he swung Lu. That turn also helped him narrowly dodge a piece of spider web that flew out from nowhere. Crack. With a loud crashing sound, the giant spider's head dented visibly. Got one. He had killed one monster successfully, but there were still two more surrounding him. Ji Jae jumped again to escape a clump of spider webs. While still being in the air, he set his trajectory toward his next target. But, damn it, he swore when he spotted an extra monster that had escaped his detection. Then, a spider web suddenly entered his field of vision. Seconds later, it had engulfed him. Ji Jae, helpless and immobile, fell to the ground. Thud. Ugh, Ji Jae groaned. It wasn't a bad fall, but his whole body spasmed. Since the spider web was extremely sticky, freeing himself from it was proving difficult. Meanwhile, the giant spiders didn't stop for a smoke break. They were still speeding toward the immobile Ji Jae. Just imagine a swarm of spiders rushing toward you. Horrifying, right? Now, imagine them 100 times bigger. That was what Ji Jae was seeing. Ji Jae struggled harder and faster as he groaned. Arg, the struggle paid off as he succeeded in reaching his bag. From it, he fished out a potion. By this time, The giant spiders were just inches from him. Blaze. He busted the potion bottle, poured its contents on himself, and started to fire using that as a base. Thanks to that, he burned away the spider web bounding him, but he couldn't avoid being burnt as well. Whack. It was just then that a giant spider's front leg slammed down on Ji-Jayu's torso. The giant spider's legs were known for both their sharpness and power, which was comparable to a heavy hammer. That single kick sent Ji-Jayu flying before he was plastered on a wall. Crack. 2 explosions took place at that moment. The first was when Ji-Jayu hit the wall, and the second was the giant spider's head cracking from Braunhart's reflection skill. That's the second one so far. Strong will is being triggered. Your stamina will recover very quickly. The giant spider's last attack must have been strong enough to kill Ji-Jayu. He suspected this was why the strong will skill was activated. Then, he stood up slowly. Quag. Quag. The giant spiders continued to shoot their webs in confusion, but Ji-Jayu managed to dodge them. Thanks to strong will, much of his stamina had recovered. Ji-Jayu kicked the ground again to attack. There were only 2 spiders left, but he had been fighting them for the past 30 minutes. Had there been a single extra monster there, he would have been imagining his tombstone. After finishing off the rest of the giant spiders, Ji-Jayu picked up their crystals and sat down on the ground. His legs were shaking so badly that he didn't think they could support him. The battles were becoming tougher. Fighting higher-level monsters allowed his egos to level up faster, but the risks were increasing significantly as well. However, Ji-Jayu was adapting to his new situation quickly. When he first entered this gate, he found fighting a single giant spider difficult. It was just like when he battled a goblin every day before he found the egos. But Ji-Jayu had been fighting without any skills or abilities for the first 5 years as a player. He was used to stress and danger, which were part of his everyday life. Now that he had been in this gate for a while, Ji-Jayu could hunt 3 spiders simultaneously. It was a close battle, but he managed to survive it. Let's take a little break, Ji-Jayu suggested to his egos. Don't be in such a hurry. Lu's right, master. Alright. Anyway, I don't feel like anyone is watching me anymore, Ji-Jayu thought out loud. It had been a week since he entered the maze of Hera and, by now, that distinct feeling had faded. Perhaps Ji-Jayu was imagining it all, and there was never someone spying on him. After mulling over the matter for a while, he decided to chuck it at the back and focus on the more important stuff, his current situation. At odd times, he did face monsters other than the giant spiders. At the end of the day, giant spiders remained his most frequent customers. This wasn't a good sign since it meant he wasn't getting any close to where he needed to be. As players got closer to a boss room, the monsters they encountered would become progressively stronger. And it was rousing Ji-Jayu's anxiousness. At the very least, Ji-Jayu should have been seeing different types of monsters as he advanced. This would have meant he was on the right track. Sadly, nothing changed even as more time passed, so Ji-Jayu couldn't help feeling panicked. Kara. While Ji-Jayu was resting on the ground, he suddenly heard a young girl's scream. Before taking any action, Ji-Jayu contemplated for a brief moment. Should he save the screaming girl? But, what was a young girl doing inside the gate? Wasn't she a bit too young for this? Kara. When he heard another scream, he didn't hesitate. In this day and age, a player age was meaningless. Even a 10-year-old child could become a player and hunt monsters. Gotta act like a decent man, Ji-Jayu muttered as he sprinted with Lu and L in his hands. Since he could hear the scream, the girl shouldn't be too far away. Following the scream was easy, and his speed helped him close the distance fleetly. Kara. Please save me, the screamer shouted in Korean. Hang on, Ji-Jayu yelled to reassure the little girl. Before long, a young girl with jet black hair entered his sights. She was holding a short dagger and trembling as she stared at a giant spider. The moment Ji-Jayu confirmed that it was indeed a Colleen who needed his help, he ran towards the giant spider. Ji-Jayu screamed urgently, "Step back. It's dangerous," the little girl shouted, but he continued to dash forward. Huh? Ji-Jayu flinched when he suddenly felt himself moving a little faster. But, before he could process what was happening, Lu was already around the giant spider's head. Slice. No, a single slash from Lu was enough to split a giant spider's head. The monster's head began spurting green blood. To make sure it was dead, Ji-Jayu took another step forward and stabbed the monster's head several times with Lu. You have gained some experience points. Lu has absorbed the giant spider's blood and has developed internal immunity against poison. After Lu succeeded in absorbing the giant spider's ability, Ji Jiu didn't pick up the crystal. Instead, he ran toward the young girl and asked, "Are you alright?" "Oh, Jessie, thank you," the young girl replied gratefully. Jessie? You're welcome. I'm glad you're okay. Would you like to rest for a while now?" Being called Jessie surprised Ji Jiu, but he quickly recovered. "Oh, okay," answered the still shocked girl and sat down with a dazed look. After making sure she was safe, Ji Jiu picked up the giant spider's crystal. Then, he grabbed a water bottle, some jerky, and offered it to her. "Here, have some." "Thank you." The young girl seemed much calmer now. She certainly looked young. Since she was a player, she wouldn't be mentally scarred or anything by this encounter. After handing her the jerky and the water, Ji Jiu sat down some distance away from her. The young girl was very beautiful, perhaps too beautiful for a child. Suddenly, Ji Jiu wondered, maybe she isn't a child? From the looks of it, she seemed 16, but her long jet black hair and alluring face suggested otherwise. Her small height made her look like a child, but there was something very mature about her overall look. What shocked Ji Jiu the most was her unique violet eyes. Maybe she is multiracial? He felt curious, knowing it would be rude to ask such a personal question. Ji Jiu kept quiet. He also decided to give her a little more time to calm down before asking any questions. This is the Maze of Haraind, which means it's the worst place to be. So a young Korean girl here. Anyway, since she can survive for so long in a place filled with giant spiders, she can't be a newbie. There were so many things that didn't make sense about this girl. Feeling oddly apprehensive, Ji Jiu distanced himself a bit more from her. There was something very strange about this situation. The young girl thanked him again. "Thank you so much." "Why are you here alone?" Ji Jiu finally asked. "I came in here as a part of a group, but I got lost," she replied as tears began welling in her eyes. She looked pitiful, but he ignored it. There weren't any monsters around them, which meant she was safe for now. Back then, he felt obligated to save her, and he did. However, wiping away her tears was never his responsibility. But, Ji Jiu still felt a bit uncomfortable. The more he looked at the girl, the more she reminded him of Yu Yang. He asked her awkwardly, "You're lost? Is there a way for you to contact your group?" "No." After contemplating for a long time, Ji Jiu stood up and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm not in a position to take you back to the gate entrance. You're a player too, so you must know that only you're responsible for your own life, right?" Then, he began rummaging through his bag. The girl looked surprised, but she accepted the reality soon. Handing her a small package, Ji Jiu continued, "This is a safe zone installation kit. This isn't the highest quality item, so it might perish in just a single day. But someone might come to help you within that time, so it will at least give you a chance." Jessie, the girl murmured fearfully, but Ji Jiu said, "I'm sorry, but you've to save yourself." He felt apologetic for being so blunt, but he had no choice. She reminded Ji Jiu so much of his sister Yu Yang, but this whole damsel in distress scenario smelled fishy to him. And even more importantly, he didn't have any time to waste. Ji Jiu had to clear this gate as quickly as possible. So, there was no time for him to help this girl find her group. Besides, he had already done the decent thing. He had already saved her life, and that was more than enough in most cases. Ji Jiu was just about to leave when suddenly, he felt his shirt being pulled. Jessie. When he turned around, he saw the girl holding the edge of his shirt and looking up at him. Now that he saw her up close, he realized that she was even more beautiful than he initially thought. Despite her vernal looks, there was something strangely seductive about her. Feeling uncomfortable, Ji Jiu pushed her hand away and took a step back. She smiled? For a second, he thought he saw her smile. But perhaps he was mistaken because there were only tears in her violet eyes. She pleaded, "I belong to the support category. I'm pretty talented, which is why I came here. And when you were fighting that spider, I even cast a buff spell on you to help." Only then did Ji Jiu recall the sudden increase in speed and strength he experienced back then. Now, he realized it was the girl's doing. With an ugly frown, he warned her, "Haven't you learned not to cast spells on others without permission?" Unless it was a familiar companion player, casting a buff spell on another player without permission was a huge taboo. A supporter player could only cast a buff spell on another player if they were given clear permission. This was important because a sudden buff could confuse players and lead them to their deaths. This was especially true during a battle. Whimper, whimper, I haven't been a player for long, and my level is very low too. But, I have a unique ability, so they told me they would pay me a lot. And my mom is really sick, so, the young girl explained between her sobs. She kept wiping her eyes with her sleeves, but her tears refused to stop. Ji finally had a clear picture. This child was a newbie player, but she was blessed with a unique ability at a very young age. It seemed her unique ability was the buff up spell. Because buff-related unique abilities were rare, some players must have recognized her usefulness. It was obvious they lured her into this place of extreme danger. To bring an uneducated young child to a gate like this was a stupid idea. It was no wonder she got lost and was now separated from the group. I don't know which group she belongs to. If I ever make it out, I'll have to report it. A player was, of course, responsible for their own life regardless of their age. But this girl didn't receive even the most basic training, and she was a minor. So, Ji decided to make an exception. He asked, "Is your mother's illness something a hospital can cure if you had the money?" Yeah, the girl answered hesitantly. Like that, if Ji found the elixir, he wouldn't have to share it with her. This also meant she wasn't going to stab him in the back to steal the elixir. After deciding what he must do, Ji offered, "I'm not going to go back to the gate entrance. I have to reach the maze's center, and that means it's only gonna get more dangerous. Are you sure you're okay with that?" "Pardon? You're going to take me with you?" "Yes, but if I find out you're not useful, I'm going to dump you on any group we meet on the way. If that's still okay with you, you can come with me." The young girl smiled brightly and replied, "I'll go with you." Her buff skill could prove useful as they could certainly make his battles much easier. Meanwhile, Ji kept telling himself he wasn't helping her because of her sick mother. And it also definitely wasn't because she reminded him of Yu. See? While Ji justified his decision, Lu muttered in annoyance. "Gosh, you're an idiot." 1. A Jessie is a term used by a younger person to address a middle-aged male. A younger male is generally addressed as Appa by females, or Hyung by males. Chapter 25 The Maze of Hariand 4. It had been 3 weeks since Ji entered the maze of Hariand and 2 since he saved the girl. After spending so much time inside the maze, Ji changed a lot. "Let's eat now," Ji announced. "I'm sick of eating jerky every day. Should I cook instant noodles or something today?" the girl offered eagerly. "No, you can't cook any food with a strong smell inside the gates or the tower. It will attract monsters or other players with bad intentions," Ji explained patiently. "Then we can't cook any food at all?" When Suyong asked with a sad frown, Ji replied, "Unfortunately, yes, unless you find a place you're completely certain is safe." Okay. "Thank you for letting me know," the black-haired girl, Suyong, answered and began filling her notepad with this new info. Ji watched her crooked writing and smiled. The girl's name was Suyong. Even her name sounded similar to his sister, so Ji couldn't help but feel affectionate toward her. As he suspected, Suyong received the invitation to become a player just last year. Apparently, an unknown Suyong knew very well introduced her to a guide. Ever since then, she had been working with this guide as a team. It seemed this guide insisted on working with Suyong because he knew about her unique ability. Not only did that guide use her, but he also didn't educate her properly. This guide barred her from interacting with other players, didn't teach her the basics everyone knew, and even made her work like a mule. It seemed he was just stringing her along. At least it didn't sound like he did anything unforgivable to her. Ji thought with relief. Because Suyong was such a beautiful girl, the male guide could have had an ulterior motive toward her. But based on what he had heard from her, it didn't sound like her guide did anything like that. Since they met 2 weeks ago, Ji and Suyong had been roaming the maze together. Currently, they were in an area frequented by poisonous slimes and venomous ants of grade C and B, respectively. Their physical stats were trash, but they retained powerful toxins as their weapon. Fortunately, Ji had gained a certain level of immunity toward monster poison after hunting all those giant spiders. This made it a little easier for him to hunt these venomous monsters. The more poisonous slimes and venomous ants he killed, the more blood Lu absorbed. And that, in turn, increased Ji's poison immunity. This meant hunting these creatures was becoming even easier as he advanced. Ji Jiu had to admit Soo-young had been a big help so far. Her unique ability marking allowed her to increase another player's stats by 10%. It was such an incredible ability that Ji Jiu could now understand a bit of the guide's turn of mind. After all, a 10% boost could easily turn a loss into a victory. So far, Ji Jiu chose not to dump Soo-young to another group. He had been traveling with her through this maze until now, but he had already told her that she could leave him at any time. Appa. I leveled up again, Soo-young announced proudly. Congrats, when Ji Jiu replied calmly, Soo-young complained, oh, come on. That was so insincere. You need to congratulate me with more excitement. By now, they were close enough for Soo-young to address Ji Jiu as Appa rather than a Jessie. They had been fighting dangerous monsters side by side for the past few weeks, so it was no wonder they became acquainted quickly. Ji Jiu warned, don't forget that we're still inside the maze. You can't speak that loudly, Soo-young. Didn't I tell you already that every moment here is more dangerous than the last? But if the monsters appear, you'll protect me by killing all of them with your pretty swords, Soo-young replied innocently. Gosh. Our lives are in constant danger, so I don't understand how you can be so calm. Anyway, let's just eat our jerky and get going, Ji Jiu announced with an exasperated sigh. Okay. Then, Ji Jiu and Soo-young continued to eat their meals. Unfortunately, his food supply was disappearing quickly. To begin with, it was only enough to only last him a month. With Soo-young's appearance, it was vanishing faster than he anticipated. She explained that her bag, which held all of her supplies, was taken away by her guide. But she has been enduring this journey very well. To Ji Jiu's surprise, Soo-young rarely asked to take a break. He suspected she was pushing herself to not burden him, and he felt thankful for it. After they finished their jerky, Ji Jiu quickly cleaned up and led the way again. Soo-young just followed him. She's doing really well, especially for a girl. I mean, she hasn't asked for a break this entire time. You think so too? Is this what you mean when you say someone has the potential to become a high ranker? Yup. She's also leveling up much quicker compared to ordinary players. If she joins a good guild and gets proper training, she'll become powerful in no time. What a waste. Stop worrying about others and just focus on your own survival. I know. In any case, Lu didn't seem to dislike Soo-young. However, Master, that woman is dangerous. This again, L? Since he met Soo-young, L had been warning him against helping her. I don't know how to explain it, but I get a bad feeling about her. She just feels really dangerous. L, I know you're only worried about me, but please don't overreact. But Master. L, you know how much I appreciate you, right? But, you don't have to worry about As. After the words of assurance, L didn't say anything more. Just then, Ji Jiu lowered his body because he felt an unfamiliar presence nearby. Soo-young followed suit. Turning toward her, he whispered, I think there is a guild ahead of us. Let's just wait it out here. Soo-young nodded quietly. After he ordered her to wait for him, he walked away. He got closer to the group and hid to study it. Just ahead of him, he could see a group of 30 players marching. Ji Jiu noticed they were all well equipped and moving like an army unit. Are they American players? Ji Jiu wondered because most players in that group were blonde. The one leading the group was a man in snow-white armor. He seemed familiar. Suddenly, Ji Jiu realized who it was. He's Iron Shield. Unlike the high rancor nicknamed Lucifer, whose face remained a mystery, the faces of Iron Shield and Athena were well known to the public. Ji Jiu remembered reading the description of Iron Shield, and it matched this group's leader. And that group he was leading had to be his guild's members. Damn it. As a high ranker, there was no way Iron Shield didn't notice Ji Jiu's presence nearby. So, Ji Jiu quickly turned around. Move, you idiot. Boom. Moments later, a giant sword struck down the wall behind which Ji Jiu was hiding just a few milliseconds ago. That's not something a human can do? The huge sword was just as big as Ji Jiu. The fact that he could throw such a heavy weapon at Ji Jiu meant Iron Shield possessed extraordinary power. But, Ji Jiu didn't panic. Instead, he remained crouched and slowly crawled away. Thankfully, he received no more attacks. Was I mistaken? Iron Shield murmured, confused. Guild Master, what's wrong? Why did you throw Kalian so suddenly? One of his guild players asked cautiously. Iron Shield shook his head and ordered, it's nothing. I think I was mistaken. Please go retrieve Kalian. Of course, sir. Iron Shield tilted his head and pondered as his subordinate ran to retrieve his sword. I was certain I felt someone's presence over there. Was it someone who can fool my senses? He contemplated for a second before quickly shaking his head. There were only 2 players in this maze who could hide their presence from him, Athena and Lucifer. But knowing them, Iron Shield was certain they would rather fight than spy on him. The spy had to be a small-time player, so Iron Shield decided to forget about it since he couldn't be bothered with finding some low-level player. Arg, the player who went to bring back the giant sword groaned as he pulled it out from the wall. But because Kalian was so heavy, the player failed to carry it despite his high power stat. In the end, another guild member had to help him carry the sword back to Iron Shield. Their guild master mentioned in disappointment, "It looks like you have been neglecting your training. Anyway, thanks for the sword." "We apologize, sir," apologized the embarrassed duo. Despite holding it together, the 2 players could barely carry the sword. "Kalian," Iron Shield called out to the sword and held it with one hand easily. He then placed it back in its sheath on his back. It almost looked like the sword named Kalian moved on its own when Iron Shield called for it. The Iron Guild members gazed at Iron Shield with admiration as they murmured, "That's our guild master." Meanwhile, Iron Shield was still staring at the area where Ji was standing a moment ago. "I'm sure I felt someone over there." But, shaking his head again, Iron Shield ordered, "Let's go now." "March," his second-in-command announced loudly. Then, the Iron Guild group resumed their march with Iron Shield leading the way. Hick. Ji-Jiu's whole body was covered in a cold sweat as he panted. While running away, he only felt the brunt of Iron Shield's power for a second, but it was enough to almost make his heart stop. Had Lu not yelled at him in time, Ji-Jiu would have been cleaved in 2 pieces by that giant sword. Worried about Ji-Jiu, Su-Yung asked, "What's wrong, Appa?" It's nothing. There is a guild ahead of us, so we must be on the right path after all. We'll just have to be more careful," Ji-Jiu stammered. "Look how much you're sweating," Su-Yung said to him worriedly. When she raised her arm to wipe away his sweat with her shirt sleeve, Ji-Jiu slapped her hand away. Slap. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming presence similar to what he felt from Iron Shield. But, the one standing in front of him was only Su-Yung, not Iron Shield. Both Ji-Jiu and Su-Yung tensed from shock. Realizing he had made a mistake, he apologized, I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well, so I think I overreacted." "It's okay," Su-Yung reassured him and wiped away his sweat with her sleeve. Her caring gesture seemed to have a calming effect. Ji-Jiu murmured, "Phew. I had no idea he was such a beast." "Who did you meet? Have you heard of a player nicknamed Iron Shield?" When Ji-Jiu asked, Su-Yung jolted as her eyes widened. "Isn't he one of the high rankers?" "Yeah. Iron Shield and his Iron Guild members are marching ahead of us. He just passed by from a distance, but he must have felt my presence. No wonder he's so famous. I almost got caught and killed just now," Ji-Jiu replied. "I'm sure he can't kill a person that easily," Su-Yung murmured naively, making his smile turn bitter. She was such an innocent young girl that Ji-Jiu felt an obligation to teach her the reality of this world. He explained, "You just don't understand the player's world yet. It is taboo to spy on another player, both inside the gates and the tower. No one would be surprised to hear a player got killed from spying on another player. You never know if whoever is watching you is trying to kill you or not. So, if you find someone spying on you, you must attack him. But we're talking about people and not monsters." When Su-Yung murmured, Ji-Jiu continued, "If you don't kill the spy, he might end up killing you. This is a rule of the gate." Su-Yung seemed shocked to hear the truth. She asked in confusion, "Then why did you watch him in secret? If you walked up to him and explained your situation, then maybe." With a brotherly smile, Ji-Jiu patted her head. When Su-Yung lowered her head shyly, he suddenly realized what he had done. Ji-Jiu jolted and yanked back his hand. "For a second, I thought she was Yu-Yung." He only patted Su-Young's head because he saw his little sister in her. Trying to hide what he had done, Ji-Jiu answered, "Every player in this place is here for the same reason. We're all rivals. Had I walked up to him, I would have only made it easier for him to kill me. It's not like I'm Lucifer or Athena, so he wouldn't have wasted his time listening to a nobody like me." Su-Yung flinched at the mention of Lucifer, but she quickly returned to her previous calm self. She begged, "Then from now on, don't go out to scout ahead. I'm afraid you might get killed, Appa." "All right." Iron Shield and his guild were one of the most likely people to clear the maze of Hariand. So, The fact they were heading in the same direction as him meant he was on the right path. If he followed their lead, perhaps Ji-Jiu could reach the boss room around the same time. The entire time Ji-Jiu was in the maze of Harriand, he had one goal. The only way he was going to leave this place alive was if he obtained the elixir. He was still worried about Soo-young's safety, but I still have Arachne's ball of thread. In the worst-case scenario, Ji-Jiu planned on giving this item to her and going after the elixir alone. Another week passed, but the maze of Harriand still wasn't cleared. There was no way of knowing what had happened to the other players so far. Did no one reach the boss room because of the enormous maze? Or did some players reach the keeper but failed to kill it? Ji-Jiu knew he wouldn't know anything for a certain until this maze gate was cleared. But his ignorance of the overall situation didn't matter much. I'm so glad I'm right behind the Iron Guild. They've been killing all the monsters ahead of us, so it's so much easier now, Ji-Jiu said out loud. Right now, he was following the Iron Guild's group. They maintained a good distance from the group, but they still hadn't encountered many monsters. It seemed the Iron Guild was determined to kill every single monster inside this gate. It was no wonder it was one of the top guilds in the world. Ji-Jiu felt a little disappointed he couldn't gain more experience and help Lu absorb more monster blood, but he had his priorities. He was here for the elixir, and everything else he gained was just a bonus. Soo-young asked, "So you came here to cure your mother's illness too, Appa?" "Yup. My mother is very sick right now," Ji-Jiu replied. Everyone who came inside the maze of Harriand knew about the elixir. 3 types of players entered this dangerous gate. Some were hoping to sell the elixir for a fortune, and the others probably wanted to use it to regain youth. There was also a third type. Their goal was the same as Ji-Jiu. They were here because they were desperate. Ji-Jiu was honest about his intentions to Soo-young. He explained, "If you're after the elixir too, I'm afraid we're enemies. But if you don't need it, and you help me clear this gate, I will help your mother in any way I can." Soo-young smiled innocently and answered, "No. I don't need the elixir. I'm here just for the money, so it's okay." Ji-Jiu patted her head affectionately and continued walking slowly. Because the Iron Guild was a large group, it wasn't difficult to follow them. Ji-Jiu knew he had to take his time and move slow to not get caught. Just then, someone jumped on Ji-Jiu from above. "Run." "What?" Ji-Jiu asked in confusion, but Lu's warning was too late. Thud. "Gout, yeah, little mouse," golden-haired Iron Shield, in his snow-white armor and Kalian on his back, grabbed Ji-Jiu's neck and smiled widely. 1. Unni is a term used by a younger sister or a younger female to address an older sister or an older female. Chapter 26 The Maze of Harriand, 5. Ugh. Ji-Jiu coughed up a spurt of blood as Iron Shield landed on him. Iron Shield's arm was still pushing down on him. The damage from that single stomp was so immense that Ji-Jiu was surprised he didn't faint on the spot. His vocal cords struggled to form words. In the end, he weakly stammered. Soo-young, run." There was no answer to his plea. Instead, Iron Shield asked in English, "Who are you? How did you follow me and keep your presence hidden?" What the heck are you saying? Ji-Jiu couldn't understand a word Iron Shield said. The high ranker pushed Ji-Jiu down further as he persisted. "Answer me. Tell me, how did you deceive my senses? What are you? If you tell me the truth, I will make your death painless." "Kill? Kill? Please no kill. I can't speak English." Recognizing the word kill, Ji-Jiu begged in his broken English. Iron Shield, looking down at Ji-Jiu emotionlessly, seemed confused as he asked, "What?" Unable to hide his shock, Iron Shield muttered, "You can't even speak English? Seriously?" "No. I can't speak English," Ji-Jiu answered desperately. Now, all he could do was use his severely lacking arsenal of English words to explain his situation. Iron Shield loosened his grip around Ji-Jiu's neck a little and murmured, "Haa. This is ridiculous." After a short conversation, the high ranker concluded Ji-Jiu wasn't lying. Ji-Jiu's lack of grammatical knowledge made it obvious he didn't speak English. He could connect every English word he knew to barely create a sentence at his best. Sorry. Just gate hunting." "Hunting," Ji-Jiu stammered, frustrating Iron Shield even more. Looking down at Ji-Jiu with pity, Iron Shield let go of his neck. Keg. When Ji-Jiu could finally breathe, he opened his bag and drank an internal damage potion. Thankfully, the high ranker didn't make any move to stop him. "She isn't here." The moment he escaped Iron Shield's grasp, Ji-Jiu turned to where Soo-young was standing. However, she had vanished from her spot. It seemed she ran away the moment Ji Jai was attacked. But he wasn't disappointed, he was just thankful she got away safely. I'm so relieved she escaped. This isn't the time to worry about her. I can't believe a human could have this level of presence. You should be more worried about your own life. It doesn't look like he will kill me. Ji Jai glanced at Iron Shield, who was watching him with his hand on his forehead. As things stood, it didn't seem like the high ranker was interested in killing Ji Jai. Thinking his explanation had worked, Ji Jai began repeating the same broken sentence. I can't speak English. I'm just hunting. Gate hunting. When his hands regained their functionality thanks to the potion, he used them to gesture that he was no threat to the high ranker. Huh? Damn it. Iron Shield spat out the words as if he had made his decision. Moving so fast that Ji Jai couldn't even see him, Iron Shield whacked the back of Ji Jai's neck. Ji Jai fainted without making a single sound. HAA. Master. As Ji Jai fainted, he could hear Luandel sighing. After Ji Jai fainted on the ground, Iron Shield turned to face his guild members running toward him. Guild Master, we haven't found any traces of other players around the area, one of the players reported. When Iron Shield didn't reply, the same player asked, Sir, did you say something? No, just carry this child back to the camp. And gather all the Asian guild members, ordered Iron Shield. Yes, sir, all the players answered respectfully. One of the players carried Ji Jai as ordered, while another man headed toward where the remaining guild members were resting. A pair of violet eyes glowed nearby, but no one seemed to have noticed them. Just who is this kid? Iron Shield murmured in confusion as he watched Ji Jai on the ground. Ji Jai was stripped of his weapons and currently bound. Maybe he was sent by Athena or another guild, when one of his men suggested. Iron Shield frowned in annoyance and muttered, Idiot. Without turning toward the player, Iron Shield explained, Why would Athena send a spy who can't even speak English? What'll he report if he can't even understand what we are talking about? And no guild would ever dare to send a scout to spy on us. I apologize, sir. But what if he's pretending not to speak English? The player asked, convinced his idea was a definite possibility. He'll spill once we begin torturing him. It won't matter if he speaks English or not then, Iron Shield replied. It seemed the player who spoke up was a rookie. One of the middle-aged guild members reminded the newbie, David, I hope you realize how kind our guild master is being by explaining everything to you. He wants you to learn. The middle-aged player was speaking the truth. Although Iron Shield didn't bother to hide his annoyance, he still took the time to explain his thoughts. David's eyes glowed with admiration. He shouted, Thank you so much, sir. The mindless enthusiasm annoyed Iron Shield, so he grabbed his head and muttered, Steve, don't encourage him like that. I don't need a blindly loyal soldier. I want my men to think for themselves and present contrasting opinions from time to time. Of course, sir, Steve replied with a curt nod. With a slight shake of his head, Iron Shield asked, Where are the Asian members I asked for earlier? Aren't they here yet? I told you to gather those who haven't forgotten their mother tongue, right? We'll go and check on them again, two players answered and left. Now alone again, Iron Shield looked down at his right hand. It was the same hand that grabbed Ji Jai's neck earlier. Was that Lucifer's aura? It was very faint, but he could feel a trace of Lucifer's aura on his hand. Iron Shield felt frustrated, but he was certain his curiosity would be satisfied soon. But, he failed to realize that his favorite sword, Cullion, was trembling, which was very unlike him. Ji Jai regained consciousness with searing pain in his cheeks. A distressed moan escaped his mouth as he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Iron Shield in his snow-white armor and the Iron Guild members. Soon, Ji Jai noticed that all the members gathered around him were Asian. They are here to interpret. Ji Jai quickly realized Iron Shield wanted to communicate with him. Iron Shield mumbled something, but Ji Jai couldn't understand what he was saying. Thankfully, the Asian members walked up to him one by one and began translating. The interpretation took place in the order of Chinese, Japanese, and finally Korean. Ji Jai knew who this Korean player was. That's Korean American, Rogers Han. I remember the Korean media going wild about him entering the Iron Guild. When Rogers Han entered the famous Iron Guild, the entire Korean population felt pride. Ji Jai was starstruck for a moment before he quickly shook his head with a smile. Iron Shield is standing right in front of me, so why am I surprised to see Rogers Han? Meeting Iron Shield was probably as uncommon as meeting the President of the United States. So, Ji Jiu couldn't help laughing at himself for being surprised at meeting Rogers Han, who was just one of the many Iron Guild members. "You must be a spy," said Roger Han in Korean when it was finally his turn to interpret. "I'm not a spy," Ji Jiu replied. "So you're Korean," Rogers murmured. He then said something to Iron Shield, who nodded. It seemed like it was finally time for the long-awaited conversation. Ji Jiu and Iron Shield spoke with Rogers Han's help. Rogers relayed, "Our guild master is asking who you are. He wants to know why you were spying on our guild and what guild you belong to. Also, tell him how you hid your presence from him and fooled his senses." All Iron Guild members present seemed shocked after learning that Ji Jiu had somehow deceived Iron Shield's senses. Ji Jiu ignored them as they erupted in murmurs and answered, "I'm just a plain player. I came to hunt inside the maze of Hariand. I never spied on anyone, and I don't belong to any guild." Rogers Han interpreted Ji Jiu's answer to Iron Shield, who nodded. Did it work? Does he believe me now? Iron Shield's simple nod briefly brought Ji Jiu solace, but he quickly realized he was mistaken. Ack! Rogers Han suddenly took out his dagger and stabbed Ji Jiu's thigh. He then pulled out the weapon and poured a healing potion on Ji Jiu's wound. Looking down at him without any sympathy, Rogers Han muttered, "You must be here for the elixir. I can't believe you thought lying would work in this situation. Not a wise choice." Ugh! As Ji Jiu endured the pain, he couldn't help but draw a deep breath. At the same time, he contemplated what he must do to escape this place. He still had Arachne's ball of thread in his pocket, but I don't have Luindel with me. His egos were nowhere near him, not on his body in their sword form or on his fingers in their ring forms. Damn it. When Ji Jiu looked around, he saw a middle-aged guild member with a white beard studying Luindel with curiosity. There was no way Ji Jiu could escape using Arachne's ball of thread without his weapons. "I can escape and then return to this place later." Right single quotation mark. Doing so would take him a long time, but Ji Jiu was certain he could return to this very place from the gate entrance. It was because he had memorized the path to where he was currently. Also, he had been marking all the routes he took, so he knew he could return to this exact spot without much difficulty, even if he was transported to the gate entrance. But, leaving without Luindel was as stupid an idea as could be. Ji Jiu was just thankful he was still wearing Brunhurt. After a brief hesitation, he opened his mouth. "You're correct. I came here to get the elixir. When I noticed your guild, I thought it would be easier for me to approach the keeper if I followed you. But I never intended to spy on you, and I never hid my energy. I just thought Iron Shield was leaving me alone for whatever reason he had. I thought it was his way of permitting me to follow." Ji Jiu's answer was mostly true, but there was a bit of a lie in it as well. The result of his response was quickly displayed. Iron Shield took out his own dagger and approached Ji Jiu. I'm not lying," stammered Ji Jiu in pain. His mouth was so dry that his voice was beginning to crack. "Damn fool. I can't believe you're lying even after being tortured by our guild master," Rogers Han commented in disgust. No, not lying," Ji Jiu pleaded. He really wasn't lying anymore. The only thing he left out of was the fact that he was traveling with Suyang. That doesn't make any sense. We have already used the detection skill on you, so we know the truth. I never expected to find a level 1 player without any skills in this maze. I never thought I would see a player like you, period. Are you sure you're even a player? Rogers Han interpreted Iron Shield's message. Before Ji Jiu could even answer, the guild master twisted his dagger plunged in Ji Jiu's thigh. Ack! Ji Jiu groaned in pain as Rogers Han continued to speak on Iron Shield's behalf. You want me to believe you made it all the way here alone? Look at you. You can't even handle my torture right now. Do you know I changed the rope while you were unconscious? I did that to test you. Currently, you're bound by a normal rope rather than an item. Yet you can't even free yourself. The only reason you're going through this torture is that you're weak. So weak that you can't even break a normal rope. All this can only mean one thing, someone helped you get this far. Ji Jiu had to admit this was true. Right now, Lu and El were with some unknown middle-aged man ? Ji Jiu could physically feel his connections with his egos becoming faint. The only reason he wasn't dead yet was because of Brunhurt. He had enough strength to break the rope. Without Lu and El, he couldn't even attempt an escape. Indeed, the only reason Ji Jiu could make it this far was because he had help from Lu and El. As a player, They were more important to him than his own life. Without Brunhurt, I would have been dead by now. Ji Jiao's hatred toward Iron Shield grew exponentially. The high ranker refused to believe Ji Jiao and continued to torture him without mercy. At the very least, it would have made more sense to Ji Jiao if Iron Shield had killed him without hesitation. I'm going to kill him someday. I swear I will. If he ever made it out alive and saved his mother with the elixir, Ji Jiao swore to become powerful enough to plunge Lu into the heart underneath the snow-white armor. Noticing the vicious look in Ji Jiao's eyes, Iron Shield murmured, "Guess you still haven't had enough. The torture will continue for another 30 minutes. Ack." Iron Shield turned around and left the screaming mess behind. In his place, Rogers Han took control of the dagger still stuck in Ji Jiao's thigh. It was clear the Korean-American player had no intention of going easy on his hostage just because they had the same nationality. In fact, unlike Iron Shield, who remained blank as he tortured Ji Jiao, Rogers Han seemed excited. His face was filled with pleasure as he whispered, "I love the sound of a pained scream." Rogers Han licked his lips and cut off Ji Jiao's little toe. Screaming in agony, Ji Jiao swore to himself over and over again. "Iron Shield, Iron Guild, and Rogers Han? I will kill you all someday." "I'll ask you one last time." Iron Shield looked at Ji Jiao with obvious frustration. Ji Jiao was by now in a gruesome state. He was covered in blood, and his fingers and toes had been regenerated so many times that his nerve endings there were fried. The only mercy Iron Shield showed was not touching Ji Jiao's face. But Ji Jiao's face was still covered in blood and tears. Rogers Han interpreted Iron Shield's question, "You must be working for Athena, right?" It was a leading question. There was no way Iron Shield believed Ji Jiao was sent by Athena. When Ji Jiao didn't answer, Iron Shield asked another question, "Or did Lucifer send you?" I told you. I am alone." When Ji Jiao replied weakly, Iron Shield thought out loud. "It couldn't have been Athena. That woman hates people like you. Then it must be Lucifer." Iron Shield contemplated all the possibilities. He felt certain Ji Jiao was sent by Lucifer, but he needed Ji Jiao to confess. Lucifer was known to act alone, except when she was accompanied by her well-known minion. So if Lucifer moved with Ji Jiao, what was her reasoning behind it? What was Ji Jiao trying so desperately to hide? Iron Shield still had many unanswered questions, which was why he kept Ji Jiao alive until now. To confirm his suspicion, Iron Shield offered some information to Ji Jiao. "It's possible you were used by Lucifer. I'll tell you what she looks like, so tell me if you have seen her. If you tell me the truth, I will let you live." This was the last chance Iron Shield was willing to give Ji Jiao. This whole situation confused Iron Shield to no end. They had continuously tortured Ji Jiao for 3 days, but he still didn't confess anything useful. Although Iron Shield didn't spell it out, Ji Jiao also knew this was his last chance. Finally, Iron Shield said to him, "She has violet hair and black eyes. Have you seen her before?" A long silence fell. The guild master didn't prod his hostage, instead, he waited patiently. But when Ji Jiao remained silent, Iron Shield shook his head and muttered, "I guess you have no intention of answering me." With a disappointed look, the high ranker announced, "I'll admit that you're a fierce one. Had you been a better player, I might have scouted you. You endured everything very well. I will end your misery with my own sword now." When Iron Shield unsheathed Kalian from his back, Rogers Han licked his lips as if disappointed. Just then, one of the guild members yelled as he ran toward them. "Guild Master! We found the gatekeeper's location." Ji Jiao recognized this novice player. It was David. Ji Jiao had seen him being scolded multiple times for making beginner's mistakes. Although he was slowly losing his consciousness, Ji Jiao vaguely recognized the words David yelled so loudly. "Keeper?" As he realized the importance of those words, Ji Jiao began regaining his wit. Meanwhile, Iron Shield scolded David, "David, you shouldn't be yelling out important information like that." I'm sorry," David stammered. "Well, he'll be dead in a minute anyway, so I suppose it can't hurt him to know. Perhaps he'll feel better knowing this before he dies." "David, tell me where the keeper is," when Iron Shield ordered. David glanced at him nervously before answering, "It's within 300 meters from here. Because of a device, we couldn't." Per Iron Shield's order, Rogers kindly interpreted the information to Ji Jiao. It was disgusting to see Rogers looking so pleased with the prospect of Ji Jiao's impending death. Damn it. When Ji Jiao listened to David's description, he couldn't help swearing to himself. He was certain he recognized the place David was talking about. It was where he was attacked by Iron Shield. Tears of regret began rolling down his eyes. It was right in front of my eyes, yet I didn't see it. But what was the point of knowing the keeper's location now? After all, he was going to die in just a few minutes. Suddenly, the memories of his mother, Yu Yung, and Taeshik crossed his mind. From the beginning, Ji Jiu had known there was a high chance he was not going to survive this journey, but he didn't expect to die at a fellow player's hands. After David gave his report, Iron Shield turned toward Ji Jiu and said his final words, "Now, you must go in peace. It has been a long time since I met a player with such grit. You have no abilities at all, so to have endured my torture for so long is truly impressive. I can see why Lucifer allowed you to accompany her." Right double quotation mark. It was clear Iron Shield was genuine in his compliment. He really thought Ji Jiu was impressive. Iron Shield grabbed Kallian again and said his farewell, goodbye. Iron Shield wanted to show his respect to Ji Jiu for enduring his torture for so long. Kallian moved beautifully in the air and was just about to fall on Ji Jiu when suddenly, thwack! A moonlit arrow struck Iron Shield's shoulder. Chapter 27 Lucifer's Arrival. Gah! A gruesome sound escaped Iron Shield's mouth before he muttered angrily, Artemis arrow. Is this Athena's doing? Heh, you got it, replied a woman as the air nearby suddenly began to crease. Seconds later, two women appeared from within, a beautiful woman with a silver bob cut and another wearing an old Greek god's mask. Athena and Artemis. I see your skills have improved since the last time we met, Iron Shield murmured as he pulled out the moonlit arrow from his shoulder and threw it at them. The silver-haired player caught it easily. Long time no see, Iron Shield, greeted the silver-haired woman. Artemis. Iron Shield's face turned ugly as he whispered her name. He asked coldly, I suppose I can take this as your declaration of war on the Iron Guild? Have we ever not been at war? Asked the woman with a coy smile. At that moment, Ji Jiu thought he saw the masked woman's eyes glow eerily. Without answering the woman's rhetorical question, Iron Shield ordered, Rogers, take David and this spy to the other guild members. I'm sure Athena's guild is already attacking them. Yes, sir, Rogers Han answered quickly, but the newbie player, David, shouted in panic, but Guildmaster. Annoyed by the rookie, Rogers Han shouted at him, just follow me, newbie. We won't be of any use to the Guildmaster here anyway. David seemed confused as he hesitantly looked around. But eventually, he turned around. After all, an order from the Guildmaster was an absolute command. When Rogers chucked Ji Jiu on his shoulder, Iron Shield ordered, Rogers, keep him alive. Pardon? But, Rogers wondered if it was smart to keep their hostage alive, especially after such horrid torture. He nodded to Iron Shield. Secretly, he shook his head. There's no merit in keeping him alive, so. A Guildmaster's order was akin to an imperial decree, but Rogers decided to go against it. Unfortunately for Ji Jiu, he had seen Rogers' true nature. Rogers smiled sneakily and answered, yes, sir. Damn it, Ji Jiu swore, but Rogers shut him up quickly. Be quiet. Both Rogers and David turned around and ran toward their guild's group. Athena and Artemis didn't stop the two players from getting away. One murmured to the other, they're gonna die anyway. You mean you two will die at my hands? Iron Shield asked the duo as he spun Kallian and slammed it into the ground. Suddenly, a gigantic steel shield emerged from the ground. It stood before Kallian and Iron Shield, making them impervious to all frontal attacks. It was time for a battle. Damn it, Ji Jiu swore again. He wanted to die right on the spot from shame and embarrassment. He was still alive due to Iron Shield's change of mind. Now, Rogers was carrying Ji Jiu on his back like a sack of potatoes. It seemed his pathetic life was going to continue for a little while longer. Keep quiet, Rogers muttered. As things stood, Ji Jiu's life was in the hands of the man who tortured him. He now had absolutely no control over his body, and the feeling of helplessness made him want to sob. I'm so powerless. But Ji Jiu had no one to blame but himself. He was a weak, unskilled player, yet he chose to enter the maze of Horiand. Atop that, he decided to follow the infamous Iron Guild, a huge mistake. Regret over his many, debatably dumb, decisions wasn't the only emotion he was feeling, there was boiling fury too. I'm going to kill them all. Hey, David. Go ahead and get ready for the battle. It looks like the fight has already begun. I'll treat this bastard first and follow you afterward, Rogers Han ordered. Pardon? But the Guildmaster has asked us to join the rest of the members immediately, stammered David. Hey, David. Look at this guy, hanging on to his life. He will die on the way if we don't treat his wounds. Would you like to be the one who tells the guild master if he dies? When Rogers Hunt asked sarcastically, the novice player stammered, all right. Then, David resumed running toward his guild's camp. Still a good distance from the camp, he could hear the sounds of weapons clashing, screams of pain, and shrieks of misery, the whole shebang. And from the opposite direction, where Iron Shield was facing those two women, Ji-Jiu could hear even louder explosions. Rumble. Kaboom. The explosive sounds were something no humans should be able to create. It seemed like lightning was striking within the gate. With every loud blast, the ground shook as if the entire gate was about to crumble down. Scary, isn't it? Noticing Ji-Jiu's awestruck look, Rogers asked knowingly. Ji-Jiu almost nodded in agreement at his question. This definitely wasn't a fight between normal humans, it was a fight between high rankers. Question mark? It sounds like the gods are fighting. Panting heavily, Ji-Jiu listened hard and tried to imagine the fight taking place. Unfortunately, it was impossible to picture it. Swing. What do you think you're doing? Ji-Jiu asked in confusion when he saw Rogers unsheathing his sword. What do you think? I'm gonna kill you now, replied Rogers as he showed off his white teeth. But you're guild master. Never mind. Just kill me. Ji-Jiu was about to remind Rogers of Iron Shield's order to keep him alive, but he stopped himself. He didn't want to survive by begging for his life at this point. Besides, the moment he got on Rogers' back, he knew what Rogers had in mind. The public saw Iron Shield's guild as a righteous and exemplary group. If Ji-Jiu was left alive and the story of his torture got out, it would damage their stellar reputation. So, there was no way he was coming out of this encounter alive, with or without Iron Shield's orders. It was such a selfish and hopeless idea that Ji-Jiu almost laughed. Rogers is a man who likes to show off and obsessively keep his reputation clean. He is terrified of people discovering his true nature. And that's probably why he wants me dead. Ji-Jiu closed his eyes calmly as Rogers announced, I'm just sorry I don't get to give you a painful death. Even now, Rogers was being a jerk. Before swinging his sword, Rogers asked, any last words? Are any of your guild members nearby? Ji-Jiu asked. Why? You think they will save you from me? Rogers asked with a sneer. He thought Ji-Jiu was planning on begging the others to save him. Rogers shook his head with an ugly smile and began slowly plunging his sword into Ji-Jiu's heart. Through the unimaginable pain, Ji-Jiu muttered, perfect. What? When the tip of Rogers' sword was just an inch away from Ji-Jiu's heart, Ji-Jiu glared at Rogers and shouted, reflect. In the past few days, he was subjected to an array of torture techniques, of which Bronhurt used that opportunity to accumulate all the damage Ji-Jiu received. The recent increase in his assimilation level helped greatly in this endeavor. Ji-Jiu has been waiting for the perfect chance to use Bronhurt's reflection skill. He had planned on using it when Iron Shield was about to behead him, but an even better opportunity came by. Ji-Jiu had no intention of losing this perfect chance. Bronhurt's damage accumulation limit has exceeded. Reflection skill has been activated. Bronhurt will perish now. A loud explosion flared between the two players. It was such an incredible explosion that it was hard to believe Ji-Jiu was behind it. Ack! Rogers' scream could be heard from the thick smoke. Meanwhile, Ji-Jiu felt a sudden wave of helplessness spread throughout his body. It was as if his very soul was being sucked out. But, this didn't come as a surprise. His stats took a nosedive after he was distanced from his egos. Now, his last ego, Bronhurt, had perished, so Ji-Jiu had no strength left. HAA. HAA. Ji-Jiu panted loudly. Bastard, Rogers screamed in both pain and anger. As the smoke began to clear slowly, two players appeared on the ground. One was Ji-Jiu, who was leaning against a wall, panting loudly. The other was Rogers, whose entire face and body were severely burnt. He was wailing as he lay atop Ji-Jiu's legs. Even Ji-Jiu didn't come out of this explosion unscathed, but Rogers, definitely, took the greater hit. Ugh, Ji-Jiu groaned as he barely managed to stand up. His legs refused to cooperate. Somehow, he pushed Rogers away. Rogers continued to flail and scream in pain as he collapsed. Limp. Ji-Jiu staggered badly as he approached Rogers. Then, Ji-Jiu picked up Rogers' sword that was lying nearby. My current strength is similar to what I had before I got to Lu. I may be weak now, but I've lived my whole life like this. Although he was weaker than ever right now, Ji-Jiu still remembered living with this helpless body when he worked as a guide. He killed goblins with that strength, so how hard could this be? Ji-Jiu raised the sword with both of his hands and sat on Roger's stomach. Be bastard. Don't. Stab. Roger's own sword jutted out of his neck. Brunhart's accumulated damage must have been massive because Rogers couldn't even resist. A level 1 player had made sure he would reach the gates of hell safely. Plop. Ji-Jiu collapsed on the ground, unable to endure the disappointment that filled his body. Right now, he couldn't even move his finger. He still had Arachne's ball of thread, but he didn't have the strength to reach for it. Besides, without Lu, El, and the elixir, returning home was pointless. Even if he survived and returned home, he would lose his mother soon, then, he would live the rest of his life as a feeble player. Lu. El. The first thing Ji-Jiu needed to do was retrieve Lu and El, but he was exhausted. Elixir, murmured Ji-Jiu as he remembered the second thing he had to obtain. After all, he came inside this gate to save his mother. But, all he wanted to do now was sleep. His eyes closed slowly as he muttered to himself, I finally figured out where the gatekeeper is now too, yet. I'm going to kill you, beside Ji-Jiu, Rogers whispered. PFFT. Ji-Jiu knew he was about to die, but there was at least one consolation. It was the fact that Rogers lay beside him, choking on his own blood as he cursed Ji-Jiu. The pain Rogers was feeling right now couldn't even be half of what Ji-Jiu had endured over the past few days. But, Ji-Jiu was just satisfied he could kill a powerful player, someone who was almost a ranker. And just like that, Ji-Jiu closed his eyes. Appa, Ji-Jiu heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Why Young, Ji-Jiu whispered his sister's name. Was he hallucinating? What are you talking about? Appa, are you okay? Ji-Jiu at first thought he was hearing Yu Young's voice. When he opened his eyes, it was Su Young who was crouching in front of him. She was smiling brightly at him. Su Young. Ji-Jiu's blood had clotted and stuck his lips together. Su Young's smile grew wider as she stopped him by placing her finger on his lips. She asked him teasingly, if I save you and even get you the elixir, what will you give me? Can you give me your life, Appa? Can you live as my slave until the day you die? Do you think you can do that? Asked Su Young as her eyes glowed eagerly. Ji-Jiu had always thought her violet eyes were beautiful. Now, he realized they resembled those of the Grim Reaper. When Su Young removed her finger from his lips, Ji-Jiu didn't hesitate for long and made his lips rip the scab. One more thing. You're so funny, Appa. Alright, what is it? Help me kill Iron Shield, and destroy the Iron Guild. Ji-Jiu barely managed to whisper his requests. What? Su Young giggled and replied, that's 2 things. Well, I suppose it will depend on how well you do? Then we have an agreement. My swords. The white-haired middle-aged man took them. Then, yes, we have a deal. Ji-Jiu fainted before he could finish his sentence. Su Young laughed and murmured, just how many conditions are you placing on this contract? Suddenly, the man with the glasses appeared from the dark and suggested, I agree. This man is very interesting. Right? He was even more amusing when I watched him up close. He is evil by nature, but someone suppressed it for some reason. Did you see when he killed that idiot? It was probably his first murder, but he stabbed the vital spot perfectly. No hesitation, no anger, and no guilt. He was perfectly cold and objective, said Su Young, no Lucifer, with excitement as she pointed at Rogers, who was still choking on his blood. The bespectacled man asked blankly, that Iron Guild member Rogers. Don't you think he'll live if we leave him like this? Probably, right. Ji-Jiu couldn't survive such an extensive injury, but powerful players like Rogers had an incredible regeneration capacity. Much of the bleeding had already stopped, and even the hole in his neck was closing slowly. The glassed man asked, what are you going to do? Why bother asking me? If he survives, then that will be his fate. Do you think Ji-Jiu will like it if I killed that bastard for him? I'll bet Ji-Jiu will choose to kill Rogers himself, replied Su Young as she looked away from Rogers. She continued with a smile, thanks to everything that happened, I found out where the keeper of this maze is. I had lots of fun, and profited quite a bit too. It was also unexpected to see Iron Shield battling Athena so suddenly. This guy is so much fun. When Su Young stood up, she slowly began to grow. The change in her appearance was subtle yet shocking. Her violet eyes turned jet black, while her black hair turned violet. The woman that stood in Soo-young's place resembled the beautiful little girl from a moment ago, but she was also a completely different person. The man in glasses smiled and teased, "So is this the arrival of Lucifer?" "Shut up, Soo-young." "No, Lucifer," flinched and replied, "Lucifer is a stupid nickname because I'm going to be the one who kills the real devil." Then, Soo-young stretched her arms leisurely. The most vicious, high ranker had finally arrived in the worst maze of all time. Chapter 28 Lucifer's Arrival 2. I feel dizzy. Ji Jiao's head spun, and his vision was blurry. His consciousness cleared a while later, and he weakly opened his eyes. As his vision returned, he discovered someone was cradling him. Then, an abrupt stream of screams slammed into his ears. "Ak! Lucifer's here. Where's our guild master?" When Ji Jiao managed to look around, he saw a black flame engulfing the screaming players. Iron Guild? Then where are the other players? To his shock, a giant black flame was sweeping through the Iron Guild members and various other random players. Nothing that stood in its way came out alive. Black flame. This was Lucifer's signature move. When she became a high ranker, she obtained her own unique ability, this black flame. And this flame was also why she got the moniker Lucifer. I knew marking wasn't her unique ability. While being tortured by Iron Shield, Ji Jiao deduced Soo-young was Lucifer. Iron Shield's description of Lucifer wasn't exactly the same, but he got a strong feeling that Iron Shield was talking about the young girl he was traveling with. Add to that suspicion, all the things that made no sense about Soo-young, and you would get Lucifer. So first, Lucifer toyed with Ji Jiao, then, he got himself captured by another high ranker. But, he didn't resent Lucifer one bit for it. She was probably just amusing herself by following him around. She didn't cause him any direct harm. Iron Shield and his guild, on the other hand, had physically hurt him, very badly. It might be nothing, but maybe a part of why he didn't detest Lucifer was that she resembled Yu-young. "Are you awake? You should have slept a bit longer," said the purple-haired woman standing in front of him. Even though her lips held a gentle smile, the menacing black flames in her hands sent some mixed signals. Her hair danced beautifully as she suggested, "Take a good look. You made a deal with me, so I'm showing you what kind of power I hold." Ji Jiao asked in a clear voice, "But this was what we agreed on, wasn't it?" I wanted to do it alone. Destroy the Iron Guild, that is. The life of every Iron Guild member, including the ones inside this maze, belongs to me," Ji Jiao announced without fear. "What?" Soo-young's eyes crumpled unhappily, but a smile spread on her lips within seconds. She agreed, "Yes, indeed. All right." The black flames whirling around them subsided slowly, then, they began targeting only the players who didn't belong to the Iron Guild. But this didn't mean the Iron Guild members were spared. A majority was already on the ground, dead or close to it. The remaining were either missing some limbs or collapsed on the ground with foam escaping their mouths. Soo-young, or Lucifer, walked a few steps forward and stood before a man. Ji Jiao realized it was the middle-aged man with a white beard. She seized the swords from this player's waist and announced, "This fulfills one of the conditions on our contract." Ji Jiao saw that she was smiling while holding Lu and L. Before he could react to what was happening, Ji Jiao fainted again. "Wake up. Please wake up, master." When Ji Jiao heard his ego's voices tickling his ears, he opened his eyes again. Strong will has been activated. Strong will has been activated. Strong will has been activated. When his mind cleared a bit, it was flooded by a ton of system announcements. Soon, he felt energy coursing through him. "Lu? L?" Ji Jiao murmured in confusion. "Don't push yourself. Just look ahead, it will help you. That woman is dangerous, master. Are you awake? That's strange. You were barely breathing just a moment ago," said a man when he noticed Ji Jiao had opened his eyes. "Who are you?" Ji Jiao asked. Actually, there was no need for that question. Ji Jiao knew who he was. The man in the glasses was the one who was carrying him earlier. Ji Jiao's vision cleared slowly, allowing him to see his surroundings better. When he saw what stood not too far from him, he whispered, "Oh my god. That's the course commander." "Is this your first time seeing one?" the bespectacled man asked. "What's a course commander?" When Ji Jiao asked in awe, the glassed man answered with a blank face, "It's Harand, of course. He's the master of this maze." Ji Jiao slowly looked around to see a giant mountain in front of him. Although it was impossibly big, its form resembled that of a human. It was wearing black thorn-covered armor and a helmet with 6 horns. Ji Jiao murmured, "That's the keeper of this maze." Well, I guess you could say that, the glassed man replied with a shrug. Ji Jiu couldn't hide his embarrassment as he gaped at the monster. After looking at the gatekeeper, he realized how arrogant and cocksure his pre-torture self was. Back then, he really believed he could defeat this monster. Beside the keeper was a tiny woman, Su Yung. She winked at Ji Jiu and announced, "I hope you enjoy the show." And just like that, the battle began. The man wearing glasses dropped something on the ground, creating a translucent circle. He ordered Ji Jiu quietly, "You should come inside. You might get killed if you get too close." "Is this a barrier?" "You're more knowledgeable than I thought," the man replied with a nod. This was no ordinary barrier. It looked like it was created using a unique mixture of various players' skills. But because Ji Jiu didn't know much about barriers in general, he couldn't tell for sure. Still, Ji Jiu entered the circle without protest. Boom. 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 As soon as he entered the barrier, Su Yung took to the sky and slammed into the keeper, making the entire area around Ji Jiu shake. The black flames Su Yung shot from her hands grew exponentially and covered the keeper like bacteria. Screaming in pain, the monster tried to push Su Yung away. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky. Ji Jiu whispered, "A black gate." Unfortunately, the man wearing glasses had stopped answering Ji Jiu's questions. Instead, he watched the battle with a blank face as if he was bored. To Ji Jiu's shock, countless monsters emerged from the black gate and began attacking Su Yung. Hup! Su Yung exhaled lightly, making the surrounding air burn. Slowly, a black flame appeared around her and seemingly began burning down the sky. Then, a giant sword with a muted color arose from the black flames. It was much bigger than the giant keeper. Slowly, it fell to the ground as it split the world into two. She must be a god. Ji Jiu found her power godly. "I can't believe you actually managed to get it." Congratulations, Master." Lu and El didn't sound happy as Ji Jiu held a box made of diamonds ? The box alone had to be worth a fortune, but the content inside was what would save his mother. Her purple hair dancing around her face, Su Yung announced, "So that's the last of my part of the bargain. I understand you want to kill Iron Shield and destroy his guild, but it sounds like you don't want me to help you." Ji Jiu asked cautiously, "Is your name really Su Yung?" "Yup. My name is Yung Su Yung, and I'm really Korean too." When Su Yung replied, Ji Jiu nodded. After Lucifer destroyed the gatekeeper Hera, Ji Jiu, the man in glasses, and Lucifer were transferred to the rewards chamber. Since he didn't participate in the battle, Ji Jiu didn't obtain any experience points. But because he was present at the scene when the keeper died, he could follow Su Yung to this chamber. The rewards were in two separate boxes, one gold and one diamond. Su Yung suggested, "Shouldn't you open it and check?" "All right," answered Ji Jiu with respect. He no longer treated Su Yung like an ordinary girl. Partly because she was no longer in her girly form, but it was mostly because she was a high ranker who could easily kill him with her pinky. Ji Jiu slowly opened the diamond box and found a glass jar filled with purple liquid. Su Yung murmured, "It's definitely the elixir." Ji Jiu had mixed feelings. He walked into the maze of Hera, fully prepared to die. His determination to obtain what he was seeking was sky high. Honestly, he didn't really expect to get the elixir. It was a suicide attempt by a desperate man who was pushed into a corner by his circumstance. And what happened, in the end, was something no one could have imagined. A high ranker almost killed him, but another just handed him the elixir. Although he was happy to have gotten what he came for, he couldn't help feeling useless because this wasn't his achievement. "Our rewards are 2 bottles of the elixir. So here," said Su Yung as she handed one of the bottles to Ji Jiu. "Pardon. This is a gift from me to celebrate our new contract. Drink up. I detest weak men, so you need this. We were here for the course commander anyway, not the elixir. These bottles are a bonus we don't need, so feel free to take one more." Ji Jiu gaped at Su Yung's playful explanation. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Did she have any idea what a bottle of elixir was worth? Did she know what the elixir could do for a player's body? Of course, she did. After all, she was the famous Lucifer. Ji Jiu's hand trembled as he took the bottle. Su Yung continued, "Your body has been damaged beyond repair now. A player is still only human, so there are things even potions can't heal. This elixir will regenerate your body, so you can start with a better shell. In fact, you'll end up with an even better body than before. It will even improve your abilities, and your stat will increase faster with each level up. You will be on your way to becoming a high ranker." "Well, his stats wouldn't increase, as he was the player who couldn't level up. No, wait. If I drink this, will I be able to level up? Ji Jiao's hands trembled in anticipation. His hands shook so badly that he almost dropped the bottle. Trying his best to keep his voice calm, Ji Jiao asked, "What is it you want from me? It doesn't look like you want to kill me, so do you really want me to become your slave forever? Is that what you really want?" She wanted him to drink the elixir, which meant she didn't want to kill him. Besides, what would she gain from killing him anyway? Su Yung smiled and replied, "Well, that's not exactly true. I just like you, that's all." With a quiet laugh, she ordered him, "Be my pupil." "Pardon. You're too useless right now, so don't bother coming to me in your current state. But when you reach the 50th floor, find me. I'll teach you how to become stronger. And if you die before then, well, I guess that's that." Ji Jiao thought quietly for a moment. After organizing his thoughts, he asked his final question, "Are you, the devil?" It was a cautious and serious question, but it only made Su Yung laugh. She turned toward the man in glasses and murmured, "He's so funny, isn't he? Don't you agree, Bale?" The man in glasses, Bale, didn't answer her. Su Yung ignored her companion and asked Ji Jiao, "And you know the devil?" "I've seen it. Just once. It was giant, and it had blood-red eyes." "Ah!" exclaimed Su Yung as if she was impressed. "He resembled the Corps commander," Ji Jiao added. The smile on Su Yung's face gradually disappeared as she explained, "Guess you met a pretty big monster, huh? This is why I'm so interested in you. Don't worry. I'm not the devil. I am called Lucifer, but I have nothing to do with the devil." Su Yung suddenly placed her hand on Ji Jiao's head, but he didn't flinch away. Su Yung continued, "I'm more like someone hunting the devil. I'll tell you more about it when you become my pupil. Oh, and this is a gift for you." A shocking sensation traveled from her hand to his head. It moved down and soon reached his right eye. It seemed this woman liked to give gifts. Ji Jiao was surprised at how generous the infamous Lucifer was. "This is a token of our contract and a way to communicate with me. For now, it won't have any functions. Once you become stronger and wiser, you'll learn more about it. After all, one can only see what one knows. So work hard, my future pupil." As Su Yung finished speaking, Ji Jiao felt his right eye burn a little. He laughed and drank the purple elixir in a single gulp. Your shell is being regenerated. With the system's announcement, Ji Jiao found his consciousness slowly fading. Then, he heard Su Yung's voice again. "Oh, there is one more thing you need to take." His eyes widened as she continued, "I noticed that your swords are unique. I'll teach you how to make one of them much stronger. Well, you might die from it, but it's okay, right?" Nod. With that small nod, Ji Jiao fainted again. He couldn't remember how many times he had lost his consciousness inside this maze. Being so fragile was embarrassing, but then there was his amazing luck. I mean, who would ever encounter two high rankers in a single gate? "I've been waiting for you, Lucifer." Ji Jiao had no idea this was what Su Yung meant by making Luindel stronger. "This is crazy. Master, I told you she's dangerous." Following his ego's warnings, Su Yung said to Ji Jiao, "You remember what I taught you? Just do that." Iron Shield, covered in blood and holding a silver-haired woman in one hand, was standing in front of Ji Jiao. Su Yung explained to Ji Jiao earlier that when someone powerful like her cleared the gate, they could keep the gate standing for a while longer even after claiming the rewards. Typically, a one-shot gate perished soon after being cleared. Iron Shield roared at Lucifer, "How dare you steal my prey?" "How is he your prey?" Lucifer argued back in annoyance. The two high rankers were bickering, but all Ji Jiao could focus on was the blood-covered Iron Shield. He felt confused and embarrassed at first, then, his fury engulfed him. Ji Jiao knew Iron Shield wasn't an evil man, but he was still the culprit who tortured him. Without a word, Ji Jiao took a step toward Iron Shield. "You have changed," Iron Shield muttered when he saw Ji Jiao. He continued with a frown, "Are you Lucifer's minion now? Or have you always belonged to her? This is going to be so annoying." Dealing with Lucifer and her four-eyed follower was already annoying enough. And now, it seemed Lucifer got herself another capable lackey. Iron Shield knew Ji Jiao was still no match for him, but there was no way of knowing what kind of power he gained by becoming Lucifer's minion. Ji Jiao gritted his teeth and said to him, "Let's fight." He gripped Luindel hard and lowered his body in preparation. However, Iron Shield didn't understand Korean, so he just looked at Ji Jiu in confusion. What? Mustering all the English words he could remember, Ji Jiu yelled, die. Die. You die. He was trying to rile up Iron Shield, and it worked. Iron Shield's face crumpled in anger as he raised Killian, rooted in the ground. He murmured, I don't know what you're thinking, but it's sad to see you wasting your life away when I allowed you to live. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but you die. You die. You will soon die, Ji Jiu yelled in Korean as he kicked the ground to run toward his opponent. Iron Shield, his face devoid of emotion, brandished Killian. When El and Killian struck each other, the system announced. Holy Sword has awakened El's special ability. El is absorbing Holy Sword Killian's ability. Only a small part of Killian's ability will be absorbed because of the user's low level. Absorption has been completed. What? Iron Shield's confused gasp echoed throughout. Taking this as his chance to escape, Ji Jiu took a few steps back. Meanwhile, one of Iron Shield's knees buckled due to sudden weakness. Ji Jiu quickly bowed to Soo-young and said his farewell, then I will see you later. Alright. Ji Jiu took out Arachne's ball of thread and activated it without hesitation. His journey inside the maze of Harion was finally over. He expected the gate to perish shortly. With a playful smile, Soo-young asked, shall we talk now, Iron Shield? Damn it, Iron Shield swore as he bit his lips. Chapter 29 Elixir. Thanks to Lucifer, or Soo-young, the gate of Harion was cleared. Usually, the media would go wild when a new gate was cleared. Ji Jiu wanted to avoid such noise and attention. Luckily, everything worked out for him. The gate perished a day after being cleared due to Soo-young's interference, so Ji Jiu used that extra day to contact the association's Korean branch. Thus, he returned to Korea before the news hit. As soon as Ji Jiu reached Korea, he wanted to meet Tae-shik. But it seemed Tae-shik was away on a business trip per the association president's order. Because Tae-shik went inside the tower, Ji Jiu couldn't even contact him. So, after leaving a message for Tae-shik, Ji Jiu went straight to the hospital. Yoo-young was still at school, so Ji Jiu didn't see her when he reached his mother's room. Given Yoo-young's personality, she would have, definitely, skipped school to care for their mother. But, it seemed their mother had someone forced her into going to school. His mother's condition had worsened in the span Ji Jiu wasn't here. When Ji Jiu asked the doctor about it, he replied that it was a miracle she was still alive. Thank goodness, I'm not too late. After telling the doctor his mother wanted to spend her final days at home, Ji Jiu got her discharged from the hospital. The hospital staff was concerned, worried that her condition would worsen even more if she wasn't under a doctor's care. However, Ji Jiu was firm on his decision. His mother whispered, weakly, when they arrived home, Mother, are you alright? Thanks to the protection talisman and the great potion Ji Jiu purchased, his mother's condition remained stable for a while. However, he knew even then that these items were far from an actual cure. The great potion cost him hundreds of millions of won, but all it could do was relieve her symptoms temporarily. Ji Jiu's mother cried as she murmured, I missed you. She had never complained about Ji Jiu's rare visits, but there was no doubt she missed him terribly. Aware that she wasn't long for this world, she finally began telling him what she had been thinking. I had wished to see you one more time before I died. So thank you for coming. Mother, please don't worry. You're going to get better now, Ji Jiu reassured her as he wiped her tears with his sleeve. However, she probably thought he was just trying to make her feel better, as she continued, there's something I have been wanting to tell you. The truth is, son. Shiver. She couldn't finish her sentence, as she began experiencing a seizure. Ji Jiu opened the bottle and began to slowly drip it down into his mother's mouth. The magical purple potion entered her body drop by drop until the bottle became empty. Finally, the worries he had while he was making his way home had faded away. Phew, Ji Jiu sighed in relief. Suddenly, her body began glowing with bright light, and she gently rose into the air. The same thing happened when Ji Jiu drank the elixir, so he sat down and watched without panicking. Now, there was nothing else he could do but wait. He had done everything he could possibly do for his mother. Congrats, Master. Master, congratulations. Not yet. I have to wait and see how she reacts to it, Ji Jiu mumbled. Although he had high hopes, he still couldn't relax completely, since his mother wasn't a player. The elixir was known to work on everyone, but that assumption was based on the very few times an elixir appeared. There was no way of knowing if there were any side effects associated with it. When his mother began to emit even brighter light, Ji Jiu closed all the curtains and watched patiently. After floating in the air for a while, her condition began to change visibly. Her muscles reimagined their mass, her wrinkles disappeared, and her face regained its color. Soon, her transformation was over. It's a success, Ji Jiu murmured. His mother was no longer glowing, so he carefully lay her down on the blanket. Finally, everything he set out to do was done. Ji Jiu grabbed his phone, which had been charging, and texted Yu Yang. Come home. When he finally relaxed, his days of fatigue suddenly engulfed him. Ji Jiu lay down on the floor and fell into a deep sleep. So many incredible things had happened in a single trip that it was no wonder he collapsed. Thank goodness. I'm so worried about him. Master is getting closer to that woman. I don't like it. There is nothing we can do about it. Lu sounded sad for some reason. He muttered. After all, everything is happening as it should. As it should. Appa. Do you have any idea about Mom's current condition? You haven't been home in over a month. Mom suffered so much. And now that you're back, you just say 2 words, come home? You need to get to the hospital right now to see. Yu Yang yelled as she burst into their home. But she couldn't finish her sentence, as she saw an unfamiliar but beautiful woman standing in the kitchen. Who? Mom, Yu Yang murmured in shock. Yu Yang, is that you? Mom? Is that you, Mom? Yu Yang whispered when she recognized the woman's voice. Mother to Yu Yang and Ji Jiu, the woman was as healthy as the day she was born. Unable to believe her eyes, Yu Yang kept blinking her eyes. In the living room, she vaguely noticed Ji Jiu sleeping on the floor. Yu Yang asked in confusion, what happened? It's you, right, Mom? You're my mom, right? Of course I am. Your brother is sleeping, so maybe we should talk later, okay? Yu Yang's mom, Lee Soo-jin, replied with a motherly smile. Her smile was beautiful and warm enough to melt the winter day's ice. Sob. Mom, Yu Yang cried out as she hugged Soo-jin. We should keep quiet since your brother is sleeping, Soo-jin murmured, but there were tears in her eyes too when she hugged her daughter. Their embrace lasted a while before they began making dinner together. As they cooked, the chatter in the kitchen didn't stop for a second. Both Yu Yang and Soo-jin couldn't stop smiling. They were worried their voices might wake Ji Jiu up, but his fatigue made sure he was out cold. If not for his loud snores, Yu Yang would have conceded he was dead. And soon, the dinner was ready. Soo-jin made a meal for her son, who miraculously saved her life. Ji Jiu couldn't tell how long he was out for, but he felt like he had a long dream. Although he couldn't remember it, he felt certain it was a good dream. It had been such a long time since he felt this refreshed. Ji Jiu hadn't felt this good ever since his father passed away and his mother fell ill. Maybe all the hardships his family had to suffer through had a hand in that. It looks delicious, Mom, Ji Jiu announced. It totally does. Thanks, Mom, Yu Yang agreed enthusiastically. Eat up, my beautiful son and daughter. It had been such a long time since their mother last cooked for them that Ji Jiu and Yu Yang jumped to pick up their spoons. Thankfully, Ji Jiu's family didn't cry at the dinner table, because they had already cried their hearts out when Ji Jiu woke up. After taking a bite of the fried egg, Yu Yang replied playfully, Mom. That's not fair. It should be the beautiful daughter first and then a son. They all ate happily amid Yu Yang's occasional exclaims. So delicious, because her mouth was full of food, Yu Yang couldn't even speak properly. Meanwhile, Ji Jiu ate his eggs and seaweed soup silently. The joy and peace he felt were long overdue. He had been dreaming of this moment for a very long time. After the meal, Ji Jiu volunteered to do the dishes. Soo-jin and Yu Yang insisted they could do it, but they couldn't stop him. While washing the dishes with rubber gloves and an apron on, he asked, Mother, does your body feel okay? Does anything feel strange? No. In fact, I'm so full of energy that it's almost strange. Now, tell me, Ji Jiu, what happened? How did you do this? Soo-jin asked. Suddenly, Yu Yang interrupted and demanded an answer from her brother too. Appa, could it be that you really got the elixir? Ji Jiu just smiled, and the two women didn't prod him further. He explained, I wish I could take you back to the hospital and get you checked out. It would be great to make sure you're really okay, but I think it's best if you stay out of other people's eyes for a while. Soo-jin nodded in understanding. If the others found out about the miracle she experienced, her whole family would receive unwanted attention from the world. Ji Jiu continued, When Tae-shik-young gets back, we'll get you examined. So, please, be patient till then. There is nothing for me to be patient about, Ji-jae. I'm just happy I get to eat this delicious meal with my son and daughter. That's all I ever wanted. This is more than enough for me, Soo-jin replied, making him smile. Son, when his mother murmured, her eyes again filling with tears, Ji-jae shook his head. He said to her teasingly, Mother. If you start crying again, your son is going to leave. I just wanted to say thank you. Despite Ji-jae's warning, his mother couldn't stop herself from crying. Although she never showed it, Soo-jin had suffered for an excruciatingly long time. Of course, it was the same for Yoo-young and Ji-jae as well. Soo-jin watched Ji-jae's broad back sadly. Her children, still so young, had to mature out of their age. It was because of the difficulties they had to endure for such a long time. Soo-jin thought to herself sadly. Even if it were just for an extra moment. I wish they could have had a happier childhood. Ji-jae had given up everything for his family without once acting childish. Soo-jin murmured to her son, from now on, please stop worrying about me and live your life ? Son. Trying his best to hide his tears, Ji-jae continued to wash the dishes silently. Bastard. I can't believe you really did it. Tae-shik's face was filled with bliss, but his words didn't match his expression. He continued, just how did you do it? You have no idea what is happening over there in the US, do you? After the hair ironed. No, this isn't the time to talk about this. Gotta take you to a quiet place, so we can talk privately. The moment Tae-shik returned from his business trip, he came to Ji-jae. Tae-shik wanted to know what happened at the maze, so Ji-jae offered, then let's go talk at home. You mean your home? Yes, Mother is so grateful for all that you've done for her. She has been hoping to invite you for dinner, explained Ji-jae. Tae-shik took out his phone and made a quick call. He said to someone on the phone, tell that old man I'll go see him tomorrow. Just tell him I need to take care of something relating to hair ironed. He'll understand. Without waiting for an answer from the person on the other end, Tae-shik hung up. With Ji-jae in the passenger seat, Tae-shik began driving his beloved pink Taiko to Ji-jae's house. Since Ji-jae had called ahead, Soo-jin was busy preparing dinner for her guest. As Ji-jae and Tae-shik walked up to the rooftop, they could already smell the delicious aroma wafting from Ji-jae's home. Tae-shik suddenly stopped on the stairs and exclaimed in surprise, is this the aroma of your mother's cooking? Yes. I had no idea she was such a great cook. Let's hurry up. I ate jerky and packaged food in the tower for so long that I could feel my taste buds dying. Also, I'm starving. Tae-shik's business trip took place inside the tower, so it seemed he hadn't had a decent meal in a long time. Opening the front door, Ji-jae announced, I'm home, Mother. I brought Tae-shik-young with me. Welcome. You're right on time. Dinner is ready. Soo-jin greeted both men with a bright smile. Let's get inside, Hyung, said Ji-jae as he took his shoes off. But for some reason, Tae-shik remained in the entrance, looking dazed. Ji-jae said to Tae-shik in confusion, Hyung, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming inside? Oh. I'm coming. I'm here. Thank you. Tae-shik hurriedly took his shoes off and walked inside. After taking their coats off, Ji-jae and Tae-shik sat down at the table as Soo-jin prepared their meal. Tae-shik ate awkwardly, and Ji-jae watched him with a grin. Sitting across from them, Soo-jin thanked Tae-shik with a deep bow. I am so grateful for all you've done. Our family owes you a great debt. And not at all. I was happy to do it. I'm just so relieved and thankful that you have recovered, Tae-shik murmured clumsily, making Soo-jin laugh. With a small nod, she replied, you probably want to talk with Ji-jae privately, so I'll leave you to it. I hope I get to treat you to a proper meal next time. I haven't been able to go out, so I'm afraid I didn't get to prepare anything decent for you. That's not true. It was really delicious. This was the best meal I have ever had in my life, Tae-shik shouted. When he noticed Ji-jae laughing at him, he blushed. Ji-jae's mother brought them some hot tea and then left to give them some privacy. She wanted Tae-shik to feel comfortable talking with Ji-jae. When she was out of sight, Tae-shik took something out from his pocket and placed it on the table. It was his barrier item. I think your mother will feel hurt if she heard what we're about to discuss. It would be best if she didn't know about it, Tae-shik explained, and Ji-jae nodded in understanding. Ji-jae felt thankful Tae-shik was being so considerate. After all, it was true. Sujin would have felt guilty if she had heard what had happened to Ji-Jae. They were about to talk about Ji-Jae's suicide mission, which he barely survived. Ji-Jae decided to tell Taeshik everything, including how he met Iron Shield and his guild and how they tortured him. Ji-Jae also needed Taeshik to know about Athena and Artemis attack, the true identity of Lucifer, the course commander, and the elixir. Everything that happened in the maze was important, and Ji-Jae had to explain how he barely survived each event that could have easily led to his death. But before discussing all of these major events, Ji-Jae had something he had to ask Taeshik first. Hyung, do you like my mom? Fwa. Surprised by such a blunt question, Taeshik coughed and spat out his tea. Chapter 30 Elixir 2. Ji-Jae and Taeshik's conversation continued for a long time. As Taeshik listened attentively, he frowned anxiously at times, at others, he looked at Ji-Jae with obvious pride. When Ji-Jae told him about what happened with Iron Shield, Taeshik became furious. Mentally replacing Ji-Jae for himself, Taeshik felt as if he was tortured for days and swore, "Those bastards." Ji-Jae smiled bitterly, feeling grateful for Taeshik's sympathy. "I'm so thankful Hyung is here for me." Taeshik asked, "So Rogers Han did that? Toffee-nosed bastard. But, are you sure he's really dead?" "Well, I stabbed his neck, so I think so," replied Ji-Jae with a shrug. "He's a member of the Iron Guild, so you never know. There is still a chance he might be alive. I'll look into it, so don't worry too much about it." Anyway, about what happened, Taeshik couldn't finish his sentence as he hesitated. Ji-Jae had just told him he killed a man. Now, any other normal human would have freaked out or even ran out straight away. Not Taeshik, though. He was actually more worried that the guy Ji-Jae murdered, the toffee-nosed bastard, could be alive. So, Ji-Jae couldn't help but find this conversation a little ironic. When Taeshik stalled awkwardly, Ji-Jae offered, "Please feel free to say whatever you want, Hyung. I wanted to ask you if you're okay. I mean, really, okay? That bastard deserved to die, of course. And if you hadn't killed him, I certainly would have. But this is your first time killing someone, so." Ji-Jae gave him another bitter smile and replied, "I actually feel perfectly fine, which is a little unsettling. But now that I think about it, I believe you might be right, he is probably still alive and kicking." Ji-Jae's eyes glowed at the prospect of killing his enemy again. Although Taeshik saw it, he didn't say a word because this wasn't his business to interfere. After a brief pause, Ji-Jae continued to tell Taeshik about the rest of the story. When he was finally done, Taeshik's face wore an odd expression. He murmured, "So many unbelievable things happened to you." "Yeah, I know. It still feels like it was all just a dream," said Ji-Jae. His body still remembered the dreadful pain, so he knew it wasn't just a dream. Taeshik asked suddenly, "And what about the elixir you drank? Do you feel any different? Did you experience any miracles as your mother did?" "I don't know yet. Lucifer told me the elixir changes players slowly." I see, ? Taeshik nodded. "She explained that it'll first improve my internals and then move on to the outside. She described it as my physical shell being reformed," explained Ji-Jae. "I'm not familiar with the elixir, so I'm afraid I can't help you with that." Taeshik mumbled, puzzled. "I can't believe you got yourself into such a precarious situation." What Taeshik didn't realize was that Ji-Jae actually didn't tell him everything. For example, Ji-Jae didn't tell him Lucifer's true identity or his deal with her. "But why did Lucifer help you?" "I mean, her personality is indeed unpredictable, but," Taeshik murmured in confusion. "You know Lucifer too, Hyung?" asked Ji-Jae. "I've seen her once from a distance. She was fighting at the time. Let me tell you, she's a completely different beast than the other high rankers. Lee Sun-ho would have to get involved to bring her down." "Lee Sun-ho?" Ji-Jae jolted in surprise as he asked, "Is Lee Sun-ho really that powerful? Enough to kill Lucifer?" "Indeed. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say Lee Sun-ho is the strongest player in the world. I used to be a high ranker, so I know there are different levels even among the high rankers," explained Taeshik. In the past, Ji-Jae only had a vague idea of what strong meant in this world. But now, things were very different for him because he had now seen high rankers battling with his own eyes. And although it was only once, he even exchanged blows with a high ranker. Just like Lucifer said, it was true that one could only see what one knew. The high rankers were beastly beings. Now, Ji-Jae had seen that firsthand. They couldn't be humans, based on what he had seen. He believed Lucifer had to be the strongest of them all. But to hear Taeshik say Lee Sun-ho was just as powerful, or even more, it was beyond shocking and made goosebumps rise on Ji Jiao's arms. Returning to the subject of Ji Jiao's mother, Taeshik offered, "For now, I'll look into an appropriate hospital for your mother's examination. I know a few doctors who know how to keep their mouths shut. So examining your mother privately shouldn't be a problem for them. Also, I think we should take this opportunity to get you tested as well." "Me? I'm saying you should get tested as a player. We have no idea what effect the elixir will have on you, right? And who knows how it could affect your egos. On top of that, you still don't know what that eye gift from Lucifer is." "That's true," answered Ji Jiao with a nod. "Ignorance could be a ticking time bomb in this case. Even anti-venom can poison you if it isn't used correctly. Our priority should be learning as much as possible about your new abilities. We can think about the consequences of everything later," Taeshik suggested logically in a question mark. "Oh. Thank you, Hyung." Ji Jiao didn't doubt that Iron Shield was going to come after him. Before that, he had to become as strong as possible if he wanted any chance of survival. One consolation, at least, was the promise Lucifer made before they parted. "Iron Shield won't find you for a while. I will make sure of it, so don't worry about it. Just focus on getting strong." Lucifer didn't elaborate further, but it was enough to reassure Ji Jiao. Now that they were done discussing his recent adventure, Ji Jiao asked Taeshik again, "So you haven't answered my question. Do you like my mother?" Cough, cough, Taeshik coughed awkwardly, making Ji Jiao smile. Ji Jiao continued, "I know you don't like her for her new younger and prettier look. I know you've been taking care of her all this time. I also heard you nursed her often when I wasn't around." Taeshik blushed as Ji Jiao encouraged him, "I'm all for it. Mom shouldn't have to be alone anymore. And if it's you, I don't think I'll feel guilty toward my dad. I'm not saying you should go get her right now, but you should do something if you really like her. You must realize that the way my mom looks right now, it wouldn't be strange if men became interested in her. Don't you agree?" Ji Jiao couldn't help chuckling when he saw Taeshik's ears turn red. Deciding he had teased the older man enough, Ji Jiao took out something from his pocket and handed it to him. "And here." It was apparent the pouch contained a crystal. Based on its size, it had to be a big one. Taeshik asked, "What is that?" "It's the second reward I got from Hariand." "Open it." When Taeshik opened the pouch and saw what was inside, his face became rigid. He muttered, "Huh. So this was one of the rewards." "Yes, as you can see, it's a yellow crystal. Its size and clarity suggest it's probably of a very high grade. Its price would be too high for me to dispose of it myself." That's true," Taeshik stammered. "Crystal values varied depending on their colors. Yellow crystals were one of the highest grade crystals, and there were less than 100 of them in the world. The scientists claimed that this crystal could be the key to creating a new kind of ultimate weapon. Their prices varied depending on their size and quality, but most sold for tens of billions of won. Ji Jiao said to Taeshik, "When you sell it, please keep half of the profit and give me the rest. I owe you a lot, so I hope this will be enough." But this is too much," Taeshik protested, but Ji Jiao was firm on his decision. Even with half of the money, he knew he could pay off his family debt plus what he owed Blacksmith Wong. After paying for all that, he would still be left with enough money that his family wouldn't have to ever worry about money. Ji Jiao explained, "Without you, I would have died a long time ago. If you don't accept this, I'll never see you again, Hyung." Realizing Ji Jiao wouldn't budge, Taeshik nodded. He promised, "I will try to sell it at the highest price possible." "Thank you, Hyung." Ji Jiao was once again impressed by Taeshik's authority. Less than 2 days after they had dinner together, Taeshik was back with the names of the doctors and the hospital that could examine Ji Jiao's mother. He even figured out how to measure Ji Jiao's current abilities in private. Currently, Ji Jiao, Taeshik, and Sujin were waiting in a small building near Chuncheon City. Yu Young couldn't make it because she had to go to school. Unfortunately, she would also have to stay alone for a few days, as Ji Jiao and Sujin had to undergo some tests. Ji Jiao knew Yu Young would be comfortable staying home alone while attending school regularly. After all, most of their family worries were resolved now. A female doctor, who seemed well acquainted with Taeshik, approached Sujin and announced, "Mrs. Lee, please come this way." After Sujin walked away for her exam, Taeshik told Ji Jiao, "Sujin's examination will probably take less than a day, so don't worry. It's you we need to worry about. So you're calling her by her first name now, Ji Jiu joked. I'm just kidding, so don't make that scary face at me, Hyung. Tae-shik sighed deeply. It had only been 2 days since Ji Jiu drank the elixir, yet he was already noticing a difference. In the past, Ji Jiu always had a hard time building muscle. When he worked as a guide, there was a time when Ji Jiu worked out like a madman. He hoped to become stronger with exercise, which would have made it easier for him to hunt goblins. Unfortunately, Ji Jiu's body refused to bulk up, and his muscle strength never improved. He never discovered the reason behind this peculiarity. Even if he did, he could have done nothing back then. But since yesterday, Ji Jiu could feel something was different about his body. He could feel his body bulking up slowly. His hair became a little darker, and he suspected he was a bit taller too. Tae-shik offered, if the doctor gives you a clean bill of health, we can go to the tower to see if you can level up now. Alright. Ji Jiu was in no hurry to find out if he could level up. First things first, he had to confirm his basic abilities were okay. He had gone through this same test when he first became a player, so comparing the results could give him the changes easily. Testing his reflexes and magic functioning were next in line. The last thing to assess was going to be his player grade. I feel nervous, Ji Jiu said while his body was being examined for the tests. Even if nothing changed in your body, you will still have your egos, right? We're doing these tests just out of curiosity and nothing more, comforted Tae-shik. Yeah, I know. I guess I shouldn't worry at all, Ji Jiu replied with a smile. Soon after their conversation, Ji Jiu's tests began. Hyo Sung-hoon from the association was the one who came to help with Ji Jiu's test. Sung-hoon murmured, Are the test results that bad? Ji Jiu asked. Ji Jiu wasn't sure if Tae-shik brought Sung-hoon because Ji Jiu was acquainted with him already. Or perhaps there was more to Tae-shik and Sung-hoon's relationship. But either way, Sung-hoon put his best effort into Ji Jiu's tests. Sung-hoon replied, No, they aren't bad. They are vague. What is he talking about? Left single quotation mark. When Ji Jiu gave him a curious look, Sung-hoon continued, Your basic abilities are extremely high. They are actually beyond the normal human levels. So, what's wrong? Asked Ji Jiu. They are high for a normal human, not for a player. Ji Jiu wanted to smack Sung-hoon just about now. It seemed Sung-hoon hadn't noticed Ji Jiu's annoyance because he continued, Your reflex level is extremely high as well. For an average non-player, that is. Exactly. If you enter the Olympics right now, you'll win all the gold medals. But as a player, I would say you're at level 10, at most. The results for the other tests are about the same, Sung-hoon said, trying to explain the poll results without hurting Ji Jiu. Ji Jiu wasn't too upset, though. In fact, this was what he expected since he was still only at level 1 with essentially 0 abilities. In addition, Ji Jiu took these tests without any help from his egos. So, these results were actually almost better than his expectations. After all, wasn't it a good thing that he had a level 10 player's might despite being a level 1? If he could level up at all, then his current condition was more than what he could ever hope for. Sung-hoon continued, But your magic functioning level is through the roof. How so? In this category, you have tested higher than the ranker level, replied Sung-hoon. The magic functioning level measured how quickly and accurately a player could utilize their magic. Having a high-level score meant a player could activate and strengthen their skills faster. Although Ji Jiu didn't have any active skills at the moment, he could get them someday in the future. So, this was certainly good news for him. And the last thing to test was his grade. Sung-hoon explained, I brought an older machine today. It's not the newest version, but it works fine. It will measure your approximate grade by estimating the amount of magic you hold. I am aware of what it does, Ji Jiu replied. If a player's level is high, then his magic level would naturally be high as well. Players at a low level with a high magic score usually have great potential. This is why the magical level is measured with the player's current level in mind. Alright. Ji Jiu already knew how the machine worked, but he didn't interrupt Sung-hoon. Ji Jiu, you're level 1, correct? Sung-hoon asked. Yes, I am. Ji Jiu had already told Sung-hoon the gist of his situation. Tae-shik highly recommended Sung-hoon, and based on their past history, Ji Jiu felt confident Sung-hoon could be trusted. So, Ji Jiu told him a few of his secrets and narrated a bit of what happened in the maze. Sung-hoon was now aware of Ji-Jayu's egos and what happened with Lucifer. Telling Sung-hoon the truth was also essential after Ji-Jayu survived the maze of Hyund. Sung-hoon had been suspicious of how Ji-Jayu left the gate alive, so Ji-Jayu felt it was necessary to explain what had happened. Sung-hoon ordered, "Please take off all of your clothes and enter that capsule. You can't wear any accessories either." "Of course," answered Ji-Jayu. The capsule was secretly airlifted to this place by Tae-shik, thus, the test machine's older version stood in front of them. Ji-Jayu slowly got undressed and entered it. Badum, badum. Ji-Jayu's heart pounded loudly as he waited. Although he knew he shouldn't have high expectations, he couldn't help hoping for a good result. So many things had happened recently, so perhaps he would receive a grade higher than an F. Sung-hoon instructed, "Now, hold your breath. Hup. Exhale now. HAA. BZZZ." Before long, white steam wafted from the capsule as its door opened. "It's done," Sung-hoon announced. It was such a simple test that Ji-Jayu felt pathetic for feeling so nervous. Then again, any player who went through this test was bound to feel anxious like Ji-Jayu. Just then, Tae-shik walked in and asked, "What? All done already?" Sung-hoon greeted Tae-shik briefly and began to analyze Ji-Jayu's magic functioning level. Tae-shik walked up to Ji-Jayu and asked, "So, how were the test results?" "Well," he said, "it was a little confusing and vague," Ji-Jayu replied. "Really? Well, that's what I expected. I glanced at your results, and it looked like your basic abilities were pretty good. If you can level up, your growth potential is huge. And with your ability," Tae-shik contemplated for a moment before making a statement. Then, he said to Ji-Jayu, "I think you could become the next beast." The term beast was what Tae-shik and Ji-Jayu used to refer to an especially strong high ranker. Just then, Sung-hoon walked up to Tae-shik and Ji-Jayu. It appeared that he was done with his calculations. When Sung-hoon's face looked tense, Ji-Jayu asked nervously, "Is the result awful?" "No, that's not it." After taking a deep breath, Sung-hoon replied, "Your grade has been measured to be SS. Pardon. That means you have the potential to become a high ranker." When Sung-hoon explained, Ji-Jayu gaped widely in shock. Chapter 31 Elixir 3. Ji-Jayu asked in disbelief, "Are you sure the machine isn't broken?" "I'm sure. It's old, so I checked it earlier, and everything worked like a charm then. If you think you can't trust the machine, I can go in myself." Then, Sung-hoon quickly began undressing, so Ji-Jayu had to wave his hand in surprise. "And no. That's not what I meant. I was just shocked to hear my result." "I can certainly understand why you would feel skeptical in this situation," replied Sung-hoon. But it was Tae-shik who put Ji-Jayu's doubt to rest. "It's simple, Ji-Jayu, you drank the elixir. The number of people who have done that can be counted on one hand. When one obtains the elixir, they do one of the three things. First, sell it to the richest person they can find. Second, feed it to hear their sick non-player family member. Or third, they hide it away for later use," explained Tae-shik, providing the most logical reasoning. Ji-Jayu contemplated what Tae-shik was trying to say? Tae-shik continued, "As for those who actually drink the elixir, they're probably all high rankers, right?" Ji-Jayu finished the sentence for him. "That's right. Usually, they are high-level players even before consuming the elixir. This is probably why the elixir's effects are still unknown to the public." When Tae-shik suggested, Ji-Jayu nodded and murmured, "Or, yes?" asked Tae-shik. "Maybe the elixir's effect is greater when a low-level player consumes it," Ji-Jayu suggested, his face filled with an odd certainty. Every test that could be done in the hospital for Ji-Jayu was completed. His mother's medical exam was finished as well. The doctor stated that Sujin's body was in a perfectly normal condition. Her body wasn't displaying any signs of aging, her muscle strength and stamina were better than average, and she was healthier than before overall. Ji-Jayu teased, "No matter how I think about it, I believe my mom would make an amazing bride." Cough, cough. Tae-shik coughed in embarrassment, and Ji-Jayu added, "But I guess the most surprising thing that came out of this is my mother's new ability." "Yeah, totally," Tae-shik agreed. Looking at each other knowingly, the two men nodded as they said together, "She can now use player items." Thanks to the elixir, Ji-Jayu's mother gained a special ability of sorts. She could now use player items despite not being one. The elixir gave her the mana necessary to utilize player items. Ji-Jayu thought happily, "I better get her some good items." Ji-Jayu believed his mother would be safer if she had some player items protecting her. Taeshik added, I'm so relieved that both you and Sujin are fine. All of your results turned out great. Noticing a frown on Ji Jiao's head, Taeshik asked, what's wrong? I'm wondering about the gift from Lucifer. What do you think? A gift? Didn't you say that it's just a mode of communication for now? If it has no other functions right now, I'm not sure if I would call it a gift, replied Taeshik. Then what would it be? It should be nothing more than a token of your contract with her. When Ji Jiao didn't comment, Taeshik shook his head and continued, but, we are focusing on the wrong things, we have bigger fish to fry. Just the secrets and work I've to do. I worry I can even handle it all. Ji Jiao nodded in agreement and asked Taeshik, could you drive my mother back home, Hyung? I have someplace I need to be, replied Ji Jiao, worrying Taeshik. Taeshik asked in a worried voice, where do you think you're going? You've to stay put and rest for a while. I need to drop by the Dongdaemun market. Do you want me to drive you there then? Offered Taeshik, wanting to help out in any way he could. But, Ji Jiao shook his head and answered, no. I've got to do some thinking, so I'll be fine going alone. Are you sure? Yeah, I'll be alright, Ji Jiao reassured. Taeshik still seemed unhappy, but he nodded in the end. Ji Jiao had gone through so much in such a short time, so Taeshik couldn't help but worry about him. He knew Ji Jiao was no longer a hopeless 18-year-old boy, and too much worry on his part could be harmful to Ji Jiao. Taeshik asked as his eyes turned serious, can I ask you something? You can ask me anything, Hyung. I feel I can comfortably tell you everything without making bones about it. Moving forward, what's your plan? Taeshik asked with a subdued voice, as he didn't want Sujin to hear them. He continued, what's your game plan for the future? Too many things have happened, so don't you think you've to prioritize what you need to do? You've made enough money, which is great, but I don't think you can retire after what happened with Lucifer. Ji Jiao nodded in agreement. Lucifer had done too much for him, so he owed her a great deal. Ji Jiao planned on repaying that debt no matter what, but there was one thing that bothered him to no end. What if Lucifer never let him go? She did say she didn't care about him, but this was Lucifer they were talking about. She would not let her investment walk away before squeezing it dry. And yes, Ji Jiao was the big, fat, creamy investment in this analogy. Although he was just as worried and confused as Taeshik, Ji Jiao calmly answered, I have already decided on my priorities. After licking his dry lips, he added, my top priority. To become strong. Ji Jiao took the subway to the Dongdaemun market. As he was traveling from Changchun, it took him a long time to get there. Ji Jiao took a seat, closed his eyes, and contemplated. After leaving the maze, he had to take care of many things, so he never got the time to think. Now that the doctor had given Ji Jiao and his mother a clean bill of health, it was finally time to organize his thoughts. A single high ranker could be as strong as a nation's entire army. This was what Ji Jiao had learned recently. Lucifer, Iron Shield, and Athena. They could easily hold their own against an entire nation's army. And if these high rankers went all out, it would be devastating. Ji Jiao had witnessed only a small part of Lucifer's power, but he now felt certain of one thing, an all-out fight. No, an all-out battle between high rankers could level an entire nation. All the average players combined won't be enough to handle these high rankers. This was why Ji Jiao didn't desire the strength that various guild masters had. If what he wanted in life were to rule and control others, such might have been necessary. However, Ji Jiao wasn't aiming for that. He just wished for his and his family's safety and revenge. The elixir had completely healed him, but his body still throbbed with pain. His body still remembered the gruesome torture it suffered. The phantom pain was agonizing. Iron Shield. The one responsible for this pain, Iron Shield, would come after him. The high ranker knew Ji Jiao's face, so finding him shouldn't even be a problem. Ji Jiao trusted Lucifer, but there was no way of knowing how long she could hold off Iron Shield. Ji Jiao knew he shouldn't be surprised even if Iron Shield found him tomorrow and destroyed everything he loved. Taeshik was a capable man, but he wouldn't be enough to protect Ji Jiao's entire family from the Iron Guild. Rogers Han? Then there was a matter involving Rogers Han, who could still be alive. Ji Jiao suspected Rogers Han could have somehow survived despite being stabbed in the neck. He didn't want to fear the unknown or feel resentment toward the fact that he lost a target of his revenge. So, Ji Jiao decided to focus on preparing for the worst situation. He had to prepare himself for the day he would finally destroy them. Ji Jiao opened his eyes slowly. Now, he had to find a way to become strong. How was he going to gain enough power to not only survive the world's strongest guilds and player but also kill them? Lu, L, and the other egos. His greatest weapon was his unique ability. Lu was getting stronger with each monster it killed, and L recently found a way to get stronger too. The Empress of Holy Swords, this was L's true identity. Quietly, Ji Jiao opened L's status screen. L. Title ? The Empress of Holy Swords. Level 29. Power. 60. Speed. 42. Stamina. 55. Magic. 80. Abilities. Accessory. The Empress of Holy Swords, it can absorb the abilities of inferior holy swords. Kalian, it can block a single fatal attack. During Ji Jiao's brief fight with Iron Shield, L absorbed a small part of Iron Shield's holy sword, Kalian. The result was an astounding increase in L's stats and two new abilities called the Empress of Holy Swords and Kalian. With the title of the Empress of Holy Swords came the ability to absorb stats and powers from other holy swords. Based on what happened when L clashed with Iron Shield's Kalian, the number of stat points L could absorb from the other holy swords depended on Ji Jiao. This meant that if he became strong enough to battle Iron Shield, L could absorb Kalian completely. And the second skill L gained was named after Iron Shield's sword, Kalian. Ji Jiao suspected that this new skill was one of Kalian's skills. Despite being a single-use skill, it was a welcome addition, as it could save him from a fatal attack. It was akin to having an extra life. What pleased Ji Jiao the most was that L had absorbed this skill from Kalian, not copied it. So when Kalian lost this skill, Iron Shield also lost his extra life to Ji Jiao. PFFT. Ji Jiao couldn't help grinning as he asked his egos silently. The giant sword, Kalian, is that an ego too? Are all holy swords egos? No. Not all of them are egos. Then again, I just learned that I am a holy sword, so I don't know much at this point, Master. Then, please let me know when you learn more about it, L. Of course, Master. I'll always help you to the best of my abilities. Thanks, L. Now, Ji Jiao's duty was to find as many holy swords as possible for L's growth. This would be a difficult task because he just found out they existed, but he was still pleased. After all, he just found a way for L, and in turn, himself, to become stronger. Ji Jiao closed his eyes again. Lucifer. Another thing of worry was the gift Su Yung gave him. He wondered if he could really trust the power she gave him. The answer came to him rather quickly. No. It was true he owed Lucifer a great deal. However, Ji Jiao remembered her heading toward the keeper's room immediately after finding him, which meant she knew where it was. There was only one explanation for this: she was there when he was being tortured, watching calmly. Lucifer watched Ji Jiao being tortured for days, yet she only appeared at the last minute when he was about to die. Lucifer disguised herself as a young girl to approach him. When Ji Jiao was caught by Iron Shield and was in danger, she hid without a word. Ji Jiao didn't know the reason behind her actions, but the fact was that she treated his torture as a sideshow. Based on what he had seen of her power, Lucifer could have easily saved him from all the pain, yet she chose not to help him. Tap. Ji Jiao suddenly felt someone nudging his leg. He saw a middle-aged man kicking his leg when he opened his eyes. It was obvious this man was heavily intoxicated. When Ji Jiao looked around, there were plenty of empty seats around them. The man was trying to pick a fight. The drunkard yelled, "Hey! You bastard! You should be standing up and giving your seat to your elder. I've been standing here for a long time." Heek. There were many empty seats around them. Evidently, this man was being unreasonable. There were several other passengers nearby, but they did what spectators do. There are plenty of empty seats here. Please just take one of those, Ji Jiao replied politely. Maybe Ji Jiao's polite voice somehow convinced the drunkard that he was scared, as the man began yelling even louder. "You jerk. How dare you talk back to your elder? Is that what your parents taught you to do? When your elder asks for something, you should just shut up and do it." Ji Jiao frowned at the man's rude behavior. Unfortunately, this was a common occurrence nowadays. After the tower appeared, not all changes were positive. Due to the sudden industrial developments, many people became jobless. This, in turn, caused an increase in violent behaviors in public. Many became dependent on alcohol as they wasted their lives away. Ji Jiao often saw these drunkards picking fights with innocent bystanders on the news. The next stop is Huaji Station. This was Ji Jiao's stop. When he stood up to get off, the man gleefully yelled, "There you go. That's right. Do you have any idea how hard my generation worked? You young people are having such easy lives, all thanks to us. Do you realize that? Do you?" Ji Jiu, now standing and towering over the man, looked down at him quietly. He had always been a tall guy, but he felt he had gotten even taller after drinking the elixir. He said to the man, "It's people like you who give a bad rap to your generation. Unlike you, many men your age out there work very hard for their families." Gulp. The drunkard swallowed audibly. Glaring at the pathetic man, Ji Jiu announced, "Get out of my way." Hick. When the drunkard met Ji Jiu's eyes, he stumbled, trying to take a step back. No one got up to help him as Ji Jiu added, "Please stop getting drunk like this and get some help. You should stop annoying innocent people like you did today." Ji Jiu got off the subway as the drunk man stared at him fearfully. Hick. His eyes. What the heck was that? Damn it. The man's pants were wet by the time the subway door closed behind Ji Jiu. Chapter 32 Moving. Knock, knock. Ji Jiu stood before an old, worn door and knocked on it politely. He could hear someone inside, but he didn't enter, as he wasn't given permission to enter. When no response came from inside after a while, Ji Jiu knocked again. Knock, knock. Finally, the forging sounds stopped, and an elderly voice announced, "Come in." When Ji Jiu entered, he saw Old Man Wang focused on his work. It was past 10 p.m., but that was the time they agreed on when Ji Jiu contacted Old Man Wang earlier. Old Man Wang must have been crunching and tempering because he was covered in sweat. In one of his hands was a thick hammer bigger than his leg. Without turning toward Ji Jiu, the blacksmith declared, "I've received your payment. I've to say I was worried our cooperation would come to an abrupt end." The old man began hammering again as Ji Jiu apologized, "I'm sorry, sir. No, it's all right. I actually didn't expect to see you again. The way you sent your payment was obviously part of your last will." The older man had seemingly guessed the dire situation Ji Jiu was in when he sent the payment. Wisdom does indeed come with age ? Thought Ji Jiu. Old Man Wang continued, "After years, someone who can help my babies see the world appears, only to die days later. I was very disappointed." Clang, clang. The blacksmith hammered the piece he was working on a few times and then added, "Yet you came back alive. I can't deny that I'm glad to see you alive. Just give me a minute." The older man finally stopped hammering. The completed piece, a bracelet, was glowing brightly on the table. "It's another ego. Just who is this human? I knew he could make the egos, but watching him make one before my very eyes is so weird. But all of his egos lack consciousness. They are fake. They're just empty shells." Ji Jiu unconsciously touched his chest as he listened to Lu and L. He had spent much time with Brunhart, and now that it was gone, Ji Jiu couldn't help but feel a little empty inside. Brunhart perished after saving Ji Jiu's life. It may have been a fake ego like Lu and L claimed, but Ji Jiu felt like he lost a comrade in arms. It wasn't the loss of additional abilities he mourned but the loss of a friend. Old Man Wang asked quietly, "Did my child die?" He was clearly referring to Brunhart. "Yes, it saved my life, perishing as a result." The blacksmith placed his hammer on the table and murmured, "Of course. It was born for that purpose, so I shouldn't be sad about its demise." Old Man Wang was a true craftsman. He understood the purposes of his weapons. However, his eyes were tearing up despite his blunt words. It was apparent those items were more than tools to him. Old Man Wang muttered, "I shouldn't have sold it for so cheap." Well, at least, it gained a good master. But the price of meeting a good master ended up being death. The life of armor is a sad one, don't you think? Because it didn't have a consciousness, it perished without feeling the pride in what it had accomplished. "Thank you for letting me meet such great armor, sir." Ha ha ha, the old man laughed out loud. To Ji Jiu's relief, the blacksmith didn't act as coldly toward him as before. It seemed the old man now approved of Ji Jiu a bit. He studied Ji Jiu's face and asked, "It looks like a lot happened to you. Can you tell me about it?" "It's going to be a long story. Are you sure you want to hear about it?" "Yes. It's not like I have anything else to do. After all, I'm just an idle old man," replied the old man as he brought a chair he made himself for Ji Jiu. The two men got comfortable and began to chat. Your story is unbelievable. In just a few months, you went through stuff others don't experience in their entire lifetimes," commented the old man. He seemed genuinely impressed and saddened by Ji-Jiu's story. Ji-Jiu didn't tell him everything that happened. He left out the parts he wasn't comfortable telling the blacksmith. Ji-Jiu didn't have to tell the blacksmith anything, but he felt there were some parts of his story the old man had to know about. Your appearance has also changed greatly, Old Man Wang muttered as he studied Ji-Jiu carefully. Ji-Jiu couldn't help but laugh a bit, as he felt like a weapon being examined. When he first met the blacksmith, Ji-Jiu thought he was just a blunt old man. But now, Old Man Wang gave off a Taoist-like aura. From the looks of it, Ji-Jiu wasn't the only one who went through a change in the past few months. No, that's not it. He has always been like this. He hasn't changed at all. Ever since Ji-Jiu drank the elixir, he began to see things he couldn't before. He realized that Old Man Wang had always been like this. He wasn't just a great craftsman. Ji-Jiu could glimpse into much more thanks to his improved instinct. He is a great blacksmith and a powerful player. Huh. I guess your sight has improved as well, young man. Yes, indeed. Old Man Wang wasn't referring to Ji-Jiu's literal eyesight. He was talking about Ji-Jiu's ability to see through a person. Clearly impressed, the blacksmith replied, I've lived a long time, but I have never seen someone grow this much in such a short amount of time. Feeling their conversation wasn't going anywhere, Ji-Jiu finally decided to broach the main subject. He said, I'll pay the rest of Brunhurt's price within the week. Ji-Jiu had already given the blacksmith a lot of money, but he didn't feel like he had paid enough for Brunhurt. The old man nodded and replied, yes, I wouldn't expect anything less. The old man was indeed a savvy businessman. Ji-Jiu murmured, and as for why I came here, you want to see my other items, don't you? Yes. Ji-Jiu had to confirm many things. He needed Old Man Huang's pseudo-egos for that. With a shrug, the old man answered, well, it appears you're the only one who can use my items. I almost feel like I'm creating my pieces just for you. Brilliant blacksmith, powerful player, and a bright businessman. Ji-Jiu smiled and requested, then may I have a look? Sure. Old Man Wang rose and gave Ji-Jiu some space to roam. The old workshop was filled with nameless pseudo-egos. But to Ji-Jiu and Old Man Wang, they looked like priceless treasures. An abrupt reminder entered Ji-Jiu's head, and he asked, oh, and there is one more thing I would like to ask you. What is it? Old Man Wang asked in curiosity. Do you know about special weapons? The second Ji-Jiu mentioned this, the elderly man became rigid. Ji-Jiu realized the old man knew about the special weapons he was referring to. Feigning ignorance, the elderly man asked, what do you mean by special weapons? I'm not talking about the regular items with high levels, or those rare finds. I'm referring to the weapons that are special themselves. For example, Ji-Jiu paused, weapons like the holy swords. The old man caressed his white beard and replied, I'll admit I am aware of them. I knew it. One of the reasons Ji-Jiu visited the old man was to get some answers. But he frowned when the old man suddenly added, but I don't know them. He's giving me a vague answer. He's telling me he doesn't know them, but he's aware of them. When Ji-Jiu looked confused, the old man explained, the weapons you're referring to are not like the items you currently possess or my babies. You said egos are picky when it comes to choosing their masters, right? That's right, sir. And you were saying you're the only one who can use these egos so far, right? Yes. Old Man Wang smiled with interest and continued, the special weapons you're talking about aren't egos, yet they are also very finicky about their masters. I don't know their standards, but perhaps they prefer strong players, or kind masters. It's also possible they have their own rules we aren't aware of. Also, I don't know a single guy who owns one. Despite the old man repeatedly saying he didn't know much, he kept on pouring out crucial information. The blacksmith asked, so this is why I said I don't know them, but I am aware of them. Do you understand? Yes, sir. These weapons are a class apart from all the other normal items. I suspect. Ji-Jiu didn't interrupt, instead, he patiently waited for the older man to continue. They were probably made for a specific purpose. I mean, fighting their master's fight shouldn't be their sole purpose. They must have a special purpose. Of course, sir. A long time ago, I saw a holy sword. It was just one time, but I remember it. Is that so? It belonged to a powerful player, and his holy sword disappeared as well when he died. Being a blacksmith, I got so curious about his sword that I asked him to let me examine it. He owed me a great deal, so he was happy to oblige. Old Man Wong told the story as if it happened a lifetime ago. That sword wasn't something created by a human. It was also different from the items dropped by the monsters. Then, it had to be a work of someone other than humans. Perhaps it was created by a whole new race hiding inside the tower. Or maybe it was made by higher beings we aren't aware of. The old man didn't elaborate any further. Exactly. You're right, old man. Also, the items you make are pseudo-egos, but the very fact that you can means that you aren't a human either. Lou spat out in annoyance. Mother, what kind of house would you like? Ji Jiu asked. It doesn't matter to me, son. You don't have to be shy about this, mother. Please tell me, Ji Jiu prodded with a smile. Yellow crystals were always in high demand, so Taeshik sold Ji Jiu's at an excellent price. After Taeshik had taken his share, 20 billion won was deposited into his player bank account. Ji Jiu paid the sum for Brunhurt and all the other egos he purchased from Old Man Wong as soon as he received the payout. This left him with 3 billion won. But after paying off various debts, including his mother's remaining hospital bills, the final balance in Ji Jiu's account was 1 billion won. The first thing I need to do is move. This was something Ji Jiu had wanted to do for a long time. His neighborhood was an unsafe place, too isolated from the rest of the city. With a young and beautiful mother at home, Ji Jiu's worry about his family's safety increased. He was, of course, worried about Yu Yung as well. Unlike his mother, a gorgeous woman, Ji Jiu didn't find his sister a great beauty. In fact, he thought she was rather unattractive, but it seemed that other people found her comely. Perhaps Yu Yung did resemble their mother after all. Ji Jiu was now physically strong enough to protect his family, but he would often be away hunting in the tower or the gates. On top of that, his current home was too crowded. He had always dreamt of living in a spacious home. His mother protested, even if you have some money now, you shouldn't waste it away. You must save it for. Mother, I can make this kind of money easily, so please just tell me where you would like to live. When Ji Jiu insisted, Yu Yung suddenly raised her hand and yelled, Me. Today was her school's foundation anniversary, so Yu Yung was home. She exclaimed, I want to live in a 3-story house with a basement. I also want a large garden to raise 2 big puppies. Apparently, Ji Jiu wasn't the only one dreaming about moving out. This was expected since their home was an awful place to live. Ji Jiu asked, How about you, mother? It really doesn't matter to me. As long as I get to live with you and Yu Yung, then. Realizing his mother was about to cry again, Ji Jiu quickly replied, All right. I'll go out right now and start looking. He rose and left their home. Ji Jiu knew that if he stayed any longer, his whole family would end up hugging and crying again. They were happy tears, so this wasn't a bad thing, but Ji Jiu didn't want to go through the emotional scene again. Mother has been so emotional lately. Wait. How am I supposed to look for a new home? Ji Jiu had never moved before, so he had no idea how to buy real estate. He knew he should visit a real estate agent, but he had no idea which neighborhood he should be looking at. And that was just one of the many questions circling his mind. For example, did he even have enough money to buy a house? What about Yu Yung's school? Ji Jiu felt so lost as to what he should do next. Sadly, he didn't have anyone to ask these questions either. Taeshik was too busy right now, and Ji Jiu didn't want to bother him with every little thing. Because Ji Jiu dropped out of high school and rarely contacted his old classmates, he didn't have many friends left. There were less than 30 contacts on his cell phone. He sighed and sat down on the stairs. He had always thought hunting was the hardest thing to do, but it seemed that plenty of other things could cause him troubles. Like Lucifer said, the more you knew, the more you could see in this world. Do you need help? A man, who was walking up the stairs, asked Ji Jiu. If you have something you're worried about, I'm happy to listen. The man's voice sounded familiar. Because my name is Hye Sung-hoon. Ji Jiu couldn't understand why, but Hye Sung-hoon seemed amused by something. He was chuckling loudly as he walked up the stairs to Ji Jiu. Chapter 33 Moving, 2. When Ji Jiu looked at him blankly, Sung-hoon asked in confusion, Haven't you heard of Pokemon? No, I haven't had the time to watch TV, so, replied Ji Jiu, feeling embarrassed. Based on Sung-hoon's reaction, it seemed Pokemon was a popular TV drama or movie. Sadly, What little free time Ji Jiu had was spent watching the player's channel, so he had no idea what Sung Hoon was talking about. Ji Jiu was still young, so the fact that he was so behind the newest trend embarrassed him a bit. Sung Hoon consoled him with a kind smile. Well, it was popular over 20 years ago, so no worries. Pardon. It's nothing, replied Sung Hoon with another smile and just stood there quietly. It was a bit unsettling, so Ji Jiu asked, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to see you, player Kim Ji Jiu. I can see that, but why? Did something happen? Ji Jiu asked in confusion. Sung Hoon was an association employee and a capable player. He had helped Ji Jiu on multiple occasions, and all of them required him to leave his post. So, was it really okay for him to be away from his work so often? I was assigned a new position, Sung Hoon explained. A new position? Yes, I will be working as your secretary, player Kim Ji Jiu. When Sung Hoon announced calmly, Ji Jiu gaped in shock. He asked, why would you be working as my secretary, Sung Hoon? I don't belong to the association or have a high enough position to have a secretary. Well, to be exact, I'm General Manager Oh Tae-shik's secretary. As if finding Ji Jiu's reaction funny, Sung Hoon continued with a playful smile, but General Manager Oh Tae-shik told me he doesn't need a secretary. So he ordered me to help you, player Kim Ji Jiu. Then, who assigned you to be Tae-shik's secretary? Asked Ji Jiu. Oh Tae-shik did. Huh? Sung Hoon had been addressing Tae-shik as general manager until now, but for the first time he used just the name, Oh Tae-shik. With a sigh, Sung Hoon continued, HAA. The portal maintenance position paid a hardship allowance, so I made good money. But my salary dropped when I became his secretary. From the way he was acting, Sung Hoon seemed pretty annoyed. He had always shown great respect for Tae-shik, yet the recent change had reduced his admiration for the general manager. Sung Hoon added, anyway, that's what happened. If you need anything from now on, just call me. Could you give me your cell phone? On, here. When Ji Jiu handed him his phone, Sung Hoon entered his phone number. Hot secretary here Sung Hoon. I had no idea Sung Hoon was like this. Ji Jiu stared down at the name Sung Hoon entered in his phone. Ji Jiu asked, so you'll be following me around? Of course not, Sung Hoon waved his head awkwardly and continued, I'm not your bodyguard. I'm only here to help you with your daily things. I didn't think you were my bodyguard. Well, if you wish, I could certainly stay by your side every day. But, you'll have to pay me overtime then, Sung Hoon replied and made the universally known money sign with his fingers. Ji Jiu shook his head and inquired, no, thanks. But why did Tae-shik Young do this? So you would owe him. He wants you to be indebted to him. Indebting to him. Ji Jiu asked why Tae-shik would place an association employee as his secretary, but the answer he got baffled him. Understanding Ji Jiu's confusion, Sung Hoon explained, right now, you feel guilty and thankful toward the general manager, right? And you probably also feel a little burdened by his kindness. That's true. That's exactly what the general manager wants. He truly cares about you, player Kim Ji Jiu, but that man is also an incredible businessman. You will undoubtedly become a mighty player, and I'm guessing you'll do anything for the general manager if he asks. Even if he asks for something impossible, you'll try your absolute best. Am I right? Ji Jiu didn't nod, but he almost flinched at Sung Hoon's accurate assessment. Sung Hoon's right. I'll probably act in a heartbeat even if he asks for something impossible. It was because Ji Jiu owed Tae-shik a great deal. Sung Hoon smiled knowingly and replied, see? That's exactly it. Ji Jiu, people like you always repay their debts of blood and kindness. So if there comes a time when the general manager needs your help, you'll help him without question. Besides, you don't plan on refusing the general manager's help anytime soon, do you? Again, Sung Hoon was right. If Ji Jiu didn't want to owe Tae-shik anymore, all he had to do was refuse his help. But he had no intention of wasting what Tae-shik offered. Clap. Sung Hoon smiled and announced, then, it's settled. Shall we go have a look at some houses? When he offered his hand, Ji Jiu awkwardly took it and stood up. Are you okay to move in 1 week? Sung Hoon asked. Yes, Ji Jiu replied. Then I will arrange for the moving company, offered Sung Hoon. There is no need. We'll be leaving everything behind. This is our new home, so I want everything new inside. We'll just pack a few things we require, Ji Jiu explained. Ji Jae wondered if Sung-hoon used to be a real estate agent before he became a player. Sung-hoon made an excellent secretary, as he took care of almost everything Ji Jae needed to move. I think Sung-hoon chose the wrong profession for himself. Ji Jae felt like Sung-hoon should have become a businessman. Or perhaps a con man, as Sung-hoon was incredibly eloquent. Sung-hoon even managed to impress the other much experienced real estate agents. All in all, Ji Jae was satisfied with how things turned out. He purchased a spacious house with a garden overlooking the beautiful Bukhun River. Since Sujin drank the elixir, a medical professional had to monitor her health on a regular basis. But, Ji Jae felt uncomfortable taking her to just any hospital. Thankfully, Ji Jae was pleased with the clinic Tae-shik introduced to them, and this clinic happened to be close to his new house. On top of it, this house was also within his price range. Ji Jae murmured to Sung-hoon, I'm only concerned about Young's school. It's so far from our new house. You don't have to worry about that. Did you know that Young passed her JED this year? She wants to stay close to her mother and prepare for the SAT alone, so she quit school. Ji Jae was left speechless by Sung-hoon's cheerful interruption. Ji Jae was shocked for two reasons. First, he had no idea Young took the JED, passed it, and was now preparing to take her SAT. Second, how did Sung-hoon know about this before him? When Sung-hoon saw the shock and confusion on Ji Jae's face, he hurriedly explained, please don't misunderstand this situation. I believe Young kept this a secret from everyone. I only found out by coincidence while working on their protection detail. Protection detail? Ji Jae was surprised once again. Didn't you know? While you were away, the general manager spent a chunk of his personal balance placing several bodyguards on your sister and your mother. The guards, of course, kept their distance so they didn't impinge on the lady's privacy. All this was a hush-hush matter, as the general manager didn't want your family to feel burdened. Listening to Sung-hoon's explanation, Ji Jae scratched his head. Ji Jae had no idea Tae-shik went this far to take care of his family. Thinking Ji Jae might be feeling offended, Sung-hoon added, your neighborhood happened to be in an unsafe area. And your mother was ill too, wasn't she? The general manager was only trying to help, so please don't feel upset. Also, the bodyguards were dismissed soon after you returned. Of course, I understand. I am thankful for what he did for us. Apart from feeling even more impressed by Tae-shik, he also felt quite disappointed in his sister. When I get back home, she will get the scolding of her life. While Ji Jae's anger toward Young grew, Sung-hoon suggested, this area doesn't have the most convenient transportation system, so I think it would be best for you to buy a car. You should be left with enough money even after you factor out the money for your new furniture and living expenses. Good idea. Please have it arranged. Of course, replied Sung-hoon with a smile. Ji Jae was now much more comfortable asking Sung-hoon for help in various matters. A week had passed since Ji Jae last entered a gate or the tower. He felt that the changes in his body were still ongoing, and he also needed more time to get used to his newly improved egos. Most importantly, what Elle told him earlier was still circling his mind. I haven't been able to absorb Kalian's power thoroughly. In my current condition, I can't say for sure what'll happen if I acquire more experience points. I apologize, Master. Not at all, Elle. For now, please just focus on absorbing Kalian's power. Of course, Master. From what Ji Jae had heard from Elle, the sudden massive influx of holy power from Kalian was creating roadblocks, that is, Elle was having difficulty digesting it all. For now, Ji Jae was just happy he could enjoy his well-deserved rest. Now that his mother was healed, he could lay back and enjoy his days off with his family. And finally, the moving day came. A garden. Seriously? A whole house? Young hopped around with her hands raised in excitement. Smack. Ji Jae lightly tapped his sister's head. Even though it was only a gentle swat, Young still rubbed her head with her hands. When she glared at him, Ji Jae scolded her, how dare you glare at me like that? I'm still mad at you about what you did. Arg. Ji Jae had admonished Young when he found out she quit her school. He had to leave high school because of his family situation, but more of the same was never what he wanted for his sister. However, he came to understand her decision after she explained herself. She said she wanted to spend as much time with mother as possible because she thought mother was going to die. Silly girl. How can I get angry at that? Back then, Young did say that their mother's condition was worsening rapidly while Ji Jae was away. Afraid their mother might end up dying alone, she made the tough call. Bitterness and guilt flooded Ji-Jayu's heart after he heard his sister's explanation. He muttered, I guess you're all grown up now. I grew up a long time ago, Appa. But hey, in the olden days, I would have had 2 kids by now. Ji-Jayu tapped Yu Young's head again when suddenly, Taeshik appeared at their door. Question mark, he asked, are you guys all packed now? Surprised to see Taeshik here, Ji-Jayu asked, Hyung. Is it okay for the general manager to be away from his post this often? Don't your employees get annoyed that you're always away? Who would ever dare to cross me? After all, I'm Taeshik. Taeshik. Ha ha ha. It seemed Taeshik was becoming sillier by the minute. Sung-hoon climbed the stairs behind him and explained, the association president asked you to return after you help with the moving, general manager. That old bastard, muttered Taeshik. Because Ji-Jayu's family was leaving their old furniture behind, they just had to carry one large bag filled with their clothes. Ji-Jayu asked the 2 men, could you go down and wait with mother and Yu Young for a minute? Why? Aren't you coming? Taeshik asked. Just hurry up and go down. I'll be there shortly, Ji-Jayu insisted. After he made sure he was alone, he walked back inside. Then, he began ripping the floorboards under his mother's old bed. Underneath, there were several bank books with their respective pins neatly written on the first pages, their purpose superscribed. Yu Young's tuition. Mother's funeral cost. Kim Ji-Jayu's funeral cost. Ji-Jayu picked up the bank books and placed them inside his bag with a bitter expression. Underneath the bank books were an envelope that had turned yellow from age. Kim Ji-Jayu's will. Ji-Jayu burned this envelope and watched it with a faint smile. Just then, he heard Yu Young calling for him from outside. Appa. Appa. Hurry up. I'm coming, Ji-Jayu answered as he slammed the door behind him. Thud. Silently, he bid farewell to his old home and old life. It was his goodbye to poverty, pain, and sad memories. This is unbelievable. Are you sure this is our new home now? Yu Young screamed as she exited the pink taiko. Standing before a large white gate, she continued, this is crazy. Appa. Mom. I can't believe this. Smack. When Ji-Jayu swatted his sister's head again, Yu Young argued, ouch. Appa. You're going to damage my brain and make me stupid. HAA. Just get inside, Yu Young. This must really be our new home. Mom, hurry up. Watching Yu Young with a smile, Taeshik got out of the car as well and said to Ji-Jayu, the furniture is from me. Pardon. I'm telling you, I got the furniture as a present for your family. I got only the best, so I'm sure you like it. When Taeshik replied as if this was no big deal, Ji-Jayu scratched his head awkwardly and grumbled, you know you didn't have to do that. Then, with a teasing grin, Ji-Jayu asked, you didn't buy them thinking you'll also end up moving in soon, did you, Hyung? Taeshik's face turned bright red as he gaped in surprise. With a quiet laugh, Ji-Jayu announced, HAA. I think it's time for me to get started. How are you feeling? Asked Taeshik. I feel fine. I can tell my body is finally stabilizing. Ji-Jayu could feel the improvement in his condition and abilities. He suspected that he could even climb several tower floors without his egos. Ji-Jayu murmured with hope, now, if I can just level up. That will be the icing on the cake. Don't get your hopes up too high. I don't want you to be devastated if it doesn't happen, Taeshik warned. Ji-Jayu replied with a chuckle, I am not hopeful at all. By the way, I have a question, Hyung. What is it? Ji-Jayu's expressions were so serious that Taeshik became curious. Ji-Jayu asked, it's about the 4th floor guardian. Was it ever caught? To his question, Taeshik returned an awkward look. Chapter 34 First Revenge. Noticing the awkward expression on Taeshik's face, Ji-Jayu asked with concern, is there a problem? A problem? I guess you can call it that, replied Taeshik. Why? What's wrong? The 4th floor guardian's behavior is filled with anomalies. For starters, no guardian had ever left its habitat before it. And just recently, we discovered a troubling fact, the guardian is becoming stronger, explained Taeshik. What? Ji-Jayu seemed dazed. Becoming stronger? What does Taeshik Young mean by that? Taeshik continued, so far, hundreds of players have fallen victim to that guardian. Several high-level hunting parties went out to kill it, but they haven't returned yet. Those groups were more than strong enough to take care of a single guardian on the 4th floor. Now, we can only assume that the guardian is becoming stronger. It is as if it's eating the players to level up. Comma. A grave expression appeared on Ji-Jayu's face as he murmured, I was wondering why I haven't heard anything about it. It turns out something like this was happening. I think these changes began with the exceptional gates. I've seen guardians that were born strong, but I've never seen one that could get stronger by killing players, Taeshik pondered out loud. Ji-Jayu had an old grudge against the fourth floor guardian. Ever since their first encounter, he had been craving a rematch. But he always thought it was never going to happen. After all, it was only a fourth floor guardian. The guardian hunting guilds could hunt it easily. So, Ji-Jayu gave up on killing it a long time ago. He only asked Taeshik about it out of curiosity, so this was not the answer he was expecting. Taeshik continued, the last hunting party that went after it was a C-grade subjugation squad. You can guess how strong they must have been, right? Yes. Yet, no one from that group survived. Comma. Ji-Jayu couldn't believe what he had just heard. Usually, a C-grade hunting group had over 30 players, 60% of which were grade C. A grade C player referred to someone between levels 80 to 100. These players were strong enough to reach the tower 40th floor. In other words, they could even hunt the 30th floor guardian. Taeshik continued, that's why we are preparing to send a B-grade subjugation squad this time. Really? Catching the sparkles in Ji-Jayu's eyes, Taeshik asked as his lips curled up, why? Are you interested? Of course, replied Ji-Jayu with a bright smile. Taeshik told Ji-Jayu before returning to the association, this new subjugation squad will be formed within a week. Since it's a B-grade group, it'll take a while to organize everyone. None of the guilds are willing to go in because it's not worth their time. I should have known that until the association offers a significant reward, that guardian will stay alive. After Taeshik left, Ji-Jayu murmured to himself, I get that it isn't worth their time, but how can they just sit back and relax while other players are dying like this? But unfortunately, this was how the world worked. The guardian hunting guilds profit by killing guardians and selling the drop items. Usually, these guardian hunting guilds hunted guardians that lived on floors lower than their levels to minimize risk. But the fourth floor guardian was a different story. The monster was located on such a low level that the items it might drop wouldn't be worth their time. It had eradicated a C-grade hunting party atop that, which meant the risk involved was too great. The risk-to-benefit ratio wasn't pleasing to the guilds. One might argue that the guardian might possess high-priced items since it had gotten much stronger. But this wasn't a chance any guild was willing to take. These guilds were essentially a business, and going after this fourth-floor guardian wasn't a wise decision. The best-case scenario was that a guild successfully killed this guardian and obtained some expensive items. But there was no guarantee that this would happen. Most likely, they would lose some of their guild members, and if they managed to kill the guardian, the drop items might only be fourth-floor level. This was a formula for great loss, not profit. So, the association assembled a subjugation squad when a particular guardian couldn't be destroyed for various reasons. In this case, it was because the guardian was too strong. The association even offered a prize for killing this kind of monster to entice players. This technique attracted many players who wanted the title of being the first to kill a unique type of guardian. Lu asked Ji-Jayu bluntly. So you're gonna join this subjugation squad? Yes. I've wanted to test out my new body anyway. Elle has absorbed Kalian's power, so I want to test her and all the weapons I bought from Old Man Wong. I was planning on doing all these tests in the tower, but I think this might be a better way. Don't you agree? You're so stubborn. Ji-Jayu could hear the disapproval in Lu's voice, but he was surprised at what Lu said next. But I think it's a good idea. Me too, replied Ji-Jayu. But my reason is different from yours. Huh? What is it? Asked Ji-Jayu in confusion. You went through way too much inside the maze of Hariand. All the secrets you learned and the torture bad things that happened to you. Lu, I'm fine. You can talk freely since I share all my thoughts with you guys anyway, Ji-Jayu reassured Lu. It seemed even his bratty ego was concerned about how the Iron Guild tortured Ji-Jayu. Usually, Lu acted rude and cold, so Ji-Jayu felt touched by his unspoken concern. Period. Fine. Anyway, what I was trying to say is that you need to let it out every once in a while. Let it out? What do you mean? Well, the elixir completely healed your physique, but what about your psyche? The stress, anger, and resentment you must have gathered in that maze. You need to let it all out on something, and I believe that the fourth floor guardian is a perfect target. That's true. I wanted to get back at it for some time now. The only reason why I didn't act on it was that I thought it was already dead. Ji Jiu agreed with Lu. This guardian drove Ji Jiu into taking the 5th floor test, which awakened his unique ability. Ji Jiu leaned back on the chair and asked Lu, "But do you think I can kill it?" Ji Jiu was much stronger than before, so he wasn't afraid. Also, he would have a subjugation squad to rely on and wouldn't have to face the monster alone. But this guardian supposedly destroyed a C-grade hunting group, so it had to be a tremendous monster. I have no idea how strong that guardian is, so it's hard to say. But I think you can take it down, Master. L, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly chimed in. L. The changes you experienced recently are remarkable, Master. I think you can feel confident about yourself. Don't encourage him like that. What if he gets killed from being too cocky? If he dies, we'll die too, L. As usual, Lu was realistic, while L was optimistic. It looked like their argument would get out of hand, so Ji Jiu stopped them. That's enough, you two. Of course, Master. Lu seemed unhappy about something, while Elle replied obediently like she always did. To appease Lu, Ji Jiu announced, "Even if something happens, I like to think I'm strong enough to escape a dangerous situation. Think about what happened in the maze of Hariand. After what I had to go through there, do you think I can't handle a difficulty or two? Talk is cheap. I'm not going on this hunt to die. This isn't a suicide mission by any means. After what happened in the maze, I thought about many things. I decided that helping others is good, but not at the cost of my life. When I'm inside the tower or a gate, my survival is above everything. I'll protect myself at all costs." Ji Jiu realized this while he was being tortured. He decided then that this was how he would live from now on, even before he learned Su Yung was Lucifer. Saving others was a noble deed, but Ji Jiu didn't plan on sacrificing himself to be a hero. Ji Jiu was resting with closed eyes when Yu Yung yelled, "Appa! Dinner's ready. And when are you going to buy me a puppy? Stop thinking about bringing in even more change to this family for now. Let's just wait until we adapt to our new situation first." Yu Yung, Ji Jiu advised his sister. HMPH. Fine. Just hurry up and come out to eat dinner. Mom made bulgogi today. I'll eat your portion if you don't hurry up. She burst into Ji Jiu's room without knocking and left with narrowed eyes and a cunning grin. Ji Jiu was getting hungry anyway, so he decided to stop pondering about his situation. "I'm just glad she looks much happier now," Ji Jiu murmured. Yu Yung had been quieter before, always worried about him and their mother. But now, his sister seemed much more relaxed. Ji Jiu was relieved to see such a positive change in his sister. Ji Jiu spent a few more days with his family at home. He wanted the elixir's modifications to take effect completely before making any move. And today, Elle announced she had finished absorbing Kalian's power. It seemed the elixir was also done modifying his body. Admiring the outward changes to Ji Jiu's appearance, Yu Yung exclaimed, Appa. You should quit being a player and become a celebrity. I usually don't like to compliment you, but you look so dreamy." Ji Jiu had always been tall and fairly good-looking. But thanks to the elixir, Ji Jiu's appearance has improved dramatically. He was already 180 centimeters before, now, he was close to 190 centimeters. His lean body, which never bulked up no matter how hard Ji Jiu tried, was now hard with muscles. Ji Jiu's skin used to look dry and wrinkled from stress and lack of sleep. Now, his skin looked rejuvenated. Taeshik was a giant, so Ji Jiu looked fragile when he stood before Taeshik. But now, they seemed equals. Feeling embarrassed, Ji Jiu protested, "Don't be silly. You're talking nonsense. What are you talking about? With that face, you could be a successful celebrity, making just as much money as a player," Yu Yung argued. She seemed quite serious about her suggestion, but Ji Jiu had no plans to quit being a player. He knew his appearance had improved, but good looks were never enough to make it in the entertainment industry. Besides, if he quit being a player, he would face many problems. The biggest of all would probably be guaranteeing his family's safety. Unless he remained a player and became stronger, he and his family would never survive the inevitable future danger. "I am certain that there will be many big changes in my life. I've to be strong enough to protect my family through them." Ji Jiu thought about all the things that could impact his life in the future. The exceptional gates, the changes in the tower, the guardian who could level up, Lucifer, and Iron Shield. These factors, if you will, would affect not only the players but also everyone else in the world. Ji Jiu needed strength to protect his family in a future like that, and he could only do that as a player. We just got our lives back, so I can't, Ji Jiu murmured. What, Appa? Nothing. I don't plan on quitting being a player, so don't mention it again. But I don't want you to be in danger anymore. Then you should get me a bottle of elixir too. If you don't want to be a celebrity, I will drink it and do it myself, Yu Yung insisted. What? When Ji Jiu mockingly glared at his sister, Yu Yung covered her ears playfully and ran toward their mother. When she was out of sight, Ji Jiu muttered, if I can, I do have to get her the elixir as well. The elixir had significantly extended Ji Jiu and their mother's lives. Since Yu Yung wasn't a player, her lifespan was bound to be shorter compared to a player. I can't let that happen to Yu Yung. Ji Jiu felt determined to find another elixir if he ever got at the chance. Are you sure your power is fully stabilized now? Yes, Master. I'm ready. I'm the one in trouble now. My growth has been so slow. Go. Hunt monsters. Go. Hunt the damned monsters. I don't want to be weaker than stupid L. Fine, Lu. I'm going back to the tower. Hyung, what happened to that subjugation squad? Asked Ji Jiu as he walked into Taeshik's office. Oh my. Do we have a celebrity in our midst? I hardly recognize you, Ji Jiu. Taeshik, who was doing some paperwork, greeted him with excitement. Don't say that. You're embarrassing me. But I'm not the only one noticing your looks. Don't you see those people over there? Asked Taeshik as he pointed outside. Some female employees were working there. Ji Jiu saw that some female employees were staring at him and whispering. Ji Jiu blushed and muttered, I better start wearing a hat and a mask. You It's no wonder you're Sujin's son. Stop it already. Just tell me about the new subjugation squad, Ji Jiu insisted as he sat on the sofa. When Taeshik lowered the blinds to his office, the female workers all returned to their work. So you're going to join the subjugation squad? Taeshik asked as he made some instant coffee. Yes, I think it's a good idea in more than one way, replied Ji Jiu. That's true. Ji Jiu wasn't participating in the upcoming hunt just for his revenge, mental health, and testing out his newly improved body. He also wanted to study the other players' skills and abilities with his own eyes. When he worked as a guide, he guided many players who were now considered high-level players. However, the problem was, Ji Jiu had never seen these high-level players at work. He never had the chance to witness how these strong players hunted inside the tower. After watching what the high-rankers could do in the maze of Haraind, Ji Jiu realized he didn't know much about other players. He understood the basics, but he had to really see them in action to comprehend their might. In other words, this was going to be his chance to learn about the other players. He knew he could estimate his own level in comparison by doing so. Taeshik sat down in front of Ji Jiu with a cup of coffee in his hand. He replied, I have no problem with you joining the subjugation squad. After all, I have a pretty good idea of how strong you are. During his recent break, Ji Jiu occasionally sparred with Taeshik to see how strong he was becoming with each passing day due to the elixir. This was why Taeshik was aware of Ji Jiu's improved strength. But there is a problem, Ji Jiu. What problem? Ji Jiu asked as he rose from the sofa. You won't be able to hunt even if you join the group. You'll probably have to go as a porter. Pardon. What is Taeshik Young talking about? Unofficially, we know that you've SS level potential, but you don't even have an official player credential, Taeshik explained. Ji Jiu understood the issue immediately. Unofficially, he was an SS grade player. This meant he could become a high ranker, making him a fairly strong player. But Ji Jiu never received a proper player credential. The easiest way for a subjugation squad to calculate a player's strength was to look at their grade, level, potential, unique ability, and skills. Since this was a B-grade group, there was no way an ungraded player like Ji Jiu would get a chance to participate in the actual battle. Unless, of course, in the unlikely event that every other member in the party died, and he was the only one left. Ji Jiu pressed his temples in frustration and asked Taeshik, then what should I do? 1. Bulgogi, literally meaning fire meat in Korean, are thin marinated slices of beef or pork grilled on a barbecue or a stovetop. Chapter 35 First Revenge, 2. Taeshik replied, well, there's a simple solution, just get the player's credential. There shouldn't be any difference in your grade measurement, even if we use the newer machine. When you get tested officially, You'll still get the SS grade like before. Problem solved. Ji Jiu knew this was the most obvious answer to his problem, but he murmured, but if I do that, then you don't want to become famous. No, answered Ji Jiu. Receiving the SS grade meant that he could become a high ranker. The appearance of a new SS grade player would attract much attention from the entire world, not just Korea. Ji Jiu explained, I assume the Iron Guild already knows about me, so there wouldn't be much security difference, but I still don't want to be recognized yet. I'm already getting some unwanted attention because of my looks, so can you imagine if people found out I was an SS grade player? You'll become a celebrity, replied Taeshik with a nod. And I won't be the only one under the spotlight. People will soon become interested in my family and put them under a microscope. Taeshik contemplated for a while before he said to Ji Jiu, then I'm afraid there is nothing I can do. Even the association's general manager can't give a player a fake grade willy-nilly. Ji Jiu shook his head and replied, I wasn't asking for that, Hyung. You have already helped my family and me so much. I could never ask you for more. Taeshik was the association's general manager, but even he didn't have the power to give out fake player credentials. This was incredibly impossible since an officially registered player credential came with many benefits. Ji Jiu asked, any other solutions? There is another obvious one, just join the guild that will take the lead or participate in this upcoming hunt. Or you could also join the association, Taeshik answered, taking this opportunity to emphasize the association's power. Ji Jiu smiled bitterly and replied, I really don't want to work under someone. Also, creating my own group is out of the question. Gosh. You're so picky. Oh, that's right. Wait here for a minute. Taeshik walked toward his computer and typed a pace as he continued. I knew it. Kim Sun-pil, was it? Yes, that's his guild. Ji Jiu, his guild is also planning to participate in this subjugation hunt. Kim Sun-pil. Yeah. Do you remember those players you guided when you ended up being cornered by the fourth floor guardian? That's the only reason why I remember their names. I knew I saw their names on the subjugation squad list, Taeshik explained. Much time had passed since that day, but he still couldn't believe Kim Sun-pil's guild had grown strong enough to participate in a B-grade subjugation hunt. When Taeshik noticed Ji Jiu's surprise, he explained, they are actually grade C, not B. His group is going as one of the spare forces, so it would be better for you to go with them. Don't you agree? That's true. Why don't you try contacting them? They owe you one, so I'm sure they will take you with them, Taeshik suggested, giving Ji Jiu much to think about. After a short silence, Ji Jiu asked, when does the subjugation squad head out? The day after tomorrow. You don't have much time, so if you're going to go with them, you better get on it. All right. Thank you NN, AACM. Ji Jiu left the room and began looking through his contacts. Kim Sun-pil had given Ji Jiu his phone number when Ji Jiu was hospitalized before. Ji Jiu sighed before pressing the dial button. When Ji Jiu left the association building, all the female employees gathered inside Taeshik's office. Taeshik asked coldly, what do you want? Do you guys have something to tell me? Who is that guy? He looked so handsome. General manager, please introduce him to me. I'll work really hard if you do, asked one of the female employees. No way. You should introduce him to me. Please, another woman begged. He looked close to you, general manager, which means he must be someone important. So, out of respect for you, I'd also like to meet him, said the third female employee. Taeshik grinned. He was the general manager, their boss. Yet, his employees felt comfortable enough to ask him such a thing because he had always acted friendly with them. Slowly, Taeshik's face turned serious as he groaned, Noticing the change in his expression, the female employees all took a few steps back. They were afraid their boss would nag them about getting back to work. But instead, Taeshik replied mysteriously, if you're curious about him, why don't you all make a guess? I'll give you a hint, you've all seen him here before. Many times at that. Pardon. Why didn't you call me sooner? I was so worried something might have happened to you, Sun-pil asked with concern as they sat inside a 24-hour cafe near the Gangnam station. Ji Jiu was wearing a cheap hat and a black mask. Despite the disguise, one could tell he was a handsome man because of his aura. The people sitting nearby couldn't help glancing at him, wondering if he was a celebrity. Ji Jiu replied, something came up, so I was swamped. By the way, I finally began to level up. Sunpil looked impressed as he replied, then you must have been busy hunting in the tower until now. Well, yes, I suppose. A lot more had happened than just hunting. Ji-Jiu had been inside the maze of Harriand, where he met several high rankers. He witnessed the course commander being killed and even obtained the elixir. But Ji-Jiu didn't think Sunpil would believe him even if he told him about everything. So, what is it that you wanted to ask me? My group owes you so much, Guide Kim Ji-Jiu. Without you, we would have all died in the tower that day. You saved us all, we owe you big time. Sunpil smiled widely before teasing, our lives are worth quite a lot now. I would be happy to give you anything you ask, Ji-Jiu. Ji-Jiu smiled as well as he asked, well, it's about the upcoming 4th floor Guardian hunt. I heard your guild is joining the subjugation squad. Your guild's name is Morningstar, right? Huh? How did you know? Sunpil seemed genuinely shocked. I am interested in the upcoming hunt as well, so I was doing some research and came across your guild's name. I believe you're the Morningstar's guild master. Indeed. So you're interested in the subjugation expedition too? Sunpil asked, his eyes glowing knowingly. Yes. I owe a lot to that guardian, after all. Haha, that's exactly why we are participating in this hunt. Considering what that bastard did to you. And it also put us in grave danger at the time. We haven't forgotten that day at all. Listening to Sunpil's excited voice, Ji-Jiu realized he probably wouldn't have difficulty convincing Sunpil. Ji-Jiu smiled and asked, so, about that. I haven't obtained a player credential yet due to some personal matters. I also don't belong to a guild, so would it be possible for me to enter this upcoming hunt as a part of Morningstar? Ji-Jiu knew he was asking for a huge favor. Joining and leaving a guild wasn't an easy process. A guild was not like a school club that accepted all students. It was essentially a business organization created to reap profit, making its reputation a critical factor. Most guilds were picky in accepting new members, and a high player retention level was considered a great asset. Most players wouldn't quit if their guild was powerful and they were treated well. And then there was the well-known fact, guilds made leaving their organization as hard as possible for players. In other words, Ji-Jiu asked Sunpil to let him join Morningstar for the hunt and leave right after it. The moment Ji-Jiu quit, he would negatively affect the Morningstar Guild's statistics. As a newly formed guild, this could be a huge hit. But Sunpil answered without hesitation, of course. If this will damage your guild's reputation, you can say no. Please, think Karifu, Ji-Jiu tried to ask again for surety. It's really fine. If I can't even do a small favor like this for you, I deserve to die that day at the hands of the Guardian, Sunpil answered firmly and continued, since that day, I've worked my butt off. I wanted to make sure I was strong enough never to need someone else's help. I also wanted to become stronger, so I could save others like you did. Ji-Jiu couldn't help feeling embarrassed as Sunpil idolized him. Sunpil, I'm not that good of a person. You're mistaken. Hiding his honest thoughts, Ji-Jiu smiled bitterly. Unlike before, he now had too much to lose. Now, he had much to accomplish and protect. With stakes this high, he wouldn't even think about sacrificing himself for others. Sunpil added proudly, that's why I formed a guild soon after. After grinding day in and day out, I succeeded in becoming a C-grade player with a C-grade guild under him. You should be proud of yourself, Ji-Jiu replied with genuine admiration. Becoming a C-grade player and establishing a C-grade guild within a few months were almost impossible tasks. When Ji-Jiu worked as Sunpil's guide, he could tell Sunpil was talented. But, talent alone could never achieve something like this. Ji-Jiu could almost see how hard Sunpil must have worked to get here. This realization made Ji-Jiu like him even more. Sunpil announced, we will help you in every way possible this time, so please feel free to rely on us. We will do our best to help you get your revenge. Then, Sunpil and Ji-Jiu concluded their meeting with a handshake. Ji-Jiu had been worried about how he was going to join the hunt. Fortunately, he found an easy fix. By the way, did something happen? If not for your voice, I wouldn't have recognized you. And why are you wearing a hat and a mask? You also look a little taller, asked Sunpil as he studied Ji-Jiu. Well, I'll tell you about it later, Ji-Jiu replied as he pressed down his hat to hide his face a little better. A day before the hunt, Ji-Jiu completed registering himself as a Morningstar member. I didn't expect this, Ji-Jiu muttered as he rubbed his chin in concern. It can't be helped. You know what actually wouldn't have made sense? Had everything gone the way you were expecting. Lu replied coldly as Ji Jiu sighed, "HAA." There was a good reason behind Ji Jiu's frustration. He just discovered that he couldn't utilize normal equipment items. In the past, Ji Jiu couldn't afford any of these expensive items. But now that he had some money to spare, he was planning on wearing a few pieces of cheap equipment for this hunt. But every time he put on an item, the system announced, "You cannot wear this equipment item." When Ji Jiu seemed confused, Lu finally explained, "It's probably because you're wearing 2 pseudo and 2 real egos. Most average equipment items can't tolerate an ego's power, which means you can't wear them as long as you have us." Of course, it would have been a different story if you had a legendary grade item. A legendary grade item. There was only one legendary grade weapon Ji Jiu knew about. So you're talking about something like the Archangel's armor player Lee Sun-ho has. I don't know what that is, but if that item has a legendary grade, then yes. In the end, Ji Jiu had to give up on wearing equipment items to the hunt. You should be thankful that the elixir's modification now allows you to wear more than 3 egos. Right now, you're wearing 4 egos. Be grateful for that. Lu was becoming more and more annoying. Ji Jiu considered giving him another lesson on manners, but he shook his head and murmured, "It's true that egos are the strongest weapon I can carry." It was an undeniable truth, Ji Jiu knew it. "Then, I guess I'm ready for the hunt." He had already prepared the disposable items. It was too bad he couldn't wear any equipment items, but he had to accept. He had no say in the matter since it was the price he had to pay for owning egos. Now, he was ready to join the hunt tomorrow. When he closed his eyes, he could imagine how things would unfold during the hunt. This was his first time joining a subjugation squad. He was going to be reunited with Kim Sun-pil and the others. He would also get to meet some other members of the Morning Star Guild. In addition, he would be amid many other guilds and players who were also participating in the hunt. "I'm coming for you, Guardian." Ji Jiu quickly fell asleep. "Is everyone from the Morning Star Guild here? Kim Dong-ha from the Child Guild, who was to lead the subjugation squad, asked the group. "Yes," answered the Morning Star members. Kim Dong-ha was a famous member of the Child Guild, a B-grade group. He was considered a semi-ranker because he was very close to reaching the A grade. All player A grade or higher were considered a ranker. The Child Guild, a mediocre group at best, grew to be recognizable thanks to Kim Dong-ha. The rumor had it that Kim Dong-ha was their guild master's favorite. In fact, people believed the only reason Child Guild's guild master was running the guild was to help Kim Dong-ha level up faster. Yoon Jae-won, standing next to Ji Jiu, whispered, "Wow. I knew he would be in this group, but I'm still relieved to see such a big player is going to join us." Everyone in the group Ji Jiu guided that day was here to participate in the hunt. It had been a long time since Ji Jiu last saw them, so they greeted each other with genuine pleasure. Ji Jiu asked with curiosity, "He's considered a big player. Kim Dong-ha?" "Of course. After all, he's almost a rancor now," Jae-won, standing nearby, replied in surprise. Suddenly, Ji Jiu realized what was happening. "Ah, now I see. I've met so many high rankers that a semi-ranker doesn't seem like much anymore." He had met the real beasts in the maze of Hera and, so now, no one seemed to impress Ji Jiu. "HAA, Ji Jiu sighed. "What's wrong?" Jae-won asked. "I just feel a little bitter about something," replied Ji Jiu. In the past, had Ji Jiu met a semi-ranker, he would have been impressed and excited. But, after experiencing so many life-changing events, he could no longer connect with his previous innocence. Chapter 36 First Revenge, 3. The subjugation group set out after a simple head count. Ji Jiu was new to the whole deducing a player's level by his aura thingy, but he tried his best to estimate everyone's level. Looks like quite a lot of strong players have participated in this hunt. The elixir had also improved his ability to sense others' energy and aura, so Ji Jiu was now better at guessing the other players' levels. He was certainly not as good as the players in the support category, but his instinct was fairly accurate. After watching Ji Jiu with curiosity for a while, Jae-won asked, "Guide, you seem much taller now. Did something happen? And why are you wearing a ski mask?" "Oh, right." Ji Jiu wore a full cloth mask all day to avoid any unwanted attention. He had forgotten all about it. Now that he was inside the tower, he slowly took it off. Comma. The surroundings suddenly quietened down when Ji Jiu's face came to light. It was as if the entire hunting party paused for a moment. Ji Jiu felt like all the female players, some male ones too, were staring at him. After seeing his face, Sunpil, Hanul, and J1 murmured various interpretations of wow and amazing. Guide. Your guide Ji Jiu, right? Their faces were filled with surprise and disbelief. Sunpil asked cautiously, so when you said you've been busy, you meant you were getting plastic surgery? Shaking his head, Ji Jiu replied smoothly, no, it's not like that. After I passed the 5th floor test that day, I obtained a job. I think this is one of the effects of the skill I got from my job. During his recent vacation, Ji Jiu spent some time crafting a plausible explanation for his outward transformation. Finally, he decided to just dump it on his mysterious and never-to-be-known skill. Unless someone used the detection skill on him, no one would doubt his explanation. Most people will accept any anomaly if it's connected to a skill. This lie, no. This explanation was a way to divert attention, but it seemed to be doing the opposite. Just what kind of skill is it that could? Handsome. How? Hanul whispered in shock. I want it too. If only I could change my job, J1 howled in desperation. The subjugation group became flabbergasted by Ji Jiu's change at first. Soon, the players continued as if nothing had happened. The other players inside the tower watched the subjugation party with admiration and envy. This specially formed group included high-level players who, usually, weren't seen on the 4th floor. Thus, these experienced hunters were bound to look like idols to the newbies on the tutorial floors. Any orcs and goblins that stood in the subjugation party's path suffered quick deaths. I couldn't ascend to the higher floors for 5 years because of these lowly monsters. Ji Jiu reminisced about his days as an association guide. He was now strong enough to kill these weak monsters with one finger. But for his first 5 years as a player, these creatures had made his life miserable. Sunpil seemed to be reminiscing too as he murmured, it feels like only yesterday when we were roaming this area with you. But it has been a long time since that day, hasn't it? As the party approached the area where the 4th floor guardian first appeared, Hanul muttered, we almost died that day. With a nod, Ji Jiu replied, that day, we were indeed being hunted. Today, we will hunt it down. That's right, Sunpil answered enthusiastically. Wow, you haven't changed, guide. Still as amazing as ever. When J1 exclaimed loudly, Ji Jiu murmured, I'm not a guide anymore, please feel free to use my name. And you don't have to speak so formally with me. When the Morningstar members kept calling Ji Jiu guide, the other members of the subjugation team began showing him even more interest. The more eyes were on him, the more discomfort Ji Jiu felt. This was a problem because he didn't want any attention on him. Sunpil suggested, then you should loosen up around us and speak informally too. That's right. After all, you're the oldest among us, so we would feel more comfortable if you treated us more familiarly, J1 insisted. Ji Jiu was the same age as Sukwu, Sunpil's cousin. Since Sunpil was a year younger than his cousin, he was also a year younger than Ji Jiu. All the other members were the same age as Sunpil, which meant Ji Jiu was older than all of them. With a nod, Ji Jiu dropped all formalities and replied, then shall I drop all formalities, guys? ? It wasn't Ji Jiu's style to speak so familiarly with people he didn't know very well. But, dragging this conversation longer than necessary was bound to attract more attention, so he just caved. Immediately, the other guild members smiled and replied, yes, Hyung. Sounds good, Appa. With a satisfied smile, Ji Jiu answered, now, that's much better. Please get ready, everyone. This is the first place the Guardian frequents, so we will begin tracking it, the leader of the subjugation group Kim Dong had announced loudly. Usually, Guardians rarely left their inhabited areas, but this 4th floor Guardian was different. The psychometric skill was best when it came to tracking a specific monster, so various players with that skill were brought to this hunt. While the support players examined the scene using their psychometric skill, the other players sat down on the ground in groups to rest. The members of the Morningstar Guild did the same. Because they had decided to drop the formality, Ji Jiu and the other members now felt more comfortable chatting. Ji Jiu asked, by the way, why did you name your guild Morningstar? That was because of you, Hyung, J1 replied while chewing on a piece of jerky. Because of me? Yes. According to Sunpil, you were shining like the early morning star when you came to our rescue. We thought he was being too corny. But Sunpil insisted, so we agreed to it. When J1 explained, Kim Sunpil blushed and shouted, hey! Yoon J1. Just shut up. After hearing the reason behind the guild's name, Ji Jiu couldn't help blushing too. Turning toward him, Sun Peel explained, "Please don't feel awkward or burdened by it. At the time, you were a player with no abilities or skills, right?" Ji Jiu nodded and agreed, "Yes, that's true. Despite being the weakest back then, you still volunteered to leave that cave with the firecracker. It was a perilous situation, yet you went out without hesitation. So what if you knew the area? It was still a dangerous decision. I found your valor so inspiring that I had to name my guild after you, Hyung." When Sun Peel explained shyly, Jae-won teased him, "You are? Kim Sun Pil." That was so touching. "Thanks." Ji Jiu was genuinely touched. He told Sun Pil, "I had no idea you thought so highly of me. Thank you so much for everything. I'm also grateful to you for letting me join this hunting party." "It's no problem at all, Hyung. It was my pleasure," replied Sun Pil. Ji Jiu was genuinely thankful to the Morning Star members. A big part of why he joined this subjugation party was his mental health. Even though he hadn't seen the Guardian yet, he could already feel his psyche healing. He realized that perhaps saving someone's life wasn't such a bad thing after all. Suddenly, a nearby group spat toward the Morning Star members. "What's with them? Do they think they're on a picnic or something? What are they babbling about?" Their denunciation wasn't too loud, but the players here had high enough levels to hear it. There was no way Ji Jiu and the other members of the Morning Star couldn't hear them. When the Morning Star group turned toward the other group, one of the annoyed players shouted, "Am I wrong? You think you're something because of your looks, but we are inside the tower. Here, being strong trumps everything." Ji Jiu turned toward them and recognized their guild. Brother Guild. This male-only group was the most renowned macho group of them all. All the players were muscular with short hairstyles. But Ji Jiu did not consider them an accurate representation of manliness. Taeshik Hyung is. To Ji Jiu, only someone with Taeshik's appearance and character was worthy of the title, macho. As the leader of the Morning Star Guild, Sun Pil rose quickly and shouted at the Brother Guild members, "What did you just say? You better apologize right now. Why should we? Wanna fight us? You must think you're something just because we let you in this B-grade subjugation party. You need to know your place. If the Guardian appears, weaklings like you would be dead in a minute," one of the Brother Guild members warned. The loud member of Brother Guild and Sun Pil glared at each other menacingly. Trying to break up their fight, Hanul whispered to Sun Pil, "Appa, just let it go." Similarly, the other members of Brother Guild stood up to stop their rude player. "Hey, stop it already." While both groups were at a standstill, Kim Dong-ha shouted, "What's going on over there?" When Sun Pil and the Brother Guild member heard and felt the semi-ranker's vicious energy, they immediately replied, "It's nothing. Sorry." Phew, Ji Jiu sighed deeply. Just a moment ago, he felt so much better, but that annoying player ruined everything. The subjugation group resumed marching after Kim Dong-ha's shout resolved the minor kerfuffle. The atmosphere was a little tense because the players with psychometric skills had found a trace of the Guardian. It was time to search for their target again. Jae-won frowned as he muttered, "Gosh, that dude is so annoying." He was frustrated because he noticed the rude member of Brother Guild was still glaring at Ji Jiu. When the argument first erupted, Jae-won was trying to calm down Sun Pil. However, the player's constant glare toward Ji Jiu was now becoming irritating. Jae-won was just about to explode in anger when Hanul mumbled loudly, "They always talk about loyalty, but it looks like their specialty is picking fights with random strangers." Brother Guild was a rather famous group. It barely reached the B grade, but its members' unique appearance made it well known. Brother Guild was also noted for prioritizing loyalty above everything else. So, Ji Jiu couldn't help feeling disappointed in this guild. With a small smile, he said to Jae-won, "Don't worry. I'm fine. HAA. You're too nice, Hyung." Of course, no one in the Morning Star noticed how dark Ji Jiu's eyes had turned. "Master, you need to calm down. Please. HAA. Why are you having such difficulty controlling your emotions?" Ji Jiu shook his head in confusion after hearing his egos. "Why am I feeling this way?" That guy was undoubtedly annoying, but that shouldn't have been enough to make Ji Jiu this angry. Maybe it's PTSD? He wondered if something happened to his personality after being tortured by Iron Shield. Deep in thought, Ji Jiu patted as he followed the group. Soon, Kim Dong-ha raised his fist. He quietly announced, "Pause. Get ready. I think the Guardian is just ahead of us." The entire group suddenly froze at Kim Dong-ha's message. Everyone here knew the fourth floor guardian was no ordinary monster. Even though it was the guardian of the lowly fourth floor, the experienced players readied themselves as if they were about to fight a treacherous foe. Unfortunately, the annoying member of Brother Guild muttered loudly, HMPH. It's only the fourth floor guardian. Our guild should be enough to kill it. His comment was unwelcomed, not only by the Morningstar player but also everyone else. J1 finally couldn't stop himself and shouted, if you think you're so strong, why don't you run out and fight it on your own? No one here will stop you. What? What did you say, you bastard? The player from Brother Guild swore at J1. I said, J1 was about to argue when suddenly, everyone heard a subdued order. That's enough. Everyone, even the Brother Guild member who seemed ready to kill, stopped when they heard the shout. Surprisingly, this shout didn't come from Kim Dong-ha. He did plan on stopping the loud duo, though. To everyone's surprise, the shout came from Ji Jiu. His eyes were devoid of all emotions as a strange haze wafted around him. His emotionless gaze fell on the Brother Guild member as he said, you have been trying to pick a fight with us since the first break. If this continues, this party will fail to work effectively as a team. You're causing too much trouble here. So what? You're obviously younger than me, how dare you be so disrespectful to me, stammered the Brother Guild member. A single shout had shaken him to his core, the embarrassment was crushing. His voice was getting louder, it was apparent he was trying to mask his embarrassment. Ji Jiu replied calmly, you were the one who disrespected me first. Realizing he was going to get nowhere, Ji Jiu called for Kim Dong-ha. HAA. Captain Kim Dong-ha. Since Kim Dong-ha was this group's leader, addressing him as captain was the proper etiquette. Kim Dong-ha watched Ji Jiu with obvious interest as he asked, yes? If we go on our hunt like this, we might have an accident. I think it would be best if we resolve this situation right now. What do you think? Ji Jiu asked politely. Kim Dong-ha pondered. Fine. Damn it. Let's do this. I'll show you what a real man can do, pretty boy, the Brother Guild member shouted, making Kim Dong-ha frown. The player from Brother Guild was indeed crossing the line. And as Ji Jiu mentioned, bad blood between the players could lead to an accident. Turning towards Ji Jiu again, Kim Dong-ha asked, but will you be alright? Morningstar was a C-grade guild, while Brother Guild was B-grade. Kim Dong-ha had also studied each player's abilities and levels before coming to this hunt. Therefore, such a question was a reasonable one. Ji Jiu answered confidently, I'll be fine. But Hyung. That guy is B-grade, J1 warned. Appa, Hanuel seemed worried as well. But it was Sun Pil who stopped J1 and Hanuel. Instead of trying to stop Ji Jiu, Sun Pil said encouragingly with a wink, I think I know you enough to realize you'll find a way, Hyung. Please make the Morningstar name proud. Accepting Sun Pil's words with a nod, Ji Jiu smiled and asked the Brother Guild member, so, are you interested? Of course. Pretty boy. I will cut your face up, and then you'll have a reason to walk around with a mask on. Just don't cry like a baby afterward. When the annoying Brother Guild member announced, his colleagues laughed, ha ha ha. Kim Dong-ha acted as the referee for this fight and laid out the rules after gathering the fighters. We still have a guardian to hunt, so don't use any weapons. One of you surrenders, the fight's over. Got it. Interested, all the other players of the subjugation party formed a circle around the two fighters. This was a fight between a B grade and a C grade. Based on the difference in grades, one would think this wouldn't be much of a fight. But the grade wasn't the only determining factor in the player's strength. Various factors like synergy and combos, stats, and equipment items could change the flow of a battle. With so many variables to consider, the players couldn't help watching the fight with genuine interest. Even Kim Dong-ha seemed interested, as he allowed a fight right before such an important hunt. In addition, Kim Dong-ha believed this could relieve the members' stress and heighten their excitement. Morningstar was following as a spare guild. And although Brother Guild was part of the main hunting party, it wasn't much stronger than the Morningstar Guild. Something about him. Kim Dong-ha thought as he studied Ji Jiu. The energy he felt from Ji Jiu was a memorable one. He suspected Ji Jiu had a secret weapon. The players of Brother Guild cheered for their members excitedly. Kill him. Good-looking men must all die. Macho all the way. Shaking her face in disgust, Hanuel muttered, I was wondering why they were trying to pick a fight with us. Now I know why. They were jealous of Ji Jiu Appa's looks. Idiots. Just as the fight was about to begin, Ji Jiu slowly turned toward his opponent and asked, "By the way, a fight is no fun if there is no bet involved. Don't you agree?" "A bet?" When the brother member asked in confusion, Ji Jiu taunted, "Why? Are you afraid you might lose? Huh? You idiot. Name your bet." "I don't care." With a satisfied smile, Ji Jiu suggested, "If I win, your guild must quit from this hunt and let the Morningstar Guild take your place instead. If you win, you can do whatever you want to me. What would you like? You can cut my face or even kill me. Do whatever you wish." When Ji Jiu smirked, his opponent thought Ji Jiu was laughing at him. The brother guild member shouted, "I'll make sure your pretty face can never smile again." Ji Jiu turned toward Kim Dong-ha and asked, "Captain Kim Dong-ha, will you be our witness?" The brother guild and the Morningstar Guild had the same strength, so no one would miss them during the hunt. But excluding an entire guild from the party could be problematic. So, Kim Dong-ha proposed a compromise. If player Kim Ji Jiu wins, the Morningstar Guild will switch places with the brother guild. The Morningstar Guild will participate in the main group, and the brother guild will become a spare force. Ji Jiu smiled and replied, "That sounds acceptable." Unlike the Morningstar Guild, where some of its members tried to stop Ji Jiu out of concern, none of the brother guild's members stopped this player from participating in this fight. Was it because this rude player was one of the high-ranking members of the group? Did every member of the brother guild believe their comrade would win? Meanwhile, Jae-won murmured, "Has Ji Jiu-hyung always been like this?" Hanul, just as worried, asked, "Shouldn't we stop him?" But it was too late to stop the fight. Taking a step back, Kim Dong-ha announced officially, "You may begin." Chapter 37 First Revenge, 4. Ji Jiu grinned as the fight began. This worked out perfectly. He had succeeded in temporarily joining the Morningstar Guild to participate in this hunt. But unfortunately, Sun Pill's guild was only C grade. Since it was a spare force, Ji Jiu suspected he wouldn't get a chance to fight the Guardian head-on. Then again, the Guardian's newfound strength could force everyone into the battlefield, even the spare force. But that's just a possibility. If I can get the Morningstar Guild into the main party, I'm sure I'll get my fill of the Guardian. And the permission to pummel this annoying macho was a bonus for Ji Jiu. It was what you call a win-win situation. Ji Jiu and the macho-eyed encircled each other as they looked for an opening. The macho was trying his best to hide it, but he was confused as hell right now. It was true that his guild barely managed to pass as a B grade, but Morningstar Guild was only a C grade guild at best. He only picked a fight with Ji Jiu because he was confident his group was much stronger. However, he was shocked by how calm and carefree Ji Jiu looked. Is he smiling? Indeed, Ji Jiu was smiling at him. It was a refreshing smile, but the macho could feel an ominous feeling creeping up on him. There is no room for mistakes ? The macho thought nervously. He was a B-grade player fighting a C-grade player, but a higher grade didn't guarantee a win in a battle like this. But one's level did. After all, higher levels and grades usually came with higher abilities, more experience, and better skills. Therefore, the macho believed he had an excellent chance of winning this. "Damn it," swore the brother guild member, unable to shake off the bad feeling. "Aren't you going to attack?" Ji Jiu asked as he playfully gestured toward his opponent. Despite Ji Jiu's taunt, the brother guild member stood straight as if he was stuck. "HAA. If you aren't going to make the first move, I'll do it," Ji Jiu murmured and then sprinted. Lu and El were on his waist in their sword form. With the boost he got from the elixir and his recently purchased pseudo-egos, Ji Jiu was faster than ever before. Whack! A loud thud rang inside the forest. When Ji Jiu fist planted straight on his opponent's face, the players surrounding the two fighters exclaimed, "What the heck? What was that just now?" Before the macho could even deliver a single attack, he was sent flying and fainted outside the circle. Enough, Kim Dong-ha raised his hand to announce the end of the fight. His voice rang as he yelled, "Player Kim Ji Jiu from Morningstar Guild is the winner. Any objections?" When no one said a word, Kim Dong-ha grinned. "I didn't think so." No one could deny that Ji Jiu won the fight fair and square. Even Kim Dong-ha barely managed to see Ji Jiu's rapid attack just now. It was just that fast and accurate. The captain watched Ji Jiu with interest, but Ji Jiu had no idea what Kim Dong-ha was thinking. All he did was stand with a blank look on his face. Everyone remained dazed until the Morningstar Guild's players cheered, "You hyung. I knew you could do it. This is crazy." Meanwhile, The Brother Guild's players carried their own and moved to the back of the party. Watching them without any sympathy, Kim Dong-ha announced, "Now that everything's settled, Brother Guild will not be joining the main hunting party. With a player like that, I think Morningstar will be more helpful than Brother Guild anyway. Anyone has a problem with that?" "None," a member of the Kindergarten Guild replied. It was common knowledge that the Kindergarten Guild was close to the Child Guild, which was why it joined this subjugation party. "Then we will begin the hunt in an hour. Try to be in your peak condition for that," ordered Kim Dong-ha before returning to his place. Ji Jai walked up to the other Morningstar players and sat down. Unable to hide their awe, the players asked, "You are? Awesome. Just what happened during the last few months, Hyung? I wanna know your level." "What level are you? I mean, we thought we became strong pretty fast, but you, Hyung." Ji Jai answered their questions with a smile and suggested, "We should get ready too. Now that we'll be joining the fight at the front, we can't let our guards down. We need to be more prepared than any other group." "Of course," Sun Pil replied confidently. Although Ji Jai was only a year older, Sun Pil found him to be someone he could idolize. Ji Jai Hyung is incredible. Suk-woo was Sun Pil's idol too, but even Suk-woo never affected Sun Pil the way Ji Jai did. Ji Jai was kind and strong, yet he also possessed cold logic and flexibility. It seemed that Ji Jai had all the qualities a great player was supposed to have. Then, Sun Pil began preparing for the hunt with a newfound respect for Ji Jai. There was much to do, including checking on his doping potions. "That was pretty impressive." When Lu murmured, Ji Jai replied in his head, "Yeah, I was surprised too." The hunt was just about to begin. While stretching his body and getting ready, Ji Jai chatted with Lu. They were discussing the fight Ji Jai had with the Brother Guild member. "I knew that I had gotten stronger, but I had no idea the improvement would be this drastic. It's partly because that player was really weak. Lu, can't you just let me have this for once?" HMPH. Ji Jai bickered with Lu as usual, but all of his focus was on the fight he had just now. He was able to defeat his opponent with a single move ? This Brother Guild member was a B-grade player who had already gone through the secondary job change. It meant the macho's level was over 100, he was just a leap away from becoming a ranker. Yet, Ji Jai defeated him with a punch. "Great," Ji Jai murmured with a pleasing smile. "We'll head out now. Our scouts say the Guardian is about 30 minutes away from us, so we'll be moving quickly." When Kim Dong-ha ordered, every player stood up immediately. The captain added, "As you must all know, this Guardian is an exceptional case, so please do not lose your focus." The entire party began to move as Kim Dong-ha commanded. The players walked straight to their rightful positions in the group. Their formation was a straightforward one. All the reserve forces were to move to the back of the party and concentrate on long-distance attacks. Their secondary purpose was to act as support whenever necessary. Meanwhile, the main groups were to form their personal formations accordingly. The guilds that made up the main group had never fought together before, so it was best to fight as individual groups rather than together as one. "Hyung, are you sure you want to be at the front? We've all seen how strong you are just now, but that doesn't discount the fact the front will bear the greatest brunt," Sun Pil asked in concern.